In the heart of thinless continent lies a picturesque paradis, where stands resplendent palace, majestically perched upon he Geofa cliff, exiting in a rough grandeur. A thismament, adapthepolis, I am incled in white leisurely crosseded his legs. His name is Tang Tian, an 89-year-old transmigrator. Up-emerging memories, Tang Tian found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of motions. He was astonished to discover that this grandfather was a sovereign reigning the pinnacle of thinless continent. His parents were formidable saints, and event that was servants beside possessed the strength of quay saints. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Tang family, to which he belonged, was a renowned imperial clan. And he was the stemma patriarch of these illustrious lineage. However, this elation was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Despite his illustrious background, Tang Tian's cultivation talent was utterly mediocre. A theology of 18, he remained stagnant at the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement. Unable to break through to blood refinement, rendering him the weakest member of Tang family, even inferior to an ordinary cult. The stark contrast left Tang Tian momentarily speechless. She was soon certain whether he had been endowed with countless buffs from the outset or had merely encountered a catastrophe. Damn it! Thusual until Tang Tian could, thelpu to tyrannic split divine frustration. Yet, a small consolation remained regardless of his cultivation level, the entire Tang family treat him with utmost reverence. Why is this happening? Tang Tian slow licet up, his face etched with bitterness. Hema King le pondered how he differed from a waste. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Hebereth and not Arias reputation o fast-boiled skyen. Young patriarch, I testameto cultivate, at that moment, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, appeared beside Tang Tian. They were Ria's servants and protectors known as the Black and White Twin Devils, both formidable saint experts. Understood, grandfather by, Tang Tian replied, Anthonytus, steps. Making ease way to the training chamber, will lead Black and White Twin Devils is to vigilate entrance. Upon entering the training chamber, Tang Tian did not take a moment to admire the opulent decor surrounding him. Instead, he immediately commenced a doppelfunctory cultivation routine. For him, and Hurof daily practice was merely a formality, a mere pretense towards both Heselders and himself. Despite he expending vast amounts of cultivation resources, he had made no progress whatsoever. The cultivation technique Tang Tian practiced was not optimally heirloom rather. It was a mysterious method acquired by his grandfather from a forbidden zone. This technique had on sealed Tang Tian to ascend to Thepi. Body refinement's 9th layer within a year of beginning, sprachta Theogopsics, astonishing the entire Tang family. However, since at that time, his progress had round to halt. A decade passed, and at 16, Tang Tian had completely abandoned cultivation, transforming into a notorious wastrel noun for bullying gothers. Although his parents and grandfather indulged him, they were refilled with guilt and regret, believing that it was the mysterious technique that led to Tang Tian's decline. Yet, on this particular day, while cultivating, Tang Tian suddenly sensed an extraordinary change. He discovered that he could introspectively observe that extraordinary meridians, which were now, with energy, flowing seamlessly into his flesh and blood. Tang Tian was taken aback, taking a moment to comprehend the significance of this revelation. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face, his heart brimming with excitement. For he understood that thighs was indeed Dasinyofa body refinement practitioner preparing to brain eye through to blood refinement. As Tang Tian reveled in his new euphoria, the Black and White Twin Devil sat the palace entrancel sense de anomaly. The observed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth beginning to surge towards the palace, converging upon the training chamber where Tang Tian resided. They exchanged astonished glances, both expressing their disbelief. Chapter 2. The Way of Nature? Does slacking off lead to strength? After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, the flow of energy within Tang Tian began to operate flawlessly. The meridians within his body swiftly coursed along designated pathways. With a portion flowing towards his dantian and another merging into his flesh and blood, he had finally broken through to the blood refinement realm. His strength soared rapidly, ascending through the ranks. First layer of blood refinement. Second layer of blood refinement. Third layer of blood refinement. In less than half an hour, Tang Tian's power surged to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of blood refinement. As he gradually opened his eyes. Astonishment filled his gaze, and a look of epiphany involuntarily graced his countenance. It was only at this moment that he comprehended why he had been unable to break through for so many years. The reason was the mysterious technique he had been cultivating. It was not that there was a flaw within the nameless technique. Rather, it was simply too extraordinary. Previously, he had been overly diligent in his practice, which had counterproductive effects. This technique required one to adhere to the principle of the way of nature, to follow one's heart. In simpler terms, it necessitated a degree of slacking off, allowing things to unfold naturally. Only then could a cultivator's power experience exponential growth. Is this truly feasible? Tang Tian mused, his expression reflecting a mix of disbelief and realization. So, I am to grow stronger by slacking off? Absurd, truly absurd. Undeterred, Tang Tian resumed his attempts at cultivation. However, to his dismay, his strength remained unchanged. In fact, the flow of true energy within him noticeably stagnated. Yet, when he stood idle, doing nothing, the true energy within him began to circulate autonomously along the pathways dictated by the nameless technique. What else could Tang Tian say but to shake his head in resignation? He dismissed such thoughts from his mind and exited the training room. Upon stepping out, he spotted the black and white dual sabers standing not far away. Both were fixated on him, their eyes wide with astonishment. The ninth layer of blood refinement? Exchanging glances, they recognized the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes, their faces breaking into joyful smiles. Young master, you can finally cultivate normally. The elder in white exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The elder in black, though silent, also gazed intently at Tang Tian. Indeed. Tang Tian nodded slightly, not denying the assertion. The confirmation elicited uncontainable joy from the black and white dual sabers. Without hesitation, they produced communication talismans, clearly intending to report the situation to Tang Tian's parents and grandfather. Both his grandfather and parents had been absent from the sacred grounds of the Tang family for years, tirelessly seeking a means for Tang Tian to cultivate normally. Seeing this, Tang Tian felt no inclination to intervene, a smile spreading across his face. Surely, his parents and grandfather could now rest easy, he thought to himself. However, the initially jubilant black and white dual sabers soon found themselves dumbfounded. They had anticipated that once Tang Tian could cultivate normally, he would immediately embark on a rigorous training regimen. To their astonishment, he did not. Instead, he resumed his usual indulgences, reveling in leisure for half a day within his palace. In the afternoon, he wandered about the sacred grounds of the Tang family, seemingly having forgotten the notion of cultivation altogether. It wasn't until nightfall that Tang Tian returned to his palace. Lying lazily atop his chamber, he gazed at the starry sky, muttering to himself, perhaps slacking off isn't so bad after all. With a grin, he reflected on his lineage. His grandfather was an emperor, his parents were sages, and his two attendants were quasi-saints. Why should he toil in training? Why should he strive diligently? He could walk with confidence. Moreover, the nameless technique he practiced encouraged him to embrace a relaxed approach. Slacking off leads to strength? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian's mindset had subtly shifted, a transformation spurred by the technique he practiced and bolstered by the confidence his background afforded him. As many of the younger members of the Tang family continued their arduous training late into the night, Tang Tian had already retreated to his room, slipping into a peaceful slumber. Outside the palace, the black and white dual sabers exchanged bewildered glances. What do you think the young master is thinking? The elder in white queried, looking at the elder in black with curiosity. This must be a case of old habits die hard. The elder in black replied with a wry smile, but we cannot fault the young master. Anyone subjected to a decade of setbacks would likely react similarly. Previously, he had ranked at the bottom of the Tang family, even inferior to some children. Shaking his head, the elder in black continued, indeed. Had the young master practiced the family's traditional techniques from the outset, he would likely be formidable by now. The elder in white nodded in agreement. Deeply contemplative, little did they know, while Tang Tian slumbered, incredible changes were occurring within him, changes he himself had yet to recognize. Hidden energies within him began to awaken, merging into his bloodstream. Consequently, Tang Tian's bloodline strength surged rapidly. These energies were none other than the vast reservoirs accumulated over the years from devouring various resources, now activated since his entrance into the blood refinement realm. They commenced the refinement of his blood, enhancing his bloodline potency. As his bloodline grew stronger, his innate talents began to awaken, rapidly intensifying. The fusion of bloodline power and the nameless technique was transforming him in a remarkably unique and peculiar manner. Impurities within his body were expelled through every pore. At dawn, when Tang Tian awakened, he was nearly overwhelmed by a nauseating stench pervading his being. His entire body was coated in a thick, blood-colored sludge. What on earth is happening? Without further ado, he hastened to wash up. Once clad in a fresh white robe and returned to his chamber, Tang Tian found himself lost in thought. How could he awaken feeling as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis? Not only was he brimming with terrifying energy, but he also felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. Could this be the legendary process of cleansing the marrow? Yet, he had not even broken through to the marrow refinement realm after the blood refinement realm. Chapter 3. The Shock of the Emperor Grandfather. Without lingering too long on his thoughts, Tang Tian quickly set aside the matter. Stepping out of his room, he casually munched on some spiritual fruits before exiting his palace. Younger master, to his surprise, as soon as he emerged, the black and white dual sabers approached him. Grandfather Bai, Grandfather He, is there something amiss? Tang Tian inquired, puzzled. Younger master, the old clan leader has returned. The clan leader and the clan leader's wife are on their way back. The old clan leader instructed that you must seek him out upon waking. Fixating on Tang Tian's face, the elder in white spoke methodically. Understood. Tang Tian nodded lightly, readily agreeing in the next instant, with a casual wave of his hand. The three vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, they stood deep within the Tang family land, before a humble stone dwelling at the edge of a chasm. Before the stone house stood a towering figure clad in gray, seemingly melding into the surrounding space. This elder, with his white hair yet youthful visage, was none other than Tang Tian's grandfather, the old clan leader of the Tang family, a supreme being of the emperor realm. Tang Tai, I pay my respects to the old clan leader. The black and white dual sabers immediately bowed in reverence. Tianer pays respects to grandfather. Tang Tian also offered a respectful gesture. There's no need for excessive formalities. Tang Tai waved his hand, his expression calm. He then fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian. You can truly cultivate now? The pinnacle of the 9th layer of blood refinement? Excellent. Ha ha ha. After sizing up Tang Tian, Tang Tai could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, at Tang Tai's silent cue, the black and white dual sabers took their leave. Tanner, it seems you have undergone the cleansing of marrow? Yet you have not entered the marrow refinement realm. How does this come to pass? Tang Tai inquired, his eyes scrutinizing Tang Tian with confusion. I am unsure. Tang Tian shook his head, responding candidly in any case. After being able to cultivate normally, I rapidly broke through, and upon waking, I found myself like this. Contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian added, that's the gist of it. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Tang Tai fell into deep thought. The occurrences surrounding his cherished grandson had exceeded his comprehension. Though still in the blood refinement realm, he had seemingly undergone the cleansing of marrow. More crucially, he appeared far more formidable than some who had already achieved the marrow refinement realm. Tang Tian's body bore not a trace of impurities. Moreover, it seemed as if he had awakened his bloodline power. His innate talents appeared to have undergone an unprecedented enhancement. Wait a moment. Could this be related to the technique Tianer is cultivating? The technique I brought back was not as simple as I had imagined. Regaining his focus, Tang Tai began to inquire about the details of Tang Tian's technique. However, the answers Tang Tian provided left him utterly astonished. He had inexplicably broken through. He could cultivate in a muddled state. Awakening from a deep slumber, did the power of his bloodline and innate gifts grow stronger? He resolved to cultivate diligently, in the end. Tang Tai could only utter this bemused remark. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. The affliction that had plagued him for years was finally resolved. Indeed. Nodding gently, Tang Tian spoke. Although he verbally agreed, internally he held a dismissive attitude. Cultivate diligently? With his background, what was the point of cultivation? Furthermore, his own martial methods did not permit him to cultivate earnestly. Only through reckless abandon could he hope to grow stronger. Tang Tian silently grumbled. The two of them continued their conversation for quite some time before Tang Tian finally took his leave. Soon, he utilized the teleportation array from his grandfather's location to arrive at his own palace. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, his grandfather was left astounded. staring in the direction he had gone. This supreme being, a formidable figure of the Emperor realm, wore an expression filled with shock. The cause of his astonishment lay in a testing steel of the miniature array he had whimsically placed there. Earlier, what had he just witnessed? Was his precious grandson truly that frightening? The testing steel had inadvertently assessed Tang Tian's talents. The results were cultivation talent, divine grade, bloodline talent, divine grade, soul talent, divine grade. It was precisely because of this that Tang Tai reacted so strongly. Divine grade? All of them were legendary divine grades. Hiss. Taking a sharp breath, Tang Tai fell into deep contemplation. What on earth was happening? Previously, he had assessed Tian's talents, but all three had only been deemed average at best. Yet now, how peculiar, truly peculiar, could it be due to that mysterious martial method? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility. Meanwhile, upon returning to his palace, Tang Tian commenced another day of indulgence. Feasting, reveling, and enjoying life. Yet, he steadfastly refused to engage in any cultivation. Ultimately, it was only after the persistent urging of the black and white twins that he reluctantly practiced for an hour, merely going through the motions. As night fell, Tang Tian exited the cultivation chamber and stepped out of his palace. He then made his way to a nearby side hall, where a massive crane of quasi-saint rank was kept. This crane had been arranged to accompany Tang Tian alongside the black and white twins. Moments later, Tang Tian found himself soaring into the sky atop the crane's back, vanishing into the heavens. The young clan leader shook his head. White Sha wore a wry smile. He had thought that once Tang Tian began cultivating normally, he might turn over a new leaf. But what was the outcome? With a sigh, White Sha took flight in pursuit. A rotten wood cannot be carved. Furrowing his brow, Black Sha also pursued. Whatever their thoughts, Tang Tian remained oblivious. After the passage of a fragrant incense's duration, he had already flown far from the sacred grounds of the imperial clan. Tang family, young clan leader, where are we headed? The crane inquired earnestly, its voice unusually ancient. To the undying city. Without hesitation, Tang Tian replied. Very well, nodding in a human-like manner. The crane darted off in a specific direction. The Undying City, as Tang Tian called it, was one of the 10 premier cities located in the central region of the Endless Continent. Additionally, it was the city closest to the imperial clan, Tang family. His reasons for visiting the Undying City were twofold. First, to pass the time out of sheer boredom, and second, to gain a better understanding of this world. Remaining within the confines of the Tang family's sacred ground would be exceedingly dull. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Tang Tian could now see the outline of a massive city. Gazing at the magnificent architecture in the distance, he was filled with awe. Under Tang Tian's signal, the crane descended not far from the city gates of the Undying City. As Tang Tian steadied himself, the crane transformed into an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal aura. Shortly thereafter, the black and white twins also arrived at their side. The four of them ambled leisurely into the Undying City. Along the way, countless cultivators cast their intrigued gazes upon them. The looks directed at Tang Tian were nothing short of captivating. Envy, awe, jealousy, fear, disdain, aversion, indeed, a myriad of expressions were present. However, what was remarkably consistent was that not a single individual dared to provoke Tang Tian and his companions. It was only after they had departed some time later that the cultivators began to chatter amongst themselves. That good-for-nothing Tang Tian sure has good fortune. Isn't that the truth? Pathetically weak. Yet he is the young clan leader of the imperial clan Tang. Such luck. Were it not for the Tang family, he would likely have perished countless times by now. He is merely a spoiled scion who knows nothing but bullying others. What significance do these remarks hold? I advise everyone to steer clear of him. Isn't that common sense? Provoking him is akin to seeking one's own demise. Indeed. After all, he is flanked by 3 quasi-saint powerhouses. Wherever he goes, he walks with swagger. Tang Tian remained unaware of the discussions surrounding him. Upon entering the Undying City, he began to wander aimlessly. Throughout his journey, he displayed an air of extravagance. Anything that caught his eye was met with frenzied purchases. The black and white twins took on the responsibility of financing these acquisitions, while the crane, now in human form, stored various items into a spatial ring, was evident that the trio had grown accustomed to Tang Tian's behavior. The surrounding cultivators showed no signs of astonishment. It was clear that this was not the first time Tang Tian had acted in such a manner. Young clan leader, where to next? After an hour. White Sha glanced up at the bright moon above, turning to Tang Tian with a hesitant inquiry. Let us return home. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian replied. Instantly, the black and white twins were taken aback. And even the crane paused in surprise. Was this truly the same young clan leader they knew? Normally, after their extravagant shopping sprees in the Undying City, they would head to the entertainment districts, engaging in their usual antics. What was going on today? Do you have any objections? Tang Tian asked, casting a glance at the three of them, his expression darkening. He was fully aware of why they reacted this way. Ultimately, it stemmed from his previous reputation as a notorious wastrel. It would be difficult for him to alter their entrenched impressions of him in a short time. Contemplating this, Tang Tian felt a sense of frustration. It seemed this was his only blemish, being infamous as a debauched scion. No objections. The three of them simultaneously shook their heads in unison. What objections could they possibly have? They were more than eager for Tang Tian to turn over a new leaf. That way, they would no longer have to constantly clean up after him. Just as Tang Tian and his companions prepared to leave, a group of figures appeared not far in front of them. They were a collection of flamboyantly dressed young masters. Upon seeing Tang Tian, their eyes lit up. Tang bro? Long time no see. Where have you been? Tang Gongzi, it's still early. How about we go indulge ourselves? Boss, you. Immediately, the group surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Silence. Rubbing his temples, Tang Tian spoke in exasperation. Instantly, the area fell silent, with all eyes turned toward him in astonishment. What is happening? I have reformed. Ugh, he should rather say, I have turned over a new leaf. You should seek out others instead. With a casual glance at the surrounding rascals, Tang Tian nonchalantly declared. However, the moment he finished speaking, the rascals burst into laughter. They thought Tang Tian was jesting. Turned over a new leaf? What a joke! Yet, their laughter was short-lived. As they attempted to approach Tang Tian, seeking to engage as they had in the past, they were blocked by the three quasi-saints at his side. The black and white twins exuded an almost imperceptible aura, causing the would-be pursuers to halt in their tracks. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers, Tang Tian and his companions departed with great swagger. After a fragrant incense's duration, Tang Tian found himself once again seated upon the crane's back on his way home. Sigh, he sighed, looking quite dejected. Initially, he had intended to wander the Undying City to pass the time. However, it seemed he had grossly underestimated how infamous his reputation truly was. The peculiar stares from those around him proved to be quite unbearable, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, he had chosen to leave in haste out of course. There was an even more significant reason behind his departure. Tang Tian had made a recent discovery, not long ago. He had purchased an ancient text, and upon casually flipping through its pages, he found it contained insights into comprehending realms. His intuition told him that this ancient text would be of great benefit. Therefore, Tang Tian resolved to return to the sacred grounds of the Tang family to test it thoroughly. He was eager to see if he could glean any insights regarding his current talents. Tang Tian was exceedingly curious in the early hours of the morning. Within the confines of his palace, in his chamber illuminated by a luminous pearl, Tang Tian eagerly perused an ancient tome entitled Understanding the Essence of Realms. What a splendid title for this ancient book! Acquiring it had cost him a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was likely that only he would be so extravagant. It is worth noting that, under ordinary circumstances, a sum of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones is sufficient for an average cultivator to reach the washing marrow realm. However, this individual has expended such a considerable amount of spirit stones to acquire a tome of uncertain utility. While Tang Tian was engrossed in studying the essence of intent, the duo of black and white sabers had already arrived at the depths of the Tang family's sacred grounds, standing before Tang Tai's stone chamber. Upon encountering Tang Tai, the two exchanged formal greetings before reporting Tang Tian's recent actions. Upon hearing their account, a look of astonishment crossed Tang Tai's face, swiftly replaced by a sense of relief. Very well, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my dear grandson resorted to such measures as a means of self-anesthesia, did he not? With a sigh, Tang Tai expressed his heartache, his visage marred by self-reproach. In his opinion, had it not been for the cultivation method he had brought back, it was entirely possible that his cherished grandson would have already become a renowned prodigy across the realm, rather than a mere dandy. Chapter 5. Terrifying Talent, Comprehending All Realms of Intent. As a new day dawned, Tang Tian remained sequestered within the confines of his palace, ensconced in his meditation chamber, at the break of dawn. He commenced his study of the essence of intent. This ancient text essentially provides a succinct overview of various realms of intent. Beyond intent lies profundity, and beyond profundity, the great Dao comprehend intent is challenging. Grasping profundity is even more arduous. While the great Tao is a monumental feat, it can be said, without exaggeration, that across the vast expanse of the endless continent, those who understand the great Tao are invariably formidable beings. The imperial Tang family boasts numerous individuals who have comprehended different great Taos, most of whom occupy elevated positions of power. As for Tang Tian, he stands as the sole anomaly within the Tang family. Presently, other prodigious talents within the Tang clan have already grasped one or even multiple realms of intent. Some have even begun to comprehend profundity. In stark contrast, Tang Tian had yet to apprehend a single realm of intent. Is comprehending intent truly that difficult? He pondered, casually tossing the essence of intent into his storage ring. Subsequently, he rose slowly to his feet, gently closing his eyes. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Centered around Tang Tian, a kaleidoscope of energy fluctuations emerged, or rather, fluctuations of intent. The realm of strength, the realm of destruction, the realm of yin and yang, the realm of causality, the realm of space, the realm of time. And more. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely be left utterly speechless. Could Tang Tian's talent truly be so fearsome? In mere moments, he had comprehended an array of realms of intent. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tang Tian finally opened his eyes, a self-satisfied smile unconsciously gracing his features. It seemed that, by some happy accident, he had grasped all the realms of intent chronicled in the essence of intent. Ha ha ha! It appears my talent is indeed rather remarkable. Tang Tian mused inwardly. One cannot help but remark on Tang Tian's singularity. It is unclear whether his formidable background has dulled his motivation to grow stronger, or if the influence of that mysterious cultivation method has rendered him apathetic. Presently, he exhibited an extraordinary penchant for idleness. Were anyone else to have comprehended so many realms of intent, they would surely test their powers or diligently practice. Yet, this individual simply exited the meditation chamber with uncharacteristic ease, proceeded to the pinnacle of the palace, reclined with his legs crossed, and lazily basked in the sun. While lounging in the sun, Tang Tian indulged in various elixirs and spirit fruits as if they were mere candies. When the black and white sabers returned and beheld this scene, they exchanged wordless glances. It seemed that aside from his ability to cultivate normally, the young master had undergone little change. Master, it is time for you to cultivate. White Saber urged. The elder has stated that you must dedicate at least 1 hour to practice each day. Leaping before Tang Tian, White Saber pressed on. Grandfather, I have already practiced for more than an hour since this morning. Tang Tian replied, casting a sidelong glance at White Saber. Peering at him with skepticism, White Saber nodded slowly. Did the young master truly rise early to practice? That seems unlikely. Young master, the clan leader has instructed that you must visit the dojo in the coming days. You must at least comprehend one realm of intent. Otherwise, your time will be devoted solely to grasping intent. At some point, Black Saber had also flown into Tang Tian's vicinity, his expression serious as he addressed him. Upon hearing Black Saber's words, Tang Tian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. So, was his grandfather beginning to harbor expectations for him? Would he no longer be allowed to indulge in idleness? Understood, he said slowly, slumping his shoulders. Is comprehending intent truly that difficult? Shaking the wine jug in his hand, Tang Tian took a sip of fine wine and stood up. Upon hearing this, both Black and White Sabers exchanged incredulous glances. Not difficult? In the Imperial Tang family, even the slightly talented would typically grasp a realm of intent by the age of 10. Yet, the young master seemed to have yet to comprehend a single realm. Alas, they could not voice their thoughts, lest they dampen Tang Tian's spirits. This indeed left them feeling quite vexed. Seeing their expressions, Tang Tian surmised their thoughts. He smiled but remained silent in the next moment. Fluctuations of intent materialized around him. The realm of wind, the realm of speed, the realm of slowness, the realm of the 5 elements, and moored in the blink of an eye. Over 10 realms of intent surrounded him. Upon witnessing this, black and white sabers were rendered speechless, lost in a stupor. Before they could regain their composure, the fluctuations of intent around Tang Tian vanished without a trace. When did the young master come to comprehend so many realms? White Saber asked, his voice filled with excitement. Black Saber, equally transfixed, gazed intently at Tang Tian. Both were profoundly curious, having spent so much time by his side. When did the young master come to comprehend these realms? We were completely unaware. They were particularly astonished, given that some of these realms were highly esteemed. This morning, I purchased the essence of intent yesterday, and after perusing its descriptions, I grasped several realms, Tang Tian replied casually. Shrugging, instantly, both of their mouths twitched in disbelief. The essence of intent. That is merely a commendable introductory text on intent. How could the young master have comprehended so many realms from such commonplace material? This seemed utterly exaggerated. Could it be that, having begun to cultivate normally, the young master had suddenly attained clarity? Exchanging glances, they discerned the peculiar light in each other's eyes. After chatting with Tang Tian for a few moments, they took their leave once more. Not long after, they returned to Tang Tai. Upon learning that Tang Tian had comprehended over 10 realms of intent overnight, Tang Tai was momentarily taken aback. However, his expression quickly regained its composure. Is this the terrifying nature of divine-level talent? He mused, chuckling heartily. Though he appeared unfazed on the surface, his heart was already bursting with exhilaration. The shadows that had lingered in his mind for years were dispelled. Tang Tai believed that from this point forward, his cherished grandson would undoubtedly command the admiration of all the Tianer. Perhaps you could become one of the mightiest cultivators in the continent. Chapter 6. Has the young master broken through again? One must acknowledge that Tang Tian is indeed Tang Tian. Following the departure of the black and white sabers, he resumed his leisurely ways. Reclining atop the palace, Tang Tian pondered a pressing question. Should he continue to reside within the sacred grounds of the Tang family? Would he endure the monotony of daily repetition? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. If this were to be his fate, how dreadfully dull it would be. No, absolutely not. It appeared that he must concoct an excuse to persuade his parents and grandfather. He yearned to leave the imperial Tang family's sacred grounds. The world outside was vast, and he longed to explore it. As for cultivation, there was little cause for concern. After all, his cultivation method emphasized the principle of natural law. Or perhaps, following the flow of fate. To put it plainly, he merely needed to practice casually each day. Idleness was sufficient. In truth, Tang Tian not only harbored such thoughts but also acted upon them. In the evening, when the black and white sabers returned, he requested that they escort him to his grandfather. You mean to say you plan to leave the Tang family? To venture into the world? Tang Tai stared at Tang Tian in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. When had this boy developed such enthusiasm for cultivation? Or for becoming stronger? Indeed, grandfather. What are your thoughts on this? Tang Tian replied earnestly. Nodding slightly. Let us discuss this once you've broken through to the washing marrow realm, Tang Tai advised slowly, shaking his head. Why? Tang Tian asked, momentarily perplexed as he gazed at his grandfather. Under ordinary circumstances, one would have already entered the washing marrow realm by your age. As the young master of the imperial Tang family, you cannot afford to be weak. When you leave the Tang family, you represent the imperial clan. Tang Tai fixed Tang Tian with a serious gaze. Very well then, Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly, acquiescing. Is the washing marrow realm truly that difficult to attain? Typically, a cultivator must break through to the washing marrow realm to cleanse their marrow. Yet, the truth was, he had already achieved this. Surely, it won't be long before I achieve a breakthrough, right? Tang Tian mused quietly within himself. The reason Tang Tian responded so decisively was not only due to his immense self-confidence, but also because he believed his grandfather's words held substantial wisdom. After all, he was the young clan leader of the imperial Tang family. Out in the world, every move he made represented the Tang clan. Naturally, he could not afford to appear weak. Otherwise, not only would the Tang family suffer disgrace, But he himself would also lose face. After exchanging a few more words with his grandfather, Tang Tian took his leave. Accompanying him was Bai Sha, while He Sha remained behind under Tang Tai's subtle indication. Old clan leader, what instructions do you have for me? He Sha inquired towards Tang Tai, filled with curiosity. Once Tianer departs from the Tang family, ensure that you supervise his training. Moreover, unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, do not assist him too much. If Tianer wishes to become an unparalleled powerhouse, he must endure various trials to grow, Tang Tai declared, gazing into the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. Understood, old clan leader. He Sha nodded emphatically. In truth, even without Tang Tai's directive, he would have acted likewise. Everything was for the future of the young clan leader and the Tang family's legacy. After escorting Tang Tian back to the palace, Bai Sha's irritation dissipated entirely. Upon returning to the palace, Tang Tian once again ascended to the pinnacle of the palace to lie down and daydream. Was the young clan leader out of his mind? He could clearly cultivate, so why was he not diligently doing so? Especially considering his prodigious talent. What was going on? Young clan leader, is this really acceptable? Bai Sha asked, exasperation evident on his face. Grandpa Bai. What's wrong with that? Tang Tian replied slowly, shrugging his shoulders innocently as he sat up. He was well aware of what Bai Sha meant. However, who could blame him for his unique cultivation method? Given the circumstances, why not indulge in a leisurely approach? This was the true sentiment harbored in Tang Tian's heart. Instantly, Bai Sha was left speechless. Sighing, he ultimately chose not to press the matter further. In his eyes, Tang Tian was merely stuck in his long-standing habits, which would eventually rectify themselves. He could only console himself with that thought. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, at dawn. Tang Tian awoke and began his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying devouring force erupted from him. From all directions, an endless stream of spiritual energy surged towards him. The extraordinary meridians within his body, along with his blood and flesh, entered a frenzied refining mode. Simultaneously, Tang Tian's aura soared dramatically. Outside the palace, Bai Sha and He Sha slowly opened their eyes. Exchanging glances, both were taken aback by the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Had the young clan leader broken through again? Had he entered the bone-washing realm? Do you think this might be due to the energy from the pills and elixirs stored within the young clan leader's body? Bai Sha broke the silence with his query. That seems highly probable. He Sha pondered for a moment before responding. Moreover, it is likely that the young clan leader's talent is truly formidable, he added swiftly. How long has it been? How many minor realms has the young clan leader ascended? Just contemplating it left He Sha with an incredible feeling. As the two conversed, Tang Tian's strength surged uncontrollably. Bone-washing realm, first layer, second layer, third layer. In less than half an hour, his strength skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the bone-washing realm's 9th layer. When Tang Tian opened his eyes, an uncontrollable smile graced his face. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, his entire being brimming with energy. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. Gazing down, he noticed his body was covered in various black and red impurities. Emitting a nauseating stench, damn it! He cursed under his breath, swiftly heading off to wash up. When Tang Tian, clad in white, emerged from the palace once more, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Pinnacle of the bone-washing realm's 9th layer? Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of Tang Tian's cultivation level still left Bai Sha and He Sha in awe. Their faces were etched with expressions of astonishment. How had the young clan leader accomplished this? Why did every breakthrough he experienced seem to leap a major realm? Ridiculous. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The fact that someone could break through in such a manner was simply astounding. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa He, can we leave the Tang family's sacred grounds now? Tang Tian inquired eagerly, looking at the two elders before him. Yes, however, before we proceed, shouldn't we bid farewell to the old clan leader? Bai Sha replied with a gentle smile. Then what are we waiting for? Tang Tian urged with a grin. Before long, the trio returned to Tang Tai's presence. Upon seeing Tang Tian's current realm, Tang Tai's reaction was hardly any better. Just yesterday, he had been at the pinnacle of the blood-refining realm's 9th layer. After a single night, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the bone-washing realm's 9th layer? How on earth had his treasured grandson cultivated? Just thinking about it left Tang Tai in disbelief. It seemed Tianer was even more of an anomaly than he had imagined. Casting a meaningful glance at Tang Tian, Tang Tai couldn't help but reflect. Tianer, are you certain you want to leave? Once you depart from the Tang family, everything from here on will depend on you. He spoke slowly after a brief silence. Yes, Grandpa, I am certain. If it means relying on myself, then so be it. Tang Tian nodded decisively. In that case, you may take your leave. Tang Tai nodded lightly, his expression impassive. With that, he presented Tang Tian with a storage ring. Thank you, Grandpa. Subsequently, under Tang Tai's watchful gaze, Tang Tian and the others took flight on a celestial crane. As he sat cross-legged on the crane's back, Tang Tian contemplated the storage ring in his hand. He was eager to discover what treasures his grandfather had bestowed upon him. To his dismay, upon inspection, he found only a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and a red jade disc. And that was it? Opening his mouth, Tang Tian was left at a loss for words. His grandfather was an emperor, and their family was an imperial clan. Was it really necessary to be so stingy? Suddenly, he began to grasp the true meaning behind his grandfather's earlier words. Everything relied on oneself. It appeared that was the essence of it. Noticing Tang Tian's sullen expression, Bai Sha and He Sha exchanged glances. Both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes, the old clan leader was indeed something else. Yet, true to his nature, Tang Tian did not dwell on the matter for long. Soon enough, he cast aside his thoughts and began to examine the red jade disc adorned with a depiction of an alchemical furnace. His grandfather was renowned for his alchemical prowess. Surely, the contents of this disc pertained to alchemy. Upon immersing his consciousness into the red jade disc, Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, the contents within were related to the art of alchemy, encompassing the identification of various spiritual herbs, alchemical techniques, and numerous recipes. Just as Tang Tian's consciousness withdrew, the jade disc suddenly disintegrated. The information contained within surged into his mind. Ah! He screamed, and promptly fainted. It seemed that the old clan leader harbored great expectations for the young clan leader. He had imparted his lifelong insights on alchemy directly to him. Looking at the unconscious Tang Tian, He Sha couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this quite normal?" After all, the young clan leader is the last hope of the Tang family. Besides, given the current circumstances, the young clan leader is already extraordinarily gifted. Is he not? Bai Sha chuckled softly in response, leaving He Sha momentarily speechless. Indeed, Bai Sha's words rang true. Based on the young clan leader's current performance, he was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Who could have imagined that not long ago? He had been universally acknowledged as a waste? When Tang Tian finally regained consciousness, it was already evening. The celestial crane had landed in a desolate wilderness. "Where are we?" he asked, slowly rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression. The spiritual energy in this place was scarcely a fraction of that found in the Tang family. Tang Tian found it hard to fathom how one could cultivate in such an environment. "South Wilderness," Bai Sha replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing Bai Sha's words, Tang Tian's expression shifted slightly. South Wilderness? The notorious barren land of the Endless Continent. It was well known that among the Endless Continent, the central region was the most prosperous, followed by the Eastern Domain and Western lands. In contrast, the South Wilderness and North Desolation were infamous for their barrenness. "Grandpa Bai, what are you sending me here for?" Tang Tian asked with a hint of resentment directed towards Bai Sha. He had initially intended to explore a grand city or a powerful faction in the central region. But now? Wasn't this akin to abandoning him? For training, in the central region, there are far too many who recognize the young clan leader, making it unsuitable for genuine training. "This place is just right," Bai Sha stated calmly, taking a swig from his wine flask. "You don't mean to say you're planning to leave me here to fend for myself, do you?" Tang Tian felt an ominous premonition from Bai Sha's words. "Indeed," He Sha chimed in. Upon concluding their conversation, the enigmatic duo, known as the Black and White Twin Devils, ascended upon a celestial crane and departed with a remarkable nonchalance, leaving Tang Tian abandoned in their wake. How could they so callously forsake him here? Raising his gaze to the receding silhouette of the crane, Tang Tian found himself momentarily lost in thought. "This is utterly outrageous," he muttered under his breath, a bitter smile adorning his face. Yet, he was not one to bemoan his fate. With circumstances now set in stone, Further lamentation would serve no purpose. The pressing concern was to find a refuge for the night. Sighing quietly to himself, Tang Tian resolved to embark on his journey. Setting his sights on a determined direction, unbeknownst to him, the black and white twin devils were quietly observing him from the vast expanse above, maintaining a discreet distance as they trailed behind him. "Are we not being a tad too cruel to the young clan leader?" White Sha inquired suddenly, glancing at Black Sha. "Harsh? I beg to differ. As the saying goes, one must endure hardships to rise above others. Does it not?" Black Sha responded dismissively, shaking his head. "How long do you think it will take for the young clan leader to navigate out of the southern wilderness?" He then queried casually. "Hard to say," White Sha replied after a moment of hesitation, uncertainty etched across his features. Given Tang Tian's current prowess, he was indeed among the top tier of prodigies in the southern wilderness. The real question lay in where this young man would go next. It was truly difficult to predict. Who knows if he would align himself with any faction in the southern wilderness, or rise on his own merit? White Sha mused internally. After a brief pause, Black Sha nodded in agreement and fell silent. They continued to follow Tang Tian at a leisurely pace. Chapter 7. The First Alchemical Trial. A terrifying talent. In the dead of night, Tang Tian finally emerged from the wild expanse and arrived at a nearby city, Feitian City, a modest second-tier city within the southern wilderness. As he stepped into Feitian City, Tang Tian could not help but feel a wave of disillusionment. Is this it? It hardly compares to the Undying City. The entire city spanned merely a few dozen miles, truly laughable. Notably, upon his arrival, Tang Tian immediately drew the attention of numerous cultivators nearby, all due to his unabashed display of strength. A young cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Cleansing Marrow realm? Such a sight was indeed rare in a small city like Feitian. Moreover, he carried no visible weaponry nor accompanied by any spiritual companions. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators began to label him. This striking young man must undoubtedly be a prodigy from a prominent family. They murmured amongst themselves. "Where do you think this young man hails from? Who knows? Probably from some top-tier faction. Look at him. He can't be more than 17 or 18. Indeed, a 17 or 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the Cleansing Marrow realm. Quite the prodigy. Do you think he possesses any valuable items? Without a doubt, but would you dare to make a move? A prodigy like him surely has protectors. Ahem. I'm merely speculating." Tang Tian paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. Shortly after entering Feitian City, he made his way to the finest inn in the area, Feitian Inn. After ordering a selection of food and drink, he casually left behind several hundred low-grade spirit stones and retreated to a courtyard. In the celestial expanse above, the black and white twin devils exchanged wry smiles upon observing Tang Tian's actions. The young clan leader truly spares no expense for himself. In that moment, they both understood the sentiment reflected in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but think that perhaps the elder clan leader should have provided the young master with fewer spirit stones. A character like him hardly seemed to be training. It was akin to indulging in life's pleasures without a care. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, the duo had been shadowing him that moment. He was engrossed in contemplating his next course of action. To be frank, he found himself reminiscing about the Tang family. The food and drink here simply paled in comparison to what he was accustomed to. He even found it somewhat difficult to swallow. Perhaps pursuing alchemy would be a worthwhile endeavor? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Tang Tian unwittingly slipped into a deep reverie. The more he pondered, the more resolute he became in his decision. Alchemists were highly sought after on the Endless Continent, and the profession was known for its quick accumulation of wealth. With sufficient resources, he need not worry about enjoying a lavish life or rapidly enhancing his strength. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Tang Tian activated the defensive array of the courtyard and turned in for the night. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. In truth, Tang Tian was not merely daydreaming. Upon waking, he consumed a light meal before busily procuring various alchemical materials. He also purchased an unassuming alchemical furnace. However, within just a morning's time, his spirit stones were nearly depleted. Observing Tang Tian's fervent activities, the black and white twin devils were left in astonishment. So, the young clan leader is embarking on his alchemical journey. Is this a do-or-die situation? They were filled with curiosity regarding Tang Tian's alchemical talent. Would it perhaps rival that of the elder clan leader? Is it appropriate for us to continue tailing the young clan leader? White Sha suddenly posed the question. What else would you suggest? Black Shah retorted, casting a disapproving glance at White Shah. Instantly, White Shah fell silent. After a brief exchange, the two reached a silent agreement. With a subtle shift of their muscles, they transformed into two ordinary-looking youths. Changing their attire in the blink of an eye, they then soared into Phaeton City and took residence in a courtyard adjacent to Tang Tian's, eager to observe his inaugural alchemical trial closely and to prevent any interruptions that might lead to unwanted trouble. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, the twin devils were closely monitoring him. At this moment, he was wholly focused on initiating his alchemical endeavors. The first step was to refine the alchemical fire, following the method of condensing the fire he had memorized. Tang Tian gathered his true energy in his palms, and in the next instant, two flames radiating intense heat appeared in his hands. If any alchemist were to witness this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless. Typically, for an alchemist attempting to condense fire for the first time, success would take a year or more. Even for the most gifted individuals, it would take at least 10 days or a fortnight. To see Tang Tian achieve this feat instantaneously was truly unprecedented. Moreover, it appeared that the quality of his alchemical fire was quite remarkable. Meanwhile, the black and white twin devils, residing in the adjacent courtyard, were left dumbfounded. As the young clan leader truly this monstrous? He succeeded in condensing the alchemical fire in an instant. Returning to their senses, White Shah exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Indeed, it is astonishing. Black Shah nodded in agreement, still in disbelief. Once their emotions settled, their faces broke into expressions of sheer delight. As protectors of Tang Tian, they naturally wished for his extraordinary prowess to grow ever greater, for it would reflect favorably upon them as well. Additionally, they had been unwaveringly loyal to the Tang family. During their brief conversation, Tang Tian had already retrieved the materials for a basic first-grade elixir, the body refinement pill. As the name suggests, this pill was designed for practitioners in the body refinement realm, and it represented the most fundamental alchemical concoction within the cultivation world. Following the steps of his alchemical experience, Tang Tian commenced the process of refining the various materials. Meanwhile, he utilized the alchemical fire to incinerate the small tools before him. Soon, an array of colorful spiritual herb essences fell into the furnace. Tang Tian then entered a state of intense focus, fully immersed in his alchemical endeavors. With his left hand rhythmically striking the furnace, he formed various hand seals while his right hand awkwardly controlled the flames. In the blink of an eye, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the alluring aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the furnace. Within the neighboring courtyard, the black and white twin devils were utterly numbed by the spectacle. The young clan leader not only succeeded in condensing the alchemical fire on his first attempt, but also managed to successfully refine his first elixir. Was he not a prodigy beyond measure? Surely, even the most elite alchemists on the continent would feel a sense of inferiority compared to him. Truly, as the direct descendant of the elder clan leader, Tang Tian's alchemical talent was nothing short of terrifying. Even the usually reserved Black Shah found himself expressing his amazement, his typically stern face now adorned with a smile. White Shah, too, wore an exceptionally radiant grin. After exchanging glances of mutual expectation, both men wondered what surprises the young clan leader would unveil next. How thrilling this was! As anticipated, Tang Tian's first batch of elixirs was successfully refined. Within the furnace lay 10 luminous pills, each exhibiting exquisite patterns. Undoubtedly, Tang Tian had achieved the pinnacle of perfection. Producing 10 flawless pills in a single batch was the hallmark of an accomplished alchemist, and each pill bore perfect markings, representing yet another form of excellence. In the adjacent courtyard, the twin devils had become somewhat desensitized to the extraordinary occurrences surrounding Tang Tian. Regardless of their thoughts, Tang Tian was blissfully unaware. With utmost care, he stored away his first batch of elixirs and prepared to plunge into an exhilarating frenzy of alchemical creations. Unbeknownst to him, an entire hour had slipped away. Now, he found himself in possession of 10 bottles of body-refining pills. In addition, there was a second-tier medicinal pill, the blood-refining pill. Ultimately, Tang Tian's attention turned to the last ingredient for alchemy, the material required for the washing marrow pill. This particular pill was of the third tier, and was the most commonly used medicine for cultivators at the blood refinement stage, seeking to break through. In the adjacent courtyard, the duo known as the Black and White Twin Killers held their breath in anticipation. Both were immensely tense yet expectant. The fact that Tang Tian could refine 10 batches of body-refining pills in one go, with each batch completed at an increasingly rapid pace, had already astonished them. When he successfully produced a batch of blood-refining pills, achieving perfection, they began to question their own existence. Now, the young clan leader intended to concoct the third-tier washing marrow pill. Under normal circumstances, an alchemist at the washing marrow stage would be incapable of producing a washing marrow pill. It is well known that more powerful pills typically require correspondingly stronger abilities to support their creation. One couldn't help but wonder if this time, the young clan leader could create a miracle. Determined, Tang Tian resolved to adjust his state to its optimal condition, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself. He then began methodically refining various spiritual herbs. It must be said that the difficulty of crafting the washing marrow pill surpassed Tang Tian's expectations by a considerable margin. Not to mention, merely refining the alchemical materials consumed nearly 2/3 of his true energy. This left Tang Tian feeling exceptionally helpless. Ultimately, he realized he was still rather weak. However, the thought of giving up was far from his inclination. It was precisely for this reason that he stubbornly chose to continue his alchemical pursuits. The moment Tang Tian poured the essence of all the alchemical materials into the cauldron, it began to tremble violently, with numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Witnessing this scene, his countenance darkened significantly. In the adjoining courtyard, the black and white twin killers exchanged solemn expressions. Was the young clan leader on the verge of failure? Disappointment flickered in their hearts, yet it was swiftly dispelled. To them, this was merely a normal occurrence. The young clan leader was already exceptionally gifted, far surpassing any ordinary alchemist. What more could one desire? Surely, if the elder clan leader and the clan leader were to witness the young clan leader's current performance, they would be immensely pleased, they thought in unison. Suddenly, the black and white twin killers were taken aback. Tang Tian's hands swiftly formed seals, and the trembling of the cauldron intensified. However, a fragrant aroma wafted from the battered cauldron, indicating that Tang Tian was on the verge of success yet again. Stunned, both could hardly believe their eyes. Another success. An alchemist at the washing marrow stage producing a washing marrow pill. This was utterly outrageous. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Preposterous. If they had not personally witnessed it, they would never have believed it. Laughing triumphantly, Tang Tian collapsed to the ground, his face alight with ecstasy. He had never anticipated that he would actually produce the washing marrow pill, 10 of them. No less, each one flawless. The mere thought filled him with pride. The only downside was that his true energy had been completely depleted. It seemed he could no longer afford to casually concoct third-tier pills. Sitting up unsteadily, he stored away the 10 pills, murmuring to himself. Only he understood how perilous the situation had been moments ago. A slight misstep could have resulted in a backlash, and the best outcome might have left him severely injured. After resting for more than an hour, his true energy finally returned to its peak, even improving slightly. Throughout this time, Tang Tian had done nothing but allow his cultivation method to operate on its own. Meanwhile, the black and white twin killers were at a loss for words. They realized they had underestimated their young clan leader's extraordinary talent. How could his true energy be restored to its peak so rapidly after being completely drained? For a moment, they were uncertain whether to attribute this to the miraculous nature of his cultivation method or to his remarkable innate talent. Tang Tian had successfully reshaped their perception of prodigies. After a brief cleanup, Tang Tian sought rest. While his true energy had returned to its zenith, he still felt immensely fatigued. The priority was to recuperate properly. In the adjacent courtyard, the black and white twin killers resumed their conversation. "What do you think?" White Killer asked Black Killer. "I believe we should report the situation here immediately," Black Killer replied after a deep breath. "That makes sense. At the residence of the Tang family in the Imperial clan." Tang Tai put away the communication talisman, still in shock. His face bore an expression of astonishment. His precious grandson was truly extraordinary. In an instant, he had condensed the alchemical fire, continuously refining 10 batches of body-refining pills, and even produced a batch of blood-refining pills and a batch of washing marrow pills, achieving perfection in every instance. Tianer truly lives up to his reputation as a prodigy with divine talent. He gasped, contemplating whether he should have the black and white twin killers bring his beloved grandson back for personal training. However, the moment this thought arose, Tang Tai dismissed it. Reason told him that Tang Tian should forge his own unique path. A prodigy who effortlessly comprehended various realms. A prodigy for whom breaking through was as easy as drinking water. A prodigy with an astonishingly powerful talent for alchemy. Who among the endless continent had the right to be such a prodigy's master? Especially since Tianer practiced an exceptionally mysterious and remarkable cultivation technique, the answer was none. Not even himself. No one had the qualifications to teach Tianer in his cultivation. This was not a matter of strength. Tang Tai understood that attempting to teach Tang Tian would only squander his divine talent. Initially, he had planned to announce the latest developments regarding Tang Tian within the clan. However, he decisively chose to keep it a secret. Let everyone regard Tianer as a waste. This way, he could spare Tang Tian much unnecessary trouble, allowing him to focus solely on his growth. When Tang Tian awoke from his slumber, it was already morning. After a simple meal, he departed from the inn. With a clear objective in mind, Tang Tian headed directly toward a magnificent building in Feitian City, the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion was a premier commercial force on the endless continent, primarily engaged in the acquisition and sale of various cultivation resources. Naturally, Tang Tian intended to sell his pills to them, and they would undoubtedly purchase them. Everything proceeded exceedingly smoothly. A bottle of body refining pill fetched 100 low-grade spirit stones. Totaling 1,000 for 10 bottles, the bottle of blood refining pill commanded 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a bottle of washing marrow pill was worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian's spirit stones amounted to over 100,000. The initial investment had merely been a little over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The return on investment was truly extraordinary. However, it must be said that only someone like Tang Tian could achieve such results. Most alchemists would find it impossible to reach this level. After all, how many ordinary alchemists could guarantee success with every batch? Let alone achieving perfection each time. Such feats were utterly inconceivable for the average alchemist. After selling all his pills, Tang Tian had no intention of purchasing anything. He planned to save these spirit stones for future breakthroughs. Who knew? They might prove useful later on. Conversely, he might even attempt to refine fourth-tier pills down the line. Alchemists truly made a fortune. Now, it was time to leave Feitian City. Stepping out of the treasure pavilion, Tang Tian stretched lazily, muttering to himself. Having said that, he strolled leisurely toward the city gates. Suddenly, a playful smile graced Tang Tian's face. He realized that he was being followed, not by 1 or 2 cultivators, but by more than 10. A brief contemplation revealed the situation. Perhaps they had witnessed him selling pills without restraint earlier and were now driven by greed, intending to kill him for his treasures? Yet, did these fellows underestimate him a bit too much? Mere cultivators at the 9th level of the washing marrow stage, along with a few half-step void flying stage cultivators, dared to set their sights on him? Humph! The void flying stage was the next realm beyond the washing marrow stage. As the name suggests, cultivators at this stage could fly through the air. Rather than feeling any fear toward those following him, Tang Tian felt a surge of eagerness. This was an excellent opportunity to test his combat prowess, as well as gauge the power of the many insights he had comprehended. He could use these individuals as sharpening stones. In the rear of the crowd, the black and white twin killers, disguised as 2 ordinary youths, exchanged glances. I wonder how the young clan leader's combat ability measures up. White Killer transmitted with anticipation. Glancing at Black Killer. Hard to say, however. Clearing out these weaklings should be a piece of cake. Black Killer replied. Shaking his head, asked the young clan leader of the imperial family if Tang Tian couldn't handle these cultivators. He might as well give up on cultivation altogether. This was Black Killer's inner thought. He had immense confidence in his young clan leader. Startled for a moment, Bai Shan nodded in agreement. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, a large crowd began to depart from Feitian City in an imposing manner. Shortly after exiting the city gates, Tang Tian found himself encircled by a throng of individuals. To his surprise, the very people surrounding him were the same dozen or so cultivators who had been trailing him. What astonished Tang Tian even more was the fact that there were at least several dozen, if not 100, others nearby who had come to witness the spectacle. Indeed, they were now pointing and whispering among themselves. Completely disregarding his presence, it seemed this young man was in for a misfortune. Why couldn't he have been a bit more discreet, strutting about while selling such a plethora of elixirs? One could only surmise he was the scion of some elite faction, otherwise, wouldn't he be so foolish? Yet, it remained uncertain whether he had any guardians nearby. If not, he might be in grave danger. Why bother getting entangled in such matters? It's only entertainment. Quite true. Huh? Have you all noticed? The young man's reaction seems rather unexpected. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Tang Tian provocatively beckoned to the surrounding cultivators. Witnessing his audacious gesture, the dozen or so cultivators that had encircled him were instantly incensed. Meanwhile, those who had come merely to watch the show found their lips twitching in disbelief. Was this fellow truly oblivious to the situation? Did he not notice the presence of several experts at the half-step void stage surrounding him? This audacious brat was courting death. In an instant, a burly middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself and launched an attack. The others cast cold, disdainful glances at Tang Tian. Outside the crowd, the duo of He Sha and Bai Sha exchanged curious glances. They were genuinely intrigued to see how their young clan leader would respond next. "You are all too weak. How dull." With a casual sweep of his gaze, Tang Tian remarked coolly. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. Too weak. What on earth was this fellow talking about? However, in the next moment, all present were rendered utterly speechless. Tang Tian, with a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a palm strike in an instant. An incredible scene unfolded before their eyes. Over a dozen individuals transformed into ice sculptures. Chapter 9. Fellow Taoist, please hold on. The Ice Realm? Was it truly the Ice Realm? One must understand that this is a form of profound comprehension ranked quite highly. At the very least, it could enter the top 100. Once they regained their senses, the surrounding cultivators could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Who could argue otherwise? With a casual palm strike, he had turned more than a dozen individuals into ice sculptures, including several experts at the half-step void stage. How formidable! No wonder he dared to venture out alone for training. I would wager this is certainly not his limit. I assume that just stating the obvious? These unfortunate souls have provoked this young man. It remains to be seen whether he will eliminate them. We shall find out soon enough. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Tang Tian casually struck out again. Immediately, a cacophony of cracking sounds ensued. In the blink of an eye, the previously frozen cultivators shattered into a myriad of fragments. Casually collecting over a dozen storage rings, Tang Tian swaggered away. As he departed, the surrounding cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves. Within the crowd, He Sha and Bai Sha unconsciously exchanged glances, both recognizing the admiration reflected in each other's eyes. Tang Tian's decisive actions were regarded as a commendable trait. In the realm of cultivation, the rule of survival is simply that the strong devour the weak. Being merciful to enemies is akin to being cruel to oneself. This was a shared sentiment between the two. Simultaneously, Tang Tian's combat prowess left them feeling an invigorating sense of a WE.AT, the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the cleansing marrow realm, utilizing a mere hint of comprehension to effortlessly dispatch over a dozen opponents of the same rank. Even those of a higher realm? Impressive, truly impressive. Ha ha ha, let us depart. Otherwise, the young clan leader may soon be out of sight. Casting a glance at He Sha, Bai Sha uttered, agreed with that. The two leisurely followed in Tang Tian's wake. Due to the throng of cultivators around, Tang Tian remained oblivious to their presence. Moreover, the duo was adept at blending in, appearing inconspicuous. Even if Tang Tian were to notice them, he would not pay them much heed. As he walked, Tang Tian began to assess the spoils he had acquired. These individuals were indeed impoverished. After a brief moment, Tang Tian could not help but voice his dissatisfaction. The combined wealth of over a dozen individuals amounted to a mere few thousand low-grade spirit stones, alongside some subpar techniques, martial skills, and weapons. And that was it? Was this a joke? Tang Tian felt utterly drained by the situation. His own collection of low-grade spirit stones had already surpassed 200,000. What might he do next? Tang Tian pondered silently. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from not too far behind him. "Fellow Taoist, please hold on." "Hey, fellow Taoist, I'm calling you." The dashing fellow who just eliminated so many. Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian instinctively halted his steps. Turning to locate the source of the voice, he noticed a youth with pointed ears and a sharp visage, clad in dark attire, sprinting toward him. This youth, dressed like an assassin, surprisingly possessed the same pinnacle strength of the ninth layer of the cleansing marrow realm, casting a fleeting glance at the seemingly shifty-eyed youth. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Tian's countenance. This individual, within the southern wilderness, could be considered a top-tier prodigy, no doubt. "You're calling me?" With a meaningful glance at the youth, Tang Tian inquired. Simultaneously, he instinctively covered the storage ring on his left index finger. "Indeed." Nodding earnestly, the youth replied, his face inadvertently revealing a look of annoyance upon observing Tang Tian's actions. "Do I look so untrustworthy?" After much difficulty, the youth managed to utter this line. "What do you think?" With a half-smile, Tang Tian retorted with a question. Upon hearing Tang Tian's response, the youth's lips twitched in frustration. Clearly, he possessed a keen self-awareness regarding his appearance and attire. As the two conversed, numerous cultivators nearby cast bewildered glances at the youth. Isn't that the so-called young saint of thieves, the less-than reputable young master of the thief sect? Yi Wuming? It's him? What brings him to the vicinity of Feitian City all of a sudden? Who knows? Isn't it quite normal for prodigies from top-tier factions to roam about? Indeed. Do you think he might engage in a fierce confrontation with this mysterious young man? It's hard to say. As the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, Tang Tian regarded Yi Wuming with newfound intrigue. "I say, young saint of thieves, do you require something from me? By the way, I am Tang Tian." Taking a few steps back, Tang Tian casually inquired, while also introducing himself. "You?" Yi Wuming was incensed by Tang Tian's actions. Did this rascal truly feel the need to be so guarded against him? "If I truly wanted to steal your belongings, would I still be waiting until now?" He silently cursed. However, upon further reflection, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, it had always been the case that when others encountered members of his thief sect, they would keep their distance, so why should he be annoyed now? "I wish to collaborate with you." Taking a deep breath, Yi Wuming spoke earnestly. "Oh?" Immediately, Tang Tian's interest was piqued. Collaborate? This individual, whom he had never met before, sought to partner with him. This was indeed intriguing. What scheme might Yi Wuming be concocting? I wonder if Brother Tang has heard of the Tomb of the Killing Saint. Fixating his gaze on Tang Tian's face, Yi Wuming tentatively inquired, "The Tomb of the Killing Saint?" Tang Tian paused momentarily, shaking his head. "Just as I thought. You are not a native prodigy of the southern wilderness. I was puzzled as to how such a formidable character could be unfamiliar with it." Yi Wuming's expression morphed into one of realization as he regarded Tang Tian. He proceeded to elaborate on the Tomb of the Killing Saint. As it turns out, the Tomb of the Killing Saint is situated over 1,000 miles outside of Feitian City. According to Yi Wuming, the Tomb of the Killing Saint is on the verge of emerging. He sought out Tang Tian to propose a collaboration, entering the Tomb of the Killing Saint together. Facing trial side by side, his interest lay in Tang Tian's astonishing combat prowess. Why not collaborate with other prodigies? Why choose to partner with someone you've just met? After listening, Tang Tian found himself somewhat perplexed. Ahem. The primary reason is that our thief sect has garnered a rather poor reputation in the southern wilderness. Everyone keeps their guard up around us, so Yi Wuming chuckled awkwardly, revealing a hint of helplessness. Then why not tread the path alone? Casting a puzzled glance at Yi Wuming, Tang Tian inquired further. "I wish I could. The issue is, do you truly believe the Tomb of the Killing Saint is that simple?" Sighing, Yi Wuming offered a rueful smile. I would like to hear more." Tang Tian's face reflected curiosity as he urged him to elaborate. "Based on the information we've gathered, the interior of the Tomb of the Killing Saint is fraught with peril. Coincidentally, our thief sect members are not particularly skilled in combat, hence for safety's sake, I must find a partner." Exhaling deeply, Yi Wuming elucidated, "I see." Nodding lightly, Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of understanding. "However, why should I agree to collaborate with you?" He then shot Yi Wuming a teasing glance. "Within the Tomb of the Killing Saint, there are numerous traps and formations. I excel at deciphering these." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wuming blurted out, and upon finishing, a profoundly confident smile graced his face. A pleasant cooperation. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian ultimately opted to collaborate with Yi Wuming. The rationale behind his decision was quite simple: laziness. He had little interest in breaking formations. Otherwise, given his profound understanding of all realms of insight, dismantling formations would hardly pose a challenge. After all, his comprehension encompassed the realm of formations as well. Would Yi Wuming employ any tricks? This was a concern Tang Tian did not entertain. Should the other party dare to employ deceit, he would not hesitate to send them to the abyss. A pleasant cooperation. A considerable time elapsed before Yi Wuming regained his composure. He had approached this endeavor with a trial-and-error mindset, never anticipating that Tang Tian would genuinely agree to partner with him. This unexpected turn of events left him somewhat taken aback. Soon, under Yi Wuming's guidance, the two hastened towards a singular direction, the very site of the tomb of the Slaughter Saint. Along the way, Yi Wuming recounted the tale of the Slaughter Saint, a revered figure from the southern frontier thousands of years ago, in one of its foremost powers. However, he had subsequently offended a great emperor and met his demise. His lifetime's collection lay within his sepulchre, which, according to legend, was actually the Slaughter Saint's former stronghold. Under the emperor, all are but ants, Yi Wuming remarked contemplatively. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Is the emperor truly formidable? My grandfather certainly is. Turning to Tang Tian, Yi Wuming inquired with curiosity, pray tell, where do you hail from? Me? Just a wandering cultivator. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. What could Yi Wuming say but remain speechless? A wandering cultivator? He found it hard to believe Tang Tian's claim, as no ordinary wandering cultivator could possess such exceptional talent. Nevertheless, he had no intention of prying further. He understood that Tang Tian was reticent, and pressing for answers would be futile. I asked there any restriction regarding the tomb of the Slaughter Saint. Tang Tian casually posed the question. It is said that only cultivators under the age of 20 may enter. Those who attempt to force their way in will meet a grim fate, unless a great emperor intervenes. Yet, how could such emperors possibly be so idle? Yi Wuming chuckled in response. In that case, I feel reassured, Tang Tian replied, grinning. Under 20. Even if I am not invincible, I should be able to stand my ground. Chapter 10. Entering the tomb of the saint. At sunset, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming arrived amidst a range of mountains. The area was bustling with people, drawn to a fragmented small secret realm that lay before them. Within the realm, various buildings could be faintly discerned. Yet a formidable formation shrouded the entire secret realm, preventing anyone from entering. Or rather, the tomb of the saint. This small secret realm was indeed the resting place of that esteemed figure. Tang Tian found it somewhat amusing that upon their arrival, many onlookers promptly distanced themselves from them, their gazes filled with skepticism. I say, Yi Wuming, it seems your thieving sect has quite the notorious reputation. Tang Tian teased, surveying Yi Wuming. Our thieving sect's reputation is not poor. Otherwise, how could we stand tall? Yi Wuming retorted, rolling his eyes. We have a long-standing rule. We only steal from enemies and the most nefarious individuals. We would never pilfer from ordinary cultivators or good people. Good people? Are you certain there are any in the cultivation world? Tang Tian laughed at Yi Wuming's words. Upon hearing Tang Tian's remark, Yi Wuming was momentarily rendered speechless. While the two conversed, many prodigies and wandering cultivators around them cast furtive glances, whispering among themselves, who is that fellow, daring to associate with the young thief saint? Is he not afraid of having his storage ring pilfered? His strength? Peak 9th layer of the washing marrow realm? That places him among the top prodigies of our southern frontier. Indeed. Is he perhaps a descendant of some hidden power? They mused, puzzled. He appears quite ordinary in attire and lacks even a weapon. One wonders what his background is. Though they speculated, the fact that he chose to align with Yi Wuming seemed like a fool's errand. Why Yi Wuming appeared utterly indifferent to the murmurs around him. Likely accustomed to such scrutiny, Tang Tian, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, paying no heed to the remarks of those around them. Did Yi Wuming's identity truly matter? He held unwavering confidence in his own abilities. It was as simple as that, within the crowd, the duo known as Black and White Shasa exchanged curious glances toward the tomb of the saint. Possessing quasi-saint strength, their eyes gleamed with astonishment. What lay before them was far from an ordinary tomb. How intriguing! I never expected such a formidable figure to arise in the southern frontier, Black Shasa remarked, turning to White Shasa. Indeed, White Shasa agreed. Nodding. In the next moment, they both fixed their gaze on Tang Tian, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They wondered what benefits the young clan leader might derive from this encounter. As time passed, the throng of cultivators continued to swell. Interestingly, none of them made a move or instigated any conflict. Their collective focus was intently fixed on the imminent emergence of the tomb of the saint. Unbeknownst to them, a night slipped away quietly. As dawn broke, a radiant red light erupted from the tomb of the saint, causing the entire fragmented secret realm to tremble violently. A terrifying pressure swept through the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, a red vortex manifested within the secret realm, beside which appeared a golden stone tablet. Inscribed upon the tablet were the words, "Cultivators under the age of 20 may enter my abode. Intruders shall face death." The sight of this phenomenon prompted an uproar among the onlookers. The rumors were indeed true. This tomb of the saint had an age restriction? I refused to believe it. This must be a hoax. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, what is there to fear? An elderly man clad in golden armor laughed maniacally, charging directly into the red vortex. In an instant, a gruesome spectacle unfolded. The moment he entered the vortex, he was transformed into a rain of blood. Witnessing this, those who had been eager to act suddenly fell silent. However, the various prodigies felt a sense of relief wash over them, their faces alight with excitement, with the older generation barred from entering the tomb of the saint. Did that not mean they could sweep through without opposition? Such thoughts echoed in the minds of several top prodigies, including Tang Tian himself. "Brother Tang, let us proceed." Yi Wuming tugged at Tang Tian's sleeve, eager to advance. "Indeed, let us." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the two were the first to enter the tomb of the saint. Before long, the surrounding prodigies reacted, and the result was, one after another, they began to enter the secret realm. Within less than half an hour, all remaining cultivators outside were over the age of 20. Some prodigies, slightly above the age of 21, bore conflicted expressions. Wondering whether to risk it, however, recalling the fate of the elderly man, they ultimately chose to retreat. They had no desire to meet a grim end. As for the situation outside, Tang Tian was oblivious. He had already entered the interior of the tomb of the saint. Oh, his surprise! Upon entry, he and Yi Wuming were unexpectedly transported to different locations. This left Tang Tian quite astonished. Now, he found himself amidst a forest within the tomb of the saint. A glance around revealed nothing but disappointment, for he had encountered no treasures whatsoever. How absurd! Where were the palatial structures he had seen from the outside? Shaking his head gently, Tang Tian sighed. To this point, he could hardly deny the truth. What he had witnessed outside was merely an illusion. The interior of the tomb of the saint was, in fact, a well-preserved secret realm. Who knew how extensive this realm could be? Resolutely choosing a direction, Tang Tian pressed forward with haste. His immediate priority was to locate the valuable relics left behind by the saint. He had no intention of squandering time. Logically speaking, one of his stature should not be reduced to this. Yet his grandfather had not bestowed many resources upon him for this journey of cultivation. Thus, he found himself relying solely on his own efforts. While Tang Tian was indeed laid back and often took things easy, that did not imply he lacked the desire to enhance his prowess. It was simply a matter of necessity for cultivation techniques. Chapter 11. The Millennial Crimson Fruit, Rapid Advancement in Strength, in the Blink of an Eye. A fragrant incense's worth of time had passed. Tang Tian had traversed quite a distance. As he passed through a valley, he suddenly halted, astonished. What is this? He gazed toward the valley, his eyes alight with fervor. At this very moment, his gaze was fixated on a spot beside the valley. There stood a spirit plant, resplendent in its crimson hue and towering at half a man's height, upon its body. Only 9 translucent emerald leaves adorned its form. At its pinnacle, a thumb-sized ruby fruit gleamed. This spirit plant was enveloped by a semi-transparent orb of red energy, an energy shield. Could this be the legendary 1000-year ruby fruit? Hiss! As he beheld the ruby fruit, Tang Tian could not help but draw in a sharp breath. His eyes sparkled with insatiable greed. If an ordinary cultivator were to obtain this ruby fruit, they could likely ascend effortlessly into the Nirvana realm, a level beyond the Sky Sovereign realm. After taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Tang Tian decisively took action. In an instant, he materialized before the 1000-year ruby fruit. Without a hint of hesitation, he deftly plucked the fruit and turned to flee. Yes, flee. For he understood that such a precious fruit would undoubtedly be guarded by ferocious beasts. And not just any ordinary ones. Indeed, at the moment Tang Tian seized the thousand-year ruby fruit, a colossal golden python, measuring over 10 zhang in length, surged towards him. "Get lost," Tang Tian muttered under his breath. And in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the golden python eerily froze mid-air. Time domain. This fellow had invoked both the spatial and temporal domains in succession. By the time the golden python regained its ability to move, a full incense stick's time had passed. At that moment, Tang Tian had already utilized the spatial domain to escape without a shadow left behind, now appearing dozens of miles outside the forest. Indeed, heh. A triumphant smile crept across Tang Tian's face as he swallowed the thousand-year ruby fruit whole. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his meridians. His strength began to escalate wildly. Sky Sovereign Realm, first layer. Sky Sovereign Realm, second layer. Sky Sovereign Realm, third layer. In less than half an hour, this individual's power surged to the pinnacle of the Sky Sovereign Realm, reaching an entire major level higher. What a pity, he muttered to himself, a look of disappointment crossing his features. Only the pinnacle of the Sky Sovereign Realm. He had hoped to break into the Nirvana realm. However, upon reflection, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. After all, wasn't it normal for his cultivation technique to be so formidable? And perhaps his own foundation was rather extraordinary. Gently shaking his head, he cast aside his thoughts and began to soar through the skies with a beaming smile. Heading off into the distance, as the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Tang Tian was elated, yet others could find no joy at all. For instance, some unfortunate souls who had also been transported into that boundless jungle. After Tang Tian snatched away the thousand-year ruby fruit, the golden python commenced indiscriminate slaughter. In a mere half an hour, the number of spirit beasts and ferocious creatures that perished at its hands had already reached dozens, and the number of talented individuals it had slain exceeded 100. At this moment, it was relentlessly pursuing an unfortunate soul. If Tang Tian were present, he would certainly recognize this wretched individual. Yi Wuming, how could it be that this fellow, who on earth provoked this ferocious creature? Is this not absurd? While frantically fleeing, Yi Wuming cursed under his breath. At this very moment, he was utterly vexed, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Who had he offended? Why was he suddenly being pursued by a python comparable to a peak expert of the Sky Sovereign Realm? This was simply outrageous. At this moment, Yi Wuming was in a state of utter disarray. Had it not been for his numerous life-saving trump cards, he would have likely been devoured long ago. Yet even so, he felt immensely aggrieved. These trump cards were precious, and losing even one was a significant blow. Just you wait. I will not let you off the hook. Casting a glance back at the golden python, Yi Wuming ground his teeth in anger. As he spoke, he shattered a random teleportation scroll in his hand. When he reappeared, he found himself over 100 miles away. Huh? Noticing a figure materializing a short distance ahead, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing who it was, his expression turned quite colorful. Why Yi Wuming? Why does he appear so utterly battered? His body was a mess, not to mention his tattered clothes, as Tang Tian regarded Yi Wuming. The latter also looked back at him. What the hell? Pinnacle of the Sky Sovereign Realm. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you experience? In such a short span of time, you've advanced an entire major realm? Initially wary, Yi Wuming staggered towards Tang Tian, his face reflecting envy and resentment. Pinnacle of the Sky Sovereign Realm? What the hell? Yi Wuming was certain that among all the prodigies under 20 in the southern wilderness, no one could rival Tang Tian's strength. Not even those under 30 could compare. How could he not feel envious and resentful? Stay calm. Stay calm. I merely had the luck to acquire a thousand-year ruby fruit and inadvertently broke through to my current realm, Tang Tian said, spreading his hands innocently. By the way, there's still that golden python. If I weren't feeling lazy, I would have dealt with it long ago. TSK. It's a treasure trove. As Tang Tian continued, Yi Wuming's envy shifted to rage. Tang Tian, I'm going to settle the score with you. Do you know why I'm in this predicament? It's because of that python. With that, Yi Wuming charged at Tang Tian, his expression filled with indignation, clearly intent on giving Tang Tian a good beating. Cough, cough. Tang Tian chuckled awkwardly, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. How reckless. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have said so much. Tang Tian silently grumbled to himself. The outcome was, after chasing for quite some time, Yi Wuming found himself unable to even brush against the hem of Tang Tian's clothing. Ultimately, he made the decisive choice to give up. He understood that this rascal's power vastly surpassed his own, making it impossible for him to enact his revenge. Moreover, he was now dizzy and needed to recuperate. Observing Yi Wuming sitting cross-legged on the grass to heal, Tang Tian lazily reclined not far away, propping up his legs and gazing at the night sky. At this moment, within the secret realm, night had fallen. As he gazed at the starry sky, Tang Tian's thoughts drifted far and wide, contemplating what he should do next. Chapter 12. Comprehending all mysteries? In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Yi Wuming finally completed his healing, donned a fresh set of clothing, and approached Tang Tian. Tang Tian, you've caused me immense trouble. Fixing his gaze on Tang Tian's face, Yi Wuming ground his teeth in frustration. His grievances were not unfounded. The relentless pursuit by the python had nearly depleted his life-saving trump cards. Thus, his mood was understandably sour. Stay calm. I've got your back, Tang Tian said nonchalantly, rolling his eyes. Yi Wuming opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. However, he had to admit that Tang Tian had the right to say such things. Pinnacle of the Sky Sovereign Realm? This rascal was indeed an invincible presence within this saint's tomb. Among the prodigies under 20 in the southern wilderness, even the most monstrous talents were merely half a step into the Sky Sovereign Realm. Yet this fellow, but you better keep your word. Yi Wuming fixed a deep, complex gaze on Tang Tian, his eyes filled with determination. He silently vowed that once his strength surpassed Tang Tian's, he would ensure the latter received a thorough beating. Otherwise, his heart's resentment would never be assuaged. Humph. Understood. Tang Tian yawned widely, his fatigue evident. Upon looking at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was a bit too relaxed. Resting in the saint's tomb, shaking his head, Yi Wuming took out a formation disc and began to set up a defensive array. After a stick of incense's time, as Yi Wuming activated the array, a semi-transparent energy shield enveloped the grassland within a Tinjiang radius. Once he completed this, Yi Wuming settled down to rest not far from Tang Tian. The entire grassland was deserted, save for these two individuals. Tang Tian, what on earth is your background? I hail from the Imperial clan. Get lost? I'm a descendant of immortals. No need to speak. As they engaged in casual banter, Tang Tian silently shook his head. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? His family background was indeed that of the Imperial Tang clan. What Tang Tian did not realize was that Yi Wuming's disbelief stemmed from valid reasons. Normally, prodigies from some of the top forces in the central continent would never leave. Moreover, the entire boundless continent was rife with con artists. Thus, he took Tang Tian's words as mere fabrications, believing that Tang Tian was simply reluctant to reveal his true origins. Under the bright moonlight, Tang Tian suddenly froze. A strange and fleeting look of surprise crossed his face. At this moment, he made a new discovery. The insights he had comprehended were inexplicably transforming into profound truths. Had he truly grasped all mysteries in an instant? Had he bypassed the stages of entry, comprehension, minor mastery, and major mastery, arriving directly at perfection? Absurd. It was utterly outrageous. For a fleeting moment, Tang Tian found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the circumstances at hand. Was it the assistance of the cultivation technique? Or could it be that his innate talent was indeed extraordinary? Perhaps it was the influence of the millennial Zhuge? After much contemplation, Tang Tian could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, he decided to relinquish his mental struggle. After all, this was a fortuitous development. So what was there to be troubled about? Unbeknownst to him, the night slipped away unnoticed. As dawn broke the following morning, Tang Tian rose slowly, casting his gaze around. Almost simultaneously, Yi Wuming awoke not far away. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback by the surprise reflected in each other's expressions. Were they truly surrounded? In this desolate grassland, a horde of ferocious beasts had materialized. Surrounding the formation were wolves, each standing as tall as a man, their entire bodies cloaked in pure white and sporting wings. The strength of these wolves was on par with that of humans at the washing marrow stage. In other words, they were third-tier demonic beasts. Shall you strike first, or shall I? Tang Tian inquired casually. Glancing at Yi Wuming. I will. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Wuming was eager to engage. With that, he dismantled the formation and charged toward the wolves, sword drawn. Are these mutated prairie wolves? He muttered to himself. In a fleeting blur, Tang Tian vanished from sight, reappearing 100 zhang away. With arms crossed, he observed Yi Wuming engage in a fierce battle with the mutated prairie wolves with great interest. One could not deny the formidable prowess of Yi Wuming. His combat style leaned heavily toward agility and speed. It seemed he had no intention of confronting these wolves head-on. Rather, he employed a strategy of ambush, slaying one mutated wolf after another with his longsword. Within the span of a mere incense stick, dozens of third-tier mutated prairie wolves lay lifeless at Yi Wuming's feet. Am I impressive, or what? Yi Wuming turned to Tang Tian with a triumphant grin. Impressive indeed, but I wonder, are you a match for the Wolf King? Tang Tian replied with a smirk, gesturing toward Yi Wuming's rear. What? A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Wuming as he felt an inexplicable chill. Instinctively, he looked back, only to find a towering beast, over 10 feet tall, looming behind him. A wave of dread washed over him. So powerful. A fourth-tier demonic beast? Save me, he exclaimed, casting a desperate glance at Tang Tian. With a nod, Tang Tian instantly appeared beside Yi Wuming and delivered a swift kick to the Wolf King. What astonishing speed! Wait, is that a profound truth? The truth of wind? Yi Wuming gasped, his disbelief evident. Is he even human? He has reached the sky's sovereign realm and comprehended profound truths. As he watched, Yi Wuming was utterly stupefied. The Wolf King was sent flying by Tang Tian's kick, only to be met with a barrage of punches and kicks. Before Tang Tian, the Wolf King was utterly defenseless. Yet that was not all. The profound truths Tang Tian wielded were not mere trifles. The truth of wind, the truth of speed, the truth of slowness, the truth of strength. Suddenly, Yi Wuming began to grasp why the Wolf King stood no chance against Tang Tian. There was no denying it. This fellow was an absolute prodigy. How could one individual comprehend so many profound truths? How had he achieved such feats? At that moment, Yi Wuming could not help but equate Tang Tian with a monster. Simultaneously, a thought emerged unbidden in his mind. Could it be? Was this fellow truly from the Imperial clan? Surely not. How could a member of the Imperial clan find themselves here in the southern wilderness? Chapter 13. Growing stronger through battle. While Yi Wuming was lost in thought, the Wolf King collapsed to the ground. A monster, he uttered, glancing between the fallen beast and Tang Tian. Under normal circumstances, cultivators of the same realm would seldom stand a chance against demonic beasts, as they often possessed formidable physiques and innate talents. Yet, was it not a tad too humiliating for this Wolf King to perish without even a chance to retaliate? Let us depart, Tang Tian stated, eyeing the horizon as he collected the Wolf King's corpse. All right. Yi Wuming nodded vigorously, promptly tidying up his spoils. Once he had stowed away the bodies of several mutated prairie wolves, the two departed with a confident stride. Tang Tian, where are we headed? Why are we going in this direction instead of back? Yi Wuming queried, tilting his head toward Tang Tian. What? Do you wish to confront that mutated giant python? And are you certain that forest harbors no more terrifying demonic beasts? Tang Tian replied with a knowing smile, scrutinizing Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming found himself at a loss for words. The mere thought of that giant python sent shivers down his spine. He had barely escaped its pursuit, exhausting nearly all his resources in the process. Upon reflection, he realized Tang Tian had a point. What if the forest concealed even more fearsome beasts? Why are we heading this way? Intuition. My intuition tells me it's the right choice, Tang Tian declared, nearly leaving Yi Wuming speechless. Intuition? Relying on intuition? What brilliance, Yi Wuming thought, casting Tang Tian a bemused glance. Nevertheless, he resolved to stick with Tang Tian. This fellow was undoubtedly the most formidable prodigy to enter the tomb of the saints, bar none. To shun such a powerful ally would be sheer folly. As they journeyed onward, the two engaged in light conversation. And soon enough, Tang Tian gained a rough understanding of the southern wilderness. There were more than a dozen top-tier sects, while countless lesser factions roamed the land. In short, the southern wilderness was a realm of utter chaos. Devoid of any semblance of order, murder, treasure hunting, and sect conflicts were commonplace. Each day, numerous sects and factions faced annihilation, while new powers emerged seemingly out of nowhere. Was everything in Phaeton City not quite normal? Tang Tian pondered aloud. Normal? Are you certain? Yi Wuming retorted, rolling his eyes. Those blind fools were not also seeking to eliminate you and seize your treasures? True enough. Tang Tian paused, then broke into laughter. Is there truly no order in the southern wilderness? If that were the case, it would indeed be rather intriguing. Rather than feeling any trepidation, Tang Tian was filled with anticipation. How delightful! If everywhere were but a stagnant pool, what joy could be found? Yi Wuming's expression was one of sheer astonishment as he regarded Tang Tian. In his mind, Tang Tian had become synonymous with madness. How could one be pleased by the chaos of the southern wilderness? Curiosity gnawed at him, compelling him to ponder Tang Tian's thoughts. Before long, the two traversed the grassland. Yet they had yet to encounter any other exceptional talents. The sun hung high in the sky. And without realizing it, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming exchanged glances. At that moment, they both sensed something amiss. Why, Yi Wuming? How much do you know about the Tomb of the Saints? Tang Tian broke the silence with a question. Not much, however. I am aware that it harbors an abundance of treasures, extraordinary opportunities, and numerous dangers. Yi Wuming began, but abruptly fell silent, his expression shifting. The reason for his sudden silence was that he and Tang Tian had been encircled by a sea of skeletons. Upon leaving the grassland, they found themselves amidst a veritable ocean of bones. Before they could react, they were transported to the depths of this skeletal expanse. Damn. Even Tang Tian, usually composed, could not stifle his exclamation. He felt an unprecedented sense of peril. What a grave mistake! Yi Wuming exclaimed, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Scanning the area, both felt an unsettling sensation creeping down their spines. Skeletons, countless skeletons swarmed around them. Yet that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming fact was that the weakest of these skeletons possessed the strength of the blood refinement stage, while those at the washing marrow stage were also in abundance. From time to time, they could even spot skeletons of the Sky Sovereign stage. The two had every reason to believe that the skeletal ocean concealed even more formidable skeletons. Tang Tian, what do we do next? Yi Wuming asked, taking a deep breath, anxiety evident in his voice. Unless you have a better plan than exterminating them, what else can we do? Tang Tian replied, rolling his eyes. Very well. Without further ado, the two commenced their slaughter. One skeleton after another fell before their might, shattering into fragments. As time passed, the ground around them became a mountain of skeletal remains, and they advanced a considerable distance. Yet, neither felt the slightest sense of triumph. On the contrary, a heavy gloom hung over them. The skeletons appeared to be endless, relentlessly surging toward the two from all directions. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Yi Wuming was utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the ground, Tang Tian, I can't go on. You'll have to take over, he said, looking up at Tang Tian with a wry smile. You should focus on recovering. Tang Tian shot him a glance. Unamused. What he did not voice was that, should he choose, he could easily whisk Yi Wuming away at any moment. With his mastery of all profound truths, escaping was hardly a challenge. However, Tang Tian was in no rush to leave. As the saying goes, high risk yields high rewards. He pondered whether the ocean of skeletons might hold some secret. What if he could seize an opportunity here? It would be a great pity to depart without exploring further. With a shaky resolve, Yi Wuming rose to his feet, nodding before retrieving a pill from his storage ring to restore his strength. While regaining his power, he kept an eye on Tang Tian. Yi Wuming was already somewhat numb from the astonishment at Tang Tian's performance. He couldn't help but wonder if this fellow fought without consuming any true energy. Why, after such a long time, did Tang Tian still appear so calm and composed? What was even more outrageous was that throughout, he hadn't even broken a sweat. How was he managing that? Yi Wuming found himself utterly perplexed. Unbeknownst to Yi Wuming, Tang Tian was equally astonished. He had realized that his cultivation technique was indeed somewhat extraordinary. While he engaged in fierce combat, its automatic operation speed seemed to accelerate, continuously drawing in spiritual energy to replenish his consumed true energy, while simultaneously refining his body. Remarkably, his strength was steadily increasing. In a surge of excitement, Tang Tian entered a frenzied battle mode. However, an unexpected turn of events left him speechless. The true energy he consumed was no longer being replenished, and his body ceased to be refined. When he resumed a nonchalant approach to combat, everything reverted back to normal. Was this the essence of Tao, a manifestation of natural law? For a moment, Tang Tian was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. It seemed his cultivation method was more suited for inaction. The moment he exerted himself even slightly, it ceased to function, even becoming counterproductive. Who could he turn to for an explanation? Once his strength was restored to its peak, Yi Wuming looked toward Tang Tian, visibly stunned. His expression mirrored that of astonishment, as for a fleeting moment, he questioned whether he had misjudged the situation. Was it possible that Tang Tian was growing stronger with each battle? His power was indeed on the rise. Absurd. Did he possess some unparalleled divine physique? Was this the legendary battle body, filled with doubts? Yi Wuming gazed at Tang Tian, muttering to himself. He was utterly in awe of Tang Tian, who seemed remarkably formidable and extraordinary. Regaining his composure, Yi Wuming resumed fighting. Beneath their feet lay a vast expanse of skeletal fragments, resembling a mountain range. Were they nearing the end? As he observed the diminishing number of skeletons around them, a look of joy spread across Yi Wuming's face. Are you perhaps celebrating too soon? Tang Tian remarked, glancing back at Yi Wuming with a hint of annoyance. Should I show you what lies a bit further away? Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian added, his expression growing serious. Instinctively, Yi Wuming followed Tang Tian's gaze. In the distance, a colossal red skeleton, towering Tinzhong, began to approach. With each step it took, the ground trembled, imparting a sense of an impending earthquake. As this skeleton appeared, other nearby skeletons began to converge toward it. Oh no! A Nirvana realm skeleton? A giant's remains? This could spell our doom. Yi Wuming exclaimed, his surprise palpable. While speaking, he retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and moved to stand beside Tang Tian, clearly ready to flee at any moment. Observing Yi Wuming's actions, a smile crept onto Tang Tian's lips. It seemed that Yi Wuming had some admirable qualities. He didn't flee in the face of danger. Shall we make our escape, Tang Tian? It's quite audacious of you to still be smiling, Yi Wuming urged, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Shaking his head, Tang Tian remained silent. Chapter 14. Human, you are quite brave. The towering red skeleton scrutinized Tang Tian, its voice an oddly ancient male tone. Why Yi Wuming was entirely disregarded in this exchange. You initiated the attack? Are you saying I'm not allowed to retaliate? Tang Tian retorted, glancing up at the red skeleton with a dismissive air. Listening to the dialogue between the man and the skeleton, Yi Wuming felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could Tang Tian be so audacious? The opponent's power could easily obliterate both of them. You possess great courage. Now, what reward do you seek? The next moment, the red skeleton's words left both Tang Tian and Yi Wuming in a state of bewilderment. Was this even possible? They exchanged glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Are you certain you're not jesting? Tang Tian asked incredulously, eyeing the red skeleton with skepticism. There's no time for idle chatter. The rules of the skeleton are straightforward. Choose quickly. Do you desire a technique, martial skill, weapon, elixir, or a life-saving treasure? The red skeleton huffed impatiently, its enormous eye sockets aflame with crimson fired at a weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian declared, Excellent! The red skeleton nodded in satisfaction, tossing a massive iron box toward Tang Tian. The box was as tall as a man, riddled with rust. Upon receiving it, Tang Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What the hell? Is this supposed to be a reward? Be grateful. This weapon is one that the previous master never had the chance to utilize. Seemingly anticipating Tang Tian's thoughts, the red skeleton retorted with displeasure. Had it not been for this wretched iron box, the previous master would not have met his demise. Meanwhile, the red skeleton sighed inwardly, hoping this young man would take the box away and grant peace to the previous master's south resting place. And you? It inquired, turning its attention to Yi Wuming. What do you seek? A technique? Yi Wuming had scarcely finished speaking when a jade disc flew toward him. Very well, you may take your leave, before Tang Tian and Yi Wuming could react. They were transported away. The red skeleton's impatient voice echoed in the air. Unbeknownst to them, who ultimately would inherit the master's legacy? The red skeleton gazed upward, murmuring to itself, finally, that troublesome iron box is to be taken away. With one last utterance, it turned and trudged away, worry etched upon its skeletal features. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming found themselves teleported to a deserted beach. They exchanged glances, and instinctively, their eyes fell upon the rewards in their hands. "What the hell? Is this a joke?" Tang Tian exclaimed, his irritation mounting. He quickly became frantic, realizing he could not open the iron box, no matter what methods he attempted. Ultimately, he chose to give up. Although he considered discarding the box, he hesitated and instead placed it in his storage ring nearby. Yi Wuming burst into triumphant laughter, clearly delighted with the technique he had obtained. After reveling in his success, he glanced at Tang Tian with newfound caution. "Get lost. I'm here to kill and seize treasures. How have you survived this long?" Tang Tian shot Yi Wuming a disgruntled look. Cough, cough. Yi Wuming chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, he was slightly concerned that Tang Tian might turn on him for the sake of treasure. In that case, he would be forced to use his limited trump cards to escape. What he did not realize was that Tang Tian held no interest in the technique at all. The Tang clan possessed countless formidable techniques, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't compare to his own method of effortless growth. "Tang Tian, where do we head next?" After practicing the technique he had just acquired, Yi Wuming stood and inquired. Whether he liked it or not, he had subconsciously come to regard Tang Tian as his leader. This was due both to Tang Tian's undeniable strength and his charismatic personality. "Let us press onward," Tang Tian replied casually, reclining with his legs crossed in the sun. After a brief pause, he slowly rose to his feet. "How much do you know about the Tomb of the Sages?" He turned to Yi Wuming, unable to contain his curiosity. "Not much." Yi Wuming shook his head honestly. "Then let us go." Tang Tian sighed resignedly. "All right." They set off in a single direction. It was worth noting that Tang Tian's strength was on the verge of a breakthrough. In other words, he could potentially enter the Nirvana realm at any moment. Yet, much to his frustration, he seemed unable to break through this barrier, especially since his deliberate efforts yielded no results, often backfiring instead. The thought left him utterly speechless. Do you even need to cultivate Tang Tian? As a new day dawned, the two individuals found themselves amidst a desolate expanse of desert. Glancing at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming could not help but inquire. His curiosity was not without reason. He had observed that Tang Tian devoted merely an hour each day to cultivation, while the rest of his time was spent either indulging in sloth or engaging in various forms of idleness. Yi Wuming found it utterly perplexing how, with such a lackadaisical attitude, Tang Tian had managed to attain such formidable strength. It was truly baffling. Who among the serious practitioners would approach their training in such a manner? With a slight shrug, Tang Tian nonchalantly replied. After casting a deep glance at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming found himself utterly devoid of frustration. The longer he interacted with Tang Tian, the more inscrutable this individual became. Soon enough, the duo's attention was drawn to a commotion not far away on a nearby hill. A throng of people appeared to be vying for something. There were no fewer than 100 prodigies in sight. Exchanging glances, the two swiftly rushed towards the scene. Tang Tian, unperturbed by any of the contenders due to his own strength, was accompanied by Yi Wuming, who placed his faith in Tang Tian's prowess. Chapter 15. A Bloodbath, a Turbulent Storm. Upon reaching the periphery of the crowd, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming watched with keen interest as the hundreds of prodigies clashed violently. "Tang Tian, shall we not intervene?" Yi Wuming inquired, glancing sideways at Tang Tian in a rush. "Is it not delightful to reap the benefits of others' toil?" Tang Tian replied with an air of calmness, waving his hand dismissively. His words left Yi Wuming momentarily speechless. However, he could not deny that Tang Tian's suggestion was indeed reasonable. As Tang Tian had articulated, why engage in bloodshed when one could simply harvest the fruits of others' labor? Before long, the two understood what the prodigies were fighting over. It turned out they were contending for a particular technique, a half-step, celestial-grade cultivation method. This revelation left Tang Tian perplexed. Was it truly necessary to risk their lives over such a technique? The Tang family possessed plenty of such methods. Yet, upon further contemplation, Tang Tian realized that perhaps he could seize the opportunity to acquire it for himself. Although he had no use for the technique, it could be exchanged for spirit stones. Wasn't he in need of spirit stones? Currently, He possessed only a little over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, which seemed rather insufficient, however, just for a technique. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Wuming, and he hesitated before asking, "Did you not acquire a rather impressive technique previously?" Casting a sideways glance at Yi Wuming, Tang Tian retorted with annoyance, "Cough, cough." Yi Wuming awkwardly chuckled and promptly fell silent. Initially, he had been contemplating how to divide the spoils, but upon looking at Tang Tian, he swiftly realized the futility of such thoughts. Dividing spoils? What spoils? He was aiming to cling to this powerful individual. Furthermore, he was well aware that he could not contend with the hundreds of prodigies before them. It was far better to have a clear understanding of his own capabilities. With these thoughts, Yi Wuming's greed vanished without a trace. While the two were engaged in conversation, the battle among the prodigies had already resulted in significant casualties. It was only at this moment that they were noticed by the crowd. Upon seeing the two, some individuals were visibly displeased. Damn it! Are these two scoundrels merely spectators? As a result, in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was swiftly directed towards the two by those with ulterior motives. Damn! Tang Tian could not help but curse aloud. Are these bastards attempting to lead the disaster towards us? If that is the case, you can meet your end. With a cold snort, Tang Tian angrily shouted. Grabbing a long sword from one of the prodigies, he began his slaughter. His swordsmanship could only be described as chaotic. He employed various fundamental sword techniques at will. Yet, even so, prodigies continued to fall under his blade. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the prodigies lay slain at Tang Tian's feet. Not far away, Yi Wuming gazed at the sea of corpses, rendered speechless for an extended period. Was this not a bit too exaggerated? To eliminate over 100 prodigies with such ease? Among them were even some of the top-tier prodigies. TSK. However, upon reflection, Yi Wuming deemed this to be entirely reasonable. Tang Tian was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Sky Sovereign Realm. These prodigies were, at most, at the peak of the 9th layer of the Cleansing Marrow Realm. It was only natural for Tang Tian to be able to dispatch them with ease. While Yi Wuming's mind wandered, Tang Tian had already begun to gather the spoils of war. He collected numerous storage rings, and soon a golden jade disc appeared in his hand. The half-step celestial grade cultivation technique. Ha ha ha! With a flick, he ignited the corpses strewn about him, unable to suppress his triumphant laughter. What a thrill! This is truly exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, his stash of low-grade spirit stones had surged to over 3 million. Added to that was the half-step celestial grade technique, along with an assortment of miscellaneous pills, weapons, and techniques. To say he had become suddenly wealthy would not be an exaggeration. After all, he had embarked on this journey with nothing to his name. If his grandfather had provided him with ample resources, would he have needed to toil so hard? With these thoughts, Tang Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Observing Tang Tian's smug demeanor, Yi Wuming was left utterly speechless. Where shall we go next? He finally broke the silence. Of course, we shall continue our treasure hunt. Tang Tian replied with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us go. All right. Not long after Tang Tian had slain over 100 prodigies, a tempest of chaos erupted in the outside world. Many had discovered that their own prodigy soul lamps had extinguished. The implications were all too clear. Damn it. Who is responsible for this? I shall turn him to ashes. Our holy son is among the top 20 geniuses of the southern region. Who could have slain him? Damn. What transpired within the saint's tomb? Hiss. To think that no fewer than 5 unparalleled prodigies perished within. This is utterly terrifying. It seems the saint's tomb is anything but ordinary. Is that not obvious? In the midst of the crowd, the disguised black and white twin devils exchanged a glance, each understanding the unspoken sentiment in the other's eyes. Surely, this could not be the handiwork of the young clan leader. Their reasoning was not without merit, for they were acutely aware of Tang Tian's formidable combat prowess. Moreover, Tang Tian had comprehended numerous realms of comprehension. It was entirely reasonable for their young clan leader to be invincible among his peers. Was it not? If only they knew that Tang Tian's comprehension had transcended to the level of ultimate truths, complete ultimate truths encompassing all. They could only imagine the expressions on their faces upon this revelation. It would surely be quite a spectacle. One could only say that Tang Tian's genius had far surpassed their expectations. What is happening? Soon, someone in the crowd roared in fury. Did someone utilize secret methods to relay the events inside the saint's tomb? The images transmitted back through these secret methods showcased Tang Tian's ruthless slaughter. As they beheld the ethereal figure in the air, the entire assembly was left breathless. Shock and disbelief flickered in the eyes of nearly everyone present. Many glared at the figure of Tang Tian in the images with seething hatred, while others were left utterly astounded. How could a youth of less than 20 years attain the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Sky Sovereign Realm? How had he accomplished this? Not only the onlookers, but even the black and white twin devils were rendered restless as they gazed at the secret images. How had their young clan leader managed to achieve such a significant breakthrough in such a short span of time? The speed at which he had ascended in strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 16. The Blood Moon appears, an unforeseen change. Tang Tian had no knowledge of the turmoil outside the saint's tomb. At this moment, he and Yi Wuming had arrived at a vast expanse of ice. Observing the wintry landscape around them and feeling the abundance of spiritual energy, the two exchanged glances. Why, Yi Wuming? Did you not mention that the interior of the saint's tomb is filled with traps and formations? How have we been here for so long without encountering any? Suddenly recalling something, Tang Tian coldly questioned Yi Wuming. According to the intelligence gathered by our thief sect, it was indeed as I stated, Yi Wuming replied, scratching his head awkwardly. But as for the current situation, I am equally perplexed. With a shake of his head, Tang Tian chose not to dwell on the matter further. After some contemplation, he took the lead and soared into the snowy realm. He was eager to discern what extraordinary features this place might hold. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Wuming obediently followed behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian, do you not sense that this icy domain is fraught with peril? It instills in me an unprecedented sense of danger. Yi Wuming remarked anxiously as he surveyed their surroundings, his eyes filled with trepidation. And what of it? In the saint's tomb, where is there ever a guarantee of safety? Tang Tian responded nonchalantly, shaking his head in rebuttal. Tang Tian's words left Yi Wuming at a loss for a retort. As the two continued their conversation, they pressed onward, only to find themselves devoid of any treasures or encounters with living beings until sunset. It was as though they had entered an utterly deserted world of ice and snow. Eventually, the two reached the edge of a snow-covered cliff and decided to take a moment's respite. Tang Tian, is it wise for us to rest here? Should danger arise, would it not be? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Wuming spoke haltingly. What is there to fear? With a casual wave of his hand. Tang Tian maintained an air of indifference. What he refrained from expressing was that his choice to rest here was not without reason. Should any peril present itself, he could swiftly make his escape. Perhaps he could utilize the essence of wind or space to flee. Casting a deep glance at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming could only offer a wry smile. At this moment, he could only silently pray. Hopefully, they would encounter no insurmountable danger. Otherwise, it seemed both of them might truly meet their demise. Ever since being relentlessly pursued by a gigantic python, Yi Wuming had begun to harbor shadows in his heart. Especially now, as the cards he had were dwindling. Should he face any further peril, he would genuinely be in dire straits. As night fell, after Yi Wuming had set up a defensive formation to envelop the two of them, he prepared to begin his cultivation. Casually glancing at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming's lips involuntarily twitched. What was this fellow here for, training or indulgence? He watched as Tang Tian produced an ancient armchair wrapped in animal hide. Reclining upon it, sipping wine while gazing at the night sky, before him lay a small table adorned with an assortment of pastries, dried beast meat, and ordinary spirit fruits. Tang Tian, is this truly appropriate? Taking a deep breath, Yi Wuming inquired with a hint of confusion. What is there to be concerned about? Life is to be enjoyed while it lasts. There is no chance for cultivation. After taking a sip of wine, Tang Tian declared with unabashed confidence. Shaking his head in bitter amusement, Yi Wuming resolutely began his cultivation, harboring no intent to compare himself with Tang Tian. How could one compare with someone who did not need to cultivate yet possessed such formidable strength? What purpose would it serve? In Yi Wuming's mind, Tang Tian was a prodigy among prodigies. At under 20 years of age, he had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the sky-soaring realm, a rarity not only in the southern wilderness but in the vast expanse of the continent. After indulging in food and drink, Tang Tian cast a glance at Yi Wuming and commenced his own form of casual cultivation. He had developed a habit of engaging in this lackadaisical practice for an hour each day. This was partly due to the stringent cultivation demands of his parents and grandfather, as well as the peculiar nature of his cultivation technique. What a pity to not achieve a breakthrough. After an hour had passed, he slowly opened his eyes, disappointment etched across his face. He was so close to breaking through to the next realm. All that was lacking was a suitable opportunity. The next level beyond the sky-soaring realm was the Nirvana realm. In a place like the southern wilderness, that would already be considered a master. Yet, despite his disappointment, Tang Tian did not dwell on it. He also refrained from cultivating with intent, as his technique was exceptionally unique. Rendering deliberate practice meaningless, it could even have adverse effects. Therefore, why should he subject himself to unnecessary frustration? Contemplating, Tang Tian retrieved a rusted iron box. After a moment of reflection, he attempted to use various powers of comprehension to open the box. However, none yielded any results. Destruction, space, force. No matter how Tang Tian tried, he could not unlock the box. After much effort, he was left utterly exasperated. Yet, on second thought, he felt an immense anticipation. Did this not signify the box's extraordinary nature? Perhaps it contained some unparalleled divine weapon? In the dead of night, Tang Tian looked up at the sky, his expression one of astonishment. Simultaneously, within the tomb of the saints, numerous prodigies also turned their gazes skyward. Without warning, the moon in the sky transformed into a blood-red HUDS. The blood moon emerged. A terrifying, sinister aura of slaughter engulfed the entire interior of the tomb of the saints. In an instant, countless beasts, living beings, and peculiar entities such as skeletons went into a frenzied it. Was as if they were compelled by some unseen force, leaving their lairs to hunt down the scattered prodigies within the tomb. Above the icy world where Tang Tian and Yi Wuming resided, flying beasts appeared, their eyes also turning crimson, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. Additionally, the ground of the icy realm began to tremble violently, as colossal creatures broke free from their confines. What in the world is happening? Yi Wuming, who had been cultivating, was abruptly jolted awake. Rising to survey his surroundings, he wore a look of terror. I don't know. However, it seems we are about to face endless troubles. These beasts are formidable. Shaking his head, Tang Tian rose slowly. Chapter 17. Blood-colored remnants of the soul, gazing skyward at the multitude of flying beasts, and then at the massive skeletons crawling from the ground, as well as the various beasts surrounding them. Yi Wuming nodded numbly, a chill running down his spine. He understood that even if he utilized his trump cards, it would likely be to no avail. Presumably, the entire tomb of the saints was in a similar predicament. Now, he could only place his hopes on Tang Tian. Tang Tian, what shall we do now? He instinctively asked, turning to him. Stay calm. The strongest around us are merely fourth-tier beasts. What is there to worry about? Tang Tian replied with a calm demeanor after surveying the area. But what if something even more powerful appears? Yi Wuming asked hesitantly, concern lacing his tone. Then we shall wait for death, Tang Tian retorted with a roll of his eyes, exasperated. Cough, cough. Hearing Tang Tian's words nearly caused Yi Wuming to choke on his own saliva. You mad man, he silently cursed. Wait for death. What a joke. Under Yi Wuming's watchful gaze, Tang Tian casually stepped out of the formation, holding a long sword that he had retrieved from his storage ring. What? Seeing Tang Tian's actions, Yi Wuming was left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Did Tang Tian actually understand formations? His proficiency seemed quite impressive. Otherwise, how could he so easily exit this defensive formation? Normally, one would require a formation disc in hand. In an instant, Yi Wuming's gaze toward Tang Tian was filled with curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued about Tang Tian's origins. Could it be? Was this fellow truly of imperial lineage? That seemed implausible. How could a member of the imperial family possibly venture to the southern wilderness? As Yi Wuming lost himself in thought, Tang Tian had already begun his rampage. It must be said that Tang Tian was not your average powerhouse. Soaring through the air, he was now systematically slaying the surrounding beasts. Each strike of his sword claiming a life. Without exception, each kill was delivered with lethal precision. As he ruthlessly dispatched the beasts, Tang Tian collected their corpses with ease. Hiss. Coming back to his senses. When Yi Wuming beheld Tang Tian's performance, He involuntarily gasped in awe. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. He found himself questioning how Tang Tian accomplished such feats. Normally, these fourth-tier beasts would be comparable to those at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the sky-soaring realm. If not stronger, not to mention, the surrounding beasts were in a collective frenzy. Yet this fellow, Tang Tian, not only dispatched each beast effortlessly but appeared to do so with remarkable ease. None of the beast's innate abilities could even touch him. Wait, what was that? The essence of wind. The essence of space. This fellow was truly formidable. To have comprehended so many essences at the sky-soaring realm, damn it. I have only grasped 2 essences thus far. Staring at Tang Tian's back as he wreaked havoc, Yi Wuming was filled with awe and envy. If only he could be as monstrous as Tang Tian. Once they left the Tomb of the Saints, he imagined the treasures he could acquire in exchange for a significant amount of spirit stones. As he continued to slay beasts with fervor, Tang Tian murmured with eager anticipation, his face alight with glee. As the saying goes, some revel while others despair. In stark contrast to Tang Tian's effortless prowess, countless prodigies in other parts of the Tomb of the Saints were facing tragic fates. Many had perished at the hands of the beasts, becoming mere sustenance. Others had sustained severe injuries, left with nothing but the instinct to flee. A fortunate few had managed to conceal themselves, although the Blood Moon would remain for a while longer. More than half of the prodigies within the tomb had already suffered casualties. Outside the Tomb of the Saints, the expressions of the powerful experts from various factions were grim. Many among them had seen their soul lamps extinguished. While others flickered dimly, they understood what this signified. Particularly, the images transmitted by the secret methods utilized by the prodigies within made their expressions grow increasingly grave. A blood moon, causing all beasts to go berserk? What was happening? Among the crowd, the duo known as the Black and White Twin Killers exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. They found themselves hesitating. Should they forcibly breach the Tomb of the Saints? As quasi-saint level experts, they still held a degree of confidence if they were to utilize their trump cards. However, they soon abandoned this notion. After observing the images transmitted by the secret methods, they felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. The strongest beasts were merely fourth tier. The young clan leader was at the peak of the ninth layer of the sky-soaring realm, and with his astonishing combat prowess, what was there to fear? At the very least, the young clan leader would undoubtedly be able to protect himself. Within the Tomb of the Sage, as time elapsed, the blood moon gradually dissipated, transforming the moon back to its ordinary state. The rampaging beasts swiftly retreated in the icy expanse above this world. Tang Tian found himself momentarily stunned at the sight. Similarly, Yi Wuming was taken aback. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Henceforth, those who remain alive are qualified to enter the land of inheritance. Suddenly, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the Tomb of the Sage. In an instant, everyone was uncontrollably transported away. When Tang Tian regained his senses, he discovered himself in a peculiar space, or rather, within a grand palace bathed in crimson. Here, numerous figures of prodigies had already gathered. Instantly, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming became the focal point of the entire assembly. It was nearly impossible for them to evade attention, as the others were bloodied or gravely wounded, their faces smeared with dust. Yet these two appeared completely unscathed, eliciting a sense of disappointment among the onlookers. At an indeterminate moment, a crimson figure materialized in the air of the palace. A small, elderly man clad in a blood-red robe, his visage marked by age. He appeared to be a soul, or perhaps a remnant of a soul. In the blink of an eye, all eyes were drawn to the old man. You are all so feeble. You lack the qualifications to receive my inheritance. Wait, there is an intriguing little fellow among you. Far more extraordinary than those of my age in my lifetime. Excellent, truly remarkable. After surveying the crowd with disappointment, the old man's gaze landed on Tang Tian, his eyes gleaming with unabashed admiration. Chapter 18. Beast God, Special Inheritance. You, stay. The rest may depart. The old man pointed at Tang Tian, his expression devoid of emotion. Be why what right? We refuse to accept this. How can you do this? The prodigies present immediately expressed their discontent upon hearing the old man's words. Allowing this individual to remain meant he would receive the inheritance without undergoing the assessment. a notion that stirred great resentment among them. After all, they had worked tirelessly to arrive at this juncture. Even Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was this old man playing at? This is my domain. If you do not depart, you shall all meet your demise. With a disdainful snort, the old man's demeanor darkened. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him, causing the assembled prodigies to feel a suffocating pressure. The only one unaffected was Tang Tian. Observing this, the old man's interest in Tang Tian intensified. This lad shows promise. Perhaps he could become my successor, the old man mused inwardly. Before anyone could react, he waved his hand, and in an instant, everyone except Tang Tian was transported away. You there, young man? What is your name? The old man inquired, turning his gaze towards Tang Tian, a kind smile gracing his features. Tang Tian? Tang Tian replied calmly, meeting the old man's gaze, while internally maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. After all, as the saying goes, unusual circumstances often harbor hidden dangers. The prospect of receiving the inheritance without effort felt surreal to him. He could hardly believe in such fortuitous encounters. In order to obtain my inheritance, there is one requirement. With hands clasped behind his back, the old man gazed into the distance, suddenly speaking. What requirement? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Tang Tian thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. If one day you ascend to the rank of emperor, you must avenge me. The old man slowly turned to face Tang Tian, his expression growing grim as he spoke of vengeance. And what if I fail to reach the realm of emperor? Tang Tian asked, maintaining a composed demeanor. Then you need not avenge me, the old man sighed, a bitter expression crossing his face. In my lifetime, I was the one most likely to become an emperor in the southern wilderness. Alas, he inhaled deeply and continued. At that moment, Tang Tian finally grasped the identity of the old man and the true master of the tomb. This old man was the remnant soul of the sage, a once mighty figure known as the beast god, who had achieved greatness through the mastery of beast taming. Tragically, just as he was on the verge of attaining the emperor's path, he had offended an ancient demonic emperor and was ultimately slain by him. The name of that adversary was Emojiutian. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The way of beast taming? He realized he had also comprehended relevant principles, albeit he could only control a few beasts at a time. Finding it cumbersome, he had refrained from utilizing those abilities. It would be more accurate to say that the old fool was coveted by Emojiutian. That old rascal, rather than having merely offended him. As he spoke, the old man's hatred surged forth. Are you certain? Tang Tian regarded the beast god's remnant soul with skepticism. The idea of an emperor coveting the techniques of a sage seemed rather implausible. Absolutely. My techniques originate from a forbidden zone, the old man asserted, his tone grave. I have yet to fully cultivate them. Even so, I was so close to attaining the emperor's path. Consider how formidable these techniques must be. Nodding solemnly, the beast god's remnant soul handed a purple jade disc to Tang Tian. Upon receiving the disc, Tang Tian instinctively examined it. Beast taming technique? Such a simple name. However, as he read its description, he was instantly captivated. Upon reaching the highest realm, one can control all beasts and demon cultivators. This technique indeed appears quite formidable. Once successfully cultivated, one could command a beast at least one realm above oneself. In addition to beast taming, it possesses elements of physical cultivation. Yet the beast god did not practice this portion. Upon reaching the highest realm, one could annihilate worlds with sheer physical prowess. Fascinating. As he continued to read, Tang Tian's interest piqued further. He resolved to diligently cultivate this technique. Tang Tian, remember, do not use this technique lightly unless absolutely necessary. With that, the beast god's remnant soul disintegrated. Simultaneously, the beasts within the tomb also vanished. It seemed that a destined individual had obtained the master's legacy from his lifetime. Within a sea of bones, the massive skeletal figure murmured as it faded into oblivion. As Tang Tian observed the collapse of his surroundings, he decisively chose to make his escape. Utilizing spatial principles, he emerged into the outside world, his eyes widening in astonishment. The entire tomb of the sage was crumbling at an alarming rate, utterly disintegrating. Consequently, Neither Tang Tian nor the other prodigies had time to react before they were transported away from the tomb. In the blink of an eye, the remaining prodigies soared away from the ruins of the sage's tomb, which was completely erased from existence. Quick, capture that lad. He has acquired the sage's inheritance. A prodigy in the crowd pointed at Tang Tian, shouting. Instantly, he was surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers, their faces alight with greed. Outside the crowd, in a corner, Yi Wuming anxiously attempted to explain to the elders of his sect, hoping they would assist Tang Tian. Young master, there is no need to rush. We shall wait for the right moment to act. A small, shifty-eyed elder remarked seriously, having made up his mind to risk everything to rescue Tang Tian, who was a savior to their young master. Despite their dubious reputation, the Thieves sect had always upheld the principle of repaying kindness and seeking vengeance. Amidst the crowd, the black and white double evils exchanged glances, perplexed. Their young clan leader had actually acquired the inheritance from the sage's tomb. He had already begun cultivating the techniques bestowed by the old clan leader. What need did he have for the legacy of a sage? It was truly baffling. Chapter 19. Simultaneously cultivating two techniques, confronted by the throng around him, Tang Tian maintained an air of tranquility. Are you all eager for the inheritance? However, with so many of you, who should receive the sage's legacy? He surveyed the crowd with a smile, posing the question. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the surrounding cultivators were filled with avarice, casting hostile glares at one another. Although they recognized that Tang Tian was attempting to sow discord, they were unwilling to let the sage's inheritance fall into another's hands. As such, none were inclined to act first against Tang Tian, nor would they permit anyone else to do so. Little did they know that the most vital aspect of the sage's tomb, the beast-taming technique, had already been firmly etched in Tang Tian's mind. He had obliterated the jade disc containing the technique's record before making his escape. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Tian had memorized the related content. He simply had not yet attempted to cultivate it. You little brat, hand over what you obtained within the sage's tomb. Indeed. As for how we allocate, that is our concern. Did you hear that? Otherwise, you might find it difficult to escape with your life. Enough of the idle chatter. Hurry up. Did you hear that? Do not force us to take action. Moments later, some experts surrounding them turned their attention to Tang Tian and began to shout. Their tone was filled with an undeniable air of authority. All right, all right. Seeing this, Tang Tian feigned a look of terror and said, upon finishing, he directly threw out the storage ring in his hand. In an instant, countless individuals surged towards that storage ring. Before anyone could regain their senses, Tang Tian had already vanished into thin air. Only the duo, the black and white twins, who had been keeping a close watch on Tang Tian, understood the situation. The young clan leader has utilized spatial principles? Hiss. When did he comprehend spatial principles? Thinking about it, both of them felt a sense of disbelief. Tio grasped the principles at the realm of the Sky Sovereign, or even the pinnacle of those principles. This young clan leader is rather monstrous, isn't he? Outside the crowd, Yi Wuming displayed a look of astonishment. Tang Tian just relinquished the storage ring like that? That shouldn't be his character. But what exactly is going on? Damn it! We were tricked by that little brat. The storage ring is empty. Look. What? Soon, a chorus of furious roars erupted from the crowd. Subsequently, a group of powerful figures aimlessly pursued in every direction. They, too, were unaware of which direction Tang Tian had fled or how he had escaped. Thus, they could only rely on luck. Young master, your friend is rather devious, isn't he? Outside the crowd, the old man beside Yi Wuming remarked with an odd expression. As he spoke, he gazed at the corpses strewn about. Just moments ago, no less than 10 formidable cultivators had perished in the scramble for that storage ring. Teske, I never expected him to pull such a stunt. Yi Wuming shrugged, a bitter smile on his face. He held Tang Tian in deep admiration. This fellow is truly impressive. To toy with a whole group of powerful beings at his fingertips, it seems only Tang Tian could achieve such a feat. Without much hesitation, Yi Wuming and his companion decisively chose to leave. They had no desire to entangle themselves further. The black and white twins, by now, they had already flown in a particular direction. While others were oblivious to Tang Tian's whereabouts, they could not be unaware. Spatial principles are indeed formidable. However, they were genuine top-tier quasi-saint powerhouses. Naturally, Tang Tian's escape route could not escape their keen eyes. As they proceeded leisurely, the duo commenced a conversation. Our young clan leader is truly remarkable. He has completely bewildered those fools, grinning. The white twin commented with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, impressive. Those fellows are likely seething with rage by now. Right? Nodding in agreement, the black twin wore a contemplative expression. At this moment, both felt something peculiar. Ever since the young clan leader resumed normal cultivation, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Previously, he was merely a domineering playboy. But now, how has he become so courageous, strategic, and decisively ruthless, with an exceptionally strong mental fortitude? Truly strange. As for how others reacted, Tang Tian was unaware. By sunset, he had already flown deep into a mountain range. Finding an array plate within the storage ring, he located a concealed cave and set up an array to begin his cultivation. This time, he was not training the mysterious technique gifted by his grandfather, but rather the beast taming technique. He felt that this technique seemed promising. If he could tame beasts, he could also cultivate a powerful physique, which should be quite exhilarating, right? Naturally, he would still indulge in a bit of sloth. However, this technique shouldn't go to waste, either. It must be said that Tang Tian's cultivation talent is indeed frighteningly formidable. In the blink of an eye, he successfully cultivated the beast taming technique. Both the beast taming aspect and the body refining aspect were successfully mastered. Alas, an hour later, he opened his eyes, disappointment written all over his face. He realized that he might have struggled in vain. The good news was that he had indeed successfully cultivated the beast taming technique. The bad news was that he could control beasts weaker than himself with a success rate of 100%, while controlling more powerful beasts had only a certain probability of success. Moreover, regarding the body refining aspect, he had only cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of the Sky Sovereign Realm. Matching his mysterious technique, to advance further would require an exceedingly vast amount of resources. How ridiculous! Now, he was simultaneously cultivating both the mysterious technique and the beast taming technique. With every breakthrough in realm, the resources and energy needed were 10-fold, 100-fold more than others. Indeed, the further one progressed, the more terrifying the required resources became. What a scam! Slowly standing up, Tang Tian wore a gloomy expression. In his heart, he quietly resolved to continue his indolent ways. He would let the matter of cultivation unfold naturally. What Tang Tian did not notice was that several miles away, on a cliff, the black and white twins were observing the direction he had taken. It seems the young clan leader has cultivated yet another technique, perhaps a body refining technique. This technique seems rather extraordinary, simultaneously cultivating two techniques, a soul technique alongside a body refining technique. What is he thinking? Should we report this to the old clan leader? I think so. Chapter 20. A bounty across the southern region? Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, he had overnight become a renowned figure in the southern region, single-handedly inciting a multitude of strong individuals to turn against one another, resulting in the deaths of over 10 powerful beings, escaping right under the noses of numerous experts, using an empty storage ring to toy with everyone. These feats were enough to immortalize Tang Tian's name in the southern region. Due to his exploits, his likeness was now plastered everywhere across the southern region. Indeed, many factions were actively seeking to capture him. Countless powers were eager to eliminate Tang Tian without delay. On one hand, they sought the sage inheritance in his possession. On the other, their pride was at stake. Being toyed with by Tang Tian left them feeling utterly humiliated. Naturally, it would be difficult for Tang Tian to avoid becoming the target of everyone's ire. One morning, Tang Tian arrived at a small town on the opposite side of the mountain range. Soon, he discovered that he was being hunted by various factions. Thankfully, I am clever. Otherwise, this would have turned into quite a predicament. Exhaling deeply, Tang Tian expressed his relief to himself. The reason he said this was not without cause. Before arriving at this nearby town, he had undergone a simple disguise. Furthermore, he had utilized the secret techniques of his mysterious technique to conceal his cultivation level. Now, he appeared as an ordinary, unremarkable, weak scholar with no fighting capability. Upon seeing the bounties, Tang Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. These factions are indeed generous, providing a reward of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for information, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for capturing him alive. They even offered the opportunity to join their factions. Killing him and handing over his storage ring would yield even more astonishing rewards. Looking at the bounty posters, Tang Tian found it hard to articulate his feelings. He silently noted these factions in his mind. He was not one to let grievances go unpunished. At this moment, he was already plotting his revenge against these factions. Otherwise, did they truly think he was a soft persimmon? Humph! Simultaneously, deep within the Tang clan's sacred grounds, in the abyss where Tang Tai resided. Holding the communication token in hand, Tang Tai found himself momentarily stunned. Even as a long-established emperor, accustomed to the storms of life, seeing the contents of the communication token left him profoundly shocked. His precious grandson had actually broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Sky Sovereign Realm. How long has this boy been cultivating? His speed of power enhancement is astonishingly terrifying. Moreover, his combat prowess is remarkably impressive. But that is not the crux of the matter. The crux is that he has begun to comprehend the principles. He is simultaneously cultivating body refining techniques. To comprehend principles at the Sky Sovereign Realm, while simultaneously cultivating two techniques, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is unprecedented. For a moment, Tang Tai felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Tang Tian's astounding performance was simply too exaggerated. It seems that heaven truly favors our Tang clan. Looking up at the sky, Tang Tai laughed maniacally. At last, he could hold his head high. Previously, he had been troubled by his precious grandson's matters. Meanwhile, the Tang clan had become the laughingstock among many top-tier powers across the endless continent. Now, whose descendants can compare to his precious grandson's genius? In front of his precious grandson, do they even qualify to be called geniuses? After wandering around the small town, Tang Tian felt increasingly disappointed. Initially, he intended to purchase some alchemical materials. However, this town lacked even decent shops. The trading market here was extremely primitive and rudimentary, filled only with materials below the 4th rank. What use is that? If he were to concoct elixirs, they would be 4th or 5th grade pills. Suddenly, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Someone had lightly tapped his shoulder. It was a suspicious-looking youth. The youth could not be anyone other than Yi Wuming, could it? Brother Tang, you are truly impressive. I am in awe. Looking at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming quietly praised with a thumbs up. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Staring at Yi Wuming's face, Tang Tian replied with a dark expression. Mistaken? That's impossible. Your skills in disguise are indeed remarkable. However, I possess an innate sensitivity to one's aura. Moreover, our sect has secret techniques for locating individuals. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yi Wuming stated with unwavering confidence. Tang Tian opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. So, why are you following me now? He sighed deeply and casually inquired. Naturally, it is to accompany you. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Wuming replied. Initially, I had intended for the elders of my sect to rescue you. But I did not anticipate that you would manage to extricate yourself entirely on your own. You truly are impressive. So, do you wish to take revenge on these factions? Can you swallow your pride? As he spoke, a mischievous grin appeared on Yi Wuming's face. Do you have any good suggestions? Raising an eyebrow, Tang Tian squinted slightly and asked that in truth, Tang Tian held a favorable impression of Yi Wuming. He also recognized that Yi Wuming had spoken the truth earlier, that time. He genuinely wished to save him. Initially, Tang Tian did not want to implicate Yi Wuming and intended to feign ignorance. However, now that Yi Wuming had said so, he had no reason to refuse. Having a local underling could prove advantageous. Besides, it seems he has a means to orchestrate my revenge against these major factions. If we join forces, I assure you the various factions will be quite troubled and in pain. He patted his chest, brimming with confidence. How about we find a private room in an inn to eat and discuss? Sure. Before long, the two arrived at an inn in the small town. After ordering some food and drinks, they began conversing. Upon hearing Yi Wuming's plan, Tang Tian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This fellow actually intends to collaborate with him? To have him utilize spatial mastery to infiltrate the major factions? Yi Wuming, do you truly believe those factions are to be trifled with? Just the two of us. And we might not even know how we met our demise. Taking a sip of his drink, Tang Tian rolled his eyes and spoke with exasperation. Nevertheless, do the powerful figures of these factions typically flaunt themselves in public? Can't I simply avoid their strongholds? Yi Wuming shrugged dismissively. That makes sense. Tang Tian blinked in surprise and smiled broadly. If that's the case, then it warrants serious consideration. Stealing from the major factions? Just thinking about it sent a thrill through Tang Tian's heart. It is their own greed that has drawn my ire. After all, Chapter 21. Fifth Order Beasts? After indulging in food and drink, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming were ready to commence their operation. Numerous factions were hunting Tang Tian, and the two planned to strike first at a nearby faction. They sought to hunt him down and even kill him for the inheritance of the saint's tomb. So why should they hold back? It is not in Tang Tian's nature to let grievances go unaddressed. At sunset, the two had traversed an entire mountain range and arrived in a nearby city. By now, both Tang Tian and Yi Wuming had undergone disguise. Even those who were quite familiar with them would struggle to recognize them. Particularly, Yi Wuming had utilized secret methods to alter their auras. Motyun City. This is a second-tier city in the northern region of the Jotian dynasty. Among those who had previously targeted Tang Tian were individuals from the Jotian dynasty. This time, many factions hunting Tang Tian, including the Jotian dynasty and the Motyun City Lord's Mansion, were involved. Furthermore, Motyun City was the most recent faction, making their choice quite simple. Why Yi Wuming? When shall we strike? As they aimlessly wandered through Motyun City, Tang Tian casually inquired. There's no rush. Under the cover of darkness, we can act later, can't we? Trust me, I am an expert in this area. After a moment's thought, Yi Wuming asserted earnestly. That does make some sense. Tang Tian paused, nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves in an unnamed inn. They settled into a corner, ordered some food and drink, and quietly listened to the idle chatter of the cultivators around them. What do you think this young man, wanted by various factions, has done to incur such wrath? Hee. It is rumored that he indirectly caused the demise of numerous powerful figures. Simply put, is it not because he obtained the inheritance of the saint's tomb? Moreover, it seems he has eliminated quite a few prodigies. What is puzzling is why the various factions have not sought to apprehend the young master of the thief sect. You clearly do not understand, do you? It is said that the thief sect has an ancestor who has entered the quasi-saint realm. How could they not be afraid? Furthermore, isn't the good stuff in the possession of Yi Wuming? Hearing these discussions around him, Tang Tian's expression was nothing short of fascinating. He then turned to Yi Wuming with wide eyes, astonished. I had no idea the thief sect actually has a quasi-saint. It seems the southern border is not as simple as it appears. It's rather okay. Upon noticing Tang Tian's gaze, Yi Wuming humbly replied. Indeed, it is quite all right, Tang Tian blurted out instinctively. His reasoning for saying this was not without foundation. The duality of black and white is akin to a quasi-saint, is it not? His two grandfathers are merely servants, his guardians. The imperial clan, the Tang family, has many such powerful figures. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Yi Wuming's eyes twitched involuntarily. This fellow, can he not discern that he is boasting and being modest? Can't he cooperate a bit? Wait, could it be that he truly hails from an imperial clan? The thought made Yi Wuming's heart race with disbelief. Ultimately, he was still reluctant to accept this notion. After all, why would a young master from an imperial clan travel all the way to the southern border for training? What a joke! After their meal, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming took a courtyard in the inn for their stay. As they engaged in casual conversation, Tang Tian casually employed the power of fate to conduct a calculation. Not calculating was one thing, but once he began, Tang Tian couldn't help but break into a grin. The City Lord's Mansion of Motyun City actually possesses a fifth-order beast, even more powerful than the City Lord? This is perfect. I can test the might of the beast control technique. Beside him, Yi Wuming was utterly bewildered. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? This fellow has comprehended the legendary power of fate? Is this a mistake? Previously, he had already utilized numerous powers. Is he even human? The key here is that his strength is overwhelmingly formidable. Is there no room for others to thrive? Were it not for his own unwavering resolve, Yi Wuming might have doubted whether he would be driven to madness by the shock of it all. This is simply too exhilarating. Tang Tian, what precisely have you deduced? Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Wuming asked. The City Lord's Mansion possesses a fifth-order beast. Gazing at Yi Wuming, Tang Tian revealed no intention of concealing the truth. Given that, how can you still be smiling? That creature is comparable to a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Thankfully, we have yet to take action. In an instant, countless black lines appeared on Yi Wuming's forehead. A look of relief crossed his face. At that moment, Tang Tian had equated him with madness. What is there to fear? It's merely a fifth-order beast. Furrowing his brow, Tang Tian rolled his eyes. Merely? Have you inflated your confidence a tad too much? Rubbing his temples, Yi Wuming was at a loss for words. Is a fifth-order beast something the two of us can contend with? What if I possess a method to deal with it? Fixing a steady gaze on Yi Wuming, Tang Tian boldly declared. Are you serious? Yi Wuming's eyes lit up at Tang Tian's words. His expression turned fervent. Unconsciously, he stood up. Why Yi Wuming's strong reaction was not without reason. As the young master of the thief sect, his analytical abilities were exceptional. After all, how could he commit theft? How could he ensure his safe escape? Since the City Lord's mansion of Motyan City has a fifth-order beast stationed, their defenses must be quite lax, right? If Tang Tian truly has a way to deal with this fifth-order beast, wouldn't the two of us be able to sweep through as if unchallenged? The mere thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within Yi Wuming. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Taking a sip of his drink, Tang Tian countered. However, just because you can deal with that beast doesn't guarantee that you won't cause a commotion while doing so. Furrowing his brow, Yi Wuming voiced his concerns. Absolutely. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian nodded. If the description of the beast control technique is accurate. Simultaneously, Tang Tian silently added a thought. He was determined. If anything went awry, he would simply drag Yi Wuming away. He was confident of his chances. Are you certain? Absolutely. Guaranteed? Guaranteed. Indeed? I ask you, Yi Wuming, do you ever tire of this? Why are you so pedantic? Hee. Isn't it better to be cautious and navigate through life carefully? Then shall we prepare to take action? Now that sounds more like it. Chapter 22. Raiding the Treasury. In the early hours of the morning, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming stealthily departed from their courtyard. When they reappeared, they had mysteriously materialized within the City Lord's mansion of Motyan City, finding themselves in a secluded corner. Undoubtedly, this was the result of Tang Tian employing spatial mastery. In response, Yi Wuming was filled with profound envy. If he were to comprehend the essence of space, wouldn't it be a matter of mere moments to become the unparalleled god of thieves? No, it should be said, the emperor of thieves. The thought of grasping the subtlety of spatial concepts was enticing. Yet, deep down, Yi Wuming was acutely aware of the stark reality. Such aspirations were utterly unrealistic. Did his innate talent truly suffice to allow him to understand one of the top 10 realms of existence? He feared not. Without lingering, Tang Tian abruptly pulled Yi Wuming, and they vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they found themselves before a resplendent, gilded pavilion. At the entrance, a colossal creature sat sentinel, a 3 zhang tall. Golden ape, the Titan golden ape? Yi Wuming couldn't help but exclaim softly as he gazed at the imposing beast before him, his countenance darkening significantly. This was a notably formidable demon beast. Theoretically, the Titan golden ape had the potential to achieve sainthood. The Master's mansion of Motion City was indeed no ordinary establishment. To have such a creature guarding the treasury? Can you keep your voice down? Rolling his eyes, Tang Tian retorted with irritation. It's merely a fifth-tier demon beast. What's all the fuss about? He couldn't help but scoff internally. At that moment, the Titan golden ape slowly opened its crimson, enormous eyes, directing its gaze towards Tang Tian and Yi Wuming. Clearly, it had detected their presence. In that instant, Yi Wuming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He even contemplated using his trump card to flee with Tang Tian. In stark contrast, Tang Tian maintained an air of calm and composure, eagerly eyeing the Titan golden ape, a lunatic. Seeing this, Yi Wuming could only manage a wry smile, utterly at a loss for words. Did this fellow possess no concept of fear? Yi Wuming found himself at a loss for further commentary. The next moment, Yi Wuming's attention was drawn by Tang Tian. He observed as Tang Tian swiftly formed hand seals. His eyes glowed with a peculiar, violet light. The Titan golden ape prepared to strike. A strange, purple inscription shot forth towards it. Ultimately, the inscription landed upon the beast's forehead. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Yi Wuming's eyes. The Titan golden ape actually bowed respectfully to Tang Tian. Beast taming? The legendary art of beast taming. This shouldn't be possible. Even those beast tamers cannot control demon beasts that far exceed their own strength, can they? How did this fellow accomplish such a feat? In an instant, Yi Wuming was left utterly bewildered. It was truly perplexing. What are you standing there for? We must hastily loot this treasury and make our escape. With a kick to Yi Wuming, Tang Tian urged impatiently. All right. Nodding vigorously, Yi Wuming's face brightened with enthusiasm. Subsequently, the two strode boldly into the pavilion. Throughout the encounter, the Titan Golden Ape showed no inclination to obstruct them. Moreover, after Tang Tian entered the pavilion, it remained loyally stationed at the entrance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Motion City is indeed a second-rate lord's mansion. Truly, it is overflowing with wealth. Upon entering the pavilion, Tang Tian exclaimed in awe. The first floor was piled high with countless low-grade spirit stones, filling numerous shelves. In addition, there were bottles of elixirs and various low-tier weapons. Indeed, nodding in agreement, Yi Wuming concurred. Exchanging a glance, the two reached a tacit understanding in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They had emptied the entirety of the first floor. Conservatively estimated, Tang Tian had accrued no less than 10 million low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the various elixirs and weapons. After pillaging the first floor, the two ascended to the second. The second floor did not disappoint. While it held fewer items than the first, the quality was undeniably superior. Their eyes beheld an array of techniques, movement arts, and martial skills, along with various tomes and maps. Without further ado, they once again stripped the place bare. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the third floor, the final level of the pavilion. To their surprise, this floor contained significantly fewer treasures than anticipated. It could be said that the abundance was not as expected. This level featured a large altar, at the center of which rested a blood-red giant egg, approximately the size of a human head. This one is yours, Tang Tian. Without you, I could never have achieved such a remarkable haul today. It must be said, Yi Wuming was quite perceptive. After merely glancing at the blood-red giant egg, he turned to Tang Tian, his expression earnest. His eyes sparkled with gratitude. Nodding, Tang Tian showed no intention of refusing. He swiftly approached the blood-red giant egg and stored it within his spatial ring. The instant Tang Tian claimed the blood-red giant egg, an unbelievable scene transpired. The entire altar of the third floor began to collapse rapidly. Following that, the entire pavilion shook violently. We must escape at once. Witnessing this, Tang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Grasping Yi Wuming, he invoked the essence of space. Shortly after their departure, the vicinity of the pavilion was swarmed with the personnel of the Lord's mansion. Numerous onlookers had gathered in the skies above. Cursed be! Who dares to plunder the treasury of this lord? An enraged roar echoed throughout the Motion City Lord's mansion. Upon hearing this bellow, the surroundings erupted into chaos. The Lord's mansion had been completely ransacked? How could this be possible? Hiss! Who possesses such formidable prowess? The most surprising and incredulous event soon unfolded before everyone's eyes. The Titan Golden Ape began to engage in battle with the personnel of the Lord's mansion. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it possible. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, they felt as if their brains could not comprehend the situation. Above the firmament, two figures concealed within the void observed everything quietly. These two figures were the black and white twin devils. At that moment, their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. Was their young clan leader being excessively ruthless? He had actually plundered the Lord's mansion of Motion City. And how had he managed to incite the betrayal of the beast? Exchanging glances, they each discerned the incredulity reflected in one another's eyes. Alongside a spark of curiosity, Chapter 23, The Fiery Little Bird. What left the black and white twin devils laughing and crying simultaneously was that Tang Tian showed no intention of departing. Instead, he blended into the crowd with Yi Wuming, watching the commotion unfold in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The surroundings of the Motion City Lord's mansion had transformed into ruins. Under the relentless assault of the Titan Golden Ape, the mansion suffered grievous losses. However, at this moment, the Titan Golden Ape was also severely injured. This only fueled its ferocity. At this moment, Yi Wuming's gaze towards Tang Tian had shifted. Beyond admiration, there was a profound sense of reverence. Taming a beast in such a fashion? Terrifying. Someone assist us, and we shall offer ample rewards. A burly elder, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Titan Golden Ape, shouted loudly while attacking. Upon hearing his words, several cultivators joined the fray against the Titan Golden Ape. Before long, the Titan Golden Ape was slain. How did you accomplish this? Staring intently at Tang Tian's face, Yi Wuming inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. A secret. Flashing a grin, Tang Tian had no intention of divulging the answer. It now appeared that the beast taming technique was far from simple as it seemed. It might very well be an imperial level technique, or perhaps even surpassing imperial level. Tang Tian had no desire to invite trouble. He trusted Yi Wuming, yet if he were to reveal too much, what if Yi Wuming let something slip? This was no trivial matter. Seeing Tang Tian's reluctance to elaborate, Yi Wuming refrained from pressing further. Once again, he turned his gaze towards the Motion City Lord's mansion, observing the scene of devastation before them. And both of them began to laugh heartily. Their eyes sparkled with schadenfreude. Given that many others around them shared similar sentiments, the two did not stand out. It could only be said that the Motion City Lord's mansion was far from winning the hearts of the people. After watching for a while longer, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming departed, returning to the courtyard of the inn. After exchanging pleasantries, they retreated to their respective rooms. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Tang Tian eagerly examined his spatial ring. This time, his gains were substantial. Just thinking about it brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. However, upon looking inside, Tang Tian's smile froze completely. His original 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, combined with the 1 million low-grade spirit stones from the Lord's mansion, totaling over 2 million low-grade spirit stones, had vanished without a trace. Not only the spirit stones, the techniques, martial skills, and various weapons had also disappeared. The blood-red giant egg was nowhere to be found. All that remained was a rusted iron box. Perched atop the box was a tiny, fiery red, fluffy bird, attempting to devour the box, yet ultimately failing. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tian immediately understood so. Everything within his spatial ring had been consumed by the blood-red giant egg. Had it hatched this entirely fiery red, fluffy little bird? What manner of creature was this little one? Contemplating this question, Tang Tian fell into a deep reverie, his face displaying a look of bewilderment. After pondering for quite some time, he could not discern what race it belonged to. A phoenix, a vermilion bird, a bifong. It didn't seem to fit. There were no flames surrounding it. An ordinary flying demon beast? Such a thing was nearly impossible. Did ordinary demon beasts require such vast resources to hatch? Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian decisively seized the little bird in his grasp, perched upon his wrist. The bird began to chirp incessantly. Observing its demeanor, it seemed to be expressing its grievances, perhaps even indignation. Its small eyes radiated a pitiable human-like glow. Witnessing the bird's antics, Tang Tian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and instinctively rolled his eyes. Was it truly feeling wronged? After suffering such a significant loss of resources, who was he supposed to turn to for redress? You little rascal, having devoured so many of my resources, you must compensate me. Tang Tian declared with a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the bird in his hand. To his surprise, the little creature audaciously rolled its eyes in response before lying sprawled on his palm, exposing its belly without a care in the world, clearly adopting a defiant attitude. This unexpectedly amused Tang Tian, prompting a chuckle. This little one certainly has a personality, he mused, clicking his tongue. Oh, never mind, with a dismissive shrug. He placed the bird aside and reclined comfortably to sleep. As Tang Tian drifted into slumber, the little bird nestled against him, succumbing to sleep as well. And the void above the inn, two figures, the black and white specters, exchanged puzzled glances. Have you discerned the origins of that little bird? Black Spectre inquired, turning to White Spectre. I cannot say. It seems shrouded in a veil of mystery, as if its secrets are obscured. White Spectre replied, shaking his head. Indeed, it appears that the little bird is quite dependent on Tang Tian. This is a positive development. Hence, what is there to deliberate? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yi Wuming remained entrenched in his cultivation. While outside, chaos erupted. Following the demise of the Titan Golden Ape at the City Lord's manor, new troubles emerged. Some cultivators sought to exploit the situation, launching an assault on the City Lord's estate. Before long, the flames of conflict engulfed nearly half of Skirich City. When Tang Tian finally awoke, it was already the next day, the sun high in the sky. Stepping out of the inn, he was taken aback. Skirich City now resembled a scene of utter pandemonium. Why, Yi Wuming wore a similarly astonished expression. What on earth is happening? Tang Tian broke the silence, his confusion evident. Let me investigate, Yi Wuming said, swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, he returned and succinctly explained the situation to Tang Tian. Are you saying that someone is attempting to take advantage of the chaos? As a result, countless factions have been embroiled in the conflict. Suffering heavy casualties, Tang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the legendary chain reaction? Indeed. Yi Wuming nodded in affirmation. Should we consider leaving this place? He suggested after a moment of contemplation. All right, Tang Tian replied without hesitation. Having weighed the futility of remaining, additionally, he was wary of unforeseen complications. He had no desire to become entangled in the grievances of Skirich City. Chapter 24. The Fierce Little Bird. Where shall our next objective lie after departing Skirich City? Tang Tian inquired, directing his gaze toward Yi Wuming. Nearby, there are other cities within the Nine Heavens dynasty, alongside a faction that has targeted you. Whom do you wish to confront? Yi Wuming countered, falling silent for a moment. Please elaborate. Tang Tian's interest was piqued. 1,000 miles from here lies a city under the Nine Heavens dynasty. In that direction, there exists a minor faction that is also on your wanted list. They are a vassal of a prominent power, Yi Wuming explained, pointing in a specific direction. What are your thoughts? Tang Tian asked, contemplating. Let us take action against that faction. I fear that the cities under the Nine Heavens dynasty may be on guard. Yi Wuming suggested after a moment of reflection. Very well, Tang Tian nodded nonchalantly. After a brief discussion, they set off in a unified direction. Tang Tian, when do you plan to acquire a first-tier demon beast? Yi Wuming inquired, glancing at the vibrant little bird perched on Tang Tian's shoulder. Can I say that this is the hatchling from the egg I found yesterday? Tang Tian sighed, a bitter smile gracing his face. How is that even possible? Yi Wuming blurted out instinctively, his expression rife with disbelief. The enormous crimson egg had an air of significance. Yet Tang Tian now claimed it had hatched into what appeared to be an ordinary little bird. Aside from its aesthetic appeal, what distinguished it from a typical first-tier flying demon beast? Such is the reality. Moreover, it has consumed nearly all of my resources, Tang Tian lamented, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Yi Wuming was left astonished, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. He was well aware of their substantial gains from the previous day, not to mention their prior exploits at the Saint's Tomb. Was it truly necessary to expend so many resources to hatch a mere pet egg? Is this for real? Yi Wuming scrutinized Tang Tian, then glanced at the sleeping bird on his shoulder. A look of skepticism etched on his face. You truly have the worst luck? Yi Wuming expressed with genuine sympathy. Perhaps, Tang Tian chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the statement. As for resources, Tang Tian found it relatively easy to acquire them. He possessed the ability to effortlessly concoct fourth-tier pills, making the pursuit of resources a straightforward endeavor. Especially now, in the impoverished southern wilderness, the skills of the local alchemists were likely subpar. The more skilled practitioners had likely already departed from this desolate region. While traversing a barren desert, an unexpected figure suddenly obstructed their path. It was a Taoist, an elderly man exuding an air of celestial wisdom, clad in a black robe adorned with the characters for Heavenly Mechanism on the left breast. Are you from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Yi Wuming asked, his expression a mix of suspicion and intrigue. I must say, your disguises are quite impressive, the old Taoist assessed them with a discerning gaze. Young master of the thief sect, may I suggest you depart? I have no intention of opposing your sect. Fixating on Yi Wuming's face, the old man spoke coolly, and you must be the one that various factions are hunting. Correct. You are indeed rather extraordinary. Our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has been unable to discern your information. Fortunately, the young master of the thief sect provides a valuable lead. He then glanced at Tang Tian with a smile that was neither entirely friendly nor hostile. Tang Tian, I apologize. I did not anticipate that my presence would implicate you, Yi Wuming said, looking at Tang Tian with an expression of rueful amusement. It's no trouble, just a mere Nirvana stage cultivator. I hardly regard it as a concern. Tang Tian waved dismissively. Boy, are you courting death? Your name is Tang Tian, isn't it? Haha. Today, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death, the old Taoist seethed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Just as both parties prepared to engage in combat, The little bird on Tang Tian's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes. Then an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A flame erupted from the bird's beak and surged towards the old Taoist. Before he could react, the old man was reduced to charred remains. The contents of his storage ring then flew towards the little bird and were consumed by it. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. "What the hell?" Tang Tian exclaimed. "Your spirit companion is truly formidable." Yi Wuming marveled, astonished that a first-tier demon beast could effortlessly dispatch a Nirvana stage cultivator. "I had no idea it possessed such power." Tang Tian replied, equally stunned. It seemed his spirit companion was indeed extraordinary. In that case, perhaps all those resources had not been in vain after all. The thought brought him a sense of satisfaction, filling him with curiosity about the true nature of this little bird. Not only Tang Tian and Yi Wuming, but also the black and white specters, who had been trailing them at a leisurely pace, now found themselves somewhat unsettled. "Have you discerned what type of demon beast that is?" White Spectre asked Black Spectre. "Not at all. It's quite perplexing." The flames it emitted seemed even more potent than those of a phoenix or a vermilion bird, almost reminiscent of heavenly fire. "I truly wonder what the origins of this little bird are," Black Spectre mused, furrowing his brow. Indeed, however, the young master's luck seems exceptionally fortuitous. To acquire such an extraordinary spirit companion in a small city is simply remarkable. White Spectre nodded in astonishment, perceiving Tang Tian's fortune as nothing short of extraordinary. After all, how many profound insights had Tang Tian already grasped? Furthermore, his gains from the saint's tomb appear to be quite significant as well. Now, he has acquired such an extraordinary spirit companion, just hatched, and it can effortlessly vanquish a practitioner at the first level of Nirvana. What will it be like when it grows? The thought sends shivers down the spine. However, upon observing Tang Tian's subsequent behavior, both the black and white twins felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. This fellow, tilting his head, was incessantly questioning the little bird. Yet, the bird appeared somewhat aloof. Showing no inclination to respond, it merely glanced at him before resuming its slumber. Chapter 25. The Ancient Battlefield, the Tomb of the Mighty. After casting a deep glance at the fiery red bird perched on Tang Tian's shoulder, Yi Wuming's eyes revealed a flicker of uncertainty. Was Tang Tian's earlier claim true? This little bird truly hatched from that blood-red giant egg, and it consumed all his resources. If Yi Wuming had been skeptical before, now he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. A bird so formidable upon hatching. Who knows how powerful it will become in the future? Presently, it can effortlessly slay a practitioner at the first level of Nirvana. What might its ultimate limits be? Its potential for growth is indeed astonishing. This fellow, Tang Tian, is exceptionally fortunate. In a second-tier city of the southern wilderness, he unexpectedly acquired such a remarkable spirit companion. Tang Tian, you are truly fortunate. Looking toward Tang Tian, Yi Wuming remarked with a hint of envy. Not too bad. I have always had good fortune, Tang Tian replied with a grin, as if it were a matter of course. In truth, he merely spoke the truth. Ever since he began cultivating the nameless technique, hasn't his luck been consistently favorable? However, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Yi Wuming felt as if he had been struck dumb. Is this guy boasting? He had previously thought Tang Tian was unfortunate, but now it was evident that his fortune was extraordinary. What do some resources compare to this incredible spirit companion? Crossing this desert leads directly into the territory of that faction. Pointing ahead, Yi Wuming spoke slowly. Upon finishing, his face was filled with anticipation. The revenge against the Lord of Motyan City had already yielded great gains for Yi Wuming. In his eyes, this haul would be even more astounding. Just contemplating it filled him with immense excitement. Is there any danger in this desert? Furrowing his brow, Tang Tian couldn't help but inquire. The reason for his sudden question was not without cause. Just moments ago, he had sensed a looming danger. I don't know. Yi Wuming shook his head in response. What? Is something amiss? He looked at Tang Tian with a puzzled expression, then asked curiously. I sensed a lethal danger. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian slowly replied. Following his words, he began to scan the surroundings. Tang Tian's statement made Yi Wuming's hair stand on end. If even Tang Tian deemed it a lethal threat, what could that possibly mean? After all, this was a person who didn't even regard practitioners at the first level of Nirvana. But now, as they continued their idle chatter, the two pressed onward. Not only Tang Tian and Yi Wuming, but even the black and white twins, who had been following Tang Tian from above, sensed something was amiss. What do you think is going on in this desert? I feel there is something off. White Sha remarked, glancing at Black Sha with a puzzled expression. I feel the same. Black Sha nodded in agreement. Meeting each other's eyes, both discerned the astonishment reflected therein. This desert seems to harbor secrets far more complex than it appears. What mysteries lie hidden within? Both felt an unsettling curiosity. Moreover, they were slightly anxious. They were quasi-saints, yet even so, the young master only possessed the strength of the skyward realm. If the young master encountered danger, it would not bode well for them. They could not possibly explain that to the imperial clan of the Tang family. Just as the black and white twins were lost in thought, the desert suddenly experienced a jaw-dropping transformation. Without warning, a dazzling crimson light shot up into the sky. The entire desert was enveloped by a massive blood-red vortex. Before Tang Tian and Yi Wuming could react, they were swept away by the vortex. Simultaneously, a colossal crimson energy shield descended, covering a significant portion of the desert. In an instant, the black and white twins reacted. They too attempted to enter the blood-red vortex, only to be repelled by a powerful force that sent them flying backward. Is this an ancient relic? Only practitioners under 30 years old are permitted to enter. Fortunately, we are powerful. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. Both Black Sha and White Sha displayed expressions of lingering fear. Their eyes shimmered with astonishment. In that moment, they both came to the same realization. It seems the southern wilderness is far from as simple as it appears. The elder patriarch must have had some profound reason for sending the young master to the southern wilderness for his trials. Not long ago, the tomb of the saints. Now, we encounter a relic that may be no less significant. As the black and white twins struggled to comprehend the situation, figures of practitioners began to appear around the desert. Each one seemed eager to enter the blood-red vortex. In an instant, countless individuals met their demise on the spot. Yet, many prodigies successfully entered the blood-red vortex. Half an hour later, everyone began to realize the truth. This blood-red vortex has an age restriction. After repeated tests, they arrived at the same conclusion as the black and white twins. Only practitioners below 30 years of age can enter this ancient relic. Among them, some foolish practitioners attempted to provoke the black and white twins, only to be swiftly dealt with. Following this, others soon learned that these two were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, after entering the ancient relic, Tang Tian found himself momentarily dazed. In an instant, he and Yi Wuming were randomly teleported to different locations. Where is this? Looking around, a peculiar light glimmered in Tang Tian's eyes. He had been transported to a graveyard? As far as his gaze could reach, there were numerous distinct tombs. What left Tang Tian utterly astonished was that this graveyard seemed to have an extraordinary origin. Upon examining the surrounding tombstones, he discovered that the weakest of the tomb's occupants possessed quasi-saint strength. What is this place? Why are there so many powerful graves? Furrowing his brow, Tang Tian muttered to himself, "Young man, your luck is remarkable." As soon as he entered, he was transported here. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from not far in front of Tang Tian. An indistinct crimson remnant of a soul appeared before his gaze. What is this place? Tang Tian instinctively inquired. The ancient battlefield, the tomb of the mighty. Each tomb corresponds to the legacy of a powerful being. Of course, to obtain the legacy, one must gain the approval of the tomb's master. With a sinister chuckle, the crimson remnant of a soul answered nonchalantly. This place randomly manifests once every few hundred years. Unfortunately, very few practitioners manage to obtain the legacies. Good luck. The crimson remnant of a soul shot a deep glance at Tang Tian before continuing. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. So, this graveyard is filled with the legacies of powerful beings? Incredible. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian resolutely advanced deeper into the graveyard. Common legacies held no allure for him. After cultivating the nameless technique, his bloodline power, innate talent, and soul had undergone astonishing transformations. Not long ago, he had also cultivated the Beastmaster technique, which is not necessarily inferior to the nameless technique. One must ask, why would Tang Tian lower himself to regard ordinary legacies? This kid, he doesn't even spare a glance at the legacies outside. the crimson remnant of a soul-eyed Tang Tian's retreating figure with a mix of curiosity and disdain. However, he quickly reconsidered, a prodigy under 20, yet possessing the pinnacle strength of the 9th level of the Skyward Realm. How could he possibly be foolish? There must be some reason behind it. Perhaps this little fellow possesses exceptionally powerful techniques or something of the sort. Otherwise, such a stance is difficult to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. Tang Tian had now arrived deep within the graveyard. The area he found himself in had increasingly fewer tombs surrounding him. Yet, the tombs that remained housed beings of even greater strength. The weakest among them was at the first level of the Emperor realm. It was hard for Tang Tian to fathom what this ancient battlefield was truly about. Why were there so many top-tier beings buried here? As he walked, Tang Tian unconsciously reached the end of the graveyard. The conclusion, there lay a uniquely distinct tomb. The other tombs were grand and imposing. But at the end lay a rather small grave. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a mere grave mound. Upon this small mound, there wasn't even a tombstone. Only a decaying wooden plaque, barely legible, bore the twisted characters, Tomb of the Sword Emperor. Before the small grave mound, the ground was inscribed with a line of crimson characters. At the pinnacle of the Tao, the invincible Sword Emperor. To challenge the world, I alone stand supreme. Seeing this, Tang Tian's expression turned peculiar. This Sword Emperor seems intriguing. I wonder how his legacy will unfold. Logically, his legacy should be the strongest among all the graves here. Especially since this small mound stands higher than all the others, perched upon a hillside. Surely, the inheritance of the Sword Emperor will not disappoint, will it? Chapter 26. The Supreme Inheritance, the Sword Emperor's Legacy. Young man, I advise you not to aim too high and reach for the unattainable. The Sword Emperor's inheritance is indeed the most formidable legacy here. Without exception, it has manifested over 1,000 times on the ancient battlefield, with no fewer than 10,000 individuals having chosen the Sword Emperor's legacy. Yet, the outcome has always been the same. They all perished here. Not a single one succeeded. At an unknown moment, a blood-colored remnant soul appeared before Tang Tian. Pointing at the surrounding skeletal remains, the blood-colored remnant soul spoke slowly. It was only then that Tang Tian noticed the scattered remnants around. To obtain the legacy here, one must face death upon failure? Lifting his gaze to the blood-colored remnant soul, Tang Tian inquired. Other legacies do not lead to death upon failure. At worst, one sustains severe injuries and is teleported away from the ancient battlefield. However, the Sword Emperor's legacy certainly does. For, to claim his inheritance, one must gain the recognition of his sword energy. In the presence of his sword energy, even ordinary cultivators are at risk. Not to mention, even those at the saint level may meet their demise on the spot. Casting a glance at a small mound, the blood-colored remnant soul explained without reservation, I see. Instantly, a look of enlightenment appeared on Tang Tian's face. Yet, I still wish to give it a try. Consequently, Tang Tian declared once more. Having come this far, would he simply concede defeat? Tang Tian was unwilling. Moreover, just because others failed, did it mean he would certainly fail? What sort of logic is that? Tang Tian was indeed skeptical of such superstition. With a meaningful glance at Tang Tian, the blood-colored remnant soul chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, it could not help but think. Good advice is wasted on the damned. Under the watchful gaze of the blood-colored remnant soul, Tang Tian directly sat down in front of the Sword Emperor's grave. At the very moment he settled, an astonishing sword energy materialized out of thin air. The instant this blood-colored sword energy emerged, the surrounding space collapsed, and an annihilating aura swept in all directions. Even the nearby tombs of some emperors trembled violently. The blood-colored remnant soul? The moment the sword energy manifested, it had already retreated far away. However, what took the blood-colored remnant soul by surprise was that throughout the entire ordeal, Tang Tian remained unscathed. In fact, that very sword energy was devoured by this young man. Is that even possible? Witnessing this, the blood-colored remnant soul was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? How is this young man capable of such feats? Not only the blood-colored remnant soul, but even Tang Tian himself was taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and began to understand the situation. It was due to his comprehension of the essence of the sword. Resonating with this sword energy, it was precisely for this reason that he could effortlessly consume this sword energy. While it is referred to as sword energy, in reality, it also embodies the inheritance of the Sword Emperor. After absorbing this sword energy, a series of world-destroying images appeared in Tang Tian's mind. These images were delineated by 9 distinctly different sword techniques. Each technique possessed a power that could be described as world-shattering. Furthermore, each successive technique was even more formidable than the last. This is the inheritance of the Sword Emperor, or rather, the sword technique forged from the Sword Emperor's lifelong dedication. The Destruction Sword Art. Remarkable. Slowly opening his eyes, Tang Tian was filled with awe. Although this sword art comprises only 9 forms, it would not be an exaggeration to say that each one encapsulates infinite variations. The most terrifying aspect is that the power of the Destruction Sword Art grows explosively with the enhancement of one's own strength. Defeating enemies beyond one's level is but a trivial matter. Returning to face Tang Tian, the blood-colored remnant soul found itself at a loss for words. That moment, its heart was filled with shock and a sense of incredulity. This young man effortlessly acquired the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Is this a mistake? What is happening? Gradually rising, Tang Tian followed up on the blood-colored remnant soul's remarks, asking, "How did you manage to do that? How could you so easily gain the recognition of the Sword Emperor's sword energy and obtain his inheritance?" Taking a deep breath, the blood-colored remnant soul questioned in confusion, "Because I am a prodigy." With a broad smile, Tang Tian replied with unabashed confidence. The shameless words of Tang Tian left the blood-colored remnant soul utterly speechless. This young man certainly had a thick skin, yet it could not help but acknowledge that. In a certain sense, what Tang Tian said was indeed the truth. After countless years, only this young man before it had succeeded. That not enough to illustrate the point. This young man is truly a prodigy. By the way, why are there no other cultivators around? Looking towards the blood-colored remnant soul, Tang Tian shifted the topic. Do you think I said you were lucky for no reason? In the ancient battlefield, to arrive here is akin to enduring a harrowing trial of life and death. Yet you, on the other hand, were directly teleported here. Rolling its eyes, the blood-colored remnant soul replied irritably, "If that is the case, my luck is indeed off the charts." Stunned for a moment, Tang Tian's face broke into a radiant smile. "Then, can I obtain other inheritances?" "No, any cultivator here can only receive the inheritance of one powerful individual. If one is greedy, they will be annihilated by the rules of this place." Waving a hand, the blood-colored remnant soul responded definitively. Upon hearing the blood-colored remnant soul's words, Tang Tian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Internally, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had inquired. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. After paying his respects at the Sword Emperor's tomb, Tang Tian turned to leave. In the time that followed, he wandered aimlessly around the cemetery. Occasionally, he would casually practice the Destruction Sword Art or cultivate the unnamed technique, the Beastmaster technique. Observing Tang Tian's actions, the blood-colored remnant soul found itself at a loss for how to express its feelings. It even began to question its own existence. This young man was actually cultivating 2 entirely different techniques. Moreover, both techniques seemed rather formidable. Additionally, he had mastered the Sword Emperor's sword art. This young man's comprehension was simply too extraordinary. Terrifying. "Why haven't you left yet?" In the end, the blood-colored remnant soul asked in confusion. "I can leave directly?" Tang Tian replied, his face filled with disbelief. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Upon hearing the blood-colored remnant soul's words, Tang Tian felt a wave of frustration. "You never asked?" He shrugged his shoulders. The blood-colored remnant soul replied innocently. Instantly, Tang Tian was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. "This is ridiculous." Casting an annoyed glance at the blood-colored remnant soul, Tang Tian resolutely turned to leave. Staying here held no further significance. "Wait, what is that little creature on your shoulder?" It was only as Tang Tian was departing that the blood-colored remnant soul noticed the small bird perched on his shoulder. Gazing at the fiery red bird, it could not help but exclaim in astonishment, as if witnessing something terrifying. The latter seemed to ponder for a moment before glancing back at it, causing the blood-colored remnant soul to promptly fall silent. Throughout the ordeal, Tang Tian remained oblivious to all this. Now, however, he found himself quite intrigued by this ancient battlefield. Even according to the blood-colored remnant soul, The most valuable items of the ancient battlefield had already fallen into his hands. But who would ever complain about having too many treasures? The destruction sword art is the destruction sword art. Other treasures are simply other treasures. Exiting the cemetery and traversing a forest, Tang Tian finally beheld the ancient battlefield. It was an endless expanse, barren of life, exuding a desolate and murderous aura. Here, skeletal remains, decaying weapons, and various chaotic energy fluctuations were omnipresent. Moreover, Tang Tian witnessed numerous scenes where malevolent spirits and heroic spirits coexisted. Suddenly, Tang Tian began to grasp the meaning behind the blood-colored remnant soul's previous words. For ordinary cultivators, traversing this ancient battlefield to reach the tombs of the powerful was indeed no simple feat. Not to mention, these malevolent spirits alone would deter countless cultivators, wouldn't they? According to the blood-colored remnant soul, only cultivators under the age of 30 could enter the ancient battlefield. The question is, how many cultivators under 30 can break through to the Nirvana realm? Yet, the malevolent spirits and heroic spirits wandering about here, along with various skeletal beings, all possess strength at least at the Nirvana level. It is evident that those capable of crossing this battlefield are all prodigies among prodigies. As soon as Tang Tian appeared, he was targeted by a multitude of malevolent spirits and skeletal beings, rushing at him from all directions. Some were intercepted by the heroic spirits, while the rest displayed an intent to eliminate Tang Tian. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian decisively opted to utilize the essence of space to make his escape. He had no interest in tangling with these malevolent spirits and skeletons. An hour later, Tang Tian finally succeeded in traversing the ancient battlefield, arriving before an expansive ruin. Here, he finally spotted numerous figures of talented individuals. These prodigies were engaged in a fierce scramble for something. It appeared that this ruin housed many valuable items. Observing the scene, Tang Tian felt a surge of eagerness. However, before proceeding, he intended to locate that fellow Yi Wuming first. In Tang Tian's heart, he had already regarded Yi Wuming as a friend. He certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. After all, possessing the pinnacle strength of the 9th layer of the cleansing marrow realm in this place was somewhat insufficient. Some prodigies in their 20s likely possess strength at the very least at the airborne realm, right? It was not impossible for them to have reached the Nirvana realm. However, what puzzled Tang Tian was that despite searching high and low, he could not find any trace of Yi Wuming. This fellow, could he have been taken down by someone? That shouldn't be the case. As the young master of the thief sect, he must possess numerous life-saving treasures. However, where on earth has he gone? Just as Tang Tian was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure, an unsavory one. Upon seeing this silhouette, the corners of Tang Tian's mouth twitched violently. That rascal Yi Wuming, daring to roam about and pilfer the storage rings of the prodigies here. His audacity is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 27. The Might of a Sword. Even those at the Sky's Sovereign Realm and some half-step Nirvana Realm prodigies have fallen victim to Yi Wuming's treachery. What is particularly intriguing is that many were utterly oblivious to Yi Wuming's actions. Some who pursued him were easily evaded by his deft movements or treasures. Subsequently, this scoundrel re-emerged, disguised anew. What a talent! Observing this, Tang Tian felt a surge of admiration. Yi Wuming's boldness is truly remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian pondered whether he should also take a bold step, perhaps reveal his true identity. Surely, doing so would attract many prodigies to hunt him down, especially given the astonishing bounty on his head. Who knows, he might just unwittingly achieve a breakthrough. Besides, with that fiery little bird around, what is there to fear? Casting a glance at the crimson bird perched on his left shoulder, Tang Tian resolutely took action. In the blink of an eye, he restored his true visage. That moment, he captured the attention of countless onlookers. Hey, look! Isn't that the guy wanted by all the major factions? He dares to show himself openly? Does he not regard us at all? Capturing him for the bounty would be far better than seizing treasures here. Wouldn't it? That makes sense. Moreover, it seems he possesses a sage's inheritance. As they gazed at Tang Tian, prodigies from various factions were filled with excitement. Unanimously, they charged towards him from different directions. Amidst the crowd, Yi Wuming was momentarily paralyzed. He simply could not comprehend what Tang Tian was playing at. Isn't this just inviting hostility? What could Tang Tian possibly be thinking? Nonetheless, Yi Wuming harbored no concerns for Tang Tian's safety. He did not believe there was any reason for worry. That fiery little bird, his spirit companion, was quite formidable. Moreover, Tang Tian's own strength was nothing short of terrifying. In the ancient battlefield, was there anyone capable of posing a threat to him? In an instant, Tang Tian found himself surrounded by over 100 prodigies. Kid, be sensible and hand over your storage ring, or surrender quietly. Indeed, by doing so, you might avoid some physical suffering. You can only blame yourself for offending so many factions. Hand over your sage's inheritance, do you hear? After encircling Tang Tian, these prodigies clamored in unison, their eyes gleaming with greed. Remember, my name is Tang Tian. Now, you may proceed. Glancing around calmly, Tang Tian spoke with an air of tranquility. At that moment, disappointment flooded his heart. Among these over 100 prodigies, the strongest was merely at the half-step nirvana realm, and there were only a few of them. These prodigies posed no threat to him at all. How could they possibly incite his potential to achieve a breakthrough? Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, all the prodigies were filled with rage. How dare this scoundrel look down on us? However, Tang Tian had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He simply pointed his finger like a sword and unleashed a strike. Destruction sword technique, first form. In an instant, a myriad of sword lights imbued with the essence of annihilation shot forth in all directions. These prodigies, who usually held themselves in high regard, were caught off guard and transformed into a rain of blood. Their storage rings flew towards Tang Tian from various angles. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Yi Wuming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Looking back at Tang Tian, his eyes brimmed with reverence. Astonishing, absolutely astonishing. If the power of wielding a finger as a sword is this formidable, what would happen if Tang Tian possessed a true sword? Tang Tian, are you following the path of the sword? Approaching Tang Tian, Yi Wuming could not contain his curiosity and asked, No. I do not confine myself to any particular path, as long as I desire. I can traverse any of the 3,000 paths at will. Waving his hand dismissively, Tang Tian spoke with an audacious flair. What else could Yi Wuming say but to be speechless? He felt Tang Tian was indeed overly pretentious. He acknowledged Tang Tian's strength and recognized that he had comprehended numerous supreme mysteries. However, to claim one could traverse all 3,000 paths at will, surely, the continent's top powerhouses would not dare to make such a claim. Yet, despite his thoughts, Yi Wuming had no intention of fixating on this matter. He was even more curious about where Tang Tian had been previously. How could he not locate him despite employing secret methods? Driven by curiosity, Yi Wuming voiced his doubts. I ventured to an intriguing place. I wonder if you might be interested. With a smile, Tang Tian casually mentioned the Tomb of the Strong. Of course, I'm interested. Bro, you're my real brother. From this day forth, you are my leader. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuming's face lit up with fervor. A weak inheritance is at least a quasi-sage's. The strongest is that of an emperor? Such a wonderful place exists. The only downside is that one can only obtain one inheritance at most. Moreover, whether one can obtain the inheritance depends on luck. Calm down, it's just a few inheritances. Tang Tian said, shooting Yi Wuming a glare, exasperated. What else could Yi Wuming say but to be speechless? Calm down. How could one remain calm in such a situation? Surely, no one could maintain their composure. At the same time, he was intensely curious about what inheritance Tang Tian had acquired. However, seeing Tang Tian was unwilling to elaborate, he had no intention of prying further. After a few more exchanges, Tang Tian utilized spatial principles to send Yi Wuming to the Tomb of the Strong. As for himself, he began to wander aimlessly. While meandering, Tang Tian surveyed his spoils. To his dismay, it seemed that aside from spirit stones, these prodigies possessed little of value. Medicinal pills? In Tang Tian's eyes, their pills were no different from garbage. The refinement level was simply too crude. As Tang Tian wandered about, outside the ancient battlefield, a tempest of chaos had erupted. In an instant, the soul lamps of over 100 prodigies extinguished. Many powerful individuals present were seething with rage. Who killed our young sect master? I will tear him apart. Indeed. Look, this is the scene transmitted by our saint using secret methods. Is it that brat? His name is Tang Tian, right? Very well, he is doomed. What? How is this possible? This young man again. Does he take pleasure in offending all factions in the southern region? Chapter 28. Nirvana, Heavenly Fire. Amidst the crowd, the duo known as the Black and White Twin Devils were momentarily at a loss. Again, it is the young master. They were genuinely curious about what astonishing display Tang Tian would present next. As time passed, both began to feel a bit numb. In fact, they were unsure how to report the situation to Tang Tai. Could it be that the young master had become the public enemy of the southern region? In the depths of the abyss where the imperial family of the Tang clan resided, Tang Tai pondered deeply while holding a communication talisman. His precious grandson seemed to be exhibiting unexpectedly remarkable behavior. Previously, he was a notorious wastrel. Now, how did he transform into a decisive and reckless little demon? He had only been in the southern region for a short while, and he had already become a public enemy? Indeed. Shaking his head, Tang Tai chuckled softly. That moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Divine-level talent, divine-level bloodline, divine-level soul. Now that there is sufficient pressure, Tang Tian should be able to grow swiftly, right? With the Black and White Twin Devils as his guardians, he felt no concern for Tang Tian. The duo could contend with sages. Are there any sages in the southern region? Moreover, who would be so bored as to intervene casually, not to mention emperors? Thus, there was no cause for concern. Within the ancient battlefield, Tang Tian was utterly perplexed. Not long ago, the fiery little bird on his shoulder, his rather proud spirit pet, suddenly flew off in a certain direction. The key was that the little creature merely nodded at him, as if to acknowledge him. In response, Tang Tian was completely at a loss for words. What else could he do but follow closely behind the little bird? In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. Under the guidance of the little bird, Tang Tian arrived at the foot of a volcano. The little creature had already soared to the summit. To Tang Tian's astonishment, the bird dove headfirst into the volcano's mouth. What the heck? Even Tang Tian, who prided himself on his composure, could not help but curse. Countless black lines appeared on his forehead. What on earth is this proud little spirit pet of mine doing? The next moment, Tang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. As soon as the little bird plunged into the volcano, the entire mountain began to tremble violently. Moreover, the volcano erupted. In response, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of conflict. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to utilize spatial principles to fly towards the volcano's mouth. Regardless of the situation, this little creature was his spirit pet. He could not just leave it behind and flee alone. Besides, he had invested considerable resources in its hatching. However, soon after, Tang Tian's concern was replaced by shock. The crimson little bird was relentlessly devouring the magma at the volcano's mouth. To be more precise, it was consuming the crystalline stones beneath the magma, stones imbued with formidable fire attribute energy. What were these stones? Heavenly fire stones. Could it be that there was indeed heavenly fire deep within the volcanic magma? After a careful examination, Tang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The volcano trembled violently, and the magma erupted. Seemingly due to something stirring beneath it appeared as though a shadow was darting about below the magma. The crimson little bird, while voraciously consuming the heavenly fire stones, also pursued this elusive figure. Witnessing this scene, Tang Tian's gaze was nothing short of peculiar. This heavenly fire seemed to harbor a fear of the little bird? That was somewhat absurd. At this moment, Tang Tian's mind was racing with thoughts. What was the true origin of his little spirit pet? A mere ordinary heavenly fire stone was sufficient to effortlessly obliterate an average practitioner of the Nirvana realm with a fire attribute. Yet, it was capable of voraciously consuming vast quantities of heavenly fire stones. Even the heavenly fire was exceedingly wary of it. Truly outrageous. Surely, the lineage of this little bird must be extraordinary. Before he realized it, an hour had passed, and the volcanic eruption had gradually cooled. The magma was also beginning to solidify, and all the heavenly fire stones had been consumed by the little bird. Tang Tian languished in boredom. The little bird returned, clutching a thumb-sized flame of vibrant red. Upon seeing this flame, Tang Tian was momentarily dumbfounded. The 8th-rank Nirvana heavenly fire? Regaining his composure, Tang Tian couldn't help but exclaim that it was said that the Nirvana heavenly fire was closely related to the Phoenix lineage. It contained the secrets of rebirth through Nirvana. But why would such a heavenly fire be afraid of a little bird? Glancing at the little bird, Tang Tian felt his mind was slightly overwhelmed. Just as he was still processing everything, the little bird alighted upon his left shoulder. Simultaneously, the Nirvana heavenly fire flew towards the center of Tang Tian's brow. Before he could react, the Nirvana heavenly fire recognized him as its master. A moment later, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Inside, he was immensely thrilled. Nirvana heavenly fire. It was indeed the Nirvana heavenly fire. This was undoubtedly a presence far more extraordinary than his grandfather's heavenly fire. He had struck it rich. He had truly struck it rich this time. Ha ha! Turning to glance at the little bird, now peacefully asleep upon his shoulder, Tang Tian found it irresistibly endearing, in fact. He even took the initiative to place the little bird into his storage ring. After all, it was a resource, wasn't it? The Nirvana heavenly fire was something that could not be purchased with any amount of resources. With the Nirvana heavenly fire, would it not be exceedingly difficult for him to enhance his alchemical endeavors in the future? Moreover, when he eventually broke through to the Nirvana realm, he could utilize it as well. Perhaps he could become the strongest Nirvana realm practitioner in history. Just the thought of it filled Tang Tian with immense satisfaction. It was precisely for this reason that he was eager to let the little bird assist him with his resources. This little creature was indeed remarkable. He could not allow it to feel neglected. What Tang Tian was unaware of, however, was that at the very moment he claimed the Nirvana heavenly fire, or rather, when the Nirvana heavenly fire acknowledged him as its master, an unforeseen event transpired deep within the ancient battlefield, in the cemetery of strong warriors. Suddenly, the cemetery began to tremble violently. Countless graves erupted with an astonishing aura. As if their shackles had been shattered. What was happening? Had the Nirvana heavenly fire been taken by someone? How could that be possible? Under normal circumstances, even an ordinary sage would find it exceedingly difficult to tame it. Wouldn't they? Casting a glance towards the volcano, the blood-colored remnant spirit murmured in confusion. Then, it involuntarily glanced at Yi Wuming, who was currently receiving a legacy. It seemed that it would not be long before this cemetery turned into a desolate land. Sighing deeply, the blood-colored remnant spirit felt a sense of heaviness. Without the suppression of the heavenly fire, the remnants of those sages and emperors would likely emerge one after another. Who, then, could obtain the legacies here? Even if someone were to arrive, they would likely be possessed by some remnant spirit. Contemplating these matters, the blood-colored remnant spirit felt an overwhelming headache and a sense of helplessness, for it could do nothing to stop such occurrences. Perhaps it was simply fate. It consoled itself in its heart. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Chapter 29. Anomaly in the ancient battlefield. The onset of chaos. Without lingering excessively at the volcano, Tang Tian swiftly took flight. By now, Yi Wuming should be nearing the completion of his legacy, right? Muttering to himself, Tang Tian decisively flew towards the cemetery of strong warriors. To avoid unnecessary complications, he employed spatial principles. An hour later, Tang Tian reappeared in the cemetery. Upon his arrival, the blood-colored remnant spirit exhibited no astonishment. This lad had effortlessly obtained the Sword Emperor's legacy. It was only natural for him to come and go freely within the ancient battlefield. Moreover, this young man had even comprehended spatial principles. What was there to be so astonished about? Glancing at Yi Wuming, who was still receiving his legacy not far away, Tang Tian couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Why was he taking so long to receive the legacy? Looking at the blood-colored remnant spirit, Tang Tian couldn't help but inquire, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Shaking its head, the blood-colored remnant spirit replied, somewhat exasperated. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 3 to 5 days to obtain the legacy here. Then it added, "Ah?" The words of the blood-colored remnant spirit left Tang Tian momentarily stunned. If not for the blood-colored remnant spirit's words, he would have been unaware. Was it because he was sufficiently extraordinary that he had so easily acquired the Sword Emperor's legacy? Contemplating this possibility, Tang Tian felt a surge of pride. "Do you know what has happened at the volcano outside?" Sighing, the blood-colored remnant spirit changed the subject and asked, "I don't know." Shaking his head, Tang Tian decisively opted to feign ignorance. The fact that he had taken the Nirvana heavenly fire could not be leaked. Otherwise, it would surely attract endless trouble. If it were to be known that he possessed the Nirvana heavenly fire, even emperors would likely be unable to remain calm. Tang Tian had no intention of courting trouble. After a moment of silence, the blood-colored remnant spirit felt a wave of confusion. Logically speaking, if the Nirvana heavenly fire had been taken, the volcano sealing it should have erupted. How could this lad be unaware? Wait! The Nirvana heavenly fire, could it have fallen into his hands? Casting a suspicious glance at Tang Tian, the blood-colored remnant spirit speculated. However, it quickly dismissed its own conjecture, in the opinion of the blood-colored remnant spirit. Without strength surpassing that of a sage, one could not possibly take the Nirvana heavenly fire. Although this lad was quite extraordinary, his strength was still far from sufficient. How could he have possibly obtained the Nirvana heavenly fire? Choosing to ignore the blood-colored remnant spirit's scrutinizing gaze, Tang Tian engaged in trivial conversation with it for a while before he finally began his cultivation. However, he only practiced for an hour. After concluding his training, he began to wander around the cemetery. Observing Tang Tian's figure, the blood-colored remnant spirit was utterly perplexed. This lad only cultivates for an hour each day, and he is still so extraordinary? Is he for real? If he were to diligently cultivate, what would become of him? The blood-colored remnant spirit felt a mix of admiration and frustration towards Tang Tian's nonchalant attitude. As he passed by Yi Wuming, Tang Tian curiously glanced at the grave before him. Instantly, an unusual expression crossed his face. The grave of the gold-digging emperor? In simple terms, this was an emperor who specialized in digging up ancestral graves? Yi Wuming had actually chosen this legacy? TSK. This fellow was not content with his identity as the young master of a minor sect. He actually wanted to engage in grave robbing as well? While Tang Tian meandered about, chaos erupted outside. Once again, a multitude of prodigies had perished. This time, everyone tacitly attributed the blame to Tang Tian. They believed that the strongest among the semi-nirvana realm prodigies had been eliminated by Tang Tian. Thus, who else but Tang Tian could cause such a large number of prodigies to perish at once? Upon hearing the conjectures of the surrounding practitioners, the dual black and white spirits rolled their eyes in exasperation. What nonsense was this? Was there not any other danger within the ancient battlefield? Must their young master bear such unjust blame? Exchanging glances, the two understood each other's thoughts. If necessary, they would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. A bunch of insignificant insects. They actually thought to harm their young master? Ridiculous. Suddenly, the dual black and white spirits exhibited a look of uncertainty. For within the blood-colored vortex, there seemed to be an ominous aura pervading the air. It felt as though some terrifying entity was awakening. Unintentionally, both of them wore expressions of concern. Would their young master encounter any danger within this ancient battlefield? At the same time, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. From the cemetery of strong warriors, wisps of remnant spirits began to emerge from the graves, fleeing in all directions. Indeed, this day had ultimately arrived. Letting out a long sigh, the blood-colored remnant spirit spoke with a heavy heart. What do you mean? Scratching his head, Tang Tian asked in confusion. The Nirvana heavenly fire is the treasured artifact sealing this cemetery. It is due to the presence of the Nirvana heavenly fire that the entire ancient battlefield has maintained its balance. Now that the Nirvana heavenly fire has been taken, the ancient battlefield will descend into chaos. The remnants of strong warriors here will seek to reconstruct their physical forms, enter reincarnation, or seize new lives. Gazing into the distance, the blood-colored remnant spirit said somberly, if they reconstruct their bodies or enter reincarnation, it would be acceptable. However, if they seize new lives, it is likely that an era of chaos will descend upon the endless continent. At last, the blood-colored remnant spirit added a remark. The words of the blood-colored remnant spirit left Tang Tian momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Nirvana celestial fire is the key to maintaining the balance of this ancient battlefield? How long have the strong remnants here existed without perishing? Is chaos about to descend upon us? How intriguing! You must be the guardian of this tomb, are you not? Why did you not attempt to stop those remnants from fleeing just now? Casting a contemplative glance at the blood-colored remnant spirit, Tang Tian inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I am the guardian here, but I was also once their comrade. Whether through reincarnation, the remaking of flesh, or the seizing of another's body to be reborn. These are all favorable outcomes for them, are they not? Moreover, fate has its own designs. Do you truly believe that preventing their departure would be of any use? with a dismissive wave of the hand. The blood-colored remnant spirit spoke languidly. Hearing these words, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to hold some merit. That little one is awakening. Soon, you too must depart. Remaining in this ancient battlefield will lead only to your demise, the blood-colored remnant spirit said, glancing toward the direction of Yi Wuming. After uttering this, it soared away. Not long after the blood-colored remnant spirit's departure, the entire graveyard of the strong began to collapse, leveling into the earth. Without hesitation, Tang Tian decisively took the newly awakened Yi Wuming in hand and fled. This time, he chose to dash directly towards the direction of the blood-colored vortex, seemingly validating the words of the blood-colored remnant spirit. Now, the ancient battlefield was undergoing a tremendous upheaval, with some terrifying entities awakening. The blood-colored vortex also appeared in the distance. Fortunately, aside from those remnants of the powerful, it appeared that the other beings here had no intention of leaving. Otherwise, both Tang Tian and his companion would likely face dire consequences. After the passage of a fragrant incense's time, the two departed from the blood-colored vortex. Emerging into the outside world, to their astonishment, they were immediately surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of formidable experts. Upon seeing these figures, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How careless! Had he known this would happen, he would have disguised himself before emerging. Tang Tian, how ruthless! You actually killed all the prodigies. Now, aside from you and this brat, the soul lamps of all others have extinguished. How do you explain this? Immediately, someone questioned him with palpable animosity. Hearing these words, Tang Tian broke into a cold sweat. What a significant burden! While it was true that he had slain a number of prodigies, he had not killed them all. The others must have perished due to the upheaval in the ancient battlefield, right? However, Tang Tian had no intention of explaining himself. He understood that these individuals would never allow him the opportunity to clarify. We must flee. Casting a glance at Yi Wuming, Tang Tian decisively declared. Just as I thought. Nodding in agreement, Yi Wuming replied, Flee? Do you think you can escape? Their seemingly casual conversation instantly amused the surrounding cultivators. These two rascals truly believe that they are not up against formidable foes. Yet, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. Before their very eyes, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Has he truly grasped the essence of spatial manipulation? Who exactly is this Tang Tian? That lad beside him must be Yi Wuming, right? Regardless, we absolutely cannot let this scoundrel go. It seems we must now summon the powerful beings behind us to take action. Surveying the surroundings, many cultivators gasped in disbelief. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, the pair known as the Black and White Twin Devils wore unrestrained smiles. For some reason, they felt that their young clan leader had become considerably stronger. It seemed that his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 30. Imperial-level talent. When Tang Tian and Yi Wuming reappeared, they found themselves amidst a range of mountains. Boss, why not seek refuge in our thief sect to avoid the limelight? Yi Wuming suggested earnestly. As time passed, Yi Wuming had come to regard Tang Tian as his superior. He believed that Tang Tian had now made enemies of the world. Wandering about would inevitably lead to trouble. Surely, the inheritance Tang Tian received must not be inferior to his own, right? Given Tang Tian's talent? If only given a little time, who knows how strong he could become? Perhaps it is best to refrain from such thoughts. Thank you for your kind suggestion. I am someone who thrives on excitement. Being at odds with the world, does that not sound exhilarating? With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian chuckled amiably. After casting a deep glance at Tang Tian, Yi Wuming could only smile wryly. After conversing for quite some time and expressing his gratitude once more, Yi Wuming took his leave, while Tang Tian shot off in a particular direction. Weighing his options, Tang Tian ultimately chose to disguise himself. Being low-key is still essential. This is the guiding principle of Tang Tian's life. As he flew, he began to inspect his storage ring. To his utter dismay, the fiery little bird had nearly devoured all the resources within his storage ring, leaving him with barely over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Various pills, spiritual herbs, and weapons had all been consumed. What perplexed Tang Tian even more was that it had even devoured techniques, martial arts, and body methods. What on earth was it doing? At that moment, the little bird was sound asleep atop an iron box. Tang Tian was immensely curious about the weapon contained within the box. Why was it that even such a formidable being as the little bird could not consume this weapon? In the heavens above, the black and white twin devils followed Tang Tian at a distance. Neither too close nor too far. Why do you think the young clan leader's rate of breakthrough is so rapid? Black Devil asked, glancing at White Devil. Isn't it quite normal? Did not the elder clan leader say so? The young clan leader possesses divine-level cultivation talent. White Devil replied, momentarily taken aback that divine-level talent may not necessarily be this terrifying, right? Among the few supreme beings in the continent with divine-level talent, have any of them broken through as swiftly as the young clan leader? Black Devil countered, shaking his head. Surely, the young clan leader cannot possess imperial-level cultivation talent? White Devil hesitated for a moment, disbelief etched on his face. Imperial-level cultivation talent. It is said that those possessing such talent could become an emperor in their youth, at the latest in their young adulthood. The question is, throughout the endless continent, has there ever been such an existence? Not a single one, right? I do not know. Black Devil furrowed his brow, a bitter smile forming. Imperial-level talent? That is merely a legendary existence. Whether it exists in reality is another matter entirely. As the two engaged in their idle chatter, not long after, Tang Tian arrived in a city. This city did not belong to the Jotian dynasty, but was instead under the jurisdiction of a third-rate power, the Flying Sword Sect. This very sect was one of those that had placed a bounty on Tang Tian.it, was also the very force that Yi Wuming had previously suggested dealing with. After securing a courtyard at an inn and ordering some food and drink, Tang Tian began to sip his wine while contemplating the circumstances surrounding the Flying Sword Sect. Undoubtedly, he was analyzing the situation of this sect. It must be said that the third-rate powers in the southern region were indeed rather weak. For instance, the strongest among the Flying Sword Sect was merely in the Nirvana realm. Although Tang Tian himself was at the Sky Sovereign level, he truly did not regard ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators as threats. This was due in part to his own strength, and in larger part to the prowess of the fiery little bird. Within a neighboring courtyard, the black and white twin devils, disguised as ordinary youths, stared at each other in astonishment. Was the young master planning to employ the same old tricks to plunder the Flying Sword Sect? Most likely, since there would be no significant repercussions. Let him be indeed. That little spirit pet of his possesses quite impressive strength. The two had no concerns for Tang Tian's safety. Not long ago, they had already enveloped this city and the Flying Sword Sect with their sole power. There was not a single formidable expert here. What was there to worry about? Simultaneously, the bounty on Tang Tian was once again increased. His wanted poster had spread throughout the entire southern region. In contrast, the various powers seemed to harbor some trepidation towards Yi Wuming, as they did not openly place a bounty on him. As for whether they might plot against Yi Wuming in secret, that remained uncertain. Overnight, Tang Tian had transformed into a renowned figure in the southern region. Countless individuals were discussing him. Who exactly is this Tang Tian? He is truly ruthless. How could he provoke so many powers? Hee. What you may not know is that this fellow reportedly killed numerous prodigies in the Saint's Tomb and the ancient battlefield. Though whether this is true remains to be seen. These details are not the crux of the matter. The key point is that this fellow seems to possess the legacy of a saint. One must ask, how could the various powers refrain from going mad with desire? Now it makes sense. No wonder. But I wonder, what exactly is this fellow's background? How could he be so bold? Who knows? Perhaps he is either a naive newcomer unafraid of tigers or someone who feels invulnerable. With the escalating bounties from various powers, more and more cultivators began to join the hunt for Tang Tian. Anyone who could kill or capture him would reap substantial rewards. Who wouldn't be tempted, moreover, if he truly possesses the legacy of a saint? How magnificent would it be for himself to acquire it? Surely, many harbor such thoughts. Naturally, it is exceedingly difficult for them to refrain from frantically searching for Tang Tian. However, it is regrettable that their endeavors are destined to be futile. On one hand, Tang Tian has already assumed a new identity. On the other hand, no one is capable of deducing his whereabouts, nor can they uncover his celestial secrets. Pray tell, how could they possibly achieve their desires? As for the reactions of the cultivators in the southern wilderness, Tang Tian remains oblivious. At the break of dawn, this fellow donned a set of night gear, prepared to set his plans into motion. This time, His target was the Flying Sword Sect. The territory of the Flying Sword Sect lay within a mountain range not far from the city. After the duration of an incense stick, Tang Tian traversed the city and arrived at the foot of the Flying Sword Sect's mountain. To his surprise, there was even a protective formation around the sect. Lifting his gaze to the mountains before him, Tang Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Fortunately, he had recently grasped the essence of spatial principles. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself in a bit of trouble. Chapter 31. Can one gain strength through sleep? Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian's figure flickered, and he vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, he was already within the treasury of the Flying Sword Sect. Undoubtedly, his ability to locate their treasury with such precision was due to the principles of fate. Upon witnessing the mountain of various spirit stones, spirit herbs, and an array of treasures and texts before him, a radiant smile spread across Tang Tian's face. Excellent. It's time to strike it rich. After all, plundering the enemy poses no psychological burden for Tang Tian whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced his grand looting spree. One must admit, the Flying Sword Sect was indeed affluent, though it was merely a third-rate power in the southern wilderness. Its existence spanned thousands of years. Naturally, its foundation was not to be underestimated. After devoting nearly half an hour to the task, Tang Tian had completely cleared out the treasury of the Flying Sword Sect. Subsequently, he utilized the principles of space to make his swift exit. Before departing, he casually waved his hand, causing one of the pavilions in the treasury to collapse in the blink of an eye. The commotion attracted the attention of countless individuals. Suddenly, the entire Flying Sword Sect was thrown into disarray. Damn it! Who could it be? How dare they plunder our Flying Sword Sect? The sect's defensive formations were still operating normally. Could it be that we have a traitor among us? From this moment on, no one is to leave. I will investigate thoroughly. Yes, Master Sect Leader. Whoever it is, I shall ensure they are torn to shreds. How infuriating! In the skies above, the duo known as the Black and White Double Evils exchanged glances. They were utterly in awe of their young clan leader. Was this not a touch too cunning? Not only did he raid the enemy's treasury, but he also incited internal strife. However, they felt no sympathy for the Flying Sword Sect. After all, they had chosen to provoke their young clan leader. Their retribution was well-deserved. If it weren't for their family's edict preventing them from acting rashly, they would have effortlessly annihilated the forces targeting their young clan leader in the southern wilderness. Returning to his residence, Tang Tian immediately began to tally his spoils. To his amusement, the little bird proved to be as insatiable as ever. How much time had passed? The spirit herbs, texts, techniques, and martial skills within his storage ring had been completely devoured. Only over 30 million spirit stones remained. Aside from that, there was nothing else. I must ask. What use do you have for consuming those items? Tang Tian inquired, looking down at the fiery little bird nestled in his arms. While devouring spirit herbs and elixirs was understandable, consuming weapons was also justifiable. But what significance did techniques hold for it? This left Tang Tian utterly perplexed. The little bird glanced up at Tang Tian with a haughty look, then lowered its head to resume its slumber. Witnessing this, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Almost simultaneously, the Flying Sword Sect descended into chaos. Likewise, the city where Tang Tian resided was sealed off by the higher-ups of the Flying Sword Sect. It was evident that the sect was determined to conduct a thorough search. Upon learning this, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This situation could not continue. He was not afraid of the Flying Sword Sect, but he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After some contemplation, Tang Tian decisively employed the principles of space to leave. After all, remaining here held little meaning. Tang Tian's departure went unnoticed by anyone. The following day, news of the event at the Flying Sword Sect had spread far and wide. Consequently, numerous factions felt an air of alarm. First, the Skyward City had been thoroughly looted, and now the Flying Sword Sect had met with disaster. Various factions were deeply concerned that they might be the next target of this mysterious entity. Out of caution, many factions dispatched their strongest warriors to guard their treasuries in a secluded little realm in the central area of the southern wilderness. Within a palace, Yi Wuming reacted immediately upon hearing his subordinate speak of the Flying Sword Sect incident. The Flying Sword Sect? This was undoubtedly the handiwork of his master. Aside from Tang Tian, he could conceive of no one else possessing such capabilities. To infiltrate their formations unnoticed and clear out their treasury while retreating unscathed. Yi Wuming was well aware of Tang Tian's mastery of spatial principles. He had witnessed firsthand how formidable these principles could be. Moreover, had it not been for their encounter at the ancient battlefield, had their targets not originally been the Flying Sword sect, this realization solidified Yi Wuming's conviction that this was indeed Tang Tian's doing. It seems I must intensify my training. Otherwise, if I fall too far behind my master, how can I continue to follow him? With a deep breath, Yi Wuming commenced his cultivation. At dawn, Tang Tian found himself idly gazing atop a high mountain. This was all due to a single occurrence. By sheer happenstance, he had experienced a breakthrough. He had directly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He could hardly believe that such a transformation had occurred upon awakening. Or rather, had he completed this breakthrough within his dreams? Normally, a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm would entail a transformation of one's very being, elevating one's life level. Yet Tang Tian, upon introspecting, he discovered that his metamorphosis was indeed astonishing. First and foremost, his physical body had significantly strengthened, far surpassing the expectations of the Nirvana realm. Secondly, his blood, soul, and bones had all been immensely reinforced. Finally, his meridians had been expanded by over 100-fold. If previously the flow of true energy within him resembled a trickling stream, now it surged forth like an unbridled ocean. Simultaneously, the capacity of his dantian had also skyrocketed by over 100-fold. And these were not even the most outrageous revelations. The most astonishing aspect was that he seemed to have experienced a substantial increase in talent. Furthermore, his luck in the grand scheme of things appeared to have improved as well. What in the world was happening here? Changing into a clean set of clothes, Tang Tian fell into deep contemplation. Not only Tang Tian, but the duo of black and white above the skies were equally unsettled. Their young clan leader could gain strength simply by sleeping. Was this not a tad too exaggerated? A breakthrough in strength, elevating an entire realm. When did it become so simple for cultivators to achieve breakthroughs? Moreover, had anyone ever experienced such drastic changes upon breaking through to the Nirvana realm? Suddenly, they found themselves increasingly convinced that their young clan leader's cultivation talent was far beyond mere divine levels. Casting a glance at Tang Tian and then at Black Sha, Bai Sha remarked earnestly, "I concur." Nodding in agreement, Black Sha forced a smile. Without lingering too long on their concerns, the two soon wore beaming smiles. After all, the more monstrous Tang Tian became, the more benefits it brought them. After all, they were the protectors of Tang Tian. Their fates were intertwined. After considerable contemplation, Tang Tian finally began to piece together the situation. He understood why his breakthrough to the Nirvana realm had been so extraordinary. It turned out that the Nirvana heavenly fire concealed within his dantian had aided him immensely. Even now, he could still sense the presence of the Nirvana heavenly fire throughout his body. Once he had calmed his emotions, Tang Tian decisively restored his true appearance. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm was sufficient for him to roam the southern wilderness with confidence. Thus, why should he continue to hide in the shadows? After all, those who had reached the Yinyang realm or the cave heaven realm in the southern wilderness were few and far between. As for saints and emperors, whether they existed in the southern wilderness remained an open question. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Tang Tian arrived at a first-rate city named Windaiqing in the northern region of the Zhoutian dynasty. Upon his arrival, he immediately drew the attention of countless cultivators. Indeed, many cultivators rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They were almost led to doubt whether they were mistaken. Is this Tang Tian? He actually dared to appear so brazenly? Gazing at Tang Tian, a multitude of voices erupted in discussion. Goodness, I must be seeing things, right? Is this not the Tang Tian who is wanted by various factions? Is this for real? Why are you pinching me? I fear pain. I just want to confirm if this is true. It appears to be genuine. Get lost. Look at his strength. How is this possible? Pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm? Under 20 years old and possessing such cultivation? Surely, such a prodigy does not exist even in the central continent. Initially, countless cultivators were eager to strike down or capture Tang Tian in exchange for the bounty on his head. However, upon discerning Tang Tian's strength, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm? Rumor has it that he was previously at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven in the Void realm. Is it truly possible for him to elevate himself to such a significant level in such a short span of time? Could it be genuine? How has he accomplished this? Has he indeed acquired some extraordinary opportunity? As they gazed at Tang Tian, the surrounding cultivators displayed glimmers of envy, jealousy, and resentment in their eyes. Yet, none possessed the courage to act. "Hey, make way. I have a rather volatile temper," Tang Tian remarked with a furrowed brow after surveying his surroundings. Instantly, those obstructing his path fled in disarray. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Tang Tian entered the largest tavern in Winda City. The Yulai Tavern. Intriguingly, several audacious cultivators dared to trail behind him. A number of others began to converse discreetly. It was evident that the saying beneath heavy rewards, "brave men will arise," held true. Even though Tang Tian was exceptionally powerful, there remained individuals who sought to seize the bounty. Tang Tian was acutely aware of the ill intentions harbored by some cultivators around him. However, he remained unfazed. Was this not the effect he desired? As the saying goes, without pressure, there is no impetus. What if he inadvertently achieved another breakthrough? Was this not a more advantageous route than diligently cultivating in solitude? Moreover, his deliberate training had little significance and could backfire. Chapter 32. The most notorious villain of the southern wilderness. As soon as Tang Tian settled down, the waiter approached him, trembling with trepidation. "Young Master Tang, may I inquire what you would like to order?" he stammered. "Am I that fearsome?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the naive young man before him, and inquired with a hint of confusion. "They say you are the most notorious villain in the southern wilderness." "Not, I didn't mean it that way." The waiter stuttered. Clearly flustered, Tang Tian's expression darkened at the mention of these words. The most notorious villain in the southern wilderness? Was this a jest? "Bring me a feast of fine wines and dishes." He waved his hand, his tone irritable. "Yes." The waiter nodded vigorously, visibly relieved as he scurried away. Observing the waiter's comical demeanor, the other patrons showed no intent to mock. In fact, their reactions were hardly better. The moment Tang Tian entered the tavern, the atmosphere became so tense one could hear a pin drop, which spoke volumes. Every individual was filled with awe and trepidation towards Tang Tian. Some patrons wished to depart but were too fearful of inciting Tang Tian's ire, choosing instead to sit quietly with their heads down. Tang Tian was utterly speechless at the patrons' reactions. Was he truly perceived as a great villain? For a fleeting moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. He recalled his days in Zhengzhou, when he too was somewhat akin to this. The difference being, at that time, he was a spoiled scion relying on the imperial Tang family. Now, he had forged a fearsome reputation through his own prowess. As Tang Tian pondered, his food was delivered. To his surprise, the fiery little bird unexpectedly took flight. Before he could react, the entire table of dishes, save for the pot of wine, had been devoured by it. Subsequently, it perched on Tang Tian's left shoulder, promptly falling asleep. Witnessing this scene, not only was Tang Tian astonished, but the onlooking patrons were left dumbfounded, frozen in place. Was Tang Tian's spirit companion not a tad too extravagant? Many patrons shared similar thoughts. "Bring me another feast?" Tang Tian commanded the waiter. "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, the waiter nodded decisively. Just then, a group entered the tavern. At the forefront was a striking young man clad in golden armor, flanked by soldiers in silver armor. The young man was at the first heaven of the rebirth realm, while the others were considerably stronger. "Ha ha ha! Tang Tian, you are indeed here. What a stroke of luck. Today, this prince shall capture you and take you back to father. Surely, he will regard me with greater esteem then." The young man laughed heartily, directing his gaze at Tang Tian. "And you are?" Tang Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated. Did this group truly believe they could capture him? "Humph. I am Ouyang Wudi, the fourth prince of the Jotian dynasty," the young man declared with an air of arrogance. "I truly cannot fathom what you have to be so proud of. It appears you are nearing 30, yet you are merely at the first heaven of the rebirth realm. That is rather pathetic, isn't it?" Tang Tian retorted without reservation, casting a disdainful glance at Ouyang Wudi. The tavern fell silent, the patrons shocked into stillness. This fellow, under 30 and at the rebirth realm, yet deemed his waist? Such a feat in the southern wilderness was already considered exceptional. Was he truly preparing to offend the fourth prince and the Jotian dynasty so brazenly? "TSK, TSK. Tang Tian's words infuriated Ouyang Wudi. His smile faltered, and he found himself at a loss for how to respond. If someone else had spoken thus, he could have countered. But against Tang Tian, he was utterly speechless. For the young man before him was undeniably extraordinary. Under 20, and already at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the rebirth realm. Such power would surely be regarded as a prodigy even in Zhongzhou. Form the array. Capture him, Ouyang Wudi bellowed in furious humiliation, pointing at Tang Tian. Yes. The 13 soldiers behind him swiftly produced their array discs, encircling Tang Tian. At this moment, the other patrons in the tavern had already fled in terror. Many cultivators outside the tavern gathered to watch from a distance, believing that Tang Tian was likely doomed this time, especially with the fourth prince of the Zhoutian dynasty personally intervening. Yet, what puzzled everyone was that throughout it all, Tang Tian remained seated, showing no intention of escaping. In fact, he regarded Ouyang Wudi with a mocking glint in his eyes. Ouyang Wudi was incensed by Tang Tian's indifference. How dare you? Is this a contempt of my authority? Before long, a flickering red array enveloped Tang Tian, and Ouyang Wudi's face broke into a triumphant grin. The most notorious villain of the southern wilderness? Ridiculous. Today, this prince shall put an end to your legend. He proclaimed, gazing at Tang Tian within the array with unrestrained glee. However, the next moment, his smile vanished. Tang Tian effortlessly shattered the array with a single punch, one that was meant to ensnare even low-tier Yinyang realm cultivators. How is this possible? Aren't you at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the rebirth realm? This array is designed to trap lower-tier Yinyang realm warriors. Ouyang Wudi gasped, his face contorted with disbelief. Instinctively, he recoiled. In that instant, Tang Tian appeared to him as a humanoid beast. With a mere punch, Tang Tian obliterated his illusions. Is this the proud array you boast of? Truly pathetic. Slowly rising, Tang Tian grinned. Upon finishing his words, he appeared before Ouyang Wudi. Before Ouyang Wudi could react, Tang Tian grasped his throat and lifted him effortlessly. Release our fourth prince, or you shall meet your end, the surrounding soldiers threatened. Silence! Tang Tian frowned, and with an impatient flick of his left hand, he unleashed a sword-like strike. Instantly, 12 rebirth realm soldiers fell, their heads severed, collapsing into pools of blood. Their storage rings flew towards Tang Tian. Ouyang Wudi was left dumbstruck at this sight. The gathered onlookers felt a chilling sensation, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Terrifying. This was utterly terrifying. Tang Tian was astonishingly powerful. Tang Tian, let me go. Ouyang Wudi exclaimed, his face flushed with rage, eyes reflecting his bluster. Let you go? Are you jesting? I show no mercy to my enemies. Tang Tian shook his head, his tone indifferent. With that, he acted in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Wudi followed in the footsteps of his subordinates. Under the gaze of countless witnesses, Tang Tian swaggered away, clutching a handful of storage rings. As they beheld his departing figure, the surrounding cultivators were left in a state of shock. A madman! This fellow is a madman. To kill even the fourth prince of the Zhoutian dynasty without hesitation. Is he prepared to oppose the entire Zhoutian dynasty? They murmured, incredulous. Am I hallucinating? How dare he? He is not merely the most notorious villain of the southern wilderness. He is the most insane. Indeed. By now, how many forces has he offended? This individual is a lunatic. From this point onward, the entire southern wilderness may not harbor a safe haven for him. I concur. It seems that from now on, only top-tier experts will pursue him. In the skies above, the dual entities of black and white, the twin fiends, were momentarily taken aback. Isn't the young clan leader being a tad too ruthless? He has offended even the top powers of the southern wilderness. Yet, once they regained their composure, they felt an overwhelming sense of joy. They could not wish for anything more than for Tang Tian to become increasingly reckless. Only then could he grow rapidly. Across the vast expanse of the endless continent, which formidable power has not ascended through a path of relentless slaughter. The path of carnage for the young clan leader has merely begun. This is but the beginning. Even if the young clan leader were truly to face enemies from all corners of the world, what of it? After all, the Imperial Tang clan stands ready to support him. The Imperial Tang clan is not to be trifled with. The elder clan leader is among the few esteemed emperors of the continent. When he raises his arm to summon, how many top-tier warriors can he rally? Even if the young clan leader were to provoke the heavens, it would be of little consequence. Soon, the infamous duo of Black and White completely lost their temper. They were in awe of Tang Tian's audacity. At the very least, they themselves had not dared to act so recklessly in their youth. After leaving the Yulai Inn, Tang Tian did not venture far, instead choosing to indulge in revelry at a nearby tavern. Countless cultivators in Wendao City gazed at Tang Tian from a distance, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and intrigue. This young man, is he truly unafraid of death? Having just slain the fourth prince of the Nine Heavens dynasty, he dares to linger in Wendao City? What is he thinking? Tang Tian, surrender yourself and accompany the city lord to the imperial city. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Just as Tang Tian exited the inn, a group of individuals blocked his path. At the forefront stood a small, bearded elder clad in brown armor. This was a formidable being at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, if the Nirvana realm signifies a rebirth. An elevation of life's essence, then the Yin-Yang realm is its advanced iteration. Upon reaching this stage, a cultivator can harness the forces of the world's rules. Furthermore, they can manipulate at least two distinct forms of energy from the cosmos simultaneously. By wielding these diverse energies, one can construct a balance or imbalance of yin and yang, significantly augmenting their destructive capabilities. Who are you to demand my surrender? How absurd. After sizing up the elder, Tang Tian scoffed. I am Yiding Tian, the city lord of Wendao City. The elder huffed disdainfully, clearly irritated. The reason Yiding Tian refrained from immediate confrontation was not without cause. He was naturally cautious. The formations of the fourth prince were sufficient to ensnare a low-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Yet this young man had shattered them with a single punch. Who knows how formidable this youth truly is? Moreover, who can guarantee he lacks any astonishing trump cards? For the sake of caution, Yiding Tian ultimately chose not to act hastily. Deep down, he wished for Tang Tian to flee, though it might complicate his report to the imperial city. It was preferable to risking his life in capturing this youth, especially since, for reasons unknown, Tang Tian exuded an aura of extreme danger. Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of your fourth prince? Tang Tian remarked with a sly grin, his eyes narrowed at Yiding Tian. Why Yiding Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Young man, if you accompany me to the imperial city, perhaps His Majesty will spare your life out of appreciation for talent. Otherwise, he inhaled deeply, addressing Tang Tian slowly. However, before he could finish, Tang Tian interrupted. Hand over your storage ring, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you may take your leave. Tang Tian stated calmly, his demeanor unwavering. His words nearly provoked Yiding Tian to the brink of rage. The surrounding cultivators were left in shock. In their eyes, Tang Tian had become synonymous with madness. Yet they could not deny that he possessed the audacity to act so boldly. They were well aware of Yiding Tian's temperament. Had it been any other time, he would have already unleashed a massacre. The fact that he was now hesitating spoke volumes about his uncertainty. Yiding Tian pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Tian. Trembling with fury, a shadow of indecision crossed his face. I will count to 3. However, Tang Tian had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. To everyone's astonishment, Yiding Tian, with visible reluctance, relinquished his storage ring to Tang Tian. Even Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. This old man certainly knew how to bend. He mused inwardly. Accepting the storage ring, Tang Tian swaggered away. Just as he departed, the small bird perched on his shoulder emitted a burst of crimson light. Before Yiding Tian could react, he was engulfed in a torrential downpour of blood. I said I would spare you, but I never claimed my spirit pet would. Echoed Tang Tian's raucous laughter through the AI in that moment. A chilling sensation swept through the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, Tang Tian was a formidable adversary. His cunning was beyond ordinary. He offered hope only to snuff it out. Is this the conduct of a human being? His spirit pet would kill Yiding Tian without his command. What a jest. It could only be said that Tang Tian was merely toying with Yiding Tian. Alas, despite his life of caution, he ultimately could not escape his fate. Chapter 33. The Treasure of the Ice Field. In the celestial realm, the infamous duo of Black and White found themselves at a loss for words. They had come to realize that their young clan leader was even more ruthless than they had anticipated. Initially, they had thought Tang Tian might genuinely spare Yiding Tian. They had even prepared to secretly eliminate any threats. Yet what was the outcome? The young clan leader had commanded his spirit pet to eliminate the opponent. The sheer power of the fiery bird left them utterly speechless. Hadn't this creature just hatched not long ago? How could it be so formidable? Moreover, there seemed to be an incredibly terrifying energy lying dormant within the young clan leader. This energy instilled a profound sense of dread in both of them. After dispatching Yi Ding Tian, Tang Tian made his way to the city lord's mansion. After plundering the estate, he exited Wendao City with an air of confidence. Would the Nine Heavens dynasty pursue him relentlessly? This question did not concern Tang Tian in the slightest. After all, he had already made countless enemies in the southern frontier. What was there to fear? Moreover, if he could not defeat them, he could simply make his escape. The essence of spatial mastery was the ultimate escape technique. What was there to worry about? Before long, Tang Tian's name resonated throughout the southern frontier once again. He had slain the fourth prince of the Nine Heavens dynasty, his spirit pet had dispatched the city lord of Wendao City, and he had looted the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators were astounded. Simultaneously, Tang Tian's strength left them in disbelief. Not yet 20, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Perhaps even his combat prowess surpassed that. Countless cultivators were filled with curiosity about Tang Tian's training methods. Furthermore, from which faction did this young man hail? Many believed that Tang Tian's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. However, more cultivators were convinced that Tang Tian's ferocity stemmed from inheriting the legacy of the sage's tomb and reaping immense benefits from the ancient battlefield. Consequently, an ever-growing number of individuals began to hunt Tang Tian. On one hand, it was for the sage's inheritance and treasures he possessed. On the other hand, it was due to bounties placed by various factions. In the central region of the southern frontier, deep within the palace complex of the Nine Heavens dynasty, a magnificent palace radiated opulence. The atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Everyone present carefully cast glances at the gaunt elder seated upon the dragon throne, whose face was shrouded in shadows. He was none other than Ouyang Jian, the emperor of the Nine Heavens dynasty. Wu Di is dead. Oh, not think me unfeeling. I grant you a month's time. Either capture Tang Tian alive or return with his corpse. Otherwise, you shall all bear the consequences of Wu Di's demise. Ouyang Jian's cold gaze swept over the assembly. We thank your majesty for your grace. The emperor's words elicited a collective sigh of relief among the ministers and generals present. A month's time? Thank goodness. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would ensure Tang Tian's return. They knew better than anyone else. The fourth prince was one of the emperor's most cherished offspring. His death at the hands of Tang Tian was a matter of grave concern for the emperor. Soon, the ministers discreetly excused themselves. It was only after they had departed for quite some time that Ouyang Jian's overwhelming killing intent erupted. Tang Tian, regardless of your background, I shall ensure you accompany my fourth son into the afterlife. He snorted coldly, his expression twisting into an ominous snarl, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. In the palace of the thief sect, Yi Wuming was momentarily taken aback upon receiving news of Tang Tian's latest exploits. Is the eldest truly that ruthless? Ouyang Wu Di was one of the renowned prodigies of the southern frontier, and yet he was so easily dispatched. He inhaled sharply, his face a mask of shock. Simultaneously, his admiration for Tang Tian grew exponentially. On one hand, he admired Tang Tian's courage. On the other, he marveled at his rapid advancement in cultivation. In such a brief period, this fellow had ascended to a major realm of power? Frankly speaking, had he not witnessed Tang Tian's prodigious feats, Yi Wuming might have been driven to despair. How could such a monstrous existence exist in this world? On that very day, countless individuals in the southern frontier turned their attention to Tang Tian. They were all intensely curious about his whereabouts. As many sought Tang Tian in vain, he had already arrived upon a vast ice field. His arrival was not without purpose. Within Ouyang Wu Di's storage ring, he had discovered a treasure map. Speaking of storage rings, Tang Tian was thoroughly exasperated. The rings he had acquired had been thoroughly emptied by his spirit pet, leaving only low-grade spirit stones behind. Aside from nearly 100 million inferior spirit stones, everything else had been devoured without exception by the fiery red bird. Remarkably, before drifting into slumber this time, Tang Tian unexpectedly perceived a hint of human-like embarrassment in its eyes. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. Who would have thought that this proud little creature harbored such a side? Currently, Tang Tian found himself in an icy expanse situated over 1,000 miles away from Windaching. The surroundings were predominantly barren mountains and dense forest. He speculated that perhaps Ouyang Wudi had come in search of this treasure. The intention to capture or eliminate him was merely a secondary concern. The treasure should be nearby. Clutching the treasure map, Tang Tian had already arrived at the central region of the ice field. At this moment, he stood atop a glacial cliff. The final destination indicated on the treasure map was indeed in this vicinity. It is worth mentioning that the temperature here was extraordinarily low. Any slightly weaker Nirvana realm cultivator arriving in this place would likely be frozen solid. Even the more powerful cultivators would find their movements hindered. Yet, this fellow Tang Tian was unaffected. Having comprehended all the mysteries of the universe, he naturally included the essence of ice among them. Thus, the frigid temperatures of the ice field posed little threat to him. How perplexing! Where could the treasure be hidden? After wandering for a while without any discoveries, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. What left him speechless was that upon casually deducing the situation, he found it seemed as though some invisible force was obscuring the secrets of this ice field. Therefore, he could only continue his arduous search. Meanwhile, the black and white duo trailing Tang Tian in secret were utterly stunned. Upon reaching the center of the ice field, they realized they had lost track of their young clan leader. It felt as though they had entered a rather peculiar space, leaving them temporarily trapped. Chapter 34. Abundant Imperial Blood. A timeless scheme. In the blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed, yet Tang Tian had not made any discoveries. This left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. Suddenly, he began to doubt whether Ouyang Wudi's treasure map was indeed reliable. Just as he was about to depart, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse below the cliff. Instantly, Tang Tian was taken aback. Beneath the cliff and beneath the ice layer, there appeared to be a faintly discernible entrance. How careless! Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian decisively leaped down to the base of the cliff in a flicker. He vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself within a passageway. This was a colossal corridor, approximately 10 feet wide and 30 feet high. To Tang Tian's surprise, the floor was paved with some peculiar mineral stones. These fiery red minerals seemed to be suited for crafting yellow or even profound tier weapons. After surveying his surroundings, Tang Tian resolutely ventured deeper into the passage. His anticipation for the treasure grew ever stronger. However, what took him by surprise was the considerable length of this passage. He traversed it for nearly an hour before finally reaching its end. There, he entered a palace. This palace was themed entirely in shades of fiery red. Inside the palace, various vividly lifelike fiery red statues adorned the space. These statues represented different races, and their materials appeared quite extraordinary. As Tang Tian examined these statues, the little bird perched on his shoulder suddenly took flight. To Tang Tian's astonishment, the bird swiftly devoured the statues of different races within the palace. In the blink of an eye, the palace was left desolate. Only when there was nothing left to consume did it return to Tang Tian's left shoulder to resume its slumber. Tang Tian could only manage a bitter smile. As time passed, he began to understand. His spirit companion could absorb various resources to enhance itself. Furthermore, it seemed to require increasingly advanced resources. Glancing at the bird, Tang Tian chose not to dwell on it any longer. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the innermost part of the palace. There lay an altar with a diameter of over 30 feet. Upon it rested a large purple box. Without hesitation, Tang Tian approached and casually opened the purple box. Upon seeing its contents, he was momentarily stunned. Inside the box was a transparent vial filled with a large quantity of differently colored blood. The droplets within seemed to blend together yet remained distinctly separate. The vial emitted a faint yet terrifying aura. Was this imperial blood? A vial containing the blood of emperors from various races? After examining it closely, Tang Tian could not suppress his astonishment. However, before he could fully react, the iron box containing weapons in his storage ring unexpectedly flew out without warning. The entire vial of imperial blood was swiftly consumed by the weapons within the iron box. Finally, a blood-colored energy cocoon appeared atop the iron box. Witnessing this scene, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was this not a cruel trick? A whole vial of imperial blood, just like that, devoured? After a brief period, Tang Tian managed to compose himself. He stowed away the iron box inside. Hopefully, the weapon within would not disappoint him. However, he reasoned that it likely would not. After all, it had consumed such a large amount of imperial blood. It could not be an ordinary weapon. Yet, what puzzled Tang Tian was why the little bird had remained utterly indifferent this time. How strange! He had even caught a glimpse of disdain in the bird's eyes moments ago. It seemed to harbor a strong aversion to this imperial blood. This was quite perplexing. Wasn't imperial blood more potent than the various resources it had consumed previously? Suddenly, Tang Tian's expression shifted slightly. The palace, centered around him, began to collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to utilize the spatial essence to escape. As Tang Tian appeared in midair, his expression was one of astonishment. The boundless ice field was collapsing at an astonishing speed. What was happening? Could it be that his removal of the imperial blood from the altar had triggered this? Was the imperial blood itself a seal? Tang Tian was left in deep contemplation. However, he did not linger on these thoughts for long. Glancing around, he swiftly took flight. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a vague remnant soul appeared where the palace had collapsed. This human youth had not consumed the imperial blood? What a pity! The grand scheme of my master has ultimately fallen short. I wonder what lies within that iron box of his that allows it to devour so much imperial blood. Moreover, what is the origin of that little bird on his shoulder? It seems to have sensed my presence. What a pity! A timeless scheme has met with failure. In the skies above, the black and white duo continued to leisurely follow Tang Tian. The recent upheaval in the ice field left them somewhat bewildered. For some reason, they felt an oddity about this ice field. Yet, they couldn't quite articulate what was strange about it. If possible, they would have liked to inquire Tang Tian. However, after careful consideration, they abandoned that thought. They were well aware of Tang Tian's laziness. If the young clan leader discovered that the two of them had been tailing him, he would likely become even more lethargic, just as he had during their time at the sacred grounds. Although the young clan leader was still quite lackadaisical, he had made some progress, hadn't he? They absolutely could not allow him to develop a sense of dependency. That simply would not do, little bird. I know you can understand my words. Can you tell me what just transpired? As he soared away from the ice field, Tang Tian glanced at the little bird on his shoulder and inquired. However, to his dismay, the bird merely opened its eyes to glance at him before promptly closing them again. Just as Tang Tian was about to voice a complaint, a cool, indistinct voice resonated in his mind. Imperial blood. Trap. Weapon devouring. All is well. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Was that the little bird's voice? Wait, it's a female. Moreover, those imperial bloods were actually a trap. Reflecting on this, a look of realization spread across Tang Tian's face. Now he understood why the little bird had been so averse to the imperial blood. It turned out that the imperial blood was problematic. Chapter 35. Terrifying combat power. The weapon consuming is fine? With the little bird's assurance, Tang Tian felt at ease. Then what is your strength? What race do you belong to? What is your name? In the next moment, Tang Tian could not help but ask a few questions out of curiosity. My name is Luoyi. The little bird responded to one of Tang Tian's inquiries before drifting back into slumber. Luoyi? Tang Tian glanced at the little bird in surprise. It indeed had a name? What a pity she did not disclose which race she belonged to or her cultivation level. Otherwise, he could have devised a proper plan for revenge against the various factions. After all, weren't they intent on eliminating or capturing him? If that were the case, what was there to be courteous about? Seeing that Luoyi had no intention of elaborating further, Tang Tian decided not to press the matter. Before long, he had left the ice field. Unbeknownst to him, he had already distanced himself from the northern part of the southern region and was nearing the central border of the southern region. Along the way, Tang Tian encountered several cultivators. Among them, many cultivators audaciously attempted to capture or slay him in exchange for the bounty. The result was that these individuals were all sent to hell by Tang Tian, as previously stated. Tang Tian believed there was no need for courtesy towards enemies. He firmly held that mercy towards adversaries equates to cruelty towards oneself. The dark and white duo covertly following Tang Tian grew increasingly satisfied with their young clan leader. They were convinced that as long as this continued, Tang Tian would undoubtedly become a true powerhouse in a short span of time. The only drawback was that their young clan leader had an exceedingly limited amount of time for cultivation. an unwavering hour each day. During the rest of the time, he showed no intent to train. On this particular day, in the early morning, Tang Tian arrived in a city known as Shifang City, which also fell under the dominion of the Jotian dynasty, a second-rate city. To be sure, as he entered, he was greeted by numerous wanted posters bearing his likeness plastered across the town. Additionally, countless cultivators stared at him in bewilderment. Some even questioned their own eyesight, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. As they gazed at Tang Tian's figure, many cultivators began to murmur among themselves from a distance. Isn't that Tang Tian? How dare he? He killed the fourth prince of the Jotian dynasty and still dares to appear publicly? I believe he should not be referred to as the most notorious villain of the southern wilderness. He ought to be called the most audacious madman instead. Indeed, is he truly that confident? The Jotian dynasty is one of the top forces in the southern wilderness, and he has offended them yet remains so arrogant? Who knows what he is thinking? That being said, he has offended not just one or two factions, right? Perhaps he has too many debts to be weighed down by them. It is rumored that he possesses the legacy of a sage and a treasured artifact. Do you think that could be true? Who knows? Even if it is true, what of it? Would you dare to make a move against him? Tang Tian paid no heed to the whispers around him, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. He strode confidently into an inn. Taking a seat by the window, he ordered some fine food and drink, a faint smile playing on his lips. Tang Tian soon realized that there were not just a few, but a staggering number of eyes upon him, including some formidable beings at the Yin-Yang realm. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with immense anticipation. Tang Tian wished to test the limits of his combat prowess and see if he could break through during the slaughter. Although he had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, he believed he was still somewhat lacking in strength. Indeed, among the younger generation, his prowess was formidable to an extraordinary degree. Yet, he could not overlook the fact that his enemies were widespread throughout the southern wilderness, including some powerful factions. Relying on Luo Yi, Tang Tian wished he could. The problem was that this proud little creature acted entirely according to her whims. Depending on her was, perhaps, unrealistic, even if she was indeed incredibly formidable. After the food and drink were served, Tang Tian savored his meal. As he expected, Luo Yi soon arrived to join in the excitement. In no time, a table full of dishes was devoured by her, prompting Tang Tian to order another spread. Observing this scene, the surrounding cultivators exchanged strange glances. Wasn't Tang Tian's spirit pet merely an ordinary first-tier beast? How could someone so extraordinary keep such a useless spirit pet? Furthermore, shouldn't spirit pets typically consume spiritual herbs, pills, and the flesh and blood of powerful beasts? Yet this creature in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. Just as Tang Tian settled the bill and prepared to leave, a figure entered the inn. The newcomer wore a sinister grin as he gazed at Tang Tian. He was a tall, gaunt elder clad in a black robe, with a grotesque scar marring his face, exuding an ominous aura. His arrival sent several patrons scurrying for cover. Is it him? The old demon of Yinshan? Hiss! It appeared that Tang Tian's bounty had indeed attracted numerous formidable figures. This time, it seemed Tang Tian was truly in peril. Who could argue otherwise? The old demon of Yinshan possessed the strength of the 6th layer of the Yin-Yang realm, making him one of the top rogue cultivators in the vicinity. Could Tang Tian possibly be his match? If one were to blame, it would be Tang Tian's audacity. Couldn't he have been a little more discreet? Gazing at Tang Tian, the cultivators inside and outside the inn believed he was doomed. Hearing their remarks, Tang Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Seriously, is there not a single person who believes in me? The old demon of Yinshan, on the other hand, wore a satisfied expression. Tang Tian, come with me. He commanded, do not force me to take action, for it may lead to your demise. After sizing up Tang Tian, the old demon spoke with an air of undeniable authority. Furthermore, hand over your sage inheritance and storage ring. The old demon added greedily, are you really that confident? Stretching lazily, Tang Tian inquired with a grin. Why confidence stems from my absolute strength. Smirking, the old demon boasted, do not think of using spatial techniques to flee. It will be futile, that remains to be seen. Whether you are faster or my sword is swifter, Tang Tian retorted. Another self-satisfied fool, merely a 6th layer of the Yin-Yang realm, and yet you dare to prance about so? Shaking his head, Tang Tian expressed his resignation. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if one could hear a pin drop. Everyone began to doubt their own hearing. Was Tang Tian truly dismissing the old demon of Yinshan? Wasn't he at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm? Even if he was extraordinary, how could he possibly contend with the seasoned expert of the Yin-Yang realm? One couldn't help but wonder where this confidence stemmed from. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. You insolent brat. Are you provoking me? The old demon of Yinshan growled, his face darkening. No, no, no. I merely state the facts, with your meager strength. What right do you have to act so arrogantly? With that, Tang Tian made his move with remarkable swiftness. He effortlessly wielded a finger as if it were a sword, and in an instant, the old demon's head was severed from his body. The sword in his hand shattered into 2 pieces. After claiming the old demon's storage ring, Tang Tian departed under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. In truth, Tang Tian's audacity was not without justification. On one hand, it was a result of the formidable unnamed technique he cultivated, which was inherently powerful. On the other hand, it stemmed from the beast taming technique and the destruction sword technique, along with the astonishing transformation he underwent upon entering the Nirvana realm. Naturally, with all these factors combined, it was exceedingly difficult for his strength to not far exceed his realm. Most importantly, the old demon of Yinshan had been overly confident. He fell victim to his own negligence. Otherwise, Tang Tian would have indeed expended considerable effort to defeat him. The death of the old demon sent a chill through the surrounding cultivators, many of whom began to feel grateful that they had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, they might have shared the same fate as the old demon. Tang Tian's might once again reshape their perceptions. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm was merely his realm. His combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed it significantly in the heavens above. The dark and white duo were equally unsettled. Oh, you think the young clan leader's combat strength is a tad too formidable? White Sha asked, frowning at Black Sha. Logically, he should have been pleased. However, White Sha harbored concerns that Tang Tian's rapid enhancement in strength might lead to complications. What is there to worry about? Our young clan leader is exceptionally gifted. Have you not noticed how solid his foundation is? Black Sha replied, casting a sidelong glance at White Sha with an impassive expression. Even so, White Sha attempted to voice his concerns but was interrupted by Black Sha. We are merely guardians of the young clan leader. Our duty is to ensure his safety. Beyond that, we should refrain from interfering. Do you believe we have the right to instruct him on anything? Given his talent and the techniques he cultivates? After casting a glance at Tang Tian's departing figure, Black Sha spoke with a hint of melancholy. Instantly, White Sha fell silent, recognizing that Black Sha's words were merely the truth. One must admit that Tang Tian was resolutely determined to maintain his high profile. After dispatching the old demon of Yinshan, he showed no intent of leaving, instead wandering through Shifeng City. Curiously, no one dared to follow him anymore. And the city lord's residence remained conspicuously quiet. Wherever Tang Tian went, countless cultivators kept their distance, filled with awe and fear. Soon, he arrived at a marketplace. Chapter 36. Spirit-level materials for body refinement. A significant boost in strength. As he entered the marketplace, Tang Tian's expression was quite intriguing upon witnessing the reactions of the surrounding stall owners. These individuals seemed genuinely afraid of him. Each one either wore a face of reverence and apprehension or simply bowed their heads. The entire marketplace fell eerily silent with his arrival. This left Tang Tian feeling rather vexed at that moment. He involuntarily thought of a title associated with himself. The most notorious villain of the southern wilderness? Surely, countless cultivators would wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. The reactions of the cultivators present spoke volumes. Paying no heed to the peculiar gazes, Tang Tian began to meander leisurely through the marketplace. After all, at this moment, he possessed an abundance of spirit stones. With the recent acquisition of spiritual stones from the old ghost of Yinshan, the inferior spiritual stones in his possession have neared the staggering sum of 200 million. As for other resources, they remain consistent with previous times. Without delay, the little rascal, Luo Yi, devoured them all. Tang Tian had inquired about her purpose in consuming those martial arts techniques, skills, and scriptures. Yet, her response left him utterly without ire. It's a secret. Given her coyness, Tang Tian chose not to pry further. After all, This proud little creature had certainly made considerable progress compared to before, hadn't she? Approaching a stall, Tang Tian picked up a rusted iron block and inquired, "How much for this?" "Free. It is an honor for this humble item to be noticed by young Master Tang." "How could an old man dare to accept your spiritual stones?" The stall owner, clad in a gray robe and bearing the marks of age, trembled as he looked up at Tang Tian. Despite the stall owner being slightly stronger than Tang Tian, at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, his reaction elicited no surprise from those around him. Not long ago, Tang Tian had vanquished the old ghost of Yingshan, who was far stronger, being at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Yet, he had met his end as well that in the presence of such a formidable figure as Tang Tian, it was prudent to remain humble. Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Tang Tian was utterly devoid of annoyance. "I resemble someone who would deceive the unwary," he remarked, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Then, I shall take one inferior spiritual stone." After a moment's hesitation, the stall owner cautiously responded. What else could Tang Tian say but to accept the situation? Nonetheless, he left behind one inferior spiritual stone in exchange for the palm-sized iron block, which was precisely what Luo Yi had requested. Naturally, Tang Tian had no reason to deny the wishes of his little spiritual pet. After all, Luo Yi had unhesitatingly gifted him the Nirvana heavenly fire, and he was far from stingy with her, even if she was his pet. Next, Tang Tian procured several peculiar items from other stalls before departing the market. Without exception, the stall owners trembled before him, selling their wares at the price of one inferior spiritual stone. This spectacle left the surrounding cultivators, who had come to browse the market, utterly astonished. Were these vendors not typically fond of trickery and deceit? Why then, in Tang Tian's presence, did they all adopt such honest demeanor? How amusing, indeed. It was quite the spectacle. Among the items he acquired were all the strange metals that Luo Yi had specifically requested. What do you need these worthless trinkets for?" Tang Tian could not help but ask once they exited the market. "Who told you these are worthless trinkets?" A clear, cold voice echoed in Tang Tian's mind. As time passed, her speech became increasingly fluent, though her tone remained as frosty and proud as ever. Tang Tian had grown accustomed to this. After all, it was in Luo Yi's nature to be aloof. If she were to take on a corporeal form, she would likely be an ice-cold beauty, wouldn't she? "These items are for my master. Deep-sea meteorite, lava divine stone, ice iron, or demon gold. These are all spiritual-grade materials." Seemingly concerned that Tang Tian might misinterpret her attitude, Luo Yi explained further. Upon hearing her words, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Spiritual-grade materials? The hierarchy of materials. Such materials must surely be considered rare resources in the southern wilderness. What use do I have for such materials?" He scratched his head, perplexed. "Has my master forgotten about the Beast Master manual he cultivates?" She replied. "This technique includes a physical cultivation aspect. By devouring these materials and combining them with some spiritual herbs, your physical strength can be significantly enhanced." Once again, Luo Yi's voice resonated within Tang Tian's mind, leaving him feeling somewhat chagrined. Indeed, he had nearly overlooked this crucial detail. After cultivating the Beastmaster manual, he had been treating his training as if it were an insignificant endeavor, without any intention of diligent practice. Under Luo Yi's guidance, he purchased several spiritual herbs before confidently leaving Shifang City. Tang Tian was not concerned about potential retaliation from the Jotian dynasty. Rather, he worried that he might be interrupted while consuming these materials. Upon departing Shifang City, he swiftly vanished using spatial principles. When he reappeared, he found himself deep within a mountain range. He hastily excavated a cave and stepped inside. Without delay, Tang Tian summoned a wisp of Nirvana heavenly fire to refine the various ores hovering before him. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into vibrant liquids of different colors. The next moment, a wave of devouring energy surged from Tang Tian, consuming the liquids. Instantly, his body erupted with countless veins and blood vessels. Swelling ominously, cracks of various sizes appeared all over him, expelling a torrent of dark red impurities from within. Throughout this ordeal, Tang Tian experienced an unprecedented level of pain that pierced through to his very soul. It felt as though his entire being had been shattered, subjected to countless tortures, only to be reassembled anew. One must admit, Tang Tian was indeed a tenacious individual. He did not utter a single whimper throughout the entire process. His physical strength surged rapidly. Has he succeeded? My master's willpower is truly remarkable. Luo Yi, hovering before Tang Tian, gazed at his face in silent admiration. She was well aware of the agony involved in refining one's body. Having some knowledge of the Beastmaster manual herself, before long, a small portion of the day had passed, and Tang Tian finally completed the devouring of those liquids, successfully refining his physical form. Slowly opening his eyes, he radiated an invigorated brilliance. It could be said that he was no ordinary force to be reckoned with now. Tang Tian was confident that his combat prowess could easily sweep away those in the Yin-Yang realm. This was the result of combining the nameless technique with the physical cultivation aspect of the Beast Master Manual. When 1 + 1 exceeds 3, the enhancement to his physical form was substantial. It was likely that even cultivators in the Yin-Yang realm would find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses, which had become akin to that of a spiritual-grade defensive weapon. After cleansing his body and donning a white robe, Tang Tian emerged from the cave, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. It was time to settle accounts with the various factions. With his newfound strength, he felt that it would be a disservice to himself not to seek retribution against those who had wronged him. In the skies above, upon witnessing Tang Tian's reappearance, the black and white duo stared in astonishment. The physique of the young master? In an instant, Bai Sha could not help but exclaim. This is far more terrifying than the usual Yin-Yang realm physical cultivators. Similarly, He Sha was equally shaken. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. What had the young master obtained in the saint's tomb or that ancient battlefield? With mastery over beasts and such astonishing physical cultivation techniques? They were both left utterly speechless. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. This matter must be reported to the old patriarch. The young master's rate of growth was simply too alarming. Perhaps it was time to reconsider their training methods. Should the young master continue to remain in the southern wilderness? After all, the stage here was ultimately too small, deep within the palace of the Jotian dynasty. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Ouyang Jian displayed an expression of uncertainty. Tang Tian's realm, already at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, and that is not even the most terrifying part. The most alarming fact is that this brat can even slay seasoned experts of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Are you certain this is not a jest? Fixing his gaze upon a small elder clad in silver armor, Ouyang Jian furrowed his brow. To be frank, he found it somewhat hard to believe. Normally, as one ascends in realm, it becomes increasingly difficult to defeat foes and challenge beyond one's level, Your Majesty. I dare not make rash assertions, the elder replied earnestly after bowing. However, we cannot dismiss another possibility. It is possible that Tang Tian possesses some astonishing trump card, or perhaps the old ghost of Yingshan was merely careless. The elder added, and Ouyang Jian nodded, his expression darkening with uncertainty. He found himself somewhat agreeing with the elder's perspective. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying for that Tang Tian, unbidden. A thought sprang to his mind. Could this Tang Tian be from some top-tier power from the outside world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a top-tier prodigy from a major power find their way to the southern wilderness? This brat merely had the good fortune to inherit the legacy of a saint and acquire treasures from the ancient battlefield. Before long, Ouyang Jian dismissed his own speculation, engaging in self-deception with earnestness. Subsequently, he dispatched his subordinates to continue pursuing Tang Tian. Chapter 37. Could you not be so spineless? Regardless, Tang Tian must die. He must pay for his actions with his life. This was the conclusion that resided within Ouyang Jian's mind at that moment. For this purpose, he had specifically sent out several top-tier experts at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm to hunt down Tang Tian. He refused to believe that this scoundrel could escape unscathed. As Ouyang Jian dispatched his experts to pursue Tang Tian, the latter had already returned to Shifang City once more, making a beeline for the city lord's manor. Shifang City, a stronghold under the dominion of the Jotian dynasty, had even participated in a bounty against itself. Thus, Tang Tian could hardly conceive a justification for sparing the lord of Shifang City. Moreover, he had previously deduced that the lord of Shifang City was merely at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, even inferior to the infamous Yingshan Lao Gui. What was there to fear? Having spent considerable time in the southern wilderness, Tang Tian had acquired a general understanding of the Jotian dynasty. As one of the foremost powers in the southern wilderness, its territory was quite extensive. The strength of their cities increased significantly the closer they were to the central region. It was entirely plausible that some of the third-rate cities within their borders possessed greater might than the first-rate cities on the periphery. Tang Tian could only find this amusing. It was evident that the Joqian dynasty had grown accustomed to this. How ridiculous it was that certain peripheral major cities dared to operate without the protection of top-tier experts. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Tang Tian approached the Lord's mansion of Shifeng City at a leisurely pace. Observing Tang Tian's silhouette, many cultivators nearby gathered at a distance, whispering among themselves, was he preparing to confront the Lord's mansion? Truly, he was Tang Tian. This fellow was indeed the most audacious rogue in the southern wilderness. Offending so many forces yet still thriving was a skill in itself. Was it not? It seemed the Lord's mansion was destined for misfortune. Indeed, if even Yinshan Laogue could not contend with Tang Tian, how could they? He was on a path to antagonize the Joqian dynasty irreparably. Without exception, the surrounding cultivators held little hope for the Lord's mansion of Shifeng City. Not long ago, Tang Tian had demonstrated his absolute prowess. Some present could vividly recall the spectacle. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as Tang Tian appeared, the Lord's mansion did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly activated its defensive array. Not only did the onlookers find this surprising, but even Tang Tian himself was momentarily taken aback. Was the Lord's mansion lacking in resolve? They had yet to even engage in combat, and already they were conceding? I am the Lord of Shifeng City, Long Feng. Be wise and surrender, or you will surely regret it in the end, called out a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in golden brocade robes from atop the city tower. This man was indeed Long Feng, the Lord of Shifeng City, a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of the Yinyang realm. Witnessing Long Feng's behavior, the surrounding cultivators felt as though they were witnessing something extraordinary. What was the Lord up to? Was he really posturing? Did he believe that a mere 6th-level array could thwart him? Casting a glance at Long Feng, Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with mischief. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words and witnessing his gaze, Long Feng could not hide his discomfort. To be frank, his audacity stemmed from the belief that Tang Tian could not harm him. The defensive array of Shifeng City was a top-tier 6th-level formation. Even a peak practitioner at the 9th level of the Yinyang realm might struggle to breach it. Tang Tian was indeed formidable, but Long Feng did not believe that he could dismantle this array. Surely, even an extraordinary individual had their limits, did they not? Are you trying to intimidate me, Lord? Long Feng inquired skeptically. Intimidate you? I am your father, and you are but my child. Why would I seek to intimidate you? Tang Tian scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he made his move with remarkable decisiveness. Long Feng's countenance darkened considerably at Tang Tian's words, as he witnessed Tang Tian spring into action. His brows furrowed in concern. At that moment, Long Feng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, eager to see whether Tang Tian could indeed shatter the array, in a seemingly effortless motion. Tang Tian unleashed a powerful palm strike. Instantly, a colossal shadow of a hand soared toward the defensive formation of the Lord's mansion. With a resounding crack, the array that Long Feng took pride in was shattered in an instant. Observing this scene, the expressions of all nearby cultivators shifted dramatically as they regarded Tang Tian with newfound respect. Could he truly be so formidable as to dismantle even a 6th-level formation? This individual seemed far more terrifying than they had initially anticipated. Forgive me, Tang Tian. I was wrong. Please, do not kill me. The most incredulous moment came when Long Feng, from his vantage point atop the tower, unexpectedly knelt and begged for mercy. Witnessing this, both Tang Tian and the other onlookers rolled their eyes in disbelief. A multitude of scornful gazes fell upon Long Feng. How utterly humiliating. Was this truly the Lord who usually held himself so high? Where was the dignity befitting a practitioner of the Yinyang realm? Tang Tian, I can offer you my storage ring, and the treasury will be at your disposal, as long as you spare my life. I can reveal a secret, Long Feng pleaded, desperation etched across his face. His eyes glimmered with hope. First, surrender your storage ring and all that lies within the treasury. Tang Tian replied expressionlessly, of course. Long Feng thought inwardly. Relieved by Tang Tian's words, he resolved that once Tang Tian departed, he would flee far and wide, escaping the southern wilderness. After all, what significance did face-saving hold when compared to survival? Without hesitation, Long Feng relinquished his storage ring and swiftly gathered everything from the treasury. Not long after, he presented Tang Tian with another storage ring. Once finished, he looked at Tang Tian with a pitiful expression. "And the secret? Please, share it." Ignoring Long Feng's gaze, Tang Tian remained impassive. 10 years ago, I inadvertently acquired a treasure map. This map may conceal immense secrets. After a moment's hesitation, Long Feng reluctantly produced the treasure map and handed it to Tang Tian. "Young Master Tang, might you consider sparing my life?" he implored, hope radiating from his expression. "I might be inclined to let you off the hook. However, I fear others may not share the same sentiment." Tang Tian replied with a nonchalant shrug, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What do you mean?" Long Feng was momentarily taken aback by Tang Tian's words. "Humph, Tang Tian is right," a cold voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 38. A battle that shakes the southern wilderness. From the sky, 7 figures descended gracefully. The speaker was an elderly man with a youthful appearance. Each of the 7 wore silver armor, uniformly wielding swords at their waists. On their left chests, the words Imperial Guard were emblazoned. Imperial Guards? Long Feng's pupils constricted as he beheld the 7 individuals, his face contorted with a bitter smile. 7 practitioners at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm? One among them was even at the pinnacle of the 9th level? Coupled with his earlier conversation with Tang Tian and his own display, Long Feng did not believe these Imperial Guards would spare him. A sense of bitterness filled his heart. Had he known this would transpire, he would have fled without hesitation. Now, he found himself ensnared in an inescapable calamity. "Kill him," commanded the elderly leader, pointing at Long Feng. "Yes, my lord." No sooner had the words left his lips than one of his subordinates executed the order with ruthless efficiency. In the face of overwhelming strength, Long Feng found himself unable to muster even a semblance of resistance before being effortlessly slain. Even in death, regret clouded his eyes, as if lamenting his failure to escape sooner. "I am the captain of the Imperial Guards of the Zhoutian dynasty, Hin Changsheng," he sneered at Tang Tian. "So?" Tang Tian inquired languidly, pocketing the treasure map. Upon witnessing Tang Tian's reaction, both Hin Changsheng and the surrounding cultivators were momentarily taken aback. They were genuinely curious about the source of Tang Tian's confidence. He could indeed eliminate practitioners at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but surely there were limits to his capabilities? In their minds, Tang Tian's strength was already comparable to that of a practitioner at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Yet, it appeared that the situation was far from straightforward. "Brat, do you truly believe you can stand against us?" Hin Changsheng questioned, narrowing his eyes at Tang Tian with a feigned smile. While he appeared calm on the surface, a sense of vigilance brewed within him. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal hidden dangers. Tang Tian's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Did this young man possess some hidden trump card? Previously, he seemed to have acquired a sage's legacy, and he had also gained much from the ancient battlefield. Contemplating this, Hin Changsheng felt an unsettling anxiety creeping into his heart. "No, no, no. I do not consider you my opponents at all. You are too weak." Tang Tian waved dismissively. Upon finishing his statement, he produced an ordinary yellow-tier longsword from the storage ring he had just acquired. Observing Tang Tian's actions, Hin Changsheng signaled to his comrades. In an instant, the 7 formed a sword formation, encircling Tang Tian. "Attack!" With Hin Changsheng's command, they launched their assault in unison. How cautious they were! Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Yet his own movements remained swift and decisive as he unsheathed his sword. Destruction Sword Technique, 2nd form. In an instant, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from Tang Tian's longsword, to the astonishment of all present. This sword strike erupted into a torrent of sword light that enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Hin Changsheng's sword formation was utterly dismantled, at the center of each person's brow. A crimson line had manifested. The 7 individuals, led by Hin Changsheng, collapsed one after another onto the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators felt a shiver run down their spines. One sword. One sword to vanquish 7 formidable practitioners of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm? And so, effortlessly? Hiss! Just how powerful is this Tang Tian? What the onlookers thought remained unknown to Tang Tian. After confiscating the weapons and storage rings of He Changxing and his companions, he strode away with an air of nonchalance. A considerable amount of time passed before the surrounding cultivators regained their composure. Without exception, all were left in a state of disarray. This Tang Tian is undeniably too powerful, is he not? Indeed. Achieving the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm before the age of 20 is already quite extraordinary. Could he truly eliminate practitioners of the Yin-Yang realm at will? How did he manage that? Such prowess, at such a tender age, with such talent, Tang Tian must be among the rarest prodigies across the boundless continent. Would he not? Too formidable. One cannot help but wonder how this individual cultivates. It is likely that without the emergence of top-tier experts from the Cave Heaven realm, no one could contend with him. Right? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. He indeed possesses the credentials to be so. High above in the firmament, the duo known as the Black and White Twin Devils found themselves at a loss for words. They realized that their understanding of their young clan leader was dwindling. Why is the combat power of the clan leader so astonishing? Particularly, they could discern that Tang Tian had not even unleashed his full potential. Should he exert himself fully, his strength would surely be even more astounding. Moreover, they noted that Tang Tian's swordsmanship appeared exceedingly profound. Such a technique must possess an alarming grade, one they had never witnessed the clan leader practice. How could he wield such a terrifying swordsmanship? Without any hesitation, the two swiftly reported Tang Tian's current display. They had ample reason to believe that even the old clan leader would be profoundly astonished upon learning of these events. Shortly after Tang Tian departed, news of this battle spread with remarkable swiftness, causing an immense uproar throughout the southern wilderness. Countless individuals, upon hearing of this clash, instinctively found it hard to believe that Tang Tian could be so powerful. Under 20 years of age, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, this was already exceptionally outrageous. In all the years of the southern wilderness, had anyone ever achieved such a feat? To claim that he could effortlessly slay a group of the 9 Heavens Dynasty's royal guards at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What nonsense. Even the most extraordinary individual must have their limits. Right? The vast majority preferred to believe that Tang Tian had some hidden trump card. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even within the endless continent's central state, no one could cross a major realm to slay their foes. Could they? It is well known that the higher the realm, the more challenging it becomes to challenge those of a greater level, let alone to kill them. The rumors surrounding Tang Tian could not possibly be true. Regardless, at this moment, few dared to pursue Tang Tian. Indeed, cultivators below the Cave Heaven realm had long since abandoned any thoughts of claiming the bounty. While bounties are enticing, one must still possess the means to secure them. Mustn't they? As for the Cave Heaven realm practitioners, unless a saint emerged, they were already the pinnacle of existence. To be precise, unless a quasi-saint appeared, they would all be regarded as the top tier. Especially here in the southern wilderness, where there were few quasi-saints. One must ask, how many would be willing to pursue Tang Tian? Interestingly, while the southern wilderness was dotted with bounty notices for Tang Tian, very few dared to chase after him, even as he brazenly flaunted himself in public, in the depths of the royal palace of the 9 Heavens Dynasty. Within a certain hall, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Ouyang Jin wore an expression as dark as thunderclouds. The royal guards were treasured entities within the 9 Heavens Dynasty. Cultivating a single royal guard is no small feat, requiring immense time and resources. Now, to learn that a team of royal guards he had dispatched was actually eliminated by Tang Tian? Upon realizing this, Ouyang Jin felt as though he might vomit blood from frustration. How infuriating! He muttered a curse under his breath, his countenance darkening ominously. Moreover, the performance of Long Feng prior to his demise only served to deepen his humiliation. Regarding Tang Tian, he harbored a desire to rend him asunder. Send forth stronger experts to hunt down Tang Tian, he commanded his subordinate, suppressing his fury. Yes, your majesty. The subordinate nodded and swiftly departed. In the palace of the thief sect, Yi Wuming was currently engaged in conversation with a diminutive old man clad in black robes. This elderly figure was none other than Yi Wuming's grandfather, the sect leader of the thief sect. Yi Feng. It seems, my dear, that we no longer need to assist Tang Tian, Yi Feng remarked with a smile directed at Yi Wuming. Why? Yi Wuming's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a sense of urgency. Grandfather, you promised me. You cannot go back on your word. Without the boss, I would be dead by now, he implored his grandfather anxiously. Calm yourself. I am not saying we will not help Tang Tian, but rather that we do not need to assist him. Or rather, he does not require our assistance, Yi Feng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Wuming. What do you mean? Yi Wuming was left bewildered by Yi Feng's statement. With a chuckle, Yi Feng recounted the events of Tang Tian's battle in Shifeng City. As he concluded, an unusual gleam sparkled in his eyes. Frankly speaking, he too found it hard to believe the events surrounding Tang Tian's recent battle. Truly, he is indeed formidable. After hearing this, Yi Wuming's face was filled with admiration. Do you not suspect that Tang Tian utilized some hidden trump card? Yi Feng inquired, puzzled by Yi Wuming's awe-filled gaze. Grandfather, the boss obtained the saint's legacy in the saint's tomb, and in the ancient battlefield. He helped me acquire the emperor's legacy. What do you think he has gained? Yi Wuming replied confidently, I believe this is the true extent of the boss's strength. He is inherently a terrifying prodigy. Indeed. Yi Feng paused momentarily before bursting into a chuckled eye. In truth, he felt an immense gratitude towards Tang Tian. It was simple. Yi Wuming's acquisition of the emperor's legacy had already altered the fate of the thief sect. Their only task now was to safeguard Yi Wuming's growth and ensure his smooth ascent in the future. When Yi Wuming becomes an emperor, it would undoubtedly allow the thief sect to stand tall as an imperial clan in the central state. Wouldn't it? Even achieving sainthood would suffice for the thief sect to establish itself in the central state. With such thoughts in mind, Yi Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Dealing with Tang Tian? Plundering his legacy? Such notions were never entertained by Yi Feng and the others. While the thief sect's reputation may not be impeccable, they had always been clear about their grievances and merits, and they would never resort to acts of betrayal. To contend with Tang Tian? What nonsense! If Tang Tian were in need, they would risk the future of the entire thief sect to assist him. Wuming, you must cultivate diligently. Compared to Tang Tian, you still have quite a distance to cover. Yi Feng patted Yi Wuming on the shoulder, shifting the topic with an expression full of hope. I understand. Yi Wuming sighed, lowering his head. Having now stepped into the Sky Ascendant's realm, he was already considered a peerless prodigy among the younger generation of the southern wilderness. Yet, in comparison to Tang Tian, he felt utterly insignificant. This realization stripped Yi Wuming of any sense of pride. His goal was to closely follow in the footsteps of his boss and to stand by his side. After encouraging Yi Wuming once more, Yi Feng departed. It seems I must cultivate even harder. Otherwise, how could I face being in the presence of my boss? Yi Wuming murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. Little did Yi Wuming know, as he diligently trained, the entire thief sect was bustling with activity. Their spies had spread throughout the southern wilderness, all receiving the same directive: to closely monitor Tang Tian's every move and, when necessary, to relay information back to headquarters. At that point, the thief sect's powerful figures would descend to assist Tang Tian. Meanwhile, after leaving Shifeng City, Tang Tian pressed onward in a specific direction, the heart of the southern wilderness. He was resolute in his intent to exact vengeance upon his enemies. Him, harboring grievances without seeking retribution was simply not in his nature. If he found himself unable to contend with them, he could always flee. As he advanced, Tang Tian savored the spoils of his recent victory. One cannot deny that the Lord's estate of Shifeng City, along with the 7 royal guards of the Nine Heavens dynasty, had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable fortune. Currently, the amount of low-grade spirit stones in his possession was nearing 600 million. Such wealth would rival that of an ordinary second-rate power. Not to mention, he had also acquired a plethora of other resources. However, the latter had been swiftly devoured by the little one known as Luo Yi. Curious, Tang Tian had inquired about this phenomenon. But alas, Luo Yi showed no inclination to respond, leaving him in the dark. Having devoured so many resources, why have I not seen you grow stronger? He turned his gaze toward Luo Yi, curiosity evident in his tone. I have yet to enter the growth phase. To do so, I require an abundance of resources, came the cool voice of Luo Yi in Tang Tian's mind. Her words caused Tang Tian to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Is she really so formidable without entering her growth period? If she were to enter it, what would happen then? And who exactly is Yi? Contemplating these thoughts, Tang Tian found himself scratching his head in confusion. The implications were quite terrifying. Once again, he inquired about Luo Yi's origins. However, Luo Yi still seemed reluctant to provide a direct answer. Nonetheless, she did offer a brief explanation. She hailed from a realm beyond the endless continent, and before she hatched from her pet egg, she fortuitously landed in the residence of the city lord of Emotion City. The reason she had not fled was simply to utilize their resources to break free. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt utterly bewildered. Just how terrifying was Yi's background? Hiss, the imperial clans, the Tang family. Beneath the depths of Tang Tai's cultivation, he was rendered speechless for a long time. His face a canvas of shock. When he received the news from the black and white duo, Tang Tai was momentarily stunned. He began to suspect that he might have underestimated the talent, bloodline, and soul of his precious grandson, which could be far more formidable than he had anticipated. The pinnacle of the Nirvana realm? A physique comparable to the apex of the Yin-Yang realm, combat prowess capable of sweeping through the Yin-Yang realm? Tian Air was undeniably more monstrous than I was at his age. Back then, I had only reached the first level of the Nirvana realm at his age. Gazing into the distance, Tang Tai's eyes shimmered with nostalgia, especially when considering how little time had passed since Tang Tian officially began his cultivation. His heart was filled with tumultuous waves. He had every reason to believe that his precious grandson would achieve greatness far beyond his own. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Tai couldn't help but burst into laughter. If the forces in the Central Plains were to discover Tian Air's current strength, they would likely be petrified on the spot. Wouldn't they? Humph. His precious grandson is certainly no waste. Compared to Tian Air, those so-called prodigies are mere weeds. Haha. It seems that the stage in the southern wilderness is ultimately a tad too small. If he doesn't leave on his own accord in due time, it may be time for the black and white duo to escort him away. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tai murmured to himself. As the sun set, Tang Tian found himself in an expansive, ancient forest. He soared into the branches of a towering tree, lying down near the crown. Meanwhile, the little creature Luo Yi nestled in his embrace. Do you think my strength is advancing a bit too swiftly? He casually asked the small being in his arms. The Master's cultivation technique is extraordinarily exceptional. There's no need for concern. Especially since your foundation is remarkably solid. As soon as Tang Tian finished speaking, he heard Luo Yi's voice resounding in his mind. However, she remarked that the Master's first technique seemed somewhat peculiar. I feel like I've heard of it before, but I just can't recall. The notion that diligent cultivation could yield counterproductive effects left Tang Tian momentarily dazed. Could it be that his nameless technique did not originate from the Endless Continent? After chatting a while longer, Tang Tian shifted his focus to the animal skin in his hands. More precisely, it was a treasure map. This treasure map had come from the hands of Long Feng. Long Feng had claimed it held a great secret. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had yet to inquire further when Long Feng met his demise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to waste time studying it. Oh! Upon closer inspection of the map, Tang Tian's expression grew increasingly strange. Suddenly, he began to understand why Long Feng possessed a treasure map yet had chosen not to embark on a treasure hunt. The location indicated by the treasure map was, astonishingly, the royal city of the Jotian dynasty? A treasure beneath the royal city? However, the map did not specify what it was. After reading it, Tang Tian's expression was nothing short of riveting. Seeking treasure in the lair of enemies? That seemed a bit outrageous. Should he go or not? After all, the Jotian dynasty held a deep-seated enmity with him. If they discovered his presence, they would likely swarm en masse. Wouldn't they? Contemplating this, a prickling sensation crept up his spine. Yet, to simply abandon the notion was something he was loath to do. His instincts told him that this treasure was extraordinary, so be it. Ultimately, Tang Tian resolved to take the plunge that if necessary, he would choose to flee at once. Unbeknownst to him, due to his actions, the entire Jotian dynasty had gone into a frenzy. Its numerous cities dispatched a plethora of spies. It could be said without exaggeration that the moment Tang Tian revealed himself, powerful figures from the Jotian dynasty would follow suit. This time, they were determined to eliminate this individual, regardless of the cost. Ouyang Jin was not inclined to allow Tang Tian to continue his ascent. The threat he posed to the Jotian dynasty would only grow larger. The speed at which this lad's strength was increasing was truly terrifying. Moreover, he had received the inheritance of a sage and had gained insights on the ancient battlefield. Ouyang Jin would not permit Tang Tian to rise to prominence in the southern wilderness at the central region. There existed a force that was quite unique among many top-tier powers. This force was known as the Tianji Pavilion. In reality, they were not limited to the southern wilderness. Across the entire endless continent, they remained a top-tier power. The southern wilderness Tianji Pavilion was merely a branch. Speaking of which, Tang Tian had a minor grievance with the southern wilderness Tianji Pavilion. At one point, individuals from the Tianji Pavilion had pursued him, only to meet their demise. As night fell, within the headquarters of the southern wilderness Tianji Pavilion, in a grand and resplendent pavilion, a powerful diviner was currently conducting a divination. Surrounding him were several individuals, half of whom were members of the Tianji Pavilion, while the other half were led by Ouyang Jian. In order to locate Tang Tian, Ouyang Jian had paid handsomely to enlist the Tianji Pavilion's assistance. The elderly man before them, a half-step quasi-saint, appeared ethereal and otherworldly. He was the foremost diviner of the southern wilderness Tianji Pavilion, and indeed its leader, Tianji Wendao. To enlist the help of Tianji Wendao, Ouyang Jian had made considerable sacrifices. Once Tianji Wendao divined Tang Tian's whereabouts and origins, he vowed to dismember him and annihilate his entire clan. Casting a glance at Tianji Wendao, Ouyang Jian inwardly smirked. His patience for Tang Tian had reached its limits. He was eager to eliminate his opponent. Fearing that delay could lead to complications, Ouyang Daoist, please remain calm. Our esteemed pavilion master will certainly not disappoint you. A refined middle-aged man beside Tianji Wendao spoke with a smile. Indeed, your words ring true. Ouyang Jian replied with a relaxed demeanor, confident in Tianji Wendao's abilities. However, the next moment, his smile froze, as did the expressions of everyone present. They were all filled with shock. Chapter 40. The Backlash of the Half-Step Quasi-Saint. Tianji Wendao, a top-tier powerhouse at the half-step quasi-saint level, had unexpectedly coughed up blood and fainted from severe injuries. What was happening? Had he encountered a backlash? In an instant, shock and terror spread across the faces of all present. Just who was Tang Tian? Why was it that when attempting to divine his whereabouts, even a half-step quasi-saint would suffer backlash? Everyone felt a prickling unease as if they were being watched. Ouyang Daoist, please take your leave. The refined middle-aged man turned to Ouyang Jian, his face cold. Meanwhile, Tianji Wendao was being carried away by the members of the Tianji Pavilion. What about my divination fee? Ouyang Jian asked, his face showing signs of pain. He had paid a hefty price to divine Tang Tian's fate. Are you certain you want to reclaim your fee? The refined middle-aged man scrutinized Ouyang Jian with narrowed eyes. Cough, cough. Let us forget about it then. Farewell. In an instant, Ouyang Jian regained his composure. If the Tianji Pavilion were merely a top power in the southern wilderness, he would have insisted on reclaiming his fee no matter what. However, the organization stood behind a formidable entity with branches spanning the endless continent. He could not afford to provoke the Tianji Pavilion. Exiting the Tianji Pavilion, Ouyang Jian's expression was dark and foreboding. He harbored a sense of uncertainty within. Just who was Tang Tian? Why did Tianji Wendao suffer backlash while attempting to divine his fate? Contemplating these matters, an involuntary unease settled in Ouyang Jian's heart. Could it be that this lad was no ordinary person? Was his background exceedingly fearsome? If that were the case, wouldn't the Zhoutian dynasty be doomed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If his origins were so extraordinary, how could he have ended up in the impoverished southern wilderness? High above the towering tree where Tang Tian resided, the skies above were filled with the bitter laughter of the black and white duo. The young master had actually fallen into a deep slumber, and his spirit pet was no different. Was this a joke? Had the young master forgotten that he was essentially a target in the southern wilderness? Was this truly wise? Old Black, shouldn't we alert the young master? White Sha asked, furrowing his brow as he looked at Black Sha. Old White, are you sure? If we warn him, given his temperament, he might just disregard everything and rely solely on us. Black Sha sighed, shaking his head. Opening his mouth, White Sha fell silent. He understood that Black Sha was speaking the truth. Others might not behave this way, but their young master truly could pull such a stunt. Why had the old patriarch sent him to the southern wilderness for training? Ultimately, it was because he spent all his time in the Central Plains indulging in pleasure. This was a complete waste of his cultivation talent. Before long, the black and white duo reached a consensus. When the time was right, they would take action in secret. Furthermore, the young clan leader and his spirit pet are far from ordinary. Common cultivators and demon beasts pose little threat to them. There is nothing to worry about. When Tang Tian awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. After a light meal of dry rations, he set out on his journey. This time, he opted for disguise. To be extra cautious, he even employed a secret technique from the beast-taming art to alter his physique. His primary motivation for this precaution was to avoid unnecessary complications, as his destination this time was the imperial city of the Jotian dynasty. It was evident that the Jotian dynasty would be scouring the world for him. Before obtaining the treasure, he had no desire to encounter any unexpected troubles. As Tang Tian proceeded, the black and white duo widened their eyes in astonishment. What was the young clan leader planning? Was he heading straight for the headquarters of the Jotian dynasty? Wasn't that a bit too audacious? It was truly a headache. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, Tang Tian successfully located and controlled a fifth-tier flying demon beast within the forest, a snow-white fifth-tier crane. Perched upon the crane's back, Tang Tian cast a puzzled glance at Luo Yi perched on his shoulder. Logically, these demon beasts should have been terrified upon seeing Yi, given her formidable strength. Yet, why did the crane he controlled with the beast-taming art show no sign of fear? How strange. Yi, what is going on? Driven by curiosity, Tang Tian couldn't help but voice his confusion. It's only a low-tier demon beast. It is normal for it not to sense my bloodline pressure, came Luo Yi's cool voice in his mind. Upon hearing her words, Tang Tian could only manage a wry smile. A fifth-tier demon beast could rival a human cultivator at the Nirvana stage, and yet this was merely considered a low-tier demon beast? He genuinely wanted to inquire just how powerful a demon beast must be to qualify as a high-tier one. However, recalling Luo Yi's formidable prowess, he felt a sense of understanding. She certainly had the credentials to make such a statement. While Tang Tian and Luo Yi engaged in casual conversation, as noon approached, the crane arrived near the imperial city of the Jotian dynasty. Tang Tian instructed it to land in a nearby mountain range before dismissing it. After some thought, he decided to store Luo Yi within his storage ring, primarily because the little creature was far too conspicuous. If she remained on his shoulder, his disguise would be rendered futile, effectively broadcasting his identity to others. The imperial city of the Jotian dynasty, known as Jotian City, sprawled over an area far exceeding any other cities Tang Tian had encountered in the southern regions, rivaling even some of the larger cities in the Central Plains. Truly, it was a royal city. Tang Tian mused to himself. Before long, he entered Jotian City. Upon seeing the wanted posters plastered everywhere, a fleeting look of mockery crossed his eyes. Just how much did the Jotian dynasty despise him? Was it really necessary to post wanted notices even under their own noses? A piece of news caught his attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. The emperor of the Jotian dynasty had left the city yesterday. He had gone to the Tianji Pavilion to request the pavilion master from the southern regions to divine his fate. However, what was particularly intriguing was that the southern region's pavilion master had suffered backlash in the process. The spread of this information was attributed to the efforts of an old rival of the Tianji Pavilion, the Intelligence Tower, a massive organization with branches spread across the continent. As the name suggests, the Intelligence Tower specialized in selling various kinds of intelligence. Could this be true? Tang Tian murmured, his gaze somewhat skeptical. A semi-holy expert divining his fate had suffered backlash and was left gravely injured and unconscious? He found it hard to believe, especially since he had not been carrying any treasures to conceal his secrets. Logically, the Intelligence Tower shouldn't be spreading baseless rumors. Yet, what was truly going on? Tang Tian found himself utterly perplexed. After some contemplation, he decided to inquire with Luo Yi, who resided within his storage ring. Perhaps it is due to the two cultivation methods my master practices. After a moment of thought, Luo Yi replied, albeit uncertainly, your cultivation methods are exceedingly extraordinary, making it inherently difficult for others to divine your fate. A realization dawned upon him. Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. He agreed that her reasoning held merit. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the cultivation methods he practiced. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in a certain chamber, Ouyang Jin was exceedingly agitated. On one hand, the Jotian dynasty had mobilized all its resources, yet they still could not ascertain Tang Tian's whereabouts. It was as if the lad had vanished into thin air. On the other hand, the Tianji Wenda had been gravely injured and remained unconscious. If that were all, it might be bearable. However, the Tianji Pavilion demanded compensation for the resources used to treat the Tianji Wenda. How infuriating. This is utterly intolerable. Ouyang Jin scoffed, his eyes ablaze with rage and his visage contorted in fury. The loss of the previous divination gold was one thing, but now they dared to demand resources for healing? The most outrageous part was that the Tianji Pavilion seemed to be issuing threats against him. Did they truly think him easy to bully? In that moment, Ouyang Jin couldn't help but entertain thoughts of mutual destruction. After all, he was a sovereign. Why should he lower himself? However, it wasn't long before Ouyang Jin's reason ultimately triumphed over his fury. He had boundless riches and glory. There was no need for mutual destruction. Moreover, he had no standing to engage in such a destructive confrontation with the Tianji Pavilion, which was backed by a colossal force. Little Shunzi. He rubbed his temples and called out loudly, "Your Majesty." "How may I serve you?" An elderly eunuch with a pale face promptly appeared before Ouyang Jin. "Have your subordinates prepare a shipment of resources for the Tianji Pavilion. Here is the list." After a moment's thought, Ouyang Jin drafted a list and handed it to the old eunuch. "Understood." Little Shunzi nodded eagerly in response. "By the way, have we yet to locate that scoundrel Tang Tian?" Ouyang Jin inquired once more. "Not yet." Little Shunzi hesitated before cautiously shaking his head. "Continue searching. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall unearth that rascal," Ouyang Jin commanded, waving his hand. At this juncture, he found himself unable to back down. Regardless of Tang Tian's origins, he had to eliminate him. Otherwise, the Jiotian dynasty would become a laughingstock for the world to see. A fate Ouyang Jin could not bear to witness. He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. At worst, he could seize the inheritance from Tang Tian and abscond with his family and treasury. With a sufficiently powerful cultivation method, he would possess boundless hope. What did a kingdom matter then? Chapter 41. The supreme treasure coveted by the demon emperor during the day, Tang Tian spent most of his time wandering through the imperial city. Though he called it wandering, in truth, he was searching for the precise location of the treasure. Finally, as the sun began to set, he discovered its exact whereabouts. At that moment, Tang Tian was utterly exasperated. The treasure was located beneath a moat 10 miles from the main gate of the palace. Near the outer walls, was this not a deliberate trap? He couldn't help but worry about the potential uproar he might cause while accessing the treasure. How would he escape in such a scenario? Heaven knows whether the palace had powerful formations. If his spatial abilities failed him at a crucial moment, it would be a disaster. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I've come this far. How can I simply give up? He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Having made his decision, Tang Tian found an inn nearby and rented a courtyard to stay in. He patiently awaited the midnight hour to take action. After a hearty meal, feeling somewhat bored, he glanced at his storage ring. To his amusement, he found that Luo Yi was sound asleep atop a pile of spirit stones. As he looked at the iron box containing his weapons, his brow furrowed with intrigue. The red energy cocoon enveloping the iron box had developed numerous cracks. It seemed the seal on the box was finally about to break. He wondered what kind of weapon lay within. Looking at the iron box, Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having devoured so much imperial blood, surely the weapon inside would not disappoint him. Time flew by, and before he knew it, midnight had quietly arrived. The entire imperial city lay in an eerie silence. Aside from a few patrolling soldiers, there was hardly anyone active within the city. Naturally, there were exceptions, and so, a white figure appeared on the streets. Undoubtedly, this figure was none other than Tang Tian himself. In a series of flickers, he swiftly arrived at the treasure site. He then ventured into a dimly lit underground space. "How fascinating!" Tang Tian exclaimed, surveying his surroundings in awe. Who would have imagined that beneath the moat lay a vast underground chamber with a diameter of several thousand zhong? Even more astonishing was the sight of a completely red palace. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian stepped into the palace before him. The flame also flickered to life in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. After circling the palace, Tang Tian ventured deep within, arriving before an altar. Upon this altar lay 3 items: a fist-sized purple orb emanating a gentle wave of energy, a storage ring, and a blood-written letter. Instantly, Tang Tian's attention was drawn to the blood letter. After reading it, astonishment spread across his face. This palace was constructed tens of thousands of years ago, crafted by the hands of a previous dynasty. Before the Jotian dynasty, this place belonged to another dynasty. The Jotian dynasty was established by a descendant of the demon emperor Imhotep. In other words, the Jotian dynasty had intricate ties to Imhotep. Again, Imhotep. Shaking his head, Tang Tian wore an expression of intrigue. Previously it was the beast god. Now, it was the treasure of a dynasty, all connected to Imhotep. The beast god was a consequence of his offense against Imhotep. In the preceding dynasty of Jotian, was it not a case of innocent men suffering for possessing treasures? Was this purple orb the cause? The entire dynasty was annihilated, and they had cleverly hidden the treasure beneath the very eyes of the Jotian dynasty? TSK. As for the storage ring, it was the lifetime collection of the dynasty's treasury. Logically speaking, the Jotian dynasty should have discovered this place long ago, especially considering that they had failed to locate it through generations. It was rather implausible. The bloodletter provided an explanation. The answer lay within this dark space. Without a treasure map, this shadowy realm could not possibly have manifested. Consequently, this palace wouldn't exist either. To put it simply, this special space utilized the principles of spatial pathways. The treasure served as the key. This dark space was a lock. In the conclusion of the bloodletter, the author expressed a desire for their fated individual to avenge them. If the opportunity arose to eliminate Imhotep, I shall do my utmost. Tang Tian murmured, stowing away the purple orb. He then picked up the storage ring. Upon examining the storage ring, he was utterly petrified. Hiss! Truly worthy of a dynasty's treasure. Not only was the space within it astonishingly vast, but it also contained mountains of low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, and even a plethora of high and supreme-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were various martial techniques, skills, and methods, alongside a mountain of weapons, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. While Tang Tian was lost in thought, the purple orb suddenly flew into his body, settling into his dantian. Ultimately, it positioned itself distinctly alongside the Nirvana heavenly fire, each occupying half of the space. Upon realizing this, Tang Tian was left momentarily speechless. What was happening? What was this purple orb? Why had it entered his dantian? To his utter astonishment, Luo Yi also joined the fray. In the next moment, she appeared within Tang Tian's dantian, soundly asleep between the Nirvana heavenly fire and the purple orb. Other than feeling speechless, what could Tang Tian say? After donning the storage ring and transferring the spirit stones from his original ring, he intended to depart. However, an issue arose that had Tang Tian scratching his head. When he finally moved the iron box, the red energy cocoon enveloping it suddenly shattered, releasing powerful crimson light that shot skyward. Terrifying pressure swept in all directions. The iron box in Tang Tian's hand disintegrated in an instant. Ultimately, a blood-red long sword materialized in his grasp. This long sword appeared no different from an ordinary one at first glance. However, an ancient inscription was carved upon its sheath. Moreover, the sword emanated a formidable aura of slaughter. Any cultivator with a slightly weaker will or soul might easily fall into madness or face annihilation upon encountering it. Uncontrollably, Tang Tian gently drew the long sword, as expected. The blade was entirely blood-red. The moment the sword was unveiled, the surrounding space fractured with myriad cracks. Tang Tian's hands were also injured by the sword's aura, and 2 drops of blood fell upon the sword and its sheath in the blink of an eye. The blood was devoured by the blade and sheath. Tang Tian felt a connection with the extraordinary sword, as if it had become a part of him. Most troubling for Tang Tian was that this magnificent sword could not be stored within his storage ring, hanging the formidable sword at his waist. Tang Tian wore a bitter smile. With such a terrifying pressure emanating from the sword, who knew how many enemies it would attract? Truly vexing. In fact, Tang Tian's concerns were not unfounded. When the brilliant swordlight surged skyward, the entire imperial city was set ablaze with commotion. The moat and nearby walls collapsed in large sections. Furthermore, the crimson light illuminated the imperial city as if it were midday. Additionally, the terrifying pressure that flickered briefly left everyone gasping for breath. Instantly, countless cultivators rushed toward Tang Tian's location. Deep within the palace, Ouyang Jian and his companions had long sealed off the area. Except for the royal family, others could only watch from afar. Interestingly, Ouyang Jian and his group showed no signs of rash action. They merely awaited quietly, surrounding the source of the crimson light in the blink of an eye. A stick of incense passed, and they showed no intention of drawing closer. Above in the sky, the duality of black and white were increasingly perplexed. What was their young clan leader up to? How could seeking a treasure create such a ruckus? Others may not know. But they were well aware of the situation. However, thinking of the crimson light that had erupted, along with the overwhelming pressure, both felt an unusual sense of unease. Exchanging glances, they saw the uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be? Had some extraordinary weapon emerged? Surely their young clan leader was not in danger. Around the collapsed pit, some distant onlookers couldn't help but speculate. What do you think is happening? Perhaps an extraordinary treasure has surfaced? What a pity. This is the territory of the Jiutian dynasty. We have no chance. Not necessarily. Who knows if other factions might intervene? Quite plausible. The source of that terrifying pressure seems to be underground? Tang Tian was somewhat aware of the external situation. He had no intention of hastily departing. After all, the Jiutian dynasty members did not dare act recklessly for the time being. Most importantly, he did not wish to become a target. Thus, after several attempts, he finally sighed in relief. The extraordinary sword could indeed shrink and be stored within his dantian. Once the sword was concealed within, the terrifying pressure vanished without a trace. Now, Ouyang Jian and the surrounding cultivators grew anxious. Had the extraordinary treasure escaped? If they were to discover the truth, their expressions would surely be priceless. Beneath the dark space, after stowing away the extraordinary sword, Tang Tian prepared to leave. Yet before departing, he intended to play a trick on the Jiutian dynasty. Your Majesty, this minister shall return to the palace first, and I shall present the treasure to you later. This was a voice disguised as an elderly man by Tang Tian. With that, he slipped away. Chapter 42. The devious Tang Tian, planning a grand scheme? In the sky, the black and white duo watched Tang Tian's actions, their expressions filled with intrigue. The young clan leader was planning to pull a fast one on the Jiutian dynasty before making his escape. Truly cunning. Ha ha ha. Others may not know, but they certainly recognized Tang Tian's voice. Simultaneously, they felt a rush of excitement within it. Seemed their young clan leader had acquired an extraordinary treasure. Yet, they were left wondering what that astonishing aura had been. Under the watchful eyes of the black and white duo, Tang Tian effortlessly slipped away using the principles of space. The primary reason was that Ouyang Jian and his group had not considered sealing off the area. Or perhaps, they were momentarily stunned by the earlier commotion and had not had time to react. Otherwise, even with Tang Tian's mastery of spatial principles, escaping would not have been easy. It must be said that Tang Tian was indeed extraordinarily cunning. Utilizing spatial principles to flee, he deliberately headed toward the palace, creating quite a stir. However, he had merely turned to make his escape. Why are you all staring at me? Casting a glance around, Ouyang Jian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although his expression remained calm, he was internally cursing. Now he was helpless, with no way to voice his frustrations. The mysterious figure who had secured the treasure was certainly not one of his subordinates. The issue was, would anyone believe him now? If the surrounding cultivators were merely from the imperial city, he wouldn't be overly concerned. However, the area was now filled with numerous strong individuals, including experts from top-tier factions such as the Tianji Pavilion and the Intelligence Building. Ouyang, my friend, hoarding everything for yourself is not a good habit. Looking at Ouyang Jian, a suave middle-aged man from the Tianji Pavilion said with a smile that was more of a sneer. The words of the suave man nearly sent Ouyang Jian into a fit of rage. This scoundrel had already siphoned off quite a bit of his resources, and now he was adding insult to injury? Tianji Wu Wei, what are you implying? Ouyang Jian responded irritably. If the man were not the vice-head of Tianji Pavilion from Nanjing, he would have already sought to eliminate him. How infuriating. Did he really think he could bully him? Everyone has witnessed that old fellow entering your palace. What? Are you denying it? Shall we search the palace? A treasure of unparalleled excellence, reserved for those fated to possess it. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to indulge alone? With a calm smile, Tianji Wu Wei remarked with a veneer of levity that belied the gravity of the situation. This is indeed the territory of our Jiutian dynasty, even if the treasure is claimed by our people. What of it? Casting a cold glance at Tianji Wu Wei, Ouyang Jian retorted impatiently. It was futile for him to explain further, so he chose to remain silent. Ouyang Jian's words left Tianji Wuwei momentarily speechless. While his reasoning was sound, could he simply acquiesce? What a farce! Before Tianji Wuwei could articulate further, several other powerful figures present began to exert pressure on Ouyang Jian. In response, Ouyang Jian felt an overwhelming fury welling up within him. His animosity towards the mysterious individual who had taken the treasure was palpable, wishing nothing less than to see them utterly destroyed. Outside the crowd, Tang Tian had seamlessly blended into the throng. He was savoring the unfolding drama, reveling in the misfortune of his enemies. While enjoying the spectacle, Tang Tian also assessed his own spoils. With the resources he had acquired, he no longer needed to fret about scarcity. Even if he exhausted all his resources, he still possessed an abundance of spirit stones. At that point, what could he not procure? Tang Tian mused to himself. The most delightful surprise for him was the exceptional fierce sword and the purple orb he had obtained. Now residing within Tang Tian's Dantian, they had formed a cyclical connection with the Nirvana heavenly fire. Their energies were operating according to the path of Tang Tian's unnamed cultivation method and the physical cultivation segment of the Beastmaster technique. In other words, they were incessantly refining Tang Tian's body. Indeed, he could distinctly feel his realm and physical form gradually strengthening. Although the pace was rather slow, it represented a promising beginning, did it not? At last, he could continue his leisurely ways. The thought brought a secret satisfaction to Tang Tian. However, when he glanced at Luo Yi, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. He truly could not comprehend how Luo Yi had managed to enter his Dantian. How peculiar! This defied logic. Driven by curiosity, Tang Tian inquired of Luo Yi, "How is it that you can enter my Dantian?" "Because I am the spirit pet of my master. I possess the innate ability to enter my master's Dantian," came the voice of Luo Yi in Tang Tian's mind. What astounded Tang Tian further was that while cultivating within his Dantian, Yi could continuously devour resources from his storage ring. Witnessing this, Tang Tian felt utterly stunned. He finally grasped that this little creature could not be understood through ordinary reasoning. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, Tang Tian turned his gaze back to Ouyang Jian. Curiously, Ouyang Jian was now at a standoff with the formidable leaders of several top factions in the southern wilderness. Observing this, Tang Tian felt a surge of schadenfreude. Ultimately, one of the powerful figures proposed that Tianji Wuwei attempted divination. This would reveal the identity of the individual who had taken the extraordinary treasure. No? No problem. I'll make you despair in the coming days, Tianji Wuwei said to Ouyang Jian with a slow, deliberate tone. With that, he produced a tortoise shell and began his divination. The next moment, a suffocating turn of events unfolded before all present. Countless individuals were left in a state of shock. Before Tianji Wuwei could even commence his divination, he was struck by a backlash, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. It was Tang Tian. He roared in fury before losing consciousness, his tone filled with terror and malice. Witnessing Tianji Wuwei's fate, Ouyang Jian's heart raced uncontrollably. Unbidden, he recalled Tianji's earlier remarks. Who on earth was this Tang Tian? Did he possess some extraordinary treasure? Why would even a top-tier expert suffer backlash when attempting to divine this individual? These thoughts left Ouyang Jian in a state of considerable agitation. The surrounding powerful figures shared his unease. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Tang Tian? How is that possible? Tianji Wuwei implied that Tang Tian had brazenly taken the extraordinary treasure right beneath the noses of so many elite experts. In the crowd, a strange expression briefly crossed Tang Tian's face. However, he felt no sympathy for Tianji Wuwei's downfall. After all, the Tianji Pavilion was an enemy of his. Why should he feel any compassion for their misfortunes? Without lingering any longer, Tang Tian returned to the courtyard of the inn. There, he activated his defensive array and fell into a deep slumber. Yet, for the other cultivators in the imperial city of Zhoutian, it was a night devoid of sleep. The events that had transpired were simply too disruptive to their understanding. The emergence of the extraordinary treasure had caused an uproar of unprecedented proportions. The fact that the treasure had been taken by Tang Tian right under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful figures was shocking. The vice master of the Tianji Pavilion had attempted a divination and suffered a backlash that left him gravely wounded and unconscious. Each of these incidents filled countless cultivators with reverence and awe towards Tang Tian. He was simply too formidable. Back in the imperial palace, Ouyang Jian was seething with rage. Was this Tang Tian deliberately provoking the Jotian dynasty? How dare he come here and flaunt his presence? Seal off the imperial city. That scoundrel Tang Tian must be hiding within, he commanded. If any cultivator discovers anything amiss, interrogate them on my behalf. Deep within the palace, in one of the halls, Ouyang Jian surveyed the officials present with an impassive expression as he issued his orders. Yes, Your Majesty. The assembly responded in unison. Your Majesty, could it be that this Tang Tian is disguised? If so, it may prove quite challenging to unearth him, one cautious minister interjected. Hearing this, Ouyang Jian's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing. This indeed posed a problem. Contact the Information Bureau at once, he instructed after a moment of contemplation. Rubbing his temples, yes, when Tang Tian awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. As he strolled along the bustling streets, an audacious thought began to form in his mind. Could he perhaps plunder the treasury of the Jotian dynasty? After all, they were sworn enemies, so what was there to be polite about? However, Tang Tian was also acutely aware that successfully raiding the Jotian dynasty's treasury would not be an easy feat. On one hand, following the events of yesterday, the opposition would undoubtedly have heightened their defenses. On the other hand, and perhaps most crucially, did the treasury lack powerful guardians? It was likely that the depths of the palace housed terrifying figures of quasi-saint level. Should he simply abandon the idea? He muttered in frustration, his countenance reflecting his unwillingness to concede. Having come this far, it would be a pity to leave without attempting something. Just as Tang Tian was lost in thought, his attention was drawn to a commotion not far away. The Jotian dynasty's personnel were apparently scouring the city, brandishing what appeared to be talismans. These talismans seemed capable of discerning all forms of disguise. Observing this, a contemplative expression crossed Tang Tian's face. Yet, he felt no trepidation within, he was brimming with confidence in the techniques he had mastered. How could his disguise be so easily penetrated? It was a foregone conclusion that such an outcome was impossible. After all, this was a technique that even emperors had sought to acquire. Just with those talismans? As events would prove, Tang Tian's confidence was well-founded. Before long, he too found himself subjected to scrutiny. The talismans before him revealed no sign of reaction, allowing him to effortlessly slip through the net. Chapter 43. Again, and again with the blood. Once more, he would strike. By the afternoon, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Ouyang Jian's expression was far from pleasant. Half the day had passed, and they still had not located that scoundrel Tang Tian. Did that little brat manage to escape from Jotian City? With his grasp of spatial principles and his strength, if he wished to leave, few could ever detect him. However, for reasons unknown, Ouyang Jian felt strongly that Tang Tian would not simply depart. But where was this little brat hiding? Wait. Suddenly, a possibility struck Ouyang Jian. Could it be that Tang Tian had come to Jotian City with intentions of targeting the treasury? After all, this rascal had previously plundered more than one city of the Jotian dynasty. The treasure vault of the Flying Sword sect had also been suspected to be his doing. This little brat had comprehended the principles of space. If he wished to steal something, it would be as easy as pie. However, rather than feeling concerned, Ouyang Jian found himself hoping that Tang Tian would indeed make such a move. If this little scoundrel dared to lay hands on their treasury, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Hemph! In the face of absolute strength, even the principle of space holds no sway. The Jotian dynasty is protected by quasi-saint guardians. The Tianji Pavilion headquarters, Tianji Wenda and Tianji Wuwei gradually regained consciousness. Observing this, the other high-ranking officials of the Tianji Pavilion displayed expressions of palpable relief. Wuwei, what has transpired? Tianji Wenda inquired, directing his gaze towards Tianji Wuwei. Master Pavilion Lord, it is as follows. With a heavy sigh, Tianji Wuwei recounted the events of the previous day with a rueful smile. After listening, Tianji Wenda fell into a prolonged silence. Tang Tian, again with Tang Tian. What is it about this boy that makes him so enigmatic? At the same time, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossed his eyes. A treasure capable of causing such a commotion must surely be extraordinary. Subsequently, Tianji Wenda requested Tianji Wuwei to describe the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the emergence of the treasure. His rationale was simple. If he could not divine Tang Tian, then he could at least divine the treasure he had acquired. This young lad cannot possibly remain separated from the unparalleled treasure, Can he? Humph. Upon contemplating this, Tianji Wenda's face broke into a triumphant smile. How astute I am. Taking a deep breath, he began to deduce, then, no. How could this happen? After finally awakening, Tianji Wenda was once again struck by backlash. Spewing blood and falling into a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Deducing a treasure could also incur backlash? How is that even possible? Consequently, all present were at a loss for words. Particularly Tianji Wuwei, whose heart was filled with relief. Initially, he too had entertained greedy thoughts, wishing to deduce the unparalleled treasure obtained by Tang Tian. However, the fate of Tianji Wenda now left him with a chilling sensation down his spine. If even the esteemed pavilion master faced such a fate, what could he expect for himself? Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, disaster would surely have befallen him. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and tend to the pavilion master's injuries. Casting a discontented glance at the people around him, Tianji Wuwei coldly huffed. Meanwhile, he was immensely curious. Where is Tang Tian at this moment? If only he could locate this lad, that would be splendid. The legacy of saints, the unparalleled treasure, and the secrets he possesses. What a pity. I cannot deduce this lad's fate. Yes, at the imperial palace of Jotian City, the situation at Tianji Pavilion remained unknown to Tang Tian. At this moment, he was still leisurely wandering about the imperial city of Jotian. Although he called it wandering, in reality, Tang Tian had no intention of idling away his time. He was plotting to make a move on the national treasury of the Jotian dynasty, planning his escape routes and contemplating every possible scenario. Above the firmament, the black and white duo continued to trail Tang Tian. At this moment, they could easily guess what Tang Tian intended to do. Remarkably in sync, neither of them showed any inclination to intervene. Frankly speaking, they held the forces of the southern wilderness in contempt. Similarly, they regarded the strong of the southern wilderness as insignificant. The mightiest in the southern wilderness was merely at the threshold of the saint realm. Just like themselves, but the issue was that they possessed the strength to slay saints, so what was there to worry about? No matter what powerful entity Tang Tian provoked, they had full confidence in their ability to back him up. Most importantly, they would prefer that Tang Tian provoke even stronger beings. Only then could they truly extract his potential. Currently, the young clan leader was already capable of overpowering the saints and holy maidens of the central continent. Even the prodigies of the imperial clans paled in comparison before the young clan leader. Should the young clan leader further augment his power, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with veteran masters. At that time, when the young clan leader returned to the central continent, he would surely leave countless jaws agape. Wouldn't he? Contemplating this, both of them felt an immense anticipation within their hearts. Lao He, when do you think the young clan leader will break through to the Yinyang realm? By then, will he possess the strength of the cave heaven realm? While observing Tang Tian's retreating figure, Bai Sha suddenly asked. Hard to say. The young clan leader could break through at any moment, and his combat prowess likely wouldn't be lacking. His talent and techniques are extraordinarily formidable. After a moment's hesitation, He Sha replied with uncertainty. Indeed. Bai Sha nodded in agreement, momentarily taken aback. The Jotian dynasty's scrutiny was still ongoing. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment. It was utterly unrealistic to expect to unearth Tang Tian. This fellow had been busy all day and only returned to the inn in the evening. After enjoying a hearty meal, he returned to his courtyard. After some thought, Tang Tian posed a question to Luo Yi, one that piqued his interest. If a quasi-saint were to make a move against me, would you be able to help me escape? Luo Yi's response truly took Tang Tian by surprise. Master, are you underestimating the profundity of spatial principles? The Tao can only be comprehended by cultivators who have broken through to the saint realm. In other words, beneath the saint realm, the principles are the most potent. As the second-ranked spatial principle in the world. Do you think an average quasi-saint could impede your departure? Therefore, there is no need for my assistance. You can retreat unscathed on your own. Luo Yi's words instilled a sense of reassurance in Tang Tian. Yet he also felt somewhat vexed, so Yi still hadn't answered whether she could lend a hand. Rubbing his temples, Tang Tian opted not to delve deeper. Soon, he began to employ the principles of fate to conduct a deduction. He wished to ascertain the true state of the Jotian dynasty's treasury. Before long, a look of uncertainty appeared on Tang Tian's face. The imperial palace of the Jotian dynasty actually has 3 quasi-saints stationed there. Among them, 2 quasi-saints are at the treasury. Additionally, during his deduction, it seemed they nearly detected his presence. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have exposed his location, in the depths of Jotian City, within the palace where Ouyang Jian rested. An elderly man with white hair suddenly appeared before him as he dined. This old man was one of the 3 quasi-saints of the Jotian dynasty. Ouyang Jian bowed respectfully upon seeing the elder. No need for excessive formalities. The elder waved his hand dismissively. I have come here simply to inform you of one matter. Someone is deducing the location of our treasury. I wonder whose handiwork this is? Exercise caution. After speaking, the elder departed swiftly and decisively, leaving Ouyang Jian deep in thought. Someone is deducing the location of their treasury? Who could it possibly be? Ouyang Jian's first reaction was to think of Tianji Pavilion. On one hand, it was because Tianji Pavilion was adept at deduction. On the other hand, it was due to his recent conflict with Tianji Wuwei. If the other party intended to act against their treasury, it would make sense. However, it also seemed rather implausible. Tianji Pavilion should not wish to sever ties with the Jotian dynasty. The Jotian dynasty is not without its backing. But if it's not Tianji Pavilion, then who could it be? Surely it cannot be Tang Tian. That seems improbable. Could he really deduce? Hasn't he yet been discovered by the elder? How could that be? Pondering these matters, Ouyang Jian found himself increasingly perplexed. In the palace of the thieves sect, Yi Wuming, upon learning the latest intelligence regarding Tang Tian, was utterly in awe. The boss is truly remarkable. To have taken treasures right under the noses of so many powerful beings and managed to escape unscathed? And he nearly dealt a severe blow to the Jotian dynasty. Gazing up at the night sky, Yi Wuming bore an expression of astonishment. Yet, when he thought of the gap between himself and Tang Tian, his heart brimmed with bitterness. Why is the disparity between people so vast? I must cultivate more diligently. Otherwise, how could I possibly qualify to follow the boss? The bright moon hung high, and Jotian City had become eerily silent. On the streets, aside from the patrolling soldiers of the Jotian dynasty, no cultivators were left in sight. Tang Tian had quietly appeared at the corner of the palace wall. This moment, he had seamlessly blended with the shadows on the ground, emitting no fluctuations of energy whatsoever. This time, in addition to the principles of space, Tang Tian also employed the principles of shadow. The purpose, naturally, was to remain undetected. Casting a glance at the soldiers not far away, Tang Tian wore a smug expression. Here he was, right under the noses of the Jotian dynasty, and they had no idea of his presence. The principles of shadow are indeed impressive. In mere moments, Tang Tian arrived at the front of an inconspicuous palace. Heavy guards were stationed around it, and within, there were 2 quasi-saints. Yes, the palace before him was indeed the location of the Jotian dynasty's treasury. Observing the palace, a conflicted expression crossed Tang Tian's face. How on earth would he rob the Jotian dynasty's treasury without alarming those 2 quasi-saints inside? Chapter 44. Controlling a quasi-saint. Robbing the Jotian dynasty's treasury. Above the firmament, the black and white duo felt a sense of disarray in the wind. What is this? The principles of shadow? Or perhaps the principles of concealment? They were genuinely curious about how many principles their young clan leader had comprehended. The young clan leader's talent was astonishingly formidable. Is grasping principles as simple as drinking water? And breaking through in strength is also effortless. If the young clan leader were to diligently cultivate, what would become of the world? Lao He, the young clan leader, is truly extraordinary. Had we not been keeping a close watch on him, we might have found it difficult to notice him. The principles of shadow are indeed perfect for concealment. Fixing their gaze on Tang Tian's figure, Bai Sha remarked without turning back. Indeed. Nodding in agreement, He Sha concurred. However, for the young clan leader's operation to succeed this time, it may not be easy. Furrowing his brow, Bai Sha commented. Should the need arise, should we not intervene? He is facing a quasi-saint, Bai Sha continued. Let us observe for now. Waving his hand, He Sha replied. Nodding, Bai Sha ceased to speak. Both remained fully focused on Tang Tian, ready to act at any sign of trouble. They hoped that Tang Tian would face a bit more pressure, thereby unlocking his potential. However, they certainly did not wish for him to encounter any peril. After all, within this imperial palace, there were 3 quasi-saints stationed, and no matter how prodigious Tang Tian was, he ultimately only possessed the strength of a peak Nirvana realm practitioner. He could sweep through the Yin-Yang realm. But before quasi-saints, he still paled in comparison. They were simply not of the same caliber. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, the two individuals had been trailing him all along. Otherwise, it is likely that this fellow would have strutted about without a care. In a situation where one could afford to be negligent, why exert oneself? This encapsulates the true attitude of Tang Tian's heart, especially since the nameless cultivation technique he practiced inherently thrived on a laissez-faire approach to strength. Thus, he felt increasingly justified in his stance. In the shadows not far from the entrance of the treasury of the Nine Heavens dynasty, Tang Tian found himself in a state of profound frustration. For the time being, he could not conjure any viable solutions. How could he plunder the treasury of the Nine Heavens dynasty without alarming the two quasi-saints? Or, how might he dismiss them? This indeed posed a perplexing dilemma. After much contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately redirected his focus to the profound mysteries he had comprehended. He pondered whether he could leverage any of these insights. However, upon further investigation, he was disheartened to discover that these profound mysteries were of little use in the face of absolute power. For instance, the mystery of space. While he had managed to escape under the vigilant eyes of the quasi-saints, attempting to utilize spatial mysteries to wreak havoc on their treasury was simply unrealistic. Suddenly, Tang Tian's attention was captured by a figure not far away. An elderly man with silvery hair had unexpectedly appeared at the treasury's entrance. Had the other party uncovered something? The thought sent Tang Tian's heart racing. Yet, he soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of his cultivation technique, this old man was surprisingly practicing under the moonlight. Wait, as he inadvertently caught sight of the tail behind the old man. Tang Tian was left utterly dumbfounded. Was this a demon cultivator? Or perhaps a quasi-saint of the demon race? To think that a quasi-saint of the Nine Heavens dynasty was a demon cultivator was quite intriguing. Instantly, a wildly audacious thought sprang to Tang Tian's mind. A demon cultivator? Essentially, are they not just transformed demon beasts? He wondered if he could take advantage of the beast control technique to assert control over this individual. His current limit of combat power was merely sufficient to sweep through the Yin-Yang realm, still a significant distance from the quasi-saint level. The gap seemed daunting, especially considering that a quasi-saint was a half-step to becoming a saint. Heaven knows how formidable the other party must be. Should he misstep and face backlash, it would be a disaster. Yet, to abandon the endeavor now felt insufferably disheartening. Caught in a web of indecision, Tang Tian ultimately resolved to take a bold risk. At worst, he could make a hasty retreat. After all, lingering here was no solution. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he seized the moment while the demon cultivator was engrossed in his practice. In the heavens above, the black and white duo widened their eyes in astonishment. What was the young clan leader planning? Was he preparing to control the other? Surely, he couldn't be serious. At that moment, both were reminded of how Tang Tian had once controlled demon beasts, even those mightier than himself. Yet, this was merely a demon cultivator. Moreover, the other's strength could easily overwhelm him. Was the young clan leader not being a tad reckless? Exchanging glances, the duo understood each other's unspoken thoughts. They were ready to act at a moment's notice. They were acutely aware that if Tang Tian were to fail, he would undoubtedly face backlash and exposure. Would the other party show mercy? It was clear that such an expectation was utterly unfounded. As the two indulged in their musings, a purple radiance erupted from Tang Tian, hurtling towards the quasi-saint at the treasury's front. Simultaneously, his eyes glowed with a crimson light directed at the other. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left the black and white duo in disbelief. The quasi-saint approached Tang Tian with a direct gaze, bowing respectfully before him. Subordinate Ouyang Lang pays respects to the master. Upon uttering this, Ouyang Lang stood quietly before Tang Tian. Nodding in satisfaction, a triumphant smile spread across Tang Tian's face. Heh, it seems I have become quite formidable, if I can control even a quasi-saint. After seizing control of Ouyang Lang, Tang Tian swiftly became acquainted with the other's details. Ouyang Lang was, in fact, a demon wolf that had undergone cultivation. Initially, he had served as one of the guardians of the Nine Heavens dynasty. However, as time passed and his strength grew, he ascended to become one of the most senior ancestors of the Nine Heavens dynasty. Can you subdue the individual within the treasury? Snapping back to reality, Tang Tian promptly inquired about a matter of pressing concern. Absolutely. Ouyang Lang replied decisively without hesitation. Go. Tang Tian commanded, nodding in satisfaction. Yes. Hearing Tang Tian's orders, Ouyang Lang soared towards the treasury. Just as he was about to re-enter, a figure burst forth. Clearly, the commotion had alerted the other party. The emerging figure was a gaunt elder clad in a black robe. As the elder was about to pose a question, Ouyang Lang swiftly and decisively executed a surprise attack. Before the elder could react, Ouyang Lang had sealed his power and rendered him incapacitated. What a pity, Tang Tian remarked, feeling a pang of regret. How wonderful it would have been to subdue the other and turn him into a servant. After knocking out the incapacitated quasi-saint, Ouyang Lang turned to face Tang Tian with a grin. With determination, Tang Tian stepped into the treasury of the Nine Heavens dynasty. Upon witnessing the mountains of treasures piled within, a gleam of astonishment sparkled in his eyes. The Nine Heavens dynasty was far more opulent than their previous dynasty. After plundering this place, he would no longer need to worry about resources. Simply put, it was exhilarating. After spending a full half-hour, Tang Tian had completely emptied the treasury of the Nine Heavens dynasty. He packed all manner of resources, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, elixirs, metals, into a single storage ring. After all, in the end, these would all be consumed by the little creature, Loi Yi. There was no need for excessive concern. As for Loi Yi, Tang Tian was exceedingly generous. After all, she had gifted him such an extraordinary treasure as the Nirvana heavenly fire. Why should he be stingy? Moreover, she was his spirit pet. The stronger she became, the greater the benefits for him. Was that not the case? It must be said that Tang Tian possessed a rather mischievous disposition. After plundering the treasury of the Nine Heavens dynasty, he deliberately left a grand inscription on the ground. Tang Tian visited here. Dare to provoke me, and this shall be your lesson. After leaving his mark, Tang Tian, alongside Ouyang Lang, swaggered out of the royal palace of the Nine Heavens dynasty. By the time the Nine Heavens dynasty discovered the anomaly, it was already the following day, on the morning of the second day. As Ouyang Jian attended court, he suddenly received an urgent report from his subordinates. Upon hearing the news, Ouyang Jian felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He nearly fainted from shock. The guardian of the treasury, a quasi-saint, had been incapacitated, with his soul lamp nearly extinguished. Furthermore, another quasi-saint had vanished without a trace. To top it off, their treasury had been completely looted. Was this the handiwork of that scoundrel? Tang Tian, our Nine Heavens dynasty cannot coexist with you. Upon arriving at the treasury and seeing the inscription on the ground, Ouyang Jian's face contorted with rage as he roared skyward. His hatred for Tang Tian was visceral. He longed to see him torn to shreds. Yet, more than that, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and dread. The fact that the other could accomplish such a feat under the watchful eyes of two quasi-saints indicated something significant. It was likely that Tang Tian's background was extraordinarily formidable, with at least one powerful quasi-saint backing him. After much deliberation, Ouyang Jian steeled himself to report the situation to his patron. Otherwise, if they failed to provide resources for tribute, the matter would be exposed. Rather than wait for an eruption of rage from above, it would be wiser to seek assistance, directing the fury towards Tang Tian instead. Before long, news of the looting of the Nine Heavens dynasty treasury spread far and wide. The information was disseminated from the intelligence tower. Countless individuals, upon hearing the news, were left in disbelief. Tang Tian had actually looted the treasury of the Nine Heavens dynasty? How utterly outrageous! Who did not know that the Nine Heavens dynasty boasted 3 quasi-saints? How had Tang Tian accomplished such a feat? Terrifying, and now, where had this fellow disappeared to? Chapter 45. 3 quasi-saint servants. Tang Tian, currently, he sat in a tavern's courtyard, lost in thought. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Ouyang Jian. However, he ultimately heeded Ouyang Lang's advice and abandoned that notion. The third quasi-saint of the Nine Heavens dynasty had been covertly protecting Ouyang Jian. The other's strength was comparable to that of Ouyang Lang. If that were all, it would pose no issue. The crux of the matter was that the royal palace of the Nine Heavens dynasty housed a terrifying formation capable of obliterating ordinary saints. Was there truly no other option? Furrowing his brow, Tang Tian remained somewhat unwilling to relent. Is that so, my master? Ouyang Lang nodded in affirmation. However, as long as we do not enter the royal palace or the lairs of other top-tier powers, we can traverse freely. Noting Tang Tian's slight vexation, Ouyang Lang continued, what I suggest sounds quite promising. This notion sparked a glimmer of hope in Tang Tian's eyes. This way, he need not disguise himself. Without a second thought, Tang Tian reverted to his original appearance. Let us go, he declared, rising with a grin. What for? Ouyang Lang asked, perplexed of course, to provoke Ouyang Jian. Although he could not eliminate him, stirring his mindset would be quite enjoyable. Tang Tian exclaimed without hesitation. Hearing this, Ouyang Lang broke into a cold sweat. What a peculiar taste, master! Nevertheless, he nodded without any hesitation. After all, Tang Tian was his master. Subsequently, the two of them swaggered onto the street. It can be said without reservation that upon Tang Tian's appearance, he became the focal point of his surroundings. As onlookers gazed at him, the cultivators instinctively chose to retreat. Then, they couldn't help but engage in hushed discussions. Goodness! Is that not Tang Tian? How dare he appear in the imperial city so brazenly? What is there to fear? If he can plunder the treasury of the Jotian dynasty, he must possess some formidable abilities. Have you not noticed? That elder beside Tang Tian appears to be Ouyang Lang, one of the three quasi-saints of the Jotian dynasty. What on earth is happening? Their direction seemed to lead toward the imperial palace, hinting that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Hee, this is delightful. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end? Before long, under the gaze of countless onlookers, Tang Tian and his companion arrived before the imperial palace. At that moment, Ouyang Jian and his group had been waiting for quite some time. Ouyang Lang, the Jotian dynasty has treated you well. Why have you betrayed us? An elder in black robes exclaimed furiously beside Ouyang Jian. Each serves their own master. There is nothing more to discuss, Ouyang Lang replied nonchalantly after glancing at the elder. You? The black-robed elder trembled with rage as he looked at Ouyang Lang. Ouyang Jian? Did you not intend to kill me? Why do you not come forward? At that moment, Tang Tian provocatively turned to Ouyang Jian, a smile playing on his lips. You little brat, do you truly believe that I cannot kill you? Ouyang Jian glared at Tang Tian, his voice dripping with lethal intent. Indeed. I genuinely believe so, Tang Tian replied, nodding with a mischievous grin. You? With a furious gesture towards Tang Tian, Ouyang Jian spat blood and fell unconscious. For Tang Tian had spoken the truth. For the time being, he truly found himself powerless against Tang Tian. Additionally, the thought of the treasury being plundered filled him with rage. Witnessing this scene, the distant cultivators felt an overwhelming chill. The awe and trepidation in their eyes towards Tang Tian were unmistakable. This fellow possesses a remarkable talent for inciting anger, to the point of making even the emperor of the Jotian dynasty faint from rage. Impressive, truly impressive. Old man, would you like to join me? Surely, the Jotian dynasty can no longer provide for you? Tang Tian proposed. Follow me, and I can guarantee you a life of luxury. What say you? In the next moment, Tang Tian's antics nearly incited laughter from everyone present. This fellow was attempting to woo the last remaining quasi-saint of the Jotian dynasty. What was he thinking? Tang Tian, do you not know that those who are arrogant and overbearing often meet their demise? The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes at Tang Tian, his anger giving way to a sardonic smile. I do not, Tang Tian replied, shaking his head innocently. Never mind, this is pointless. Let us depart, he said casually. Glancing at Ouyang Lang. Yes, Ouyang Lang responded promptly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two leisurely turned to leave, leaving many bewildered and disoriented. If it were possible, the black-robed elder would have loved to engage in combat. However, he dared not that he and Ouyang Lang were evenly matched, and should they both suffer injuries, the Jotian dynasty would surely face ruin. It was likely that other powers were already eyeing them covetously. Moreover, the reactions of various factions were already telling enough. After leaving Jotian City, upon learning of a certain incident, Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Overnight, the wanted posters from various factions had all been quietly removed. Did this mean they were conceding? How boring! He pouted and murmured, if it were earlier, he would have been interested in robbing these factions as revenge. But now, he was already wealthy beyond measure and found little appeal in the resources of ordinary factions. As for top-tier forces, He feared an unfortunate mishap should he invade their stronghold. Thus, Tang Tian deemed it wiser to tread carefully. In the following days, he would settle the score gradually. At the Tianji Pavilion, Tianji Wenda and Tianji Wuwei were both left speechless. Upon hearing of the treasury incident of the Jotian dynasty, they found it exceedingly difficult to believe. Simultaneously, they regarded Tang Tian with utmost trepidation. This young man was not only uncanny but seemed to possess an extraordinarily powerful background. Unbidden, both began to ponder the origins of Tang Tian. What was his true lineage? The surname Tang. It seemed there were many powerful individuals bearing that surname across the endless continent. Among those above the Saint realm, there were at least a few hundred. The most legendary among them undoubtedly belonged to the imperial family, the Tang clan. But which faction did Tang Tian truly hail from? Furthermore, was Tang Tian even his real name? Contemplating these questions, both couldn't help but scratch their heads. Simultaneously, they resolved firmly. They absolutely must not provoke this young man. One was merely a half-step quasi-saint, and the other even weaker. Provoking Tang Tian would be akin to courting disaster. In the palace of the thief sect, Yi Wuming was completely petrified upon receiving the latest intelligence regarding Tang Tian. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses, the boss not being a bit too exaggerated. It took all his might to utter this one sentence. The Jotian dynasty was one of the top powers in the southern frontier. And yet, what was the outcome? The boss actually plundered their treasury and took away one of their quasi-saints. The mere thought sent shivers down Yi Wuming's spine. Ferocious, truly ferocious, as expected of the boss. Equally unsettled were the various factions in the southern frontier. Regardless of whether they bore a grudge against Tang Tian or not, they unanimously chose the same course of action, to avoid provoking Tang Tian. They certainly did not wish to become the second Jotian dynasty. Moreover, on the surface, this fellow was accompanied by a quasi-saint. Provoking him would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. The quasi-saint was the pinnacle of existence in the southern frontier, master. Shortly after leaving Jotian City, Ouyang Lang hesitated, glancing at Tang Tian. "What is it?" Tang Tian asked, puzzled. "I have a feeling that someone is following us in the shadows. Furthermore, their strength seems to rival my own." After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Lang spoke uncertainly. Tang Tian was taken aback by Ouyang Lang's words. However, he quickly regained his composure. Could it be the old black and old white? Previously, he had thought they had departed. Now, with Ouyang Lang's words, it seemed they had been secretly following him all along, protecting him, acting as his guardians. Old black and old white. "Should you not make your presence known? Is this not amusing?" Tang Tian called out. Looking up at the heavens, above, the black and white duo exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of wry amusement. Taking a deep breath, they chose to reveal themselves. In an instant, they appeared before Tang Tian. The old servant greets the young clan leader. They immediately bowed respectfully to Tang Tian. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the two, Ouyang Lang was struck with astonishment. Two quasi-saints? Two individuals capable of breaking through to the saint realm at any moment? Why were they so much stronger than him despite being quasi-saints? Moreover, they were also the master's servants. Just who is this master? This is rather terrifying. No need for such formalities, old black and old white. Tang Tian waved his hand with a smile. Now I can truly relax. Glancing at the three, Tang Tian wore a smug expression. With three quasi-saints by his side, abundant resources at his disposal, and his unique cultivation method, was it not only fitting for him to take it easy? Hearing Tang Tian's words, the faces of the black and white duo as well as Ouyang Lang twitched violently. Taking it easy? Young clan leader, master. Is that not a bit excessive? Is it truly wise to waste such extraordinary talent? While Tang Tian chatted with the three, within his dantian, Luo Yi was voraciously devouring various resources from Tang Tian's storage ring. She was not picky at all, except for spirit stones. More intriguingly, it seemed the unparalleled fierce sword was undergoing a transformation as well, and that purple orb was too. Chapter 46. To dare enter the forbidden grounds? In truth, Tang Tian was not merely speaking idly, he truly began to embrace a laid-back lifestyle. After capturing a fifth-tier flying beast, the flying white tiger, he began to strut around with it. The black and white duo, along with Ouyang Lang, followed closely behind. The three could only share wry smiles at his antics. They could not fathom why the young clan leader, master, with such extraordinary talent, did not devote himself to hard work. Surely, if he did, his strength would increase at an even more astonishing rate. It was truly perplexing. In reality, Tang Tian was not entirely idle. Soon, he noticed disturbances within his dantian. While he could understand Luo Yi consuming resources, how was the unparalleled fierce sword, Nirvana Heaven Fire, and the purple orb also involved? The key was that they could even provide energy back to him. An ever-growing source of power was entering his meridians and physical body. Upon realizing this, Tang Tian could not remain calm. At the same time, he was secretly exhilarated. Thus, it is no longer a matter of simply slacking off to grow stronger. Rather, it is an incessant journey of self-improvement. Upon reflection, Tang Tian finds himself secretly elated. Once he returns to Zhongzhou, who would dare label him as a useless being? Not to mention the past, even in the present, it is likely that few prodigies in Zhongzhou could rival him. Speaking of Tang Tian's transformation, the duo of He Bai and Ouyang Lang have keenly observed the changes. They exchange bewildered glances, pondering why the young clan leader, the master, is constantly growing stronger without any apparent training. This notion leaves them with a sense of incredulity. It is worth noting that Tang Tian is not merely a typical schemer. The three quasi-saints who accompany him are also instructed to conceal their true powers. He justifies this by stating, if it were otherwise, wouldn't there be no enemies bold enough to challenge me? Wouldn't such a life be rather dull? The trio finds themselves at a loss for words regarding Tang Tian's peculiar sense of amusement. Speaking of adversaries, one cannot overlook Ouyang Jin. Within the royal palace of Jotian City, upon awakening, Ouyang Jin's countenance is grim, filled with a seething hatred. His resentment towards Tang Tian is palpable, wishing nothing less than to consume his flesh and drink his blood. The betrayal by Ouyang Lang is particularly hard for him to accept, having spent a considerable time within the Jotian dynasty. Old ancestor, shall we simply let this go? He inquires, looking at the elder in the black robe before him. A hint of unwillingness in his voice. What other choice do we have? The elder replies calmly, gazing at Ouyang Jin. For now, we must wait for higher authorities to intervene. I cannot leave the palace lightly. Lest he sighs, his voice trailing off. Ouyang Jin, understanding the unspoken implications, nods bitterly. He realizes that should the elder leave and an attack occur on the palace, they would likely meet their demise. Without the pinnacle of combat strength, can any force still be considered formidable? Especially since only this elder possesses the ability to activate the Jotian dynasty's strongest formations. Although Ouyang Jin is reluctant to admit it, he harbors genuine concern that Tang Tian might launch a counterattack. After all, that rascal is accompanied by quasi-saints. How infuriating! Yet, when he thinks of the Jotian dynasty's powerful backing, his heart swells with hope. With their intervention, what does it matter if there are quasi-saints? In the end, Tang Tian would still face certain death. Does he truly believe the Jotian dynasty is to be trifled with? At the palace of the thieves sect, Yi Wuming's grandfather, Yi Feng, has once again arrived. Grandfather, your sudden visit here. Is there something amiss? Yi Wuming questions, filled with doubt, as his grandfather typically immerses himself in cultivation, indifferent to other matters. Surely you have heard of some recent events concerning young friend Tang Tian? Yi Feng smiles, countering with a question, of course. I am utterly in awe of the elder. Yi Wuming exclaims without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In his eyes, any so-called prodigy pales in comparison to his elder. Stealing from the Jotian dynasty's treasury, kidnapping their quasi-saint, provoking them relentlessly, each of these feats is simply invincible. Yi Feng is not the least surprised by Yi Wuming's reaction. Not just his precious grandson, but throughout the entire southern region, how many young individuals do not idolize Tang Tian? Moreover, the responses from various factions are quite amusing, revealing their cowardice. They have all cowered. I suggest you embark on a journey of experience alongside young friend Tang Tian. Otherwise, as the disparity widens, you may lose this friendship, Yi Feng advises earnestly, casting a deep glance at Yi Wuming. All right, that is precisely my intention. In the sacred grounds of the Tang family in Zhongzhou, beneath the abyss where Tang Tai resides, he remains in a state of shock upon reading the latest communications regarding Tang Tian. Quite frankly, Tang Tian's prowess has far surpassed his expectations. Although he is adept at taming beasts, The ability to command quasi-saint demon cultivators is an entirely different matter. Even the well-informed Tang Tai finds himself somewhat bewildered. What kind of technique has his beloved grandson acquired to achieve such extraordinary feats? Contemplating this fills him with an incredible sense of JOS, the last hope of the Tang family's third generation. He naturally desires for Tang Tian to become increasingly prodigious, in fact. He cannot help but anticipate how, upon his grandson's return to Zhongzhou, the old geezers will be left astounded. Previously, when he suggested a union between Tian and their descendants, they all rejected the notion. If they were to learn of Tian's current capabilities, they would likely be scrambling for a reconsideration, filled with regret. Such thoughts bring immense pride to Tang Tai. Tang Tian's extraordinary talents. When compared to his son and daughter-in-law attaining saint status at a young age, only serve to amplify his pride. AT-18. Reaching the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, capable of sweeping through the Yin-Yang realm? Coupled with that astonishing ability, who else could evoke such pride but his beloved grandson? Moreover, it is merely a matter of time before his grandson ascends to emperor status. He chuckles to himself. It seems I must pave the way for Tian. With hands clasped behind him, Tang Tai gazes into the distance, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, after departing Zhoutian City, Tang Tian continues to roam on his flying tiger. Amusingly, he had initially intended to cause some trouble for certain factions, yet each one he encounters seems more cowardly than the last. They either come to apologize or kneel in contrition. Before he knows it, he finds himself in possession of a vast array of resources. Hey bye, at this rate, staying in the southern region seems rather pointless, doesn't it? Tang Tian remarks with a hint of frustration. Glancing back at the duo of Hey bye, that is not entirely true. In fact, there are still many intriguing places in the southern region. Perhaps the young clan leader should explore those forbidden zones? Bai Sha suggests cheerfully, waving his hand. Forbidden zones? Tang Tian pauses, a smile of interest spreading across his face. That sounds promising. He muses to himself, I too believe that the young clan leader should venture into those forbidden zones. He Sha concurs, nodding in agreement. What he fails to mention is that the young clan leader's continued idleness would only squander his extraordinary talents and waste precious time. Hearing the harmonious exchange between He Bai, Ouyang Lang cannot help but break into a cold sweat. He struggles to comprehend why the duo would encourage the master to venture into such perilous territories, where even quasi-saints risk their lives. Yet, upon further reflection, he finds solace in the thought that these two are significantly stronger than he. Perhaps, for them, those forbidden zones are not as daunting. Simultaneously, Ouyang Lang grows increasingly curious about Tang Tian's background. A quasi-saint servant and protector. Just this alone indicates that his master hails from an extraordinary lineage. Perhaps he originates from a top-tier faction in Zhongzhou? At this moment, within the Tiangong Pavilion, Tianji and Tianji Wu Wei share a moment of astonishment. Just moments ago, through their divination of Ouyang Lang, they uncovered something utterly remarkable. Ouyang Lang is accompanied by two even more powerful quasi-saints. They understand precisely what this implies. In other words, Tang Tian is flanked by two formidable quasi-saints. Gasp, Master. What do you think Tang Tian's faction could be? Tianji Wu Wei gasps in disbelief. Internally, he feels a surge of relief. Thankfully, the Tiangong Pavilion did not offend Tang Tian gravely. Otherwise, given the young man's temperament, he might have stormed the Tiangong Pavilion without hesitation, leading to disastrous consequences for them. After all, if Tang Tian could effortlessly steal from the Zhoutian dynasty's treasury, he could just as easily plunder the Tiangong Pavilion's vault. Why else would the myriad factions in the southern region choose to back down before him? Ultimately, it is because this young man is simply too fearsome. It is likely that he hails from a top-tier faction in Zhongzhou. After a moment of hesitation, Tianji cautiously suggests, a youth accompanied by two powerful quasi-saints. Tang Tian must at least be of the caliber of a saintly heir from a premier sacred ground. Wouldn't you agree? However, Tianji struggles to fathom why such a being would venture to the southern region, a land they consider barren, in the midst of their preparations to head towards a forbidden area. A figure suddenly appears before Tang Tian. This figure is none other than Yi Wuming. One cannot help but commend Yi Wuming, the fortunate inheritor of the emperor's legacy. In a mere month, his strength has surged to the first level of the Nirvana realm. Boss, you are truly impressive. How did you accomplish this? Yi Wuming gazes at Tang Tian with admiration. The arrival of Yi Wuming astonishes Bai, Ouyang Lang, and the others. The first level of the Nirvana realm? At such a young age and possessing such strength, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies throughout the southern region. Not too bad. Huh. Have you actually broken through to the Nirvana realm? Impressive. Really impressive. With a shrug, Tang Tian chuckled in astonishment. He then surveyed Yi Wuming with wide-eyed surprise. Heh. Indeed. Speaking of which, I owe a great deal to my leader. Otherwise, how could I have obtained the legacy of the emperor? With a proud smile, Yi Wuming declared. Upon finishing, he cast a grateful glance towards Tang Tian. Their conversation left the black and white duo and Ouyang Lang momentarily stunned, even struggling to regain their composure. Yi Wuming, the young patriarch master, has acquired the emperor's legacy? Hiss, that seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Noticing the trio's curious expressions, Tang Tian casually provided a brief explanation. The black and white duo were his guardians, while Ouyang Lang served as his attendant. After all, there was nothing to conceal. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of the three. What a pity! The ancient battlefield has already vanished. Subsequently, Tang Tian introduced the four of them to one another. Although he was already aware that 3 quasi-saints accompanied Tang Tian, the reality of meeting them filled Yi Wuming with a W.E.At this moment. A thought emerged in Yi Wuming's mind. Could it be that my leader truly hails from an imperial lineage? Hiss! As they continued onward, Tang Tian engaged Yi Wuming in casual conversation. By the way, leader, my grandfather asked me to remind you. The Zhoutian dynasty has intricate ties to the legendary demon emperor, Imo Zhoutian. Given that you've plundered the Zhoutian dynasty, they likely won't let it slide easily. You must be cautious. Fixing his gaze on Tang Tian's face, Yi Wuming said earnestly, Thank you for the warning. But so what? Nodding lightly, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. Similarly, the black and white duo wore expressions of indifference. Imo Zhoutian is indeed formidable. However, Tang Tian's grandfather is far more powerful than him. Thus, there is little to worry about. Furthermore, with Tang Tian having acquired the Beast Goddess legacy and the treasury of a previous dynasty from the Zhoutian dynasty, he was inherently opposed to Imo Zhoutian. Observing the reactions of Tang Tian and the others, Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming were momentarily taken aback. Then they felt a quiet sense of relief. As long as Tang Tian and his companions exuded confidence, everything would be fine. Their curiosity regarding Tang Tian's origins grew even stronger. However, since Tang Tian chose not to divulge, they had no intention of probing further. Leader, where are we headed now? Yi Wuming inquired, shifting the topic as he looked at Tang Tian. To the Joyo Demon Abyss. Smiling, Tang Tian replied calmly. Why Yi Wuming's expression changed drastically at Tang Tian's words. The Joyo Demon Abyss. I should have known. It is one of the 4 forbidden zones of the southern wilderness. Even quasi-saints face perilous odds entering these zones. But now, my leader intends to venture into the Joyo Demon Abyss. Is this not a tad reckless? Are you frightened? Raising an eyebrow, Tang Tian asked a bit. Indeed. But if my leader dares to go, so shall I. Rubbing his head, Yi Wuming chuckled awkwardly. That's good. Satisfied, Tang Tian nodded with a grin. At this moment, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Seems my journey to the southern wilderness has not been in vain. My gains are truly astounding. Luo Yi, the mysterious purple orb, beast taming technique, destruction sword technique, Nirvana celestial fire, a supreme fierce sword, 2 treasuries, a quasi-saint attendant, and, of course, a friend like Yi Wuming. Hearing the conversation between the two, the 3 quasi-saints regarded Yi Wuming with peculiar expressions. This kid is indeed intriguing, clearly terrified upon hearing about the Joyo Demon Abyss, yet he still chooses to accompany the young patriarch, master, into this forbidden zone. As Tang Tian and his group approached the Joyo Demon Abyss, a powerful figure descended into the palace of the Zhoutian dynasty. At the forefront stood a quasi-saint radiating demonic energy, a stern-looking middle-aged man named Imo Wudao. He was quietly listening to Ouyang Jian's grievances. Tang Tian? Upon hearing Ouyang Jian's words, Imo Wudao's face displayed an unusual expression. At that moment, he recalled a notorious figure from Zhengzhou. The number 1 waste of Zhengzhou? A playboy, named Tang Tian, right? This individual is also the greatest joke of Zhengzhou. The grandson of the foremost alchemist, Tang Tai, turned out to be a waste. Haha, however, I have yet to see the face of that waste. They must merely share the same name. How could such a famous waste transform into a peerless prodigy in such a short time? Is there a problem, my lord? Glancing at Imo Wudao, Ouyang Jin cautiously inquired. No issues. The Demon Emperor's intent is to make this Tang Tian our puppet, if possible. Shaking his head, Imo Wudao replied indifferently. Understood. With a slight change in expression, Ouyang Jin nodded. He felt a surge of frustration. Nearly spitting blood. The Demon Emperor has decided not to kill Tang Tian, but after a moment's reflection, he felt relieved. This Tang Tian is indeed a terrifying prodigy. If he could be controlled, he would make an excellent choice. Do we have any news on their whereabouts? Where has that Tang Tian gone? Imo Wudao observed Ouyang Jin's changing expressions but remained unconcerned. The Ouyang family is merely a puppet supported by the Demon Emperor. What is there to fret about? In Imo Wudao's eyes, Tang Tian held far more value than Ouyang Jin. Especially considering Tang Tian's vengeful nature and reckless demeanor, he was quite appealing to those of the demonic path. If this kid could be controlled and nurtured, he might become another Demon Emperor in the future. They had not concealed their movements. It seemed they were heading toward the Jiuyo Demon Abyss. I understand. Watching Imo Wudao depart with a decisive stride, Ouyang Jin's expression darkened. He had thought the visitor would eliminate Tang Tian this time. What a pity, he had miscalculated. Wudao's attitude made him increasingly uneasy. If Tang Tian truly became one of the Demon Emperor's subordinates, would anyone object if Tang Tian sought to kill him? After all, Tang Tian would be of far greater value. Contemplating these thoughts, a look of uncertainty crossed Ouyang Jin's face. Suddenly, he felt that he might need to carefully plot his escape route. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and his companions had arrived at the edge of a vast abyss filled with demonic energy. The abyss before them seemed to stretch endlessly, indicating the Jiuyo Demon Abyss occupies a considerable expanse. Let us go. Casting a glance at Yi Wuming, Tang Tian stated calmly. Yes, Tang Tian was prepared to venture into the Jiuyo Demon Abyss alongside Yi Wuming. As for the three quasi-saints, he had no intention of bringing them along. Otherwise, his expedition into the Forbidden Zone would lose all significance. This was also the intention of the Black and White duo. Nevertheless, they provided each of Tang Tian and Yi Wuming with a scroll. In case of necessity, they could use the scrolls to escape. All right, nodding, Yi Wuming replied. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Black and White duo and Ouyang Lang, the two entered the Jiuyo Demon Abyss. Shortly after they stepped inside, a group of figures suddenly descended from the sky. At the forefront stood Imo Wudao. The Black and White duo? How is that possible? The Tang Tian of the southern wilderness is actually the infamous waste from the Imperial Tang family. Looking at the Black and White duo, Imo Wudao exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing his words, Ouyang Lang was rendered speechless. The Imperial Tang family? My master hails from an imperial lineage? Hiss! Wait a moment. What do you mean by waste? I didn't expect the little bastards of the demonic path to arrive in the southern wilderness as well. They dare to act against the young patriarch? If that's the case, you may proceed to the afterlife. Casting a glance at Imo Wudao, Bai Sha said with a sly smile. Upon hearing Bai Sha's words, the expressions of Imo Wudao and his companions turned grim. Without hesitation, they tacitly chose to flee. They did not believe they could match the Black and White duo. These two were renowned as the strongest quasi-saints in Zhongzhou. It is an established fact that no one beneath the saints can surpass them, especially since they had slain numerous saints. Observing the reaction of Imo Wudao and his companions, Ouyang Lang was momentarily taken aback. What is this? The strength of this individual far surpasses my own. They witnessed the Black and White duo flee without a hint of hesitation. Now they think to escape. Is it even useful? Looking at the fleeing figures, Bai Sha wore a mocking smile. While speaking, he drew his sword from his waist. With a single strike, Bai Sha effortlessly swung his sword. In an instant, a blood-red sword light descended from the heavens, splitting into 9, hurtling towards Imo Wudao and his companions. Under Ouyang Lang's incredulous gaze, Imo Wudao and his group fell, their bodies severed and lifeless on the ground. Their storage rings flew towards Bai Sha. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Lang felt a tremendous shock within his soul. Quasi-saints are the pinnacle of power in the southern wilderness. Yet, why is there such a vast disparity in strength between quasi-saints? Bai Sha killed a formidable quasi-saint with a single sword strike. Chapter 48. Merging demonic energy, a smooth journey ahead. Observing Ouyang Lang's reaction, the Black and White duo couldn't help but chuckle. They had seen such expressions many times. What was there to be astonished about? As quasi-saints, why are you so much weaker? After a moment, Ouyang Lang managed to stammer out a question. If you suppress every realm to its utmost limit before breaking through, you too could achieve this. Gazing at Ouyang Lang, Bai Sha chuckled and remarked. Bai Sha's words left Ouyang Lang somewhat bewildered. To suppress each realm to its utmost and then break through. This seemed excessively grandiose. In fact, he felt an incredulous sensation within. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Frankly speaking, he was more inclined to believe that Bai Sha possessed extraordinary talent. Observing Ouyang Lang's skepticism, the duo of black and white simply exchanged knowing smiles, offering no explanations. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and his companion had already ventured into the abyss of 9 hells. The circumstances within this forbidden zone took them by surprise. Upon entering this ominous territory, both felt an immediate sense of unease. The demonic energy here was alarmingly potent. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize a cultivator's mental state. The risk of falling into madness was not to be dismissed. Boss, this place is terrifying, isn't it? Are we certain we wish to delve deeper into the abyss of 9 hells? Yu Ming asked, a conflicted expression on his face as he turned to Tang Tian. Go be candid, at this moment. He felt a twinge of fear. He realized that the demonic energy was already beginning to encroach upon his psyche. It is important to note that they were merely at the periphery. What would happen if they ventured further into the heart of the abyss? More critically, he worried about being a hindrance to Tang Tian. Why don't you wait for me outside? Tang Tian suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Yu Ming. All right, without hesitation, Yu Ming readily agreed and turned to flee back the way they came. Observing this, Tang Tian shook his head quietly. It appeared that urging Yu Ming to brave the abyss of 9 hells was somewhat unrealistic. Outside, upon witnessing Yu Ming's retreat, Ouyang Lang, along with the duo of black and white, were momentarily taken aback. What's with this fellow? Yu Ming chuckled awkwardly, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. It was only natural. Given his level of cultivation, he truly ought not to venture into the abyss of 9 hells. You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard, Ouyang Lang reassured him with a glance. Yu Ming exhaled in relief, yet a look of conflict returned to his face. How many people do you think can compare with the master? Ouyang Lang chuckled at Yu Ming's inquiry, his laughter tinged with disbelief. Yu Ming stammered, at a loss for words. Indeed, how many could stand alongside their master? The pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the Nirvana realm? Capable of defeating forces of the Yin-Yang realm? Moreover, reflecting on Tang Tian's various feats, Yu Ming felt nothing but reverence. As the two conversed, Tang Tian continued his journey. The demonic energy, such matters had no effect whatsoever on him. Not only that, remarkably, the unparalleled sword within his dantian was gradually absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. Before long, a faint trace of demonic energy permeated every corner of Tang Tian's body, intertwining with his unique cultivation techniques and the beast mastery technique. It was as if Tang Tian had become one with the abyss of 9 hells. Here, he found himself able to move freely. Is this even possible? Tang Tian mused to himself, an unusual expression crossing his face. However, soon, that peculiarity was replaced with delight. Could this mean he could traverse the abyss of 9 hells with impunity? Surely, the primary risk for others daring to enter this realm was the overwhelming demonic energy, wasn't it? The deeper one ventured, the more potent the demonic energy became. Even the most formidable cultivator could succumb to madness when overwhelmed by such energy. And even demonic cultivators could be no exception. The peculiar nature of this demonic energy seemed to possess an uncanny allure. The scattered bones littering the ground told many tales. Intriguing, Tang Tian muttered as he pressed onward. Initially, upon entering the abyss of 9 hells, the surroundings were barren. Yet, after an hour, an array of various plants emerged. However, these flora were entirely blood-red. They emitted powerful waves of demonic energy, and each bore strange, arcane symbols. Instantly, Tang Tian felt an intense curiosity stir within him. What could these symbols signify? Could it be that the abyss of 9 hells earned its reputation as one of the 4 great forbidden zones of the southern wilderness due to these very phenomena? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed nearby, causing Tang Tian instinctively to halt. He turned towards the source of the noise. What was this? His pupils narrowed as he focused on the origin of the sound, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Before him stood a towering blood-colored puppet, adorned with an intricate array of crimson symbols. Moreover, the demonic energy radiating from it far surpassed that of its surroundings, a quasi-saint. This was indeed a quasi-saint level puppet. In that moment, Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why even quasi-saints risked their lives in this place. The peculiar, malevolent demonic energy and the formidable blood-colored puppet standing before him. Heaven knows what lay ahead if he chose to proceed further. As expected, the blood-colored puppet ignored him, walking straight past as if Tang Tian were merely a native of this realm. Perhaps it viewed him as one of its own. After all, Tang Tian's body had absorbed the demonic energy permeating the area. While he had considered attempting to control the puppet, he quickly dismissed the notion after a moment's contemplation. On one hand, he was uncertain how to exert control over it. Wouldn't he provoking it lead to his own peril? On the other hand, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. For now, he was merely at the periphery of the abyss of 9 hells. If even the outskirts were patrolled by quasi-saint-level puppets, what might the core region hold? Tang Tian felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation within him. Would he be able to reap some benefits from this venture? As Tang Tian delved deeper into the abyss of 9 hells, back in the imperial palace of the 9 Heavens dynasty, Ouyang Jian stared in disbelief at a communication array before him. It had conveyed an unexpected piece of news. Why had Mo Wudao and his entourage perished? Who had struck them down? They had been eliminated? Recollecting the events, Ouyang Jian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Mo Wudao was so powerful, yet he had been vanquished? His first thought was of Tang Tian and the 3 quasi-saints accompanying him. Hadn't Mo Wudao gone in search of Tang Tian? It was likely that the 3 quasi-saints, including Ouyang Lang, had teamed up to defeat him. Rather than feeling sympathy for Mo Wudao's demise, Ouyang Jian felt a sense of schadenfreude. That scoundrel was gone. It served him right. Not only did he carry himself with an air of superiority, but he had also sought to control that fellow Tang Tian. Humph. It seemed he would not need to flee for the time being. After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Jian promptly crafted a message, embellishing the details. He attributed the entire affair to Tang Tian, claiming that he had orchestrated the downfall of Mo Wudao and his associates through cunning machinations with the 3 quasi-saints. He even portrayed himself as a tragic hero in the narrative. Once he had completed this, a satisfied smile crept onto Ouyang Jian's face. Surely, the higher-ups would dispatch even stronger forces in response. At that point, Tang Tian and his group would be doomed. He chuckled to himself. Simultaneously, at the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Tian Jiwen and Tian Jiwu were wide-eyed, staring at the latest intelligence report in their hands. The Demon Dao Emperor had dispatched quasi-saints to the southern wilderness? That was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that those dispatched had been eliminated. More accurately, they had been defeated by the quasi-saints accompanying Tang Tian. All of them had perished? Lord Pavilion Master, what is the background of this Tang Tian? Tian Jiwu asked, swallowing hard, his scalp tingling. Could quasi-saints from the Demon Dao be easily vanquished? Was this a joke? Those from the Demon Dao were notoriously powerful. See for yourself. Tian Jiwen shook his head with a wry smile, offering no answer to Tian Jiwu's query but instead handing him a communication token. It bore messages from the headquarters of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, a strict directive. Do not offend Tang Tian. Do not intervene in any of his affairs. Violators would face annihilation of their entire clan. Staring at these orders, Tian Jiwu was rendered speechless. This was, without a doubt, the highest command from the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. They had never received such an order before. Yet now, due to Tang Tian, they were issued such a decree. What was this Tang Tian's origin? The thought left him incredulous. Could this Tang Tian be a scion of some prominent figure within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets? Or was he perhaps affiliated with a force so formidable that even the Hall of Heavenly Secrets dared not provoke it? If it were the former, it would be manageable. However, if it were the latter, it would be quite alarming. A similar scenario unfolded within the intelligence tower in the depths of the Tang family's sacred ground in the central continent. Beneath the abyss, Tang Tai mused to himself. Surely, no one will disturb Tian'er during his training now. Glancing up at the heavens, he smiled contentedly. Undoubtedly, everything was orchestrated by Tang Tai.as for his motives. There were two. First, He wished for Tang Tian's training to remain undisturbed, hoping for his rapid growth. Second, he aimed to keep the various forces in the central continent oblivious to Tang Tian's current status. It was that simple. Chapter 49. Devouring the remnant soul of the demon race emperor. A great harvest. Without lingering, Tang Tian pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered several quasi-saint-level blood-colored puppets. Upon this realization, Tang Tian couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in astonishment. It appeared that the Nine Nether Abyss was even more formidable than he had initially imagined. The sheer number of powerful puppets patrolling the periphery was staggering. One could only wonder what lay within the core area. The thought was chilling. Yet, what secrets did the Nine Nether Abyss conceal? Initially, Tang Tian had harbored no expectations for the southern wilderness. However, over time, his perspective had shifted considerably. True, the southern wilderness was a desolate land, but that did not imply a lack of treasures. After all, what could explain his acquisition of the Beast Mastery Technique, the Unparalleled Evil Sword, the Purple Orb, and the Nirvana Heavenly Fire? And not to forget, the Destruction Sword Technique, along with those Imperial Tombs? Lost in thought, Tang Tian continued onward. As time passed, he found himself surrounded by towering blood-red trees. Without exception, these colossal trees bore numerous crimson inscriptions, their demonic aura growing increasingly potent. Moreover, various demonic beasts roamed this place, all cloaked in blood red. Their bodies were similarly adorned with a plethora of crimson runes, exuding a formidable demonic energy. Furthermore, these beasts were significantly stronger than their counterparts in the outside world. Strangely, they showed no inclination to attack Tang Tian. Witnessing this, Tang Tian felt a surge of secret satisfaction and an overwhelming curiosity. What was the true origin of his unparalleled evil sword? How could it assist him in refining the bizarre demonic energy of this realm? It was truly perplexing. At present, its origin seemed to rival that of the Beast Mastery Technique. In the blink of an eye, a small portion of the day had passed. Tang Tian had ventured deep into the Nine Nether Abyss. By now, the sun was setting. Spotting a figure not far ahead, Tang Tian instinctively halted. It was a remnant soul. This soul radiated an exceedingly malevolent aura and was clad in a white robe. Strangely, it appeared to be a small old man with an ethereal demeanor. At this moment, it was gazing at Tang Tian with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. How intriguing! A human cultivator could arrive here unscathed and even refine the demonic energy for his own use? After scrutinizing Tang Tian, the white-robed old man remarked in astonishment, "Young man, how did you manage this? Is it of great significance?" Tang Tian replied coolly, meeting the old man's gaze without answering directly. Meanwhile, he was internally preparing to flee. For the presence of this white-robed old man filled him with an unsettling sense of danger, something even a quasi-saint had never evoked in him. This indicated just how formidable the old man truly was. "Master, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire can restrain him," suddenly echoed the cool voice of Luo Yi in Tang Tian's mind. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's eyes brightened, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Luo Yi's assurance, he felt reassured. If the Nirvana Heavenly Fire could counter this malevolent remnant soul, what was there to fear? "Do you understand the consequences of offending me?" The old man's words dripped with displeasure, and an aura of chilling malice emanated from him. "I do not know. Nor do I wish to know." Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. In an instant, the white-robed old man found himself at a loss for words. Tang Tian's reaction and attitude were entirely unexpected. Previously, even some quasi-saints who had fortuitously arrived here had regarded him with utmost reverence. In stark contrast, this young man seemed to hold him in utter disregard. How infuriating! At barely 20 years of age, a peak Nirvana realm practitioner. Indeed, he was extraordinarily gifted. But what of it? In the face of absolute power, such talents were but a joke. "Very well, you have thoroughly enraged me. Today, I shall seize your body," the white-robed old man declared, his voice laced with malevolence. "A remarkably gifted human, indeed." "Ha ha ha!" After a piercing glance at Tang Tian, the old man erupted in sinister laughter, then transformed into a wisp of white smoke that surged toward Tang Tian's mind. In an instant, he penetrated the depths of Tang Tian's soul. No. How could this happen? The next moment, the old man screamed in horror and disbelief. Nirvana Heavenly Fire. The legendary Nirvana Heavenly Fire? Why does this brat possess such a terrifying flame? How did he tame it? Unfortunately, the white-robed old man had no time to ponder further before being engulfed and annihilated by Tang Tian's Nirvana Heavenly Fire. He was reduced to an incredibly pure form of soul energy, sealed within Tang Tian's soul sea. Simultaneously, Tang Tian was inundated with memories from the white-robed old man. This old man turned out to be the remnant soul of a dying demon emperor who had once created the Nine Nether Abyss. His purpose for establishing this place was to seek a host, a target of exceptional talent. Over the years, he had attempted to seize the bodies of numerous cultivators. But ultimately, due to dissatisfaction, he had devoured their souls, surviving only as a remnant soul. As Tang Tian processed these memories, his expression turned vibrant with intrigue. What a revelation! The Nine Nether Abyss, one of the 4 forbidden zones, was merely a trap. Fortunately, he possessed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire. Otherwise, he would have surely met a disastrous fate. But now, everything belonging to this demon emperor was now his. With that thought, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. A bountiful harvest indeed. Simultaneously, far away in a chasm of demonic energy in Zhengzhou, a powerful entity shrouded in demonic aura suddenly lifted its head to gaze in the direction of the Nine Nether Abyss. Has the ancestor failed? What a pity. Once I break through, I shall reclaim everything that belonged to the ancestor. Surely, the puppets and demonic beasts there can withstand all the cultivators of the southern wilderness? With a sigh, this formidable being murmured before continuing its cultivation. Within the Nine Nether Abyss, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes, his face radiant with joy. He then formed a complex hand gesture in no time. 18 blood-red puppets appeared before him. Without hesitation, Tang Tian collected them. These were 18 quasi-saint puppets. He had struck it rich. Next, Tang Tian approached a nearby altar and retrieved a special storage ring, a blood-red storage ring capable of containing living creatures. Then swarms of demonic beasts were summoned in accordance with the memories of the demon emperor's remnant soul and sealed within. Finally, Tang Tian stepped onto the altar, his attention drawn to a blood-red stone tablet. After pondering for a moment, he pressed his hand upon the tablet, unleashing a surge of demonic energy from within. Moments later, the blood-red stone tablet crumbled, revealing a blood-red jade disc. This disc contained the demon emperor's lifelong teachings. It is time to depart, Tang Tian murmured to himself, securing the blood-red jade disc. Throughout this entire ordeal, a smile had not left his face. The spoils of this venture were far more substantial than he could have anticipated. The only drawback was that his current strength was insufficient. The demon emperor's soul energy sealed within his soul sea could only be slowly absorbed. As Tang Tian collected everything, Luo Yi's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, can these demonic beasts serve as my sustenance? Her tone was filled with hope and nervousness, of course. Not only these demonic beasts, but if you desire the puppets or the jade disc, you may consume them as well. Taken aback, Tang Tian chuckled softly. Thank you, Master. In truth, Tang Tian's kindness towards Luo Yi was not without reason. From the moment she hatched, she could effortlessly slay Nirvana realm cultivators and assist him in taming the Nirvana Heavenly Fire. Who could fathom her potential? After all, she was his spirit pet, and the stronger she became, the better for him. What did a few resources matter? Whether it was puppets, demonic beasts, or the jade disc containing the demon emperor's teachings. These were merely embellishments for him. With 3 quasi-saints by his side, these puppets were unlikely to surpass the strength of his grandfather figures, black and white. As for the demonic beasts, they were even less significant. The demon emperor's techniques paled in comparison to the unnamed techniques and the beast mastery technique. Thus, if Yi could significantly enhance her strength, what would it matter if this bounty were bestowed upon her? If she became powerful enough, he could rest easy and take a back seat. Soon, he would have yet another formidable ally by his side. Such were the thoughts swirling in Tang Tian's mind. Before long, however, his musings were interrupted by the disturbances around him. Everything in the vicinity was disintegrating at an alarming rate. What the hell? He muttered under his breath, swiftly harnessing the powers of spatial manipulation to make his escape. Outside, the trio of Bai He, Ouyang Lang, and Yi Wuming stood in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at the Nine Nether Abyss. What is happening? Is this forbidden zone truly disintegrating? They pondered in unison, casting their thoughts towards Tang Tian. Could he be the cause of this? How could that be possible? Before long, Tang Tian reappeared within their line of sight. As they looked at him, their expressions transformed into a mix of bewilderment. Could it really be due to him? Tang Tian is the sole existence to have emerged alive. So, who else could it possibly be? Chapter 50. The third general of the Demon Emperor. Observing the gazes of the others, Tang Tian could easily surmise what they were thinking. Young clan leader, what is the Jiuyo Demon Abyss? Bai Sha couldn't help but inquire, his eyes fixed on Tang Tian's face. In truth, there was nothing to conceal. It was as follows. With a casual shrug, Tang Tian briefly recounted the circumstances within the Jiuyo Demon Abyss. After all, they were all comrades, and there was no need for secrecy. Upon hearing this, whether it was the black and white twin sabers, Ouyang Lang, or Yi Wuming, they were all rendered utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief. The Jiuyo Demon Abyss was, astonishingly, a forbidden zone created by a demon emperor on the brink of death. Its purpose was to facilitate soul possession. Inside, there were numerous quasi-saint puppets and demonized beasts. Yet now, it seemed that Tang Tian had acquired everything within. The reason for the Jiuyo Demon Abyss's obliteration was precisely due to this. Remarkable! Breaking the silence, Yi Wuming exclaimed. Simultaneously, he cast an envious glance at Tang Tian. Another complete inheritance from a great emperor? Truly, he is deserving of the title of leader. Such luck is simply invincible. Let us depart. Tang Tian said with a bemused smile, glancing at the fort. Indeed. Soon after, the five of them swaggered away as they proceeded. Tang Tian frequently monitored his Dantian. One must admit, that little girl Luo Yi was not merely boasting. Although she resided within Tang Tian's Dantian, it in no way hindered her voracious consumption of various resources. Indeed, as of now, she was relentlessly devouring the resources from one of Tang Tian's storage rings. Furthermore, she had begun to consume the beast contained within the storage ring from the Jiuyo Demon Abyss not long ago. The aura of Luo Yi was continuously growing stronger. One could only wonder how powerful she would become once she finished absorbing these resources. Half a day later, Tang Tian and his companions had already distanced themselves from the Jiuyo Demon Abyss. They had departed, yet the commotion stirred by Tang Tian was only just beginning. For news of the Jiuyo Demon Abyss had already spread. Not long ago, Tang Tian entered the Jiuyo Demon Abyss. However, shortly after entering, he exited, and then, the Jiuyo Demon Abyss was completely obliterated. If there was no trickery involved, who would believe it? Overnight, countless cultivators in the southern wilderness were engrossed in discussions about this matter. Do you think Tang Tian might have obtained an unparalleled opportunity within the Jiuyo Demon Abyss? It was not entirely impossible. However, the specifics were known only to him. It is truly unimaginable. One of the four great forbidden zones in the southern wilderness, the Jiuyo Demon Abyss, has been utterly destroyed. Even quasi-saints would face near-certain death upon entering this forbidden zone. Yet Tang Tian managed to emerge unscathed? How did he accomplish this? What do you think is really going on here? Perhaps Tang Tian harbors some grand secret in the Jotian dynasty, within the imperial palace of Jotian City. Upon learning of Tang Tian's latest developments, Ouyang Jin's expression was nothing short of captivating. This kid is undoubtedly too extraordinary, he muttered to himself, incredulity etched across his face. A mere Nirvana realm cultivator not only managed to enter the Jiuyo Demon Abyss, but also emerged intact. The critical point is, Tang Tian had just departed from the Jiuyo Demon Abyss when it was annihilated. Ouyang Jin found himself at a loss for words. This was truly a disruption of his understanding. Now, he could only pray that the higher-ups would send some top-tier powerhouses, as long as they eliminated Tang Tian and his companions. He could uncover the secrets of the Jiuyo Demon Abyss. Also keeping an eye on Tang Tian were Tianji Wendao and Tianji Wu Wei. Ever since receiving the highest orders from headquarters, the two had no intention of provoking Tang Tian. However, their curiosity about him was undeniable. Just who is this individual? Moreover, what did he acquire in the renowned Jiuyo Demon Abyss? Lord Pavilion Master, do you think we could perhaps shift our approach? Tianji Wu Wei abruptly suggested to Tianji Wendao. What? Tianji Wendao responded, puzzled. Since the higher-ups have ordered us not to provoke Tang Tian, what if we were to curry favor with him instead? Perhaps we could gain considerable benefits from it. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Ji-Wu Wei slowly articulated. A fervent spark ignited in his eyes. He felt that this might present an opportunity for them. Do you think we are worthy of ingratiating ourselves with him? Do we possess anything that could possibly impress him? Rolling his eyes, Tian Ji-Wen Dao retorted with exasperation. Instantly, Tian Ji-Wu Wei fell silent. Upon serious reflection, it seemed he had a point. Tang Tian had plundered the treasury of the Jotian dynasty, making him wealthier than the Tianji Pavilion itself. Furthermore, with 3 quasi-saints at his side, he likely lacked for nothing. More importantly, it was worth noting that the Tianji Pavilion previously harbored some grievances against him. It would be strange indeed for Tang Tian to take a liking to them. Contemplating these matters, Tian Ji-Wu Wei couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. What a pity, alas. As for the reactions from various parties, Tang Tian remained oblivious. After leaving the Jiuyo Demon Abyss, he intended to explore the other 3 great forbidden zones. He was eager to see what surprises the other 3 could offer him on the journey. When he heard Bai Sha mention a certain event, Tang Tian was taken aback. The demon Jotian had actually dispatched a quasi-saint to deal with him? That individual had already been slain by Grandfather Bai? This meant that they were now locked in a cycle of enmity? Stroking his chin, Tang Tian broke into a grin. A peculiar expression surfaced on his face. Having acquired the beast control technique and the treasury of a previous dynasty of the Jotian dynasty, he was destined to stand in opposition to Demon Jotian. Now, with the situation as it was indeed quite intriguing. The reaction of Tang Tian left the 4 companions momentarily stunned. They found it perplexing how it seemed as if Tang Tian was almost eager for this outcome. Truly strange. Just as Tang Tian and his party continued onward, a figure suddenly obstructed their path. It was a lean old man clad in black robes, exuding a fierce demonic aura. The individual possessed quasi-saint level strength. Upon appearing, he instinctively glanced at the black and white twin sabers. So, it is the infamous duo from Zhengzhou? He mused. Before shifting his gaze to Tang Tian. He beheld Tang Tian. The old man's pupils involuntarily constricted. The recognized waste of Zhengzhou. How could he be this powerful? An 18-year-old in the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm? Surely, few could rival this young man across the entirety of Zhengzhou. Was he truly a waste? The black-robed elder found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that the world had been deceived by the imperial family of the Tang clan. If Tang Tian were a waste, then what could be said of the prodigies of the world? Especially considering his astonishing feats in the southern wilderness. It was unexpected that the 3rd general of the Demon Emperor, Imobu Hui, had also appeared. Heh. Casting a glance at the black-robed elder, Bai Sha remarked with a wry smile, Imobu Hui, how do you wish to meet your end? Beside him, He Sha interjected coldly, Zhengzhou has long whispered that the 2 of you are the strongest existences beneath the saints. I find that hard to believe. Today seems a perfect opportunity for a contest. If you are not my match, I shall take this young man with me. With a disdainful snort, Imobu Hui replied with a chilling smile. He then cast a cold gaze at Tang Tian. Go capture the grandson of the foremost Dan Emperor, Tang Tai? Hee. Surely, the Demon Emperor would reward him handsomely for such an act. With these thoughts, Imobu Hui's heart burned with fervor. Without further ado, Imobu Hui and He Sha launched into a fierce battle, while Bai Sha seemingly had no intention of intervening. Observing this, Yi Wuming and Ouyang Lang exchanged bewildered glances. What? Especially Ouyang Lang, who found it utterly incomprehensible. Who granted Imobu Hui the audacity? He had witnessed the strength of the black and white twin sabers firsthand. What could possibly be going through Imobu Hui's mind? Grandfather Bai, why does this Imobu Hui seem a bit peculiar? Tang Tian inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as he turned to Bai Sha. Indeed, he is somewhat different from ordinary quasi-saints. Bai Sha nodded slowly. Imobu Hui has the ability to enter a demonic state, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. He has even recorded victories against saints. After a moment of silence, Bai Sha continued. I see now. Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. In a wonder, he had the audacity to provoke Grandfather Bai. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming were left utterly bewildered. A quasi-saint capable of slaying a saint? Was that not a tad exaggerated? As Tang Tian and Bai Sha conversed, He Sha and Imobu Hui were already locked in an intense clash. The battle between the 2 had leveled mountains within 100 miles, and the shockwaves from their fight swept in all directions. However, Due to Bai Sha's presence, Tang Tian and the others were largely unaffected. Is this what a quasi-saint's battle looks like? Impressive. Tang Tian mused to himself as he observed the battlefield. One could only wonder how strong he would become upon reaching this realm. The thought filled Tang Tian with immense anticipation. Young clan leader, as long as you dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation, with your talent, you will surely reach the quasi-saint realm in no time, Bai Sha said earnestly, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Tian. His words were not without reason. Bai Sha had been keenly aware of Tang Tian's previous lackadaisical attitude. Despite his exceptional talent, he had only been practicing for a couple of hours each day. Wasn't that a waste of his inherent gifts? Diligent cultivation. Perhaps I should reconsider. Shaking his head, Tang Tian uttered a remark. Putting everything else aside, he firmly believed that the nameless cultivation technique he practiced would inevitably lead to unnecessary repercussions if he were to train diligently. Why should he subject himself to such risks? Moreover, due to the purple orb, the nirvana heavenly fire, and the unparalleled fierce sword, he could continuously grow stronger without the need for rigorous training. What was the point in cultivating? After all, even if he were to neglect his training, he would still become increasingly formidable. Chapter 51. The rampaging Grand Emperor. Tang Tian's words left Bai Sha feeling a wave of suffocation. Yi Wuming and Ouyang Lang were also rendered speechless for an extended period. Is it really that difficult to train diligently, especially considering this individual's astonishing talent for cultivation? Shouldn't he be even more compelled to train hard? Currently, he was already so powerful with just a casual approach to cultivation. If he were to truly focus, the results would be unimaginable. Yet, looking at Tang Tian, the three of them found themselves at a loss for words. Oblivious to the bizarre gazes from the trio, Tang Tian turned his attention to the battlefield. It must be said that Imo Buhui was indeed formidable. However, Haisha was even more so in less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. Haisha had gained the upper hand, effortlessly suppressing Imo Buhui. How infuriating! You forced my hand. In midair, Imo Buhui roared in fury, entering the demonic state. With a mighty cry directed at the heavens, an immensely powerful demonic aura erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. His muscles expanded, and his height noticeably increased. In an instant, his strength was on the cusp of reaching the sacred realm. Is it effective? Haisha remarked calmly, casting a glance at Imo Buhui, his expression unchanging. All swords returned to their origin. The next moment, Haisha hurled the long sword he held. An astonishing sight unfolded. The thrown sword transformed into a multitude of sword shadows. Thousands of sharp sword lights surged towards Imo Buhui like an overwhelming tide. Before long, the immensely powerful Imo Buhui was pierced through by a rain of arrows, turning into a torrential downpour of blood. How incredibly powerful! Yi Wuming exclaimed in awe as he gazed at the battlefield. Is this what a battle at the quasi-sacred level looks like? Ouyang Lang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and Bai Sha maintained expressions of indifference. They were well aware of Haisha's might. From the beginning, neither of them believed that Haisha would be defeated. Young master, old servant suggests that we should leave the southern wilderness as soon as possible. The next time Imo Tian sends someone, it is likely to be a saint. Upon returning to Tang Tian's side, Haisha spoke gravely. Leave. Tang Tian paused momentarily, a contemplative expression surfacing on his face. Very well. After a brief moment, he nodded in agreement. Tang Tian, it seemed pointless to remain in the southern wilderness any longer. After all, his journey had already yielded significant gains. As for the other 3 forbidden zones? There would be ample time to explore them later. Upon reaching a consensus, Tang Tian unconsciously glanced at Yi Wuming. Boss, the elders in my clan have long stated that I can accompany you out of the southern wilderness to venture into the outside world. Seemingly anticipating Tang Tian's intentions, Yi Wuming spoke candidly. In truth, he was merely stating the facts. Prior to seeking out Tang Tian, his grandfather had already mentioned that Tang Tian's departure from the southern wilderness was inevitable. If Yi Wuming wished to follow him and experience the world outside, he could do so. However, it was imperative to prioritize safety and maintain contact with the thief sect. Furthermore, with Yi Wuming having received the emperor's legacy, remaining in the southern wilderness would ultimately hinder his growth. The resources here were simply too scarce. That sounds good, Tang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Time is of the essence. let us depart the southern wilderness at once. He then added, indeed, in the Jotian dynasty, in Jotian city, within the royal palace. Upon receiving the latest message, Ouyang Jian felt utterly astounded. A quasi-saint sent from above had perished again. What was more alarming was that this quasi-saint was the third general of the demon emperor. Ouyang Jian opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Simultaneously, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the royal city possessed a formidable defensive formation. Otherwise, if Tang Tian and his companions had stormed this place, he would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. Not only Ouyang Jian, but the last remaining quasi-saint of the Jotian dynasty, the old man in black robes, also wore a look of profound relief. His thoughts mirrored Ouyang Jian's. Just as they were about to speak, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the palace. A flying white tiger carried a striking young man clad in white. Following closely behind the youth were 3 elderly men and a young boy with pointed ears and a monkey-like face. Undoubtedly, this was Tang Tian and his entourage. His presence here was not without reason. Revenge. It was not in Tang Tian's nature to let grievances go unavenged. Previously, it was merely due to Ouyang Lang's insufficient strength that he refrained from attacking the Jotian dynasty's royal palace. But now, with the black and white twin killers by his side, what did it matter if the opponent had a sacred-level defense? Black Grandpa, White Grandpa, let us commence. Glancing back at the black and white twin killers, Tang Tian casually commanded. Understood. Hearing his words, the two nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they executed their actions with precision. The sacred-level defensive formation of the palace crumbled before them as if it were made of paper. With one strike each, the entire palace was utterly obliterated. Ouyang Jian and the others had no chance to react as they vanished from existence. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Tang Tian and his companions departed with confidence. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the surrounding cultivators finally regained their senses. Gasp! The Jotian dynasty has been annihilated just like that. The 2 quasi-saints beside Tang Tian are extraordinarily powerful. The sacred-level formation of the palace was so easily shattered. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Tang Tian's background was astonishing. Isn't that stating the obvious? Given his various displays, how could he possibly be an ordinary individual? Moreover, he is accompanied by 2 such formidable quasi-saints. An entire top-tier power has been obliterated? Truly terrifying. Who knows if he will extend his hand against other forces next? Looking across the southern wilderness, who could possibly obstruct his path? In the southern wilderness, at the Tianji Pavilion. Upon learning that the royal palace of the Jotian dynasty had been destroyed, Tianji Wenda and Tianji Wuwei both felt a sense of unease creeping up their spines. Tang Tian was simply too ruthless. They wondered whether he would set his sights on other forces next. If Tang Tian were to take action, who could stand in his way? With 2 quasi-saints by his side, he could effortlessly shatter sacred-level formations. In the southern wilderness, the most powerful cultivators were merely quasi-saints. The strongest formations were only sacred-level. Would any of this be capable of resisting Tang Tian and his companions? It was evident that such a notion was utterly implausible. In fact, their concerns were not without justification. Over the next half-day, Tang Tian and his party annihilated several more forces before finally departing the southern wilderness. Boss, aren't there still some forces that have placed bounties on you? Why not eliminate them? In the skies above a vast ocean, Yi Wuming gazed at Tang Tian's face, perplexed. The remaining forces are nothing but ants. What merit is there in concerning ourselves with them? Shrugging, Tang Tian responded nonchalantly. Tang Tian's words left Yi Wuming at a loss for rebuttal. It was indeed the case. Those forces lacked even a quasi-saint. To Tang Tian, they were merely insignificant pests in the central state, within the sacred grounds of the Tang family, beneath the abyss where Tang Tai resided. Upon receiving the latest message from the black and white twin killers, Tang Tai furrowed his brow. Oh, Jotian? Was he courting death? With a cold snort, Tang Tai muttered in displeasure. How dare he repeatedly send people to target his precious grandson? If not for the black and white twin killers, it was likely that Tian would have encountered peril by now. Contemplating this, a dark expression crossed Tang Tai's face. It seemed it was time to pay a visit to the enemy's stronghold. Casting a glance into the distance, Tang Tai murmured to himself. With that, his figure vanished in an instant. That day, An event caused a tremendous stir in the central state. The infamous demon emperor, Imogyo Tian, was severely wounded by the Danwu emperor, the foremost of the four great Dan emperors, Tang Tai. Ultimately, it was only with the assistance of other emperors from the demonic path that Imogyo Tian narrowly escaped disaster. Nevertheless, he still incurred significant losses, compensating with vast resources before Tang Tai departed. Countless forces and powerful individuals were left with a sense of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't he the Danwu emperor known for his gentle disposition? He rarely made enemies, yet now he had taken action against a giant of the demonic path. The various forces and numerous powerhouses found themselves utterly perplexed. Only a select few, including the Tianji Pavilion and the Intelligence Tower, understood the unfolding events. Imogyo Tian had repeatedly sent assassins after Tang Tian, and it was only natural that Tang Tai would be enraged. However, the Tang family had truly given rise to an extraordinary individual this time. Although Tang Tai and the others were decisive in their killings, they were certainly not as merciless as Tang Tian. This young man was truly one to settle scores with a vengeance. How many forces in the southern wilderness had he obliterated? Ruthless, truly ruthless. Simultaneously, these few informed individuals discreetly warned their descendants, "Do not provoke Tang Tian, nor the Tang family, lest you bear the consequences, should they inform the other forces of the truth." Regarding this matter, the forces, including the Tianji Pavilion, unanimously chose to feign ignorance. They eagerly anticipate that other forces will provoke the imperial clan, the Tang family. They yearn for the prodigies of various factions to continue bullying Tang Tian. If that were to happen, these powers would only reap the bitter fruits of their own actions. Meanwhile, they could profit from the chaos. Why not indulge in such an opportunity? In fact, these factions have already begun to contemplate a particular matter: whether they could arrange for their own celestial daughters to wed Tang Tian. This notion appears to merit serious consideration. The current Tang Tian is by no means a mere wastrel. If he were truly useless, there would be no prodigies left in Zhongzhou, at he merely 18 years of age. He possesses the pinnacle strength of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, capable of slaying practitioners at the Yinyang realm. In all of Zhongzhou, such a prodigy is indeed unparalleled. Should their own celestial daughters unite with him, the future of their clans would surely shine brightly. Chapter 52. The Enigmatic Blood Lake, Ultimate Body Refinement. A day later, Tang Tian and his company of 5 had arrived within a mountain range in the eastern region. The eastern region, bordering the southern wilderness, is home to the most formidable practitioners, the Saints. True to its reputation, the spiritual energy here is far more abundant than that of the southern wilderness. Casting a glance around, Yi Wuming couldn't help but express his sentiments. Tang Tian's companions were left speechless with amusement at Yi Wuming's reaction. The eastern region? In comparison to Zhongzhou, it pales significantly. Grandpa He, Grandpa Bai, am I to undergo training in the eastern region next? Tang Tian inquired, glancing at the black and white duo. Indeed. They nodded in unison, affirming his question. By the time the young clan master completes his training in the eastern region, he should be nearly ready to return to Zhongzhou. Black Sha added. His reasoning was not without merit. Tang Tian was simply too extraordinary. Even in his current state of languor, his rate of advancement was astonishing. Who could predict what realm he would reach in due time? In truth, Tang Tian had already returned to Zhongzhou. Among the younger generation of Zhongzhou, could there be anyone more extraordinary than him? All right. Tang Tian nodded lightly, a grin spreading across his face. Returning to Zhongzhou? That sounds rather appealing. Boss, you truly hail from the imperial clan? Yi Wuming, glancing between the black and white duo and Tang Tian, couldn't suppress his curiosity. Have you ever heard of the imperial Tang family? Tang Tian countered with a smile at his words. Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming's pupils dilated in shock. The imperial Tang family? Of course, they had heard of it. This was one of the most renowned top-tier imperial clans of the Endless Continent. Danwu the Great, the foremost among the 4 pillars of alchemy, Tang Tai, is the venerable patriarch of this family. It is said that this clan boasts numerous other great emperors. Indeed, this is a very ancient and powerful family. Wait, young clan master, could it be that our boss, master, is the young clan master of the imperial Tang family? Unconsciously, Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Suddenly, they began to comprehend why Tang Tian was so extraordinarily gifted. After all, who wouldn't he be exceptional if they were the young clan master of a top-tier imperial clan? if they were to learn that not long ago Tang Tian was merely a notorious wastrel, a dandy, they could only imagine their astonishment. Impressive. Regaining his composure, Yi Wuming exclaimed in awe. Well, it's not that remarkable, Tang Tian shrugged, indicating he had no desire to continue the topic. The next moment, the five companions exchanged puzzled glances as they looked towards the depths of the mountain range, where an eerie blood-red light surged skyward. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian decisively declared. Yes, before long, they reached the source of the blood-red glow. By the time Tang Tian and his companions arrived, a considerable number of practitioners had already gathered in the vicinity, including several at the quasi-saint level. Moreover, a multitude of prodigies was present. After listening for a while, Tang Tian and the others quickly understood the situation. It turned out that an ancient relic was about to surface. The sole restriction for entering the ancient relic was that practitioners below the cave heaven realm were not permitted. Because of this, not only were there numerous prodigies present, but many powerful practitioners had also congregated. All held their breath, gazing toward the source of the radiance. It was a blood-red passageway, towering over 10 zhang in height and exceeding 5 zhang in width. The passage exuded a formidable aura of slaughter and terrifying demonic energy, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Notably, the arrival of Tang Tian and his companions immediately drew the attention of many. It was difficult for them to remain inconspicuous. Two youths, both under 20, were actually at the Nirvana realm. One at the first level of Nirvana, the other was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Nirvana. Prodigies, truly too prodigious. Among the present prodigies of similar age, no one could even compare to the two. The strongest among those below 20 in attendance was merely at the half-step Nirvana realm. Even more outrageous, the two were accompanied by 3 quasi-saints. The surrounding practitioners began to speculate quietly. What could be the origins of Tang Tian and his group? Did they perhaps come from beyond the eastern region? Otherwise, how could such extraordinary prodigies remain unknown to them? Regarding the curious gazes from the crowd, Tang Tian, as well as the black and white duo and Ouyang Lang, remained remarkably composed. However, Yi Wuming seemed somewhat perturbed. Indeed, at that moment, Yi Wuming felt a sense of unease. There were so many quasi-saints in the eastern region. Just the quasi-saints here numbered no fewer than 20. Surely, there were more than the total in the southern wilderness? Not long after, the blood-red light gradually dissipated. Immediately, numerous prodigies and practitioners below the cave heaven realm surged into the blood-red passageway. Let us enter this ancient relic and take a look, Tang Tian suggested, glancing at Yi Wuming. All right. Waving goodbye to the black and white duo, Ouyang Jian, and the others, Tang Tian and Yi Wuming entered the blood-red passageway in the blink of an eye. Their figures vanished from sight. Is the master in any danger? Ouyang Lang couldn't help but question the black and white duo. With his combat prowess, what danger could he possibly face? Besides, he can control you. Do you think he cannot handle these practitioners? White Sha replied with a hint of a smile. White Sha's words left Ouyang Lang momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, upon entering the blood-red passageway, Tang Tian was instantly transported away. Before long, he found himself atop a vast, snow-covered mountain. Another random teleportation? Quite intriguing, he surveyed his surroundings. Muttering to himself, Master, this place has an interesting vibe. Suddenly, Luo Yi's cool voice resonated in Tang Tian's mind. In an instant, Luo Yi appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. What do you mean? Tang Tian asked, turning his head to look at the unchanged fiery red bird perched on his shoulder. This ancient relic gives me an eerie sensation, Luo Yi contemplated. It feels as though there is some peculiar arrangement deep within the ancient relic. After a moment, Luo Yi added, however, I can sense something special within this ancient relic. Perhaps treasures or opportunities? At her words, Tang Tian's eyes brightened. After pondering, he posed a question of interest. Is that so? But can't you use the laws of fate or causality to deduce these matters? Moreover, with your formidable fortune, even wandering aimlessly, you are bound to encounter extraordinary treasures or opportunities, Luo Yi remarked thoughtfully. Her words left Tang Tian at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he decisively asked the question that concerned him. Has your strength improved? During this time, she had devoured numerous resources. Indeed, Luo Yi's cool voice echoed in Tang Tian's mind once more. Yet, she did not disclose her current level of strength. What could Tang Tian say but feel speechless? Although this little creature had grown closer to him, she still retained a touch of pride. While engaging in casual banter with Luo Yi, Tang Tian darted in a particular direction. He was not inclined to deduce anything. Rather, he wished to see for himself how his fortune fared. After a while, Tang Tian had left the snow-capped mountains behind without making any discoveries. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the edge of a blood-red lake. What is this? Gazing at the blood-red lake, which spanned over 10 li in diameter, Tang Tian's eyes reflected uncertainty. He realized that the water of this lake seemed to be composed entirely of blood from various races amalgamated into one. Upon realizing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. How many lives must have been extinguished to form a lake of their blood? It truly was a chilling thought. Master, jump into this lake and enter its center. As Tang Tian pondered, Luo Yi's voice rang in his mind. Why? Tang Tian instinctively inquired. Doesn't your beast mastery technique include a body refinement section? This is an excellent place for body refinement. If luck is on your side, your physical strength might even surpass that of a cave heaven realm body cultivator, or even stronger. After a moment of silence, Luo Yi replied. Hearing her words, Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Such an opportunity? His current combat prowess was formidable, largely due to the reverse nature of his techniques and the body cultivation aspect of the beast mastery technique that had endowed him with exceptional physical strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian cleanly leaped into the lake in midair. Luo Yi quietly observed Tang Tian, who had just plunged into the lake. Despite Tang Tian's formidable willpower, he nearly succumbed to a cry of agony. Pain! The moment he fell into the water, an unprecedented torment engulfed his entire being. Even his very soul felt an excruciating sting. The blood within the lake seemed akin to all-consuming flames, relentlessly scorching every corner of his body, while simultaneously mending it, an endless cycle. Furthermore, as Tang Tian ventured deeper into the lake, the energies surging within him grew increasingly frenzied. At this juncture, Tang Tian felt his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the benefits he reaped were manifestly immediate. His physical form was rapidly strengthening, his meridians expanding with remarkable vigor. The capacity of his dantian to store energy became increasingly astounding. Additionally, the soul energy sealed within his mind was swiftly devoured by his soul sea. The aura emanating from Tang Tian surged upward at an alarming rate. It appeared that his master was on the verge of a breakthrough. Observing Tang Tian's direction, Luo Yi murmured to herself. Her tone laced with anticipation. Chapter 53. A surge in power. Unrivaled beneath the Saint Realm. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian had already arrived at the heart of the lake. His physical form had grown powerful to a considerable extent. Soon, he would shatter his limitations. Simultaneously, his cultivation realm ascended rapidly. Yin-Yang Realm, first layer. Yin-Yang Realm, second layer. Yin-Yang Realm, third layer. In the blink of an eye, his realm soared to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Yin-Yang Realm. Tang Tian's physical prowess also broke through to the 9th layer of the Cave Heaven Realm. In other words, even the mightiest practitioners of the Cave Heaven Realm could not breach Tang Tian's defenses. This signified that he had attained the combat prowess to sweep aside practitioners of the Cave Heaven Realm. Beyond his realm and physical form, his soul power also surged, reaching the apex of the 9th layer of soul cultivation in the Cave Heaven Realm. The Cave Heaven Realm allows one to perceive the secrets of the universe and battle with various energies of heaven and earth. Now at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Yin-Yang Realm, theoretically, he could only wield two distinctly different energies from heaven and earth. Yet, he was equally capable of engaging in battle using a myriad of energies, just like a practitioner of the Cave Heaven Realm. It was quite simple. The energies utilized by Cave Heaven practitioners primarily revolved around the various mysteries of heaven and earth, or, in other words, the laws, rules of the universe. Mysteries are derived from personal comprehension, while laws, rules, are bestowed by the universe. This fellow had already grasped all mysteries. Why would he confine himself to merely two distinct energies? For Cave Heaven practitioners to harness various energies in combat, it also depended on their comprehension and fortune. As for Tang Tian, he could effortlessly and casually tap into them. Truly a prodigy. Luo Yi marveled, unable to conceal her awe with her discerning eye. She could clearly see that Tang Tian had become invincible beneath the Saint Realm. Who knows, Once he breaks through to the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the cave heaven realm, he might well step into the realm of saints. The quasi-saint realm? Not every practitioner needs to enter that stage. As long as one is sufficiently extraordinary, they can directly ascend to the saint realm. She believed that Tang Tian could achieve such heights, for he was already terrifyingly gifted. It is worth noting that as Tang Tian underwent this frenzied breakthrough, the blood within the Crimson Lake had become clear as crystal, for all the energy had been consumed by him. Ha ha ha, what a delight! As he slowly opened his eyes, Tang Tian laughed maniacally towards the sky. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. He was confident that he could be invincible beneath the saint realm. Even though his current realm was merely the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the Yin-Yang realm, his physical form and soul were on par with the peak of the cave heaven realm. Moreover, his techniques were terrifyingly formidable. In the next instant, Tang Tian soared into the air, and the moisture on his body evaporated instantaneously. Master, congratulations! Luo Yi's voice echoed in Tang Tian's mind as she gracefully landed upon his left shoulder. Grinning widely, Tang Tian remained silent, still immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. To his knowledge, it seemed that throughout the vast continent, no one had managed to break into the Yin-Yang realm before the age of 20 in all of history. Yet, he was merely 18, his combat prowess. Few from either the younger or older generations could rival him. Could they? The number of powerhouses above the quasi-saint level was ultimately minuscule. Contemplating these thoughts, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. After calming his emotions, he sprinted deeper into the ancient ruins. For he had not forgotten Luo Yi's earlier words. The depths of this ancient relic might harbor some secrets. Along the way, Tang Tian encountered several other practitioners. Some, lacking discernment, were easily dispatched by him. The more astute ones, upon seeing Tang Tian, wisely kept their distance. This fellow had no intention of concealing his strength. The pinnacle of the ninth layer of the Yin-Yang realm, that was downright terrifying. Unless one was truly reckless, who would dare provoke him? In reality, those who dared to challenge him were merely some self-important mid to late-stage Yin-Yang realm practitioners. As he progressed, Tang Tian took the opportunity to utilize the mysteries of fate to deduce Yi Wuming's situation. Oh, this fellow seems to have good fortune. Upon his divination, Tang Tian discovered that Yi Wuming had encountered a significant opportunity. Currently, he was hiding away to digest his resources. When he finally emerged, his strength would likely see a considerable enhancement. Meanwhile, in the outside world, an intriguing event unfolded. A group of powerful practitioners was attempting to expel the dozens of quasi-saint powerhouses and numerous cave, heaven realm practitioners present. Clearly, they sought to monopolize the entire ancient ruins. They even aimed to plunder everything from the eminent figures emerging from the ancient relics. This group comprised 18 individuals. At the forefront stood a black-robed elder, exuding an air of arrogance, a full-fledged saint at the first layer. Behind him trailed 17 quasi-saints clad in black robes, each bearing 2 prominent characters embroidered on their left chests. Tian Mo. Upon witnessing the arrival of these individuals and hearing their domineering declarations, the gathered practitioners immediately expressed their discontent. Though the Tian Mo Hall is the foremost force of the dark path in the eastern region, do you truly believe yourselves to be invincible? With so many of us here, do you think we fear you? Tian Mo Hall, do not overreach. Are you really prepared to oppose the entire eastern region? You wish to drive us away? You aim to plunder our talents and powerhouses? Absolutely not. You are merely dreaming. Let us unite. The Tian Mo Hall consists of only 18 individuals. The surrounding practitioners clamored in protest, their voices a cacophony of defiance. While my mood is favorable, I advise you to leave promptly. If you do so, as long as you surrender your storage rings, I may spare your lives. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you first, and then deal with the rest, the black-robed elder from the Tian Mo Hall declared with a forced smile. Surveying the crowd, following his proclamation, he erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter, clearly regarding the gathered practitioners with utter disdain. Among the crowd, Ouyang Lang instinctively glanced at the black and white duo beside him. Upon witnessing the calm expressions and the scornful glint in their eyes, Ouyang Lang felt a surge of reassurance. Truly, they were from the Imperial Tang clan. They dared to disregard even the saint-level powerhouses? It should be noted that this arrogant individual before them was an authentic saint. Simultaneously, Ouyang Lang felt a profound sense of admiration. Upon hearing the black-robed elder's words, apart from the black and white duo and Ouyang Lang, the expressions of the other practitioners shifted dramatically. After a moment of hesitation, they began to leave one by one, preparing to contact their respective factions at the earliest opportunity in the blink of an eye. Aside from the 18 members of the Tian Mo Hall, only the black and white duo and Ouyang Lang remained. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes as he regarded the trio, his followers wearing expressions of mockery. Three who are not afraid of death? How intriguing! Are you three not afraid of dying? After appraising the black and white duo and Ouyang Lang, the black-robed elder inquired, "We are afraid. But as for you, just forget it." The black killer spoke first, casting a glance at the black-robed elder. "You?" The black-robed elder trembled with rage upon hearing the black killer's words. In contrast, the white killer maintained an expression of indifference. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lang's lips twitched uncontrollably. This individual was truly infuriating. Was he openly ridiculing the members of the Tian Mo Hall, including the saint before them? "Do not provoke us, or you shall all meet your demise." Just then, the white killer added fuel to the fire. The remaining quasi-saints, still lingering nearby, exchanged curious glances upon hearing the exchange, intrigued by the audacity of the black and white duo to confront the Tian Mo Hall so boldly. What were these two thinking? Even if they were strong, they were still merely quasi-saints. The black-robed elder was a genuine saint. How many years has it been? How long has it been since anyone dared to speak to me? Murong Tian, in such a manner. I shall make you experience what it truly means to wish for death. The black-robed elder sneered, turning his gaze towards the black and white duo, his aura brimming with murderous intent. "Capture them alive, but first, incapacitate them," he commanded, waving his hand. "Understood, my lord." The followers of Murong Tian replied in unison. Upon finishing their words, they swiftly surrounded the trio of Heibai Shuangsha and Ouyang Lang. Witnessing this scene, the nearby quasi-saints and cultivators who had not retreated far shook their heads in silent disapproval and their eyes. It seemed that Heibai Shuangsha and Ouyang Lang were doomed in the face of overwhelming strength. Did the three still possess any means of resistance? Regardless of their prowess, they were merely three quasi-saints. Yet, the Tianma Temple's faction boasted 1 saint and 17 quasi-saints. However, the next moment, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Under their incredulous gazes, Bai Sha made a decisive move. Point one sword. A strike executed with breathtaking speed. Except for Murong Tian, all 17 quasi-saints of the Tianma Temple inexplicably fell to the ground, each sporting a red on their foreheads. This indicated that Bai Sha had slain 17 quasi-saints with a single sword strike. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators could not help but gasp in shock. It was as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Why was this individual so formidable, even among quasi-saints? A seemingly unremarkable sword strike achieved such an extraordinary result? Indeed. Beside Heibai Shuangsha, Ouyang Lang silently mused. He had anticipated this outcome. Only when Bai Sha collected the storage rings of the 17 individuals did Murong Tian regain his composure. His face was etched with disbelief, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. After a significant pause, a tremendous killing intent erupted from him. "You dare to kill our people from the Tianma Temple?" Chapter 54. Disaster always trails my long sword. "What of those who kill your people?" Bai Sha replied coolly, casting a glance at Murong Tian. Murong Tian trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Bai. If looks could kill, Bai Sha would have been torn to shreds by now. 17 quasi-saints. This was indeed a tremendous loss, even for the formidable Tianma Temple. It took an extensive amount of time and immense resources to nurture a single quasi-saint. Now, all 17 of his subordinates lay slain. The thought alone made Murong Tian feel like he might vomit blood. His hatred for Bai Sha was palpable, particularly since he had yet to react before his subordinates had been eliminated. "Since you seek death, I shall grant you a swift passage." Murong Tian glared coldly at Bai Sha and his companions, his powerful killing intent surging forth. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing the quasi-saints and cultivators watching the spectacle to feel as if they were trapped in an icy tomb. "Extravagant, do you have any final words? If not, you may depart this world." Bai Sha smirked at Murong Tian's face, disdain evident in his expression. The spectators around him were on the verge of madness, A quasi-saint daring to provoke a saint? What was this individual thinking? They could hardly comprehend the audacity in their eyes. Baisha appeared utterly deranged. Had he become overly inflated with confidence? No matter how powerful he was still merely a quasi-saint. Meanwhile, Murong Tian was an authentic saint. Did Baisha truly believe he could contend with him? Behind Baisha, Haisha wore an expression of indifference, as if he deemed the entire situation to be entirely expected. Ouyang Lang, on the other hand, exhibited a nonchalant attitude. His master was reckless, and so were they, his two protectors. What was there to be alarmed about? Such was Ouyang Lang's mindset. Die for me, Murong Tian roared. His fury unleashed, he waved his hand, summoning a torrent of energy from the heavens, which converged into formidable spells, engulfing Heibai Shuangsha and Ouyang Lang. What a pity! You are indeed strong, but disaster always trails my long sword. In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of countless onlookers, the barrage of spells vanished mysteriously. The deluge of energy abruptly ceased. Unbeknownst to them, Baisha had already appeared before Murong Tian, his sword piercing through the latter's skull. You? Murong Tian pointed at Baisha before collapsing into a pool of blood. Why bother? Baisha remarked, collecting the storage ring from his foe before kicking his lifeless body aside. At that moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The distant quasi-saints and cultivators held their breath, their hearts tumultuous with disbelief. They had never imagined such an outcome. The Tianma Temple's entourage of 18, one saint, 17 quasi-saints, had been effortlessly dispatched by a single quasi-saint. This revelation shattered their understanding of cultivators. Could it be true that someone could so easily slay a saint at the quasi-saint level? Friend, you should leave promptly. The Tianma Temple is not limited to just one saint. After a considerable time, a voice rang out from afar, urging Baisha and his companions to make their exit. Following this, they hastily departed, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire. They understood that with so many losses for the Tianma Temple, retribution would be inevitable. Additionally, they needed to contact their respective factions to summon powerful reinforcements. Otherwise, their own prodigies emerging from the ancient ruins would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Tianma Temple, an outcome they wished to avoid. Observing the rapid departure of the figures around them and hearing their words, Heibai Shuangsha exchanged knowing smiles. Even if a more powerful saint were to arrive, what difference would it make? Should we not first avoid the storm? Ouyang Lang inquired after much deliberation. Given that your true form is a demon wolf, must you be so fearful of death? Baisha retorted with a glare. Am I not valuing my life? Ouyang Lang mumbled. Withdrawing slightly, his face bore an expression of innocence. In response, Heibai Shuangsha shook their heads. What did it matter if a saint appeared? They had slain numerous saints in the past. Besides, they had formidable trump cards to protect themselves while serving as guardians for Tang Tian. This knowledge fortified their confidence. Before long, the news of Baisha's slaughter of the Tianma Temple's entourage spread throughout the major powers of the eastern region. The initial reaction of countless individuals was disbelief. A quasi-saint had killed 17 quasi-saints and one saint. How outrageous, however. Upon viewing some recorded images, silence enveloped them. Shock reigned supreme. Simultaneously, curiosity piqued regarding the origins of Heibai Shuangsha and Ouyang Lang. Who were Tang Tian and Yi Wuming? These two youngsters appeared to be exceptionally monstrous, seemingly no older than 18. Nirvana Realm, First Heaven? Nirvana Realm, Ninth Heaven Pinnacle? They were truly prodigies among prodigies. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, he continued his leisurely journey. Along the way, he dispatched several oblivious Yin-Yang realm cultivators. However, he felt dissatisfied with his gains. Merely inconsequential resources, like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat yet a pity to discard. Master, you are oblivious to the plight of the hungry. Upon hearing Tang Tian's complaints, Luo Yi retorted, Tang Tian shrugged, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed to be quite accurate. What is this? After proceeding for a while longer, Tang Tian instinctively halted. He descended gracefully to the ground, having unknowingly arrived at a vast, boundless plain. There, he beheld a bizarre blood-red vortex with a diameter of over 10 zhong. Soon, this vortex vanished, transforming into a blood-colored figure. Kikik, after so many years, have we finally welcomed cultivators from the outside world? At last, I can feast. The blood-colored figure looked at Tang Tian, laughing maniacally, excitement evident in its tone. Hearing the words of the blood-colored figure, countless black lines appeared on Tang Tian's face. Was this creature overly self-satisfied? Merely a monster at the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. What audacity to be so arrogant, Boy, are you not the least bit afraid? The blood-colored figure examined Tang Tian, intrigued. Afraid? In an instant, Tang Tian chuckled. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a long sword. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the blood-colored figure, his sword poised at its neck. What do you think? With a half-smile, Tang Tian taunted the blood-colored figure. Spatial principles? Impressive. The blood-colored figure marveled, yet amusingly. Despite Tang Tian's sword resting against its neck, it displayed no fear. Seeing this, Tang Tian initially felt perplexed but soon understood the reason. The blood-colored figure suddenly transformed into a puddle of blood, splattering onto the ground in the blink of an eye. It reconstituted itself into a blood-colored figure not far away. Is this permissible? Tang Tian observed the blood-colored figure. His gaze filled with intrigue. Sheathing his sword, Tang Tian fell into deep contemplation. He pondered deeply, contemplating how best to confront his adversary. Intuition whispered to Tang Tian that, by mastering the enigmatic crimson figure before him, he might unveil the secrets of this ancient relic. Master, this approach will be futile, came the voice of Luo Yi. Employ the Nirvana heavenly fire. As Tang Tian meditated, her words echoed in his mind. Very well, he instinctively trusted Luo Yi. Soon, a flicker of fiery crimson flame materialized in his grasp. Nirvana heavenly fire? No way. How is that possible? How can one possibly survive this? The crimson figure, a peak 9th layer human cultivator at merely 18 years of age, could hardly contain its astonishment. The sight of the Nirvana heavenly fire in Tang Tian's palm rendered it visibly unsettled, retreating step by step, clearly preparing to flee. Try taking another step, Tang Tian declared, raising an eyebrow and brandishing the flame. Cough, cough. Young man, let us converse amicably. We are both civil beings, are we not? The crimson figure gazed at Tang Tian, its tone shifting to one of trepidation. It halted, revealing its profound fear of the Nirvana heavenly fire, trembling as its voice became somewhat stammered. Speak. Are you human or of another race? Tang Tian inquired. I am neither human nor a normal being. After a brief silence, the crimson figure divulged. Oh? Tang Tian was taken aback. Not human? What do you mean? His curiosity was piqued. After a moment's hesitation, the crimson figure revealed its true form. Tang Tian's astonishment. It was not a human at all, but a large black dog, almost human-sized, I must say. Does a great black dog masquerading as a human truly suffice? And you claim to consume humans? Tang Tian remarked, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. What dog? I am the Celestial Devourer Hound. The black dog rolled its eyes, irked. Celestial Devourer Hound. Why not ascend to the heavens? Tang Tian scoffed, dismissing its claims. Alas, why is it that no one believes me when I speak the truth? The black dog sighed, reclining lazily on the grass. At that moment, Luo Yi's voice chimed in his mind, affirming, indeed, it is the Celestial Devourer Hound. Quite formidable, Tang Tian inquired, intrigued. It is adequate. One of the world's top races. They can consume anything to enhance their own power, Luo Yi explained. Then why does it fear the Nirvana heavenly fire? Tang Tian asked. Puzzled, the Nirvana heavenly fire ranks 8th among heavenly fires. Not only the Celestial Devourer Hound but many races dread it. Moreover, this black dog is currently in the Nirvana phase. It would be odd if it did not fear the fire. After stating this, Luo Yi fell silent once more. Reflecting on her words, Tang Tian's expression turned contemplative. A Celestial Devourer Hound. Among the world's elite races? How curious. Hey, great black dog, do not feign ignorance. I have queries for you. He gently kicked the dozing dog. Speak. The black dog lifted its eyelids, annoyance evident in its demeanor. Were it not for its fear of the Nirvana heavenly fire, it would have acted much sooner. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yi perched upon Tang Tian's shoulder, the black dog felt an unsettling sensation. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Why do I sense a bloodline suppression emanating from this little bird? An absolute bloodline suppression? Does this imply that its lineage surpasses my own? That cannot be right. Turning its gaze to Luo Yi, the black dog became visibly agitated. Aren't you a celestial devourer hound? How did you end up here? Tang Tian asked, curiosity piqued. Do not mention it. 100,000 years ago, during a pivotal moment in my nirvana, my gluttony caused a disruption in time and space, resulting in my fall into this ancient relic. Not only that, but my power has diminished to this state. Due to the constraints of this place, I am unable to break through or escape. Damn it! The black dog shook its head, its gaze filled with complexity as it spoke, frustration permeating its tone. Unable to escape. Tang Tian was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. In essence, I have caught the attention of an ancient wretch residing within this relic. It seeks to seize my essence but fails to do so, while simultaneously preventing my departure. At this point, the black dog bared its teeth in exasperation, casting a pitying glance at Tang Tian. Youngster, you are doomed. With your exceptional talent, that old fellow will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Slowly rising, the black dog declared, Is he powerful? Tang Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not particularly. Merely a peak ninth layer of the cave heaven realm. The issue lies in the constraints of this realm's laws, which prevent me from advancing. Even if I were to break through to the first layer of the cave heaven realm, I would easily subdue him. The black dog expressed, glancing off into the distance with a hint of resentment. Tang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the black dog's words. With such reassurances, he felt emboldened. Only the cave heaven realm? What is there to fear? If the opponent is truly formidable, I must reconsider my approach or rely on Ike. Hey, kid, you do not intend to covet his treasures, do you? The black dog eyed Tang Tian suspiciously. While he possesses numerous valuable items, one must have the ability to claim them. Having come this far, I cannot simply leave empty-handed. Tang Tian grinned confidently. I once thought similarly, but each time I ventured there, I was met with a thorough thrashing. The black dog sighed dramatically. Let us proceed. Tang Tian urged, kicking the black dog once more. Youngster, were it not for my fear of your nirvana heavenly fire, I would have relished the chance to devour you. The black dog retorted, its tone laced with bravado. I am a supreme being, albeit currently in the nirvana phase. Not anymore? Spare me your endless chatter. Ultimately, the black dog obediently took the lead. As for whether it secretly wished for Tang Tian to be possessed, only it knew for certain. As Tang Tian and the black dog advanced, in the outside world, the black and white dual killers and Ouyang Lang found themselves encircled. More members of the heavenly demon temple. This time, 3 saints and 18 quasi-saints from the temple had arrived, with the saints possessing second-layer saint realm prowess. The quasi-saints held formation plates, clearly having come prepared. In addition to them, other major factions had saints lurking nearby, though they appeared hesitant to intervene, opting instead to observe the situation before taking action. What is the origin of the 3 of you? The leader of the heavenly demon temple, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, demanded, his voice dripping with menace. If you intend to strike, then strike. If not, then be on your way. Unfazed, the white killer replied, maintaining a poker face. The sound of white killer's words, the heavenly demon temple entourage nearly erupted with rage. Their murderous intent intensified. Meanwhile, the black killer and Ouyang Lang appeared entirely unfazed. Onlookers were bewildered. How could one remain so brazen in the face of 3 peak, second-layer saints and 18 quasi-saints? They were eager to discern the source of white killer's audacity. What does it matter if he can eliminate first-layer saint realm cultivators? After the saint realm, there exists an insurmountable chasm. Surely he does not believe he can defeat foes 2 realms above him? Whispers filled the air as spectators speculated on the trio's origins. What do you think? Who are these 3 to be so domineering? Those 2 prodigies must hail from a top-tier power beyond the Eastern Domain, no doubt. Is that not obvious? Without some foundation, who would dare act so boldly? Even with a strong backing, they cannot escape death. The heavenly demon temple is notoriously vengeful. Indeed, they are likely doomed. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Why concern ourselves with the details? After all, if the heavenly demon temple dares to plunder our prodigies, we can unite our efforts. Just as both sides prepared for confrontation, a figure descended from the heavens, causing all present to change their expression slightly. including the black and white dual killers and Ouyang Lang. The reason for their unease was not known to the latter trio, but they recognized the newcomer was extraordinarily powerful, at the 6th layer of the Saint Realm. This, unexpectedly, is a scruffy old Taoist priest clad in a tattered gray robe, possessing an ordinary appearance yet standing at the 6th level of the sacred realm. Are the brats from the heavenly demon palace bullying people again? Have you all become too arrogant in the demonic path? As the saying goes, fortune belongs to those with fate. What? Do you still wish to monopolize the benefits? Casting a sidelong glance at the crowd from the heavenly demon palace, the old Taoist questioned with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Xiaoyao Taoist, are you meddling too much? With a cold snort, the middle-aged man with a fierce beard retorted without answering. His eyes were filled with a palpable wariness. Clearly, he was all bluster without substance. I enjoy this. So what? If you have the capability, summon that old ghost from the heavenly demon palace. I would like to see what he can do to me, the Xiaoyao Taoist said lazily, casting a casual glance at the bearded man. The bearded man opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He understood all too well the reason for the audacity of the fellow before him. The other's strength rendered him unconcerned about the heavenly demon palace. This scruffy old Taoist was undoubtedly one of the top powerhouses in the eastern region, among the very few who could be counted. In the end, the group from the heavenly demon palace made no move to attack. They retreated to the side, casting cold, sinister glances at Heibai Shuangsha and Ouyang Lang. Thank you, Senior Xiaoyao, Bai Sha said with a beaming smile, cupping his hands in respect toward the Xiaoyao Taoist and no need for such formalities. I merely cannot stand the brats from the heavenly demon palace. Xiaoyao Taoist waved his hand with a chuckle. Moreover, even without my intervention, it's not certain they could do anything to the three of you, right? After saying this, he looked at the three with a knowing glance. His instinct told him that Heibai Shuangsha was far from being as simple as they appeared. There is a significant difference even among those at the quasi-saint level. It is rumored that the one before him could easily slay a saint. Does that not indicate a great deal? Furthermore, it is said that some cultivators follow the path of ultimate perfection, reaching the peak of each realm before breaking through. Often, these cultivators can dominate their peers at the same level, even slaying those of higher realms. Looking at the two quasi-saints before him, they likely followed such a path, did they not? To the scrutinizing gaze of the Xiaoyao Taoist, Heibai Shuangsha remained indifferent, accustomed to various stares. However, Ouyang Lang was quite puzzled. What did the gaze of the individual in front of him truly signify? It is worth noting that with the arrival of the Xiaoyao Taoist, the atmosphere around them turned somewhat eerie. Chapter 56, The Eerie Sea, The Living Dead. Everyone remained silent, staying in their respective corners. No one dared to approach the people from the heavenly demon palace, nor did they venture near the Xiaoyao Taoist. Many gazed with profound emotions at Heibai Shuangsha and Ouyang Lang, unanimously believing that the trio was exceptionally fortunate. Had the Xiaoyao Taoist not appeared, they likely would not have escaped with their lives. This was the shared sentiment of those around them. Within the ancient ruins, Tang Tian ambled forward at a leisurely pace, while the black dog led the way ahead. After some contemplation, Tang Tian decisively employed a secret method to conceal his cultivation. The black dog, sensing something, turned back to glance at Tang Tian. Why are you hiding your cultivation? It inquired, bewildered of course, to pull a fast one. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Aside from feeling speechless, the black dog had nothing more to say. Even now, it still did not believe Tang Tian could match that old fellow. Perhaps it could take advantage of the moment when that old man attempted to seize control to snatch away this brat's nirvana, heavenly fire? If it devoured the nirvana, heavenly fire, would it not be without a weakness? Concealing one's cultivation. How pointless! The black dog silently scoffed. Seeing the black dog's expression, Tang Tian decisively kicked. Woof woof woof. Why are you kicking me? The black dog glared at Tang Tian indignantly. I saw your expression and felt you had ulterior motives. Tang Tian replied calmly. In response, the black dog felt a wave of guilt wash over it. This brat's insight was truly sharp. Well, Tang Tian, I was just saying hypothetically. If that old man were to be dealt with by you, could you take me away from this cursed place? Suddenly, the black dog asked with a glimmer of hope. As it spoke, it occasionally glanced at the figure of Luo Yi perched on Tang Tian's shoulder. Undoubtedly, rather than being filled with hope for Tang Tian, it had high expectations for Luo Yi. In the Black Dog's view, since Luo Yi could invoke an unprecedented sense of bloodline suppression, her background must be extraordinary. If that old man could do nothing to it, how could he deal with her? Perhaps this time, that old man would truly meet his end. This was the Black Dog's current line of thought. All right, but what's in it for me? Tang Tian replied succinctly, a smile gracing his face. Tang Tian's words rendered the Black Dog momentarily speechless. This brat truly wouldn't be satisfied until he saw results. How vexing. What do you want? The Black Dog asked, its eyes filled with complexity. That depends on your sincerity. To be frank, ordinary offerings won't impress me. Right now, I lack nothing but common cultivation resources, Tang Tian said, shrugging his shoulders as if discussing something trivial. The Black Dog opened its mouth, unsure of what to say. Initially, it had planned to casually offer some resources to appease Tang Tian. However, it now seemed that this brat was not so easily swayed. Offering some of its clan's inheritance in exchange? Absolutely not. However, aside from some ordinary resources and inheritance, it had nothing else to offer. Surely, it couldn't just hang around with him? What a joke. Where would that leave its dignity? As the Black Dog pondered, the man and dog traversed the entire plain, arriving at a coastline. The ancient ruins were indeed vast. Gazing at the seemingly endless ocean before him, Tang Tian remarked, Soon, a look of suspicion crossed his face. This sea is a bit strange. There was, astonishingly, no spiritual energy nearby, nor any other form of celestial energy. Yet, the seawater appeared to harbor an exceedingly violent energy. Moreover, why was the seawater purple? It was bizarre. Not merely ordinary bizarre. You noticed something off too? The Black Dog asked in surprise. Isn't that obvious? Have you ever seen purple seawater? Or seawater that possesses such violent energy? Tang Tian retorted, rolling his eyes. Do you know how to respect your elders? The Black Dog shot a displeased look at Tang Tian. Without a second thought, Tang Tian delivered a swift kick. Respect your elders? You should start by respecting the young. How do I recall you once wanted to make me your meal? He scoffed. You. The Black Dog was instantly rendered speechless. Do you see that? That island is where that old man resides. The Black Dog pointed in a certain direction. Changing the subject, nodding slightly, Tang Tian followed the Black Dog's gaze. In the distance, several dozen miles away, an island loomed, partially obscured. Surrounding the island was a faint mist of purple. First, tell me, is the other party a soul entity or something else? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian asked a question that concerned him. If the other was a soul entity, he truly would not worry at all. His unnamed technique and Nirvana Heavenly Fire were specifically designed to deal with such entities. Not a soul entity. The Black Dog shook its head. How should I put it? That old man is a living dead. Furrowing his brow, the Black Dog made this statement. Are you sure you're not joking? A living dead at the cave heaven level? Can one even live that long at the cave heaven level? Casting a suspicious glance at the Black Dog, Tang Tian wore an expression of disbelief. Who told you he has always been at the cave heaven level? I can say that this old man has only recently fallen to the cave heaven level. The Black Dog replied calmly. This ancient ruin was crafted by him in his lifetime. The boundary he felt to restricts cultivators below that level from entering. This is how he continuously seeks out targets for possession. The Black Dog cast a glance at Tang Tian, speaking with an air of certainty. Is that even possible? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What's so surprising about it? There are countless races in the world. There are all sorts of peculiar methods, the Black Dog said lazily, stretching. Hearing the Black Dog's words, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that this reasoning was indeed quite valid. Let us go to that island. Without further deliberation, Tang Tian said casually. Nodding, the Black Dog flew toward the island first. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian followed suit. As Tang Tian and the Black Dog approached the island, an ancient figure soared from the island. This was a ragged, gaunt old man with a grotesque visage. Strangely, he emitted no life force whatsoever, and his flesh was in a state of decay, as the great Black Dog remarked. This is indeed a realm of the living dead. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that a mere human would dare to venture here? Huh. To my surprise, I cannot discern his cultivation level. No matter, I shall seize his body first. He seems to possess a strong physique. Indeed, quite remarkable. the elder muttered to himself as he glanced in the direction of Tang Tian. He then turned his gaze towards the great black dog. Is it that insufferable dog again? How tiresome. Does it not know when to quit? Why does it incessantly dart here like a stubborn leech? The elder grumbled, irritation evident in his tone. After a brief moment, Tang Tian and the great black dog flew onto the desolate island. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with bones and devoid of life, Tang Tian could not help but furrow his brow. How many lives were claimed here? Soon, Tang Tian's attention shifted to the elder before him. Taking in the sight, he nearly retched. How repulsive! Is this truly a living dead? There are maggots crawling upon him? How absurd! Yet, how is it possible for one who is clearly deceased to move freely, and to maintain the pinnacle of the 9th level of the cave heaven realm? You wretched dog, what brings you here again? I have made it abundantly clear that I shall not allow you to leave this place. The elder shot a glare at the great black dog, his displeasure palpable, perhaps due to his exertion. Both of his eyeballs popped out, black, foul-smelling blood oozing from the sockets. Witnessing this, Tang Tian's expression darkened. Good heavens! How disgusting, old man, with death looming over you. Could you not utter something more pleasant? I assure you. Today you shall meet your end.douc. This young man has come to escort you to the underworld. Taking 2 steps back, the great black dog shamelessly positioned itself behind Tang Tian. In response, Tang Tian kicked the dog in annoyance. This blasted mutt is truly asking for a kick. Does it think of itself as a human shield? Just on what grounds? What a joke, in a place like the Eastern Domain. At his age, the most he could achieve is the 1st or 2nd layer of the Nirvana realm. The elder sneered dismissively. Now, I shall seize his body first and then deal with you. With that, the elder waved his hand. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. A peculiar purple light surged forth from the island, enveloping the area in a dazzling brilliance, converging towards Tang Tian. Ultimately, these rays transformed into chains of energy, binding Tang Tian. Hey, are you out of your mind? Why aren't you dodging? Seeing Tang Tian remain motionless, the great black dog scolded. Dodge what? Do you truly believe these trifles could restrain me? Tang Tian replied with calm nonchalance as he cast a sidelong glance at the great black dog. Huh? In that moment, both the elder and the great black dog were taken aback. What does this young man mean? Chapter 57. An existence of forbidden level before long. The elder and the great black dog comprehended the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. Those energy chains were instantaneously devoured by him. Even the surrounding purple energy met the same fate. Is this possible? The great black dog's eyes widened in disbelief. Not far away, the elder felt his mind struggling to grasp the reality. How could this be? Normally, these energy chains are sufficient to bind an ordinary quasi-saint. How did this young man accomplish such a feat? Unknown to the elder and the great black dog, the energy chains had been consumed by the mysterious purple orb within Tang Tian's dantian. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Tang Tian provocatively inquired, his tone dripping with disdain as he looked at the elder. You. Tang Tian's words nearly drove the elder to the brink of apoplexy. You insolent brat. You are courting death. With a cold snort, the elder snarled. Without hesitation, he launched himself towards Tang Tian as he made his move. A tempestuous surge of celestial energy erupted towards Tang Tian, causing the ground to crack and dust to swirl chaotically. I see this old bastard trying to seize Tang Tian's body. Does he not fear killing him? The great black dog could not help but voice its skepticism. To the great black dog, it was evident that Tang Tian stood no chance against the elder unless. Unconsciously, the great black dog glanced up at Luo Yi perched on Tang Tian's shoulder. What an extravagant display! Tang Tian remarked lightly before unleashing his attack. A single punch. With effortless grace, Tang Tian struck forth, unleashing a radiant purple fist that shattered the elder's onslaught and obliterated his corporeal form. What? Is that possible? The great black dog's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, it was overwhelmed with shock. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm? Yet he could easily crush one at the peak of the 9th level of the cave heaven realm? This is utterly outrageous. Had it not witnessed this with its own eyes, it would never have believed such a thing. In that instant, the great black dog's perception of Tang Tian shifted dramatically. It realized it had underestimated the terror of this young man. Terrifying, truly terrifying. On the other side, After the elder's body disintegrated, his soul materialized before Tang Tian in mid-air. It appeared as a purple humanoid spirit. "You insolent brat, you have incited my wrath." The spirit glared at Tang Tian, its voice seething with fury. A terrifying pressure emanated from it, before it transformed into a purple energy orb, hurtling towards Tang Tian's core. "This old bastard truly seeks his own demise." Shaking his head, the great black dog chuckled with schadenfreude. "Entering Tang Tian's body? Ha! The Nirvana celestial fire is known for its prowess against all souls and malevolent energies." Sure enough, no sooner had the great black dog spoken than a wail echoed through the AI in an instant. The purple spirit was incinerated into pure soul energy, which was sealed within Tang Tian's body. "What? Why is its soul energy so astonishing?" Tang Tian exclaimed in disbelief as he examined the swirling energy. "This soul energy surpasses even that of the emperors I previously devoured. What is so surprising? This old bastard existed far beyond the emperor level when he was alive." The great black dog remarked casually upon hearing Tang Tian's exclamation. "Then, does this ancient relic hold other treasures?" The great black dog's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Tang Tian's eyes. "An existence beyond the emperor level. Surely, it must possess a considerable collection." With a moment's reflection, Tang Tian felt a surge of anticipation. What value could other items hold? "The most valuable is undoubtedly this ocean, though it is a pity that you cannot take this oceanic energy with you." The great black dog sighed. "This ocean?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback as he surveyed the surrounding waters. "Indeed. It appears this old bastard harbored grand ambitions. The energy of this ocean could effortlessly forge thousands of emperors. It seems he intended to seize a suitable host before utilizing it." The great black dog mused, scanning the surroundings with a hint of admiration. "Regrettably, this is also his most cunning and despicable trait. Given the violent energy of these waters, unless an emperor intervenes, all cultivators can do is watch helplessly. Were it not for this, I would have long since devoured this ocean and fled this cursed place." The great black dog continued. It could not help but grumble. Initially, Tang Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it was not long before an unusual glint appeared in his eyes, as a wave of anticipation surged within him. Quite unexpectedly, the mysterious purple orb within his dantian began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, it flew forth, hovering in midair. "What is this?" Gazing at the mysterious purple orb, the great black dog's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Its heart brimmed with astonishment before the watchful eyes of Tang Tian and the great black dog. The mysterious purple orb began to voraciously consume the surrounding ocean waters, or rather, the turbulent liquid energy. In less than a short while, the orb devoured all the surrounding waters, leaving behind an immense basin of shifting sands. Finally, the mysterious purple orb returned to Tang Tian's dantian, settling into silence once more. "Tang Tian, brother Tian, from this point onward, I shall stick with you." To Tang Tian's surprise, the great black dog unexpectedly sidled up to him, eagerly attempting to curry favor. "Do you recognize this mysterious orb of mine?" Tang Tian scrutinized the great black dog, instantly grasping the situation. "No. How could I?" The great black dog quickly denied. "Is that so? Initially, I was considering taking you away from this ancient relic. Now, it seems I must give it some serious thought." With a half-smile, Tang Tian regarded the great black dog. "No. Please don't." Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the great black dog grew frantic. "Brother Tian, it's not that I am unwilling to speak to its, just that if I'm not mistaken, this thing is of forbidden level. I fear that speaking of it may bring down divine retribution." As the great black dog darted anxiously around Tang Tian's feet, it could not help but explain. Strangely enough, as the words of the large black dog were barely uttered, a tempestuous surge of heavenly tribulation energy erupted across the expanse of 1,000 miles above the man and his canine companion. However, this celestial energy swiftly vanished without a trace. "You see, if I say any more, we shall be struck down by heavenly tribulation," exclaimed the black dog, gazing up at Tang Tian with an expression of feigned innocence. "Very well," Tang Tian replied, furrowing his brow, no longer compelled to press the matter. Yet, a cascade of thoughts began to swirl within him. It seemed that the origins of his mysterious active orb were indeed extraordinary. Capable of conjuring the tumultuous energies of countless emperors, it could simply devour at will. The mere mention by the black dog had summoned forth a deluge of heavenly tribulation. Without lingering any longer, the pair departed, with the black dog leading Tang Tian on a leisurely exploration. One could hardly deny that the demeanor of the black dog had undergone a remarkable transformation. No, it was more accurate to say it had become an entirely different dog. Previously indifferent towards Tang Tian, it now exhibited an eagerness that surpassed even that of the most sycophantic of followers. It seemed to have completely forgotten its past as a once mighty being. The Celestial Devourer dog, truly, it brings shame to the Celestial Devourer lineage, commented Luo Yi abruptly. Tang Tian wholeheartedly agreed with Luo Yi's assessment. In his view, the black dog had exhibited a remarkable lack of decorum. However, the creature's newfound attitude also intensified his curiosity regarding the enigmatic orb. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, after the mysterious purple orb absorbed the chaotic oceanic energies, the ancient ruins had silently undergone a transformation. Terrifying entities that had lain dormant in various corners began to awaken. Additionally, the restrictions imposed by the natural laws of the ancient ruins were gradually dissipating. In the outside world, the group led by the carefree Taoist soon became aware of this phenomenon. The restrictions have vanished. What could this mean? The carefree Taoist broke the silence, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Without hesitation, he soared into the ancient ruins, followed closely by the formidable duo of the black and white fiends and Ouyang Lang. One after another, the others began to enter the ancient ruins as well. The members of other factions also took notice and began to speculate as they entered the ancient ruins. Dio, you think something has occurred within the ancient ruins? It must be so. Otherwise, how could the natural restrictions collapse so suddenly? I wonder if there are any treasures inside. How exciting. Let us split up. Otherwise, can we compete with the carefree Taoist and his group? That makes sense. Let us go. What the others thought was of little concern to the black and white fiends. Upon entering the ancient ruins, they immediately turned their attention to Ouyang Lang. Without the need for words, Ouyang Lang understood their unspoken request. After all, he was a servant of Tang Tian. Naturally, sensing Tang Tian's location would not pose a challenge for him. Nodding in agreement, he took the lead, flying in a particular direction, with the black and white fiends following at a leisurely pace. Old Black, something feels amiss, White Fiend remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed. I sense a hint of danger here. Black Fiend concurred, nodding in agreement. Exchanging glances, both noticed the mutual confusion reflected in their eyes. What could possibly be happening? Chapter 58. Are your two servants too powerful? Half an hour later, chaos erupted within the ancient ruins. Sealed monstrous beasts, lingering souls, and malevolent entities surged forth from their confines. Their strengths varied, with the weakest being at the Nirvana realm, while the most formidable reached the Saint realm. The young prodigies and practitioners who had entered the ancient ruins became their prey, their sustenance. Even quasi-saints and true saints were not exempt from this fate. It was safe to say that the ancient ruins had transformed into a veritable river of blood. During this half-hour, Tang Tian had found Yi Wuming in a cave. Boss? Why have you suddenly acquired a large black dog? What use is such a lowly first-tier beast? Yi Wuming expressed his astonishment at Tang Tian's arrival, casting a casual glance at the black dog before questioning further. Little brat, are you calling me trash? The black dog, hearing Yi Wuming's words, became quite indignant. In an instant, it appeared beside Yi Wuming and took a bite at his thigh. Subsequently, the black dog unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Yi Wuming bruised and battered in a matter of moments. Enough. Tang Tian waved his hand, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This black dog was truly a character. No, it would be more appropriate to say it was a true canine. Get lost? Yi Wuming scrambled to his feet, consuming a healing elixir as he gazed at the black dog with uncertainty. He struggled to comprehend how the black dog could possess such strength. Under its relentless assault, he had been utterly defenseless. You little brat. You called me a large black dog earlier, and I couldn't be bothered to hold it against you. From now on, you shall refer to me as Lord Dog, understood? The black dog bared its teeth at Yi Wuming. Get lost. Before Yi Wuming could respond, Tang Tian delivered a kick to the black dog. Lord Dog? Damn it. Yi Wuming calls me boss. By that logic, does the black dog intend to claim a higher status than me? Woof woof woof. Brother Tian, Your rudeness is truly excessive. Can't we have a civil conversation? The black dog lamented, casting an accusatory glance at Tang Tian. However, it soon recognized the flaw in its previous statement. Sly little brat, from now on, you shall call me brother dog. Otherwise, I shall thrash you daily. The black dog continued, eyeing Yi Wuming with a mischievous glint. Hearing the black dog's words, Tang Tian could not help but roll his eyes. Nevertheless, he chose to ignore the creature. It was indeed ancient. Who knew how long it had lived? Subsequently, Tang Tian briefly introduced the two to one another. The black dog's assessment of Yi Wuming was 18 years, Nirvana realm, first layer, not too shabby, I suppose. Just passable. In contrast, Yi Wuming's evaluation of the black dog was, what the hell? The celestial devourer dog. One of the top-tier races. But brother dog, you seem a tad weak, don't you? How can you only be at the peak of the Nirvana realm's 9th layer? Once my strength surpasses yours, I shall certainly give you a good thrashing. Just as Yi Wuming finished his sentence, he was met with another round of beatings from the black dog. This time, he finally learned his lesson and refrained from provoking the creature further. Boss, why have you suddenly concealed your cultivation? And aren't you and brother dog at the same realm? How did you manage to subdue him? After healing, Yi Wuming asked curiously. What did you say? Before Tang Tian could speak, the black dog widened its eyes in surprise. Peak of the Nirvana realm's 9th layer? Isn't brother Tian at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th layer? What's going on? Brother Tian was originally at the peak of the Nirvana realm's 9th layer. Yi Wuming remarked, perplexed as he looked at the black dog. Brother Tian is now at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th layer. Okay. The black dog shot Yi Wuming a disdainful glance. What the hell? Boss has ascended an entire realm. Yi Wuming became flustered. How many times had Boss done this? He felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Again, Yi Wuming's words left the black dog feeling utterly bewildered. As the black dog processed the information, Yi Wuming offered a brief explanation. Upon learning that Yi Wuming had known Tang Tian for less than half a year, yet Tang Tian's strength had skyrocketed from the peak of the Nirvana realm's 9th layer to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th layer, the black dog was left utterly petrified. In less than half a year, he had risen several major realms, each time experiencing a full realm's increase in strength. Damn it. Was brother Tian even human? How could he be so monstrous? Suddenly, the black dog began to understand why the celestial Nirvana fire willingly submitted to Tang Tian, and why the mysterious purple orb chose to follow him. This fellow was truly an unparalleled prodigy wherever he went. Looking across the endless continent, one could scarcely find a prodigy who reached the Nirvana realm before the age of 20. Yet, brother Tian was already at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th layer, possessing the power to easily sweep through the cave heaven realm. It was nothing short of terrifying. What was even more outrageous was that brother Tian seemed to hardly cultivate at all. Could you two refrain from being so dramatic? Tang Tian remarked somewhat irritably, looking at the pair. His words left Yi Wuming and the black dog feeling a bit self-conscious. How could they not be astonished? After chatting idly for a while, the trio finally departed. Upon learning of the external situation, they exchanged glances of disbelief. The outside world had become a veritable sea of blood, teeming with monstrous beasts and malevolent entities. Instantly, the black dog turned its gaze towards Tang Tian, fully aware that all of this chaos stemmed from him. With the demise of that old fellow and the violent ocean of energy consumed, it was no surprise that all sealed entities within the ancient ruins had been unleashed. What are you looking at me for? What does this have to do with me? It was not I who urged them to venture into this ancient relic. Do they not realize the inherent dangers? To put it bluntly, are they not merely blinded by greed? Casting a casual glance at the large black dog, Tang Tian declared with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, the black dog found itself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed that there was indeed merit to Tang Tian's assertion. Throughout their journey, Tang Tian and his companions encountered various demonic beasts and vengeful spirits. Yet, they effortlessly dispatched them all. One could say that their fortune was remarkably favorable. They had not encountered any demonic beasts or sinister entities above the cave heaven realm, let alone those of the quasi-saint or saint levels. After an hour, Tang Tian and his group finally reunited with the black and white duo, Ouyang Wolf. Upon learning that the black dog was a sky-swallowing hound, the pupils of the black and white duo and Ouyang Wolf dilated in shock. They had heard whispers of this legendary top-tier race, especially Ouyang Wolf, who sensed an overwhelming bloodline suppression emanating from the black dog. He had every reason to believe that, had he not possessed strength far surpassing that of the black dog, he might have been rendered immobile under the weight of its bloodline pressure. For now, let us depart from this ancient relic, Tang Tian announced, surveying the grouped eye in unison. They nodded in agreement. Departing? Kikik, do you truly believe you can leave? At that moment, a cold, sinister voice echoed from not far away in the blink of an eye. Tang Tian and his companions found themselves encircled by 21 individuals, the members of the Celestial Demon Palace. The speaker was a burly man with a twisted beard. 3 saints? 18 quasi-saints? Quite the extravagant display. The black dog remarked nonchalantly, clearly not intimidated despite its weaker power. Why can't we leave? Just based on you rabble. Tang Tian retorted, his lip curling in disdain. The members of the Celestial Demon Palace nearly lost their composure upon hearing his words. This audacious brat, was he mocking them? How peculiar. Why can't I discern this brat-esque cultivation level? Grandfather Black, Grandfather White. Without further ado, Tang Tian turned to the black and white duo. He held unwavering confidence in them. Yes, young clan leader. They nodded and swiftly took action. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wolf stood alertly by Tang Tian's side. Observing this, the black dog felt a surge of astonishment. Tang Tian was accompanied by 3 quasi-saints. What could his background possibly be? Surely, it must be extraordinary. Beside them, Yi Wuming anxiously gazed at the battlefield. Of course, he was not there to learn from them. After all, battles between saints and quasi-saints were a rare sight. In an instant, the black and white duo engaged the members of the Celestial Demon Palace in fierce combat. It must be said, while they were indeed quasi-saints, their combat prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary saints, and when they joined forces, their might was exponentially greater in mere moments. The 18 quasi-saints had not even begun to activate their formation discs before they were slain by the duo's blades. The 3 saints fared no better, their bodies already riddled with countless sword wounds. Holy moly! Brother Tian, your 2 servants are astonishingly formidable. Are you certain they are quasi-saints? The black dog exclaimed in disbelief. 2 quasi-saints effortlessly slaying so many of their kind, and forcing 3 second-tier saints into retreat. Witnessing the prowess of the black and white duo, the black dog was left in awe. And you still dare to call yourself a sky-swallowing hound? Did you not notice anything unusual about them? Tang Tian scoffed. Unusual? Are they pursuing an extreme cultivation method? Suppressing each realm to the utmost before breaking through? No wonder their combat strength is so terrifying. It seems they are indeed 2 cultivation fanatics. Chapter 59. What distinguishes him from the Chosen One? Brother Dog, what do you mean by that? Why do you label the 2 elders as cultivation fanatics? Yi Wuming inquired curiously, glancing at the black dog. Ouyang Wolf, too, perked up his ears, evidently intrigued by the question. The benefits of suppressing each realm to its limits before breaking through were readily apparent, being invincible within the same tier and easily overcoming those of higher tiers. However, there was a downside. Shaking his head with a faint smile, the black dog slowly elaborated. What downside? Yi Wuming instinctively asked. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to break through. And with the slightest misstep, one risks severe injury to their meridians, or worse, succumbing to madness and perishing. After a moment of silence, the black dog continued. It can be said without reservation that this cultivation path is exceedingly arduous. Throughout history, few have reached the end. Yet, those who achieve the pinnacle through such means invariably possess the power to reshape an entire era. With deep emotion, the black dog regarded the black and white duo with admiration. But what of the leader? After pondering, Yi Wuming curiously turned his gaze toward Tang Tian. Brother Tian, I suggest you refrain from comparing yourself to him. The cultivation technique he practices must be extraordinarily fearsome, not to mention his terrifying talent. Let us not forget, given his speed of advancement, do you think he differs from the Chosen One? The black dog said slowly, shaking his head. If you were to learn from Brother Tian's 2 guardians, you might have a chance to break your own limitations. The black dog's words left Yi Wuming feeling despondent, for he could not help but recall Tang Tian's astonishing feats. Frankly speaking, he had never considered comparing himself to Tang Tian, knowing full well he lacked the qualifications for such a comparison. And as for the black dog's suggestion, truthfully, for a fleeting moment, he was tempted. however, upon remembering the downsides mentioned by the Black Dog. He hesitated. In the brief time that Yi Wuming and the Black Dog conversed, the three saints of the Celestial Demon Palace had already been slain by the Black and White duo. After stowing away their storage rings and a plethora of weapons, they returned to Tang Tian's side. Let it be. I lack for resources. Tang Tian waved his hand as the duo presented him with a multitude of storage rings. He merely spoke the truth. At present, he possessed the royal treasury of 2 dynasties, along with a wealth of other cultivation resources. Not to mention the energy from the mysterious purple orb. Tang Tian believed he had no need for additional resources. What he truly sought were opportunities that would arise naturally. Only then could he achieve continuous breakthroughs. Exchanging glances, the Black and White duo put away their resources, understanding the veracity of Tang Tian's words. If memory served, the young clan leader had indeed plundered numerous places, and he must be immensely wealthy by now. In the next moment, the attention of Tang Tian and the others was drawn to the actions of the Black Dog. The swirling vortex of black energy had manifested around it, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying, devouring power. In an instant, the corpses of the 3 saints and the 18 quasi-saints were consumed by this energy vortex. The Black Dog's strength surged rapidly. Yin-Yang Realm first leveled, Yin-Yang Realm second leveled, Yin-Yang Realm third leveled. In the mere span of a single incense stick, this creature's strength had skyrocketed to the level of a quasi-saint. Only then did it cease its relentless advancement. Ha ha ha! My strength has been restored to some extent. Who's next? With a thunderous roar, the Black Dog laughed triumphantly. In response, Tang Tian and the others exchanged wide-eyed glances. Unable to deny that the Black Dog had the right to be arrogant. Its rate of advancement was indeed astounding. No, it should be said that it was a recovery of strength. Following its boisterous laughter, the Black Dog audaciously challenged the Black and White duo, engaging them in a 1-on-2 bout without losing ground. Truly, it was a sky-swallowing hound, powerful beyond measure. Gazing at the Black Dog, Tang Tian was left in utter shock. The battle prowess of the Black and White duo was evident for all to see. Yet now, the Black Dog stood its ground against both of them. One could only imagine how formidable it truly was. However, upon thoughtful reflection, Tang Tian found some solace. The Black Dog had once been extraordinarily powerful, and given its origins from a top-tier race, it was only natural for its combat strength to be formidable. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Yi Wuming and Ouyang Wolf nodded in agreement. It was not until the surrounding area had been reduced to a wasteland that the trio halted their battle, or rather, were compelled to cease. Their clash had drawn the attention of numerous cultivators, as well as some demonic beasts and malevolent spirits. Curiously, however, when the cultivators beheld the Black and White duo, they all opted to retreat, none daring to approach. Simultaneously, they were deeply intrigued by the origins of the Black Dog. Why did this seemingly unremarkable Black Dog possess such overwhelming strength? This Black Dog? Among the crowd, the wandering Taoist regarded the Black Dog with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. His reaction was not unfounded, for the Black Dog emanated a faint, elusive sense of threat. Moreover, logically speaking, this Black Dog should have been a first-tier ordinary demonic beast. However, why does it possess the strength of a quasi-saint? Its combat power is still so astonishing. Let us depart. Casting a glance around, Tang Tian broke the silence. Indeed, hearing Tang Tian's words, the Black and White twin killers replied in unison. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the group swaggered away in the eastern region, at the heart of a sacred site shrouded in demonic energy. Within the innermost palace, the atmosphere was stifling to an extreme. All present gazed incredulously at the row of soul lamps before them. To be precise, it was a row of extinguished soul lamps. Have we gathered sufficient information? What exactly are those scoundrels? And why did that old rascal Xiaoyao come to their aid? With so many top-tier powerhouses, whose hands did we fall victim to? On the throne sat a gaunt old man clad in a black robe, his countenance stern as he suppressed his fury and inquired. He was none other than the lord of the heavenly demon palace. Tianma, a top-tier powerhouse at the 6th level of the Holy Realm, and one of the foremost figures in the eastern region. Upon hearing Tianma's words, everyone present lowered their heads, for they had been unable to uncover even a shred of useful information. My lord, we have already instructed the intelligence tower and the heavenly machine pavilion to gather information. A burly man in the corner spoke cautiously. Tianma nodded expressionlessly. Everyone, remain on standby if necessary. I shall personally lead the charge to eliminate those scoundrels. Yes, having departed from the ancient relics, upon learning of Tang Tian's current cultivation and combat prowess, the black and white twin killers and Ouyang Lang were left in a prolonged state of disbelief. The pinnacle of the Yinyang realm, combat power, invincible beneath the quasi-saint level. In that case, it seems the young clan leader no longer requires any further training. Taking a deep breath, Bai Sha remarked with a bitter smile. The others, including Dehego, nodded in agreement with his words. Training? What significance does it hold for Tang Tian? If a quasi-saint does not intervene, who can contend with him? Should he break through once more? Who knows, he might even challenge a quasi-saint directly. The thought of this. An unsettling chill ran down their spines. They had encountered many prodigies, yet none had matched the extraordinary nature of Tang Tian. It seemed that all prodigies appeared somewhat lackluster before him. If a prodigy were to compare themselves to Tang Tian, especially the black and white twin killers, they felt this sentiment even more acutely. Not long ago, their young clan leader had been a training-impaired waste. Yet, in such a brief span, he had undergone an astonishing transformation. Training is indeed necessary. Otherwise, would one not grow bored staying in the family's sacred grounds all day? The endless continent is vast, and I wish to explore it. Shrugging his shoulders, Tang Tian languidly stated. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, everyone wore expressions of exasperation. What a reason! So where shall we go now? Dehego inquired, looking at Tang Tian. Of course, we shall seek trouble with the Heavenly Demon Palace. Do they not wish to eliminate us? Can we simply swallow this humiliation? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian replied. As he spoke, he cast an expectant glance at Yi Wuming. If his memory served him correctly, Yi Wuming had acquired the legacy of the Tomb Robber Emperor, correct? In that case, could he not attempt to raid the ancestral tomb of the Heavenly Demon Palace? As for their enemies, Tang Tian believed there was no need for courtesy, especially since the Heavenly Demon Palace sought to eliminate them. Boss, are we going to plunder the treasury of the Heavenly Demon Palace? Yi Wuming asked, his eyes shining with excitement. That is merely one aspect, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Did you not receive the legacy of the Tomb Robber Emperor? Surely you can attempt to seek treasure and delve into tomb raiding? Isn't this a bit too unscrupulous? Black Sha furrowed his brow and remarked. What of it? Enemies are meant to be exploited, Dehego retorted nonchalantly, glancing at Dehego, then at the mischievous Tang Tian, and finally at the eager Yi Wuming. Black Sha chose to remain silent. He realized that these three were simply of a like mind. Was persuasion even worthwhile? Beside him, Bai Sha maintained a neutral stance, neither supporting nor opposing. Ouyang Lang felt he had no standing to voice his opinion. Having reached a consensus, the group promptly sped toward the direction of the Heavenly Demon Palace. These fellows truly were. In midair, observing the direction in which the group advanced, the Taoist Xiaoyao wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 60. The Three Rascals Entering the Ancestral Grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace. In the eastern region, near the central area, close to the Heavenly Demon Palace, as the sun set, Tang Tian and his companions arrived at the territory of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Is this the domain of the Heavenly Demon Palace? How fascinating! Gazing at the scene before him, filled with soaring demonic energy, Tang Tian exclaimed in wonder. Seems the Heavenly Demon Palace is no less formidable than an ordinary sacred site in the central region. Truly, it is the foremost power of the demonic path in the eastern region. It's passable, Dehego remarked, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming displayed a conflicted expression, feeling both fear and anticipation. The fear stemmed from the unsettling aura of the Heavenly Demon Palace, a threat unlike any he had previously encountered. The anticipation arose from the impending actions they were about to take. Boss, did you misspeak? Next, we are going to act against the ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace. At that moment, I can practice my skills using the ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace, right? After all, I have received the legacy of the Tomb Robber Emperor, Grandpa He, Grandpa Bai, and Ouyang Lang. Why don't you wait for us outside? My spatial powers can only accommodate a limited number of people. I fear we might alert them. That would not be amusing. Casting a serious glance at the three, Tang Tian stated earnestly, All right, however, if the young clan leader encounters any danger, Remember to shatter the scroll we previously gave you. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Sha added, Good. Tang Tian readily agreed and swiftly departed with Dahego and Yi Wuming. With a flicker of spatial abilities, the trio's figures vanished without a trace. We should conceal ourselves as well. Looking at Black Sha, Bai Sha suggested. Subsequently, the three of them took flight and left. The trio had little concern for Tang Tian's safety, for he possessed the means to escape using spatial abilities. With Dahego's strength, it would be no challenge to buy him some time. Before long, Tang Tian and his companions stealthily arrived within the ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The powerful formation enveloping this place was, to Tang Tian, as flimsy as air. What the heck, Brother Tian? Could it be that you have also comprehended the laws of destiny or the laws of causality? Casting a dubious glance at Tang Tian, Dahego questioned, perplexed, We arrived at our destination upon entry? I do not believe this is mere luck. Prior to this, he had prepared to buy time for Tang Tian to escape. Considering the formidable saints of the Heavenly Demon Palace, whom he currently deemed too formidable to provoke, is it that strange? Tang Tian shrugged and retorted. Indeed. The boss has comprehended many laws, including the laws of destiny and causality. Yi Wuming chimed in without reservation. Upon hearing their words, Dahego was utterly flabbergasted. This, Yi Wuming, it's up to you from here on out. Turning to Yi Wuming, Tang Tian changed the subject. All right, nodding vigorously. Yi Wuming busied himself. He began to dig into the ground, taking a whiff before darting off in a particular direction. Tang Tian and Dahego followed closely behind. Brother Tian, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Can't you simply deduce it directly? Dahego inquired, his face filled with confusion as he turned to Tang Tian. If Brother Tian takes action, wouldn't it be simple to deduce where the good stuff lies? He pondered silently. At the same, right now, I primarily wish to allow Yi Wuming to practice his skills. Furthermore, I want to take revenge and annoy the Heavenly Demon Palace. If it were merely for resources, I would not have come here at all. Rolling his eyes, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. Left speechless, Dahego had nothing further to say. It must be said that Yi Wuming's legacy from the Tomb Robber Emperor was indeed not received in vain. Before long, Yi Wuming discovered a relatively concealed tomb within the ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace. He led Tang Tian and Dahego inside with ease. To their surprise, it turned out to be the tomb of a saint. The traps and poisons posed no threat to Yi Wuming whatsoever. Half an hour later, he emerged with a plethora of items in hand. Sacred-level demonic cultivation techniques, martial arts, and various resources. He even unearthed the corpse of a saint-level demonic cultivator. Hee, how about that? Am I impressive, or what? Glancing back at Tang Tian and Dahego, Yi Wuming asked with a smug expression. Impressive, but speaking of which, didn't you go a bit overboard? Uve stripped this saint's tomb bare, Dahego remarked slowly, looking at Yi Wuming. What courtesy is there to show to enemies? Yi Wuming retorted defiantly. That makes sense. Dahego paused, then nodded in agreement. Noticing Tang Tian's silence, both he and Dahego turned to him. They saw Tang Tian forming seals, light radiating from him, leaving Yi Wuming feeling quite baffled. What is the boss up to? Is this a secret technique to conceal heavenly secrets? The large black dog widened its eyes in astonishment. In its gaze, there was nothing but shock. Could anyone truly conceal the secrets of heaven? Perhaps even the emperor himself would find it a formidable task. But what was this about Tian Ge? Unbeknownst to the black dog, Tang Tian's method of obscuring heavenly secrets stemmed from the arcane techniques he had mastered. It can only be said that the mysterious arts he practiced were far more enigmatic and formidable than one could imagine. Deep within the Tianma Palace, in a palace suffused with demonic energy, the lord of the Tianma, known as Tianma, was beset by an unsettling sense of disquiet. This sensation had not graced him since his ascension to the sacred realm, let alone as a formidable presence within the sixth heaven of the sacred realm. Yet, what could be amiss? Had those rascals been located? And who, pray tell, was responsible for the demise of so many of our elite? He cast a scrutinizing glance at a stewardly elder before him, frowning as he inquired. Replying to the lord of the palace, they have not yet been found. The elder cautiously shook his head in response. Useless. Tianma's dissatisfaction was palpable upon hearing the elder's words. Rising slowly, he took flight, determined to uncover the source of his unease. After meandering through the dominion of the Tianma Palace for quite some time, Tianma's sense of disquiet not only persisted but intensified, aggravating him further. Why was this so? Had he perhaps overlooked something? How perplexing! What Tianma did not realize was that at this very moment, Yi Wuming was engrossed in a flurry of activity within the ancestral grounds of the Tianma Palace. After a short span of time, his expertise in tomb raiding had advanced by leaps and bounds, yielding astonishing results. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and the large black dog languished in boredom, trailing behind Yi Wuming. Tiangu, the number of saints within the Tianma Palace is indeed staggering. Yi Wuming had already pilfered the tombs of 8 saints. The large black dog remarked thoughtfully, indeed I in the endless continent, in the central region. Within the Tang clan. At this moment, Tang Tai was somewhat dazed. Having received the latest communication from the black and white twin devils, he found himself immobilized in disbelief. His precious grandson had actually ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the Yinyang realm. His combat prowess had reached a level of invincibility just below the threshold of sainthood. Even Tang Tai, who had weathered many storms, could not help but gasp in astonishment. What a prodigy! Truly an extraordinary talent. Across the entire endless continent, I doubt anyone can rival him. As he returned to the present, Tang Tai could not resist breaking into a fit of triumphant laughter. At this moment, he felt a sense of vindication. He even began to anticipate how the individuals from the central region would react upon discovering the true capabilities of his beloved grandson. The Tang clan has endured for so many years. And at last, we have turned the tide. Tian has transformed from a mere wastrel into a true prodigy, an unparalleled genius. At dawn, all members of the Tianma Palace gathered in the training grounds. This marked the most significant day of the year for the Tianma Palace. On this day, they would select 10 prodigies to send into their ancestral grounds. These chosen few could potentially become the future pillars of the Tianma Palace. Representing a legacy of sorts. As for why potentially? The answer is simple. The competition among the Tianma Palace's prodigies is exceedingly fierce. Out of 100 prodigies, it is fortunate if 10 survive. Often, the others perish at the hands of the surviving prodigies. This, too, is the fundamental reason behind the Tianma Palace's immense power. They cultivate prodigies as one would raise poisonous insects. Only the survivors are deemed worthy of resource allocation and focus training. Come with me to the ancestral grounds. Tianma surveyed the 10 prodigies before him with a stoic expression. Yes, Lord of the Palace. The 10 prodigies were visibly excited. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the 11 of them soared towards the ancestral grounds of the Tianma Palace. It was not long before they arrived at the entrance. Tianma produced a token, and in an instant, the defensive array was activated. With a nod from him, the 10 prodigies entered their clan's ancestral grounds. Just as Tianma prepared to seal the array, his expression shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, his spiritual force had instinctively probed the internal situation of the ancestral grounds. To his shock, he discovered that several ancestral tombs were in disarray. This revelation left him utterly bewildered and incredulous. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to investigate further. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. The foremost power of the Eastern Domain's demonic path, who would dare to cause trouble within their ancestral grounds? Moreover, their array remained intact. With these thoughts, his anxiety began to dissipate. However, it was not long before he could no longer contain his fury. 1, 2, 3. The further he progressed, the darker his expression became. Cursed be, he growled. His visage twisted with murderous intent. How could it be that 9 of their sacred tombs had been emptied, leaving only the remains of the saints discarded at the entrances? Moments later, Tianma arrived at yet another sacred tomb. At this point, his aura was increasingly terrifying, for he sensed the presence of the living within the tomb. This implied that the tomb raiders were still present. Within the tomb, Tang Tian and the large black dog were idly chatting, while Yi Wuming was busily dismantling various traps, poisons, and formations with ease. Suddenly, both Tang Tian and the large black dog sensed something and turned to face the tomb's entrance. Before long, an elderly figure clad in black robes, with a sinister countenance, appeared. The 6th heaven of the sacred realm, the Lord of the Tianma. Tang Tian immediately grasped the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the scroll in his hand, grasped the large black dog with one hand, and seized Yi Wuming with the other, making a hasty retreat in their place. a faint red energy shield remained. Damn it! Tianma's countenance darkened as he struck out in anger. He had never anticipated that despite his full-force attack, his adversaries would still manage to escape. It was only after they had departed that the energy shield slowly dissipated. What a sophisticated scroll! From which power do they hail? Tianma furrowed his brow, suspicion and uncertainty etching his features. Concurrently, he harbored a deep-seated desire to see Tang Tian, Yi Wuming, and the large black dog suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, he was perplexed as to how they had infiltrated the ancestral grounds of the Tianma Palace without detection. Was there a traitor among them? With such thoughts swirling, Tianma's expression grew increasingly somber. Exhaling deeply, he left the ancestral grounds, accompanied by the 10 Tianma Palace prodigies. Before long, the entire Tianma Palace reconvened in the training grounds. Upon learning of the events that transpired in the ancestral grounds, disbelief and astonishment washed over the gathered crowd, quickly followed by an overwhelming fury. How dare they raid the ancestral grounds of the Tianma Palace? Are they among those unknown rascals we seek to eliminate? Lord of the Palace, we cannot let them go unpunished. If we do not eradicate them, how shall others view the Tianma Palace? They must die. Indeed, we cannot allow them to escape. Absolutely, Lord of the Palace. Before long, the assembled individuals erupted in a chorus of bloodthirsty proclamations. Enough! Tianma interjected with a cold snort. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All eyes turned toward Tianma. Activate the full might of the demonic path. For anyone who provides information on those 3 rascals, there shall be ample rewards. As for those 3 quasi-saints, the same goes. Regardless of their origins, I shall see them shattered to pieces. Tianma surveyed the assembly impassively as he issued his command. Understood. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and his companions had already rendezvoused with the black and white twin devils. Upon learning that Yi Wuming had successfully plundered 9 sacred tombs from the Tianma Palace, the duo, along with Ouyang Wolf, broke into a cold sweat. Their gazes towards Yi Wuming were filled with incredulity. How could he have raided so many tombs in such a short time? A true talent, however, upon realizing that they had drawn the attention of the Lord of the Tianma, their expressions shifted slightly. After all, he was a formidable presence at the 6th heaven of the sacred realm. With no intention to linger, the group swiftly departed. It must be said that Tang Tian was adept at striking at the heart of others. As they left, he made sure to spread the word of the 9 sacred tombs stolen from the Tianma Palace's ancestral grounds. His method was remarkably simple. He commanded some demonic beasts to carry banners proclaiming the news far and wide. Witnessing Tang Tian's audacious maneuver, the black and white twin devils were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly possible? We never would have thought. What a cunning operation, Tiangu. You truly are ruthless, but I admire it. Looking at Tang Tian, the large black dog clicked its tongue in amazement. If those from the Tianma Palace were to discover this, they would surely harbor even greater hatred towards you, boss beside them. Yi Wuming wore an expression of admiration. As for the black and white twin devils and Ouyang Wolf, they found themselves at a loss for words. Before long, 2 events sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern domain. One matter that has left many in utter astonishment is the unexpected decree from the Heavenly Demon Palace, which has instigated a pursuit of a group of individuals. To be precise, it is 5 individuals and a dog. This has rendered countless cultivators speechless. How grievously must one have offended the Heavenly Demon Palace to warrant such a response? It appears that the palace has never acted with such fervor before. Furthermore, the bounty offered this time seems remarkably extravagant. Anyone providing information on the whereabouts of this group will be rewarded with resources sufficient to elevate them to the quasi-saint level. Absurd. Truly, it is beyond belief. Another development has left various factions across the eastern region in a state of confusion. The ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Demon Palace have been brazenly robbed of the tombs of 9 saints. A slap in the face. It is indeed a humiliating affair. Wait, could there be a connection between this bounty and the aforementioned news? The mere thought has caused many to gasp in disbelief. These 5 individuals and their canine companion must be exceedingly audacious. Those who were privy to the events outside the ancient ruins were rendered almost petrified. They couldn't help but feel a moment of silent tribute for the Heavenly Demon Palace. First, they suffered losses at the hands of several quasi-saints and saints, and now, Their ancestral burial sites have been plundered? How tragic. Yet, there is a perverse delight in witnessing this spectacle. Simultaneously, they are filled with curiosity about Tang Tian and his companions. Who exactly are these individuals? In light of the current chaos, have they truly no fear for their lives? Within an inn, the carefree Taoist, who had been indulging in wine, was utterly bewildered upon hearing this news. A spark of incredulity flickered in his eyes. How could Tang Tian and his companions have accomplished such a feat? To pilfer tombs right under the very nose of the heavenly demon palace? Meanwhile, within the palace itself, the heavenly demon was seething with rage, nearly choking on his fury. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him. This is utterly intolerable. Those rascals have not only committed grave robbery but are now flaunting their misdeeds? They show no regard for the heavenly demon palace. How infuriating. Are there any leads on those scoundrels? Suppressing his inner fury, the heavenly demon inquired. Upon hearing his words, the high-ranking members present averted their gazes, fully aware that they had no useful information to provide. They too were filled with rage, yet they understood that their current state was merely impotent fury, without any leads on Tang Tian and his group. How could they even contemplate revenge? As the world outside buzzed with excitement, Tang Tian and his companions had already ventured deep into an uninhabited mountain range. After excavating a cave, they commenced their rest. Yi Wuming, grinning foolishly, began to tally their spoils. "Boss, dog brother, esteemed seniors, are you certain you don't want anything?" he asked, perplexed after counting their loot. "Not at all," replied the Black and White Twins and Ouyang Wolf in unison. The Black and White Twins looked down upon such resources, even if they were of saintly caliber. Ouyang Wolf, on the other hand, felt it inappropriate to claim anything, given that his master had yet to voice a desire for any of it. "Just some trash, and look at you all gleeful," the big black dog scoffed. "Ordinary resources hold no value for me." With a yawn, Tang Tian casually remarked. Resources? He was not in need. What Tang Tian truly lacked was merely the opportunity for a breakthrough. That ocean of energy devoured by his purple orb would surely suffice to elevate him to the imperial realm, provided he could actually absorb and utilize that energy. After hearing their responses, Yi Wuming fell silent, feeling quite disheartened. This was, after all, a treasure of saintly resources. How could the boss and the others remain unmoved? Had he truly been mistaken? In the end, at Tang Tian's suggestion, Yi Wuming distributed some resources to Ouyang Wolf, who was immensely grateful and expressed his thanks profusely to both Tang Tian and Yi Wuming. "Tang, do you require extraordinary resources for another breakthrough?" Tang Tian inquired curiously, glancing at the big black dog. The others also looked at him with intrigue. "You disregard saintly resources? Aren't you still merely a quasi-saint?" "How peculiar. To restore my saintly state, I fear I must consume resources of an imperial level." The big black dog sighed, responding with a hint of bitterness. Upon hearing the big black dog's words, everyone was taken aback. This was utterly outrageous, however, recalling the big black dog's origins and the fact that it had fallen from an incredibly terrifying realm. They soon understood. While engaging in casual conversation, Tang Tian casually deduced the situation outside. "So it is as I suspected," he murmured, revealing a look of certainty. The heavenly demon palace had indeed gone berserk. Now, the entire eastern region had been thrown into chaos because of his group. A situation akin to that of the southern wilderness had arisen, though the sole difference was that this time, the righteous forces of the eastern region were merely spectators, showing no intention of placing bounties. Noticing the curious expressions on their faces, Tang Tian casually shared his deductions. "So, does this mean we are to face an endless pursuit?" Yi Wuming gulped nervously. "Could you perhaps maintain some composure?" "You'll get used to it," Tang Tian sighed, exasperated. Chapter 62. Are you not a bit too cunning? Tang Tian's words left Yi Wuming and Ouyang Wolf with no choice but to wear bitter smiles. Both were far from composed. The Black and White Twins and the big black dog were indeed powerful, but could they truly stand against the master of the heavenly demon palace? Moreover, they were now facing a pursuit from the entire demonic faction of the eastern region. However, the Black and White Twins maintained an unruffled demeanor, while the big black dog appeared quite exhilarated. "Ha! Finally, I can unleash my wrath," it cackled, howling to the heavens in delight. Seeing the big black dog's antics and hearing its words, the others wore expressions of disbelief. This creature truly, Tiangu, where shall we go next? The big black dog eagerly asked Tang Tian. Why, we shall wander about outside. How else shall we savor the thrill of being pursued? Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. That makes sense. The big black dog nodded in agreement. Since Tang Tian had made a decision, the others naturally had no reason to object. Subsequently, the group swaggered out of the mountain range. By midday, they found themselves in a nearby city, Lingma City, a large city in proximity to the Heavenly Demon Palace. In truth, the reason Tang Tian chose to come here was due to his mischievous inclinations. He desired to provoke the Heavenly Demon Palace indirectly, making it so that they wished to eliminate him yet found themselves powerless to do so. Isn't that delightful? Were Tang Tian's exact words. Without a hint of modesty, it could be said that as soon as they appeared in Lingma City, they captured the attention of countless onlookers. The rate of head-turning could easily be deemed 100%. After all, Lingma City was plastered with wanted posters featuring their likenesses, and the big black dog was particularly conspicuous. Thus, it was nearly impossible for the group to go unnoticed. Observing Tang Tian and his companions, many around them could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Goodness, are these individuals truly unafraid of death? They've offended the Heavenly Demon Palace yet still dare to swagger about. Who knows what they're thinking? They must have some formidable backing, indeed. But speaking of which, how long do you think it will take for the Heavenly Demon Palace to arrive here? Hard to say. I'm more curious as to why there hasn't been a single strong individual taking action against them. Take action? Are you joking? Did you see those two old twins? It is said they have slain saints from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Is that true? They are that formidable? Absolutely. Why would I lie to you? You can inquire further. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Tang Tian and his companions remained remarkably unfazed. These cultivators are rather cowardly, aren't they? The big black dog remarked, surveying the surroundings with disappointment. Its tone dripped with disdain. Perhaps they're simply afraid of death. The battle between the black and white twins must have frightened quite a few, Yi Wuming suggested, rolling his eyes. Tang Tian chuckled at the banter between the dog and the boy. The black and white twins and Ouyang Wolf also found amusement in the exchange. Meanwhile, the onlooking cultivators were filled with a mix of anger and uncertainty. How infuriating! These two rascals were clearly provoking and mocking them. The thought of it left them quite displeased. Yet, when they glanced at the black and white twins, they managed to suppress their irritation. It was rumored that these two had vanquished numerous saints from the Heavenly Demon Palace. A quasi-saint who could kill a saint. The implications were chilling. While the bounty was enticing, one must still be able to claim it alive, right? Of course. Not everyone shared this sentiment. Before long, some could no longer restrain themselves and launched an attack. 10 quasi-saints, imbued with demonic energy, surrounded Tang Tian and his companions. What a pity! In the end, it was only a bunch of useless fools offering themselves up for slaughter. Shaking his head, the big black dog languidly lounged at Tang Tian's feet. Showing no interest in these quasi-saints, the black and white twins exchanged a glance, and with a swift draw, Black Slayer unsheathed his sword. With but a single strike, the air was filled with a fleeting flash of sword light. And before any reaction could be made, 10 quasi-saints found themselves decapitated. Their storage rings soared toward Haisha. Witnessing this scene, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Countless cultivators were wide-eyed with horror. Were they not all quasi-saints? How could this individual possess such overwhelming strength? Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? Contemplating this possibility sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Terrifying. Who else could pose a threat? Haisha shattered the silence with a question. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators were compelled to curse under their breath. Who among them had the audacity to take action now? They had no desire to meet their demise. The vast majority instinctively lowered their heads. A few, however, were even more pathetic, retreating in sheer fright. There was no choice. Haisha's words were akin to a death threat, leaving them no room for bravado. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, a group swaggered into an inn. Observing this, the surrounding cultivators fell into a state of numbness. In their minds, Tang Tian and his companions had become synonymous with madness. Was this not lunacy? To offend the Heavenly Demon Hall and still dare to appear in their vicinity? TSK. One could only wonder how the Heavenly Demon Hall would respond next. seemed a spectacle was imminent. Deep within the heavenly demon hall, in a grand palace, upon receiving a report from his subordinates, the heavenly demon nearly doubted his own ears. Those rascals actually dared to appear in Lingma City. They had slaughtered 10 quasi-saints without any intention of leaving. What was this? A provocation against the heavenly demon hall. Surely, this could not be a jest? Furrowing his brow, the heavenly demon questioned the elderly man before him, why subordinate would not dare. The old man hastily shook his head, responding with caution. Summon the 4 great guardians. Taking a deep breath, the heavenly demon commanded. Yes, my lord. The old man promptly flew away with efficiency. Before long, 4 figures, exuding an overwhelming aura, arrived before the heavenly demon. Each of these 4 possessed the strength of the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. Undoubtedly, they were the 4 great guardians of the heavenly demon hall. Those rascals are in Lingma City. Capture them alive if possible. If not, eliminate them, the heavenly demon coldly instructed, casting a glance at the 4. Understood. They nodded and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and his group were indulging in a feast. To be precise, while Tang Tian hardly consumed much, the little one, Luo Yi, devoured an entire table of dishes before returning to sleep on Tang Tian's left shoulder. The big black dog was even more extravagant. It feasted on 3 tables of food and 10 jars of wine before finally relenting. Curiously, the big black dog was unusually obedient when Luo Yi woke up, only resuming its gluttony once she was satisfied. Dog brother, are you afraid of the master's spirit pet? Yi Wuming inquired with curiosity, glancing at the big black dog. The next moment, Yi Wuming let out a pained scream as the big black dog bit him and proceeded to give him a thorough beating. By the time Yi Wuming's face was bruised and swollen, the dog returned to Tang Tian's side, lying obediently on the stool. If you can't speak, then don't. This lord is not afraid. I am merely showing respect. The big black dog shamelessly replied, lifting its eyelids. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the dog's words. This creature certainly had a thick skin. You are afraid, yet you refuse to admit it? Truly, a case of vanity leading to suffering. Anyone with eyes could see how terrified it was of Yi. Dog brother, just wait. Once I can defeat you, I will certainly give you a beating. After consuming some healing pills, Yi Wuming glared at the big black dog, gritting his teeth. Just you? The dog scoffed. Not that I look down on you, but your cultivation speed will never catch up to mine. Yi Wuming was initially furious, then deflated. The big black dog's power and combat prowess filled him with despair. Moreover, from what the master implied, the dog was originally a formidable being, only reduced to its current state due to special circumstances. Ignoring the banter between man and dog, Tang Tian continued to savor his food with great relish. Meanwhile, he pondered a pressing question. Given that he and the heavenly demon hall were now sworn enemies, could he not play a more ruthless game? He believed there was no need for mercy towards his foes. This was one of Tang Tian's life principles. After everyone had their fill, he instructed Haisha to set up a soundproof formation before sharing his thoughts. Brother Tian, you are being quite sinister, intending to continue striking at the heavenly demon hall. The big black dog exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Tang Tian's words. What, do you have objections? Tang Tian asked, casting a sidelong glance at the dog with a smirk. None. In fact, I have a suggestion. The big black dog shook its head with a strange grin. I have a proposal too. Yi Wuming chimed in from across the table. Subsequently, the 3 of them huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Observing this, Haisha and Ouyang Lang could only smile wryly. The young master and his companions truly had a wealth of cunning schemes. They shared the same sentiment internally. However, neither sought to intervene nor persuade them otherwise. What was there to be polite about with enemies? The trio conferred for a full half-hour before reaching a consensus, just as Tang Tian was about to speak. 4 figures enveloped in demonic energy descended from the sky, obliterating the entire inn. Aside from Tang Tian and his group, all the cultivators in the vicinity perished on the spot. You heavenly demon hall truly treats human life with such disdain. Tang Tian frowned, regarding the 4 elderly figures before him. He could not concern himself with their indiscriminate slaughter, but the bloodshed was unsettling to him. Blood and flesh, stains of crimson, and dismembered bodies lay scattered everywhere, making Tang Tian feel nauseous. Just a bunch of ants. What is there to care about? The leading figure, a withered old man in a black robe and at the third heaven of the Saint Realm, spoke indifferently. Clearly, he was the leader of the four. If you are sensible, you six will accompany this guardian to the heavenly demon hall. Otherwise, you shall experience a fate worse than death before being taken back. The black-robed elder sneered coldly at Tang Tian and his companions. Are your heavenly demon hall members truly this self-satisfied? Tang Tian rolled his eyes, scoffing at the elder's words. He paid them no heed. You insolent brat! I hope you can still be so defiant later. The black-robed elder was at the brink of fury. What he could not tolerate was Tang Tian's blatant disregard for their authority. Did this insolent youth truly believe he could treat them with such contempt? Everyone rose to their feet, yet he remained seated. Was he merely a spectator? In truth, Tang Tian was indeed watching with interest. He merely exchanged a glance with Haisha, the black and white duo, and the big black dog. He was confident they would not disappoint him. Without further ado, the black and white duo and the big black dog sprang into action, charging toward the four great guardians of the heavenly demon hall in the blink of an eye. The ensuing battle between the six and the dog sent shockwaves throughout Lingma City. Before long, the city lay in ruins, its inhabitants fleeing in terror. Some unfortunate souls had already perished beneath the chaotic aftermath of the clash. Throughout it all, Tang Tian remained seated on his bench, completely unaffected by the turmoil. If a more powerful entity were to arrive, could you handle them? Tang Tian inquired, glancing at Luo Yi. His question was not without reason. He realized that the black and white duo and the big black dog would struggle to defeat the four great guardians. What if an even stronger cultivator were to descend? He feared that escaping with his companions might prove difficult. Master, as long as the emperor does not appear, I can manage. However, if I expend too much energy, I will require ample time to recover and will need to sleep. In an instant, Tang Tian heard Luo Yi's voice resonating in his mind. I understand. With her assurance, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had made up his mind. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not allow Yi to take action. He did not wish for her to come to any harm. Tang Tian's concerns were not unfounded. As the black and white duo and the big black dog engaged in combat, another figure descended from the sky. It was the heavenly demon. He had not anticipated that the heavenly demon would come here. However, Tang Tian felt a sense of quiet relief as the heavenly demon seemed in no hurry to take action. He merely glanced at the battlefield before soaring toward Tang Tian. Brat, you are quite arrogant. You dare to flaunt your presence after offending our heavenly demon hall? The heavenly demon glared at Tang Tian with a chilling smile, his anger barely contained. What was this? Did the insolent youth truly believe he could disregard their heavenly demon hall? This was intolerable, because I possessed the audacity to be arrogant. Stretching lazily, Tang Tian said with a smile. Upon overhearing their conversation, the onlooking cultivators nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. For a moment, they were at a loss as to whether to commend Tang Tian for his boldness or to criticize him for his ignorance and recklessness. Is this lad truly daring to provoke the heavenly demon to such an extent? Moreover, could the rumors be true? Have these individuals truly stolen the 9 tombs of the saints from the heavenly demon palace? Otherwise, why would the heavenly demon come here in person? Tang Tian's reaction and words infuriated the heavenly demon immensely. However, he showed no immediate intent to strike. He planned to wait until the 4 great guardians subdued the black and white twins and the great black dog before capturing these individuals and bringing them back to the heavenly demon palace for some well-deserved torment. Beside Tang Tian, Yi Wuming and Ouyang Lang trembled with fear. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but the overwhelming aura of the heavenly demon was simply too oppressive. They couldn't fathom why Tang Tian remained completely unaffected. Not only they, but the heavenly demon was also taken aback. After sizing up Tang Tian, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Who exactly is this young man? How intriguing! Perhaps there are secrets within him that I could investigate? Unbeknownst to the heavenly demon, Luo Yi, resting on Tang Tian's shoulder, had slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, whether intentional or not, was fixed upon the heavenly demon. Perhaps it could be said that the heavenly demon had dismissed Luo Yi entirely. Soon, yet another incense stick's worth of time passed, and an unexpected turn of events occurred that astonished both the heavenly demon and the distant onlookers. The black and white twins, alongside the great black dog, against 3 opponents, began to gain the upper hand. The most alarming part was that they were not even at the quasi-saint level. How could their combat prowess be so formidable? It must be noted that the four great guardians of the Heavenly Demon Palace were genuine third-level Saint Realm experts. Not just ordinary third-level Saint Realm experts. Not even the Heavenly Demon, accustomed to facing great challenges, could hide his shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why were these two old twin rascals and this great black dog so terrifyingly powerful? How had they achieved this? Observing the perilous situation of the four great guardians, the Heavenly Demon could no longer contain himself and prepared to act. Likewise, Luo Yi was also ready to make her move. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin AI or IT was the carefree Taoist. To everyone's surprise, he had once again stood before the Heavenly Demon. What was even more intriguing was that he positioned himself directly in front of the Heavenly Demon. Carefree old rascal? What is it? Do you wish to oppose my Heavenly Demon Palace now? Staring at the carefree Taoist's face, the Heavenly Demon's expression darkened. Indeed. For I have long found your Heavenly Demon Palace displeasing. Nodding, the carefree Taoist spoke nonchalantly. Young man, I see you possess extraordinary potential. I wonder if you would be interested in apprenticing under me. He then turned to Yi Wuming and asked boldly, "Me?" pointing at himself in astonishment. Yi Wuming's face was a picture of disbelief. He even doubted whether he had misheard. Wasn't he the leader more extraordinary than himself? Why was this old Taoist ignoring the leader entirely? It was truly perplexing. Yes, it is indeed you. Nodding vigorously, the carefree Taoist reiterated. That lad beside you gives me an unsettling vibe. It would be better not to provoke him. Seemingly sensing Yi Wuming's confusion, the carefree Taoist added. What no one knew was that the carefree Taoist had actually restrained himself in his words. In truth, the impression Tang Tian left on him was far more than just unsettling. He felt a mortal threat emanating from Tang Tian. Yet, this was something he would never reveal. On one hand, he feared no one would believe him, and on the other, it would be an embarrassment to admit it. Thank you for your kind offer, senior. However, I must decline. After giving the carefree Taoist a deep look, Yi Wuming said apologetically. Upon hearing Yi Wuming's words, both the carefree Taoist and the Heavenly Demon, along with Ouyang Lang and the onlooking cultivators, were left dumbfounded. Rejected? This fellow actually turned down the carefree Taoist's offer? Only Tang Tian understood the true reason behind this. Why Yi Wuming had inherited the legacy of the tomb-raiding emperor. How could he accept an apprenticeship under a saint? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the tomb-raiding emperor? What now? Carefree old rascal, will you still assist them? Regaining his composure, the Heavenly Demon mocked without restraint. Of course, for I find you exceedingly displeasing. Snorting coldly, the carefree Taoist replied indifferently. The carefree Taoist's words nearly drove the Heavenly Demon to the brink of madness. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming urgency. The four great guardians of the Heavenly Demon Palace were already in dire straits. If this continued, they might very well be eliminated. This was not a sight he wished to witness. However, with the carefree Taoist standing in his way, he could only watch helplessly. This old rascal's strength was on par with his own. He did not wish for a mutually destructive outcome. Not making a move. Heavenly Demon, you are truly regressing with age. Casting a disdainful glance at the Heavenly Demon, the carefree Taoist continued to provoke him. Upon hearing the carefree Taoist's words, countless individuals gasped in astonishment. It was said that the carefree Taoist was accustomed to acting on whims, and it certainly appeared to be true. Now, what difference did it make for him to offend the Heavenly Demon to such an extent? Yet, the fact that the Heavenly Demon showed no intention to strike took everyone by surprise. Was this truly the master of the first demonic force? Where was his usual imposing demeanor? You are forcing my hand. I hope you won't regret it. Casting a cold glance at the carefree Taoist, the Heavenly Demon growled. With that, an astonishing aura erupted from his being. What is happening? Everyone turned their attention to the blood-red symbol that had appeared on the Heavenly Demon's forehead. The symbol emanated an exceedingly malevolent and violent energy. Simultaneously, the demonic aura and killing intent radiating from the Heavenly Demon grew increasingly potent. His eyes turned blood-red, and his aura became even more terrifying. I am not mad. You have forced my hand. Snorting coldly, the Heavenly Demon let out a maniacal laugh. After his laughter subsided, he decisively launched an attack against the carefree Taoist. The intensity of their battle far surpassed that of the conflict involving the Black and White twins. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings had turned into utter chaos. Witnessing this, Tang Tian, Ouyang Lang, and Yi Wuming stood agape in shock. What is happening with this heavenly demon, leader? Taking a deep breath, Yi Wuming asked, bewildered. I suspect he has willingly succumbed to madness. After a brief hesitation, Tang Tian responded uncertainly. Previously, in the sacred grounds of the Tang clan, he had come across certain texts. It was rumored that cultivators practicing certain demonic techniques could willingly embrace madness to enhance their strength. However, such actions were not without consequences. Often, the price was severe, ranging from severed meridians to plummeting realms, or even death due to backlash. Therefore, in a sense, the carefree Taoist's words were indeed not without merit. This heavenly demon had truly lost his mind. Was this something a sane person would do? Yet, on the other hand, did this not also demonstrate the carefree Taoist's remarkable strength? Even a formidable practitioner like the heavenly demon was coerced into willingly descending into madness? Terrifying, noticing the puzzled expressions of Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming, Tang Tian offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming were left in utter astonishment. They shared the same thought. Indeed, the heavenly demon had gone mad. Furthermore, was the carefree Taoist not a tad too formidable? Meanwhile, the battle between the Black and White twins had almost reached its conclusion. The four great guardians of the heavenly demon palace, battered by the relentless assault of the Black and White twins and the great black dog, were now severely injured. Their downfall was merely a matter of time. Not far away, the heavenly demon nearly spat blood upon witnessing this scene. Damn it! The four great guardians can't do anything against these three rascals? Who are they? How could quasi-saints be so ferocious? Similarly, the distant onlookers were left speechless, struggling to comprehend how quasi-saints could exhibit such strength. 3 against 4, with 3 quasi-saints facing 4 genuine third-level Saint Realm experts, and yet they were not at a disadvantage. Had they not witnessed this with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This was utterly outrageous. Heavenly demon, do you dare to engage me in battle while also being distracted? Do you think so little of me? Looking at the heavenly demon, the carefree Taoist sneered. As he spoke, he delivered a kick to the heavenly demon's chest, sending him flying. Old rascal, you have successfully enraged me. Leaping into the air, the heavenly demon roared in fury. He let out a thunderous howl, and his aura surged once more. What? He has gone mad. That scoundrel, the heavenly demon, has truly lost his mind. Glancing at the heavenly demon, the carefree Taoist cursed vehemently. With that, he turned and fled without hesitation. To everyone's astonishment, the heavenly demon drew his sword and gave chase. In that moment, it seemed he had completely disregarded the fate of the 4 great guardians. Observing this scene, countless individuals were momentarily left bewildered. What is the situation? Why does it seem as if the celestial demon has lost its sanity? In that moment, Yi Wuming and Ouyang Lang both turned their gazes towards Tang Tian, believing that perhaps he might possess some insight into the matter. In truth, it was nothing significant. He had merely suffered a backlash, temporarily losing his reason. Observing the retreating figure of the celestial demon, Tang Tian casually remarked, "So that's how it is." Upon hearing his words, both men revealed expressions of sudden realization. Subsequently, the 3 of them erupted into gleeful laughter. After all, they were enemies. The misfortunes of the celestial demon brought them delight, as they watched the unfolding spectacle. Tang Tian engaged in a leisurely conversation with Luo Yi in his mind. If you had intervened earlier, would you have been able to eliminate that celestial demon? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian posed a question that piqued his interest. I can handle any cultivator beneath the emperor level, though it requires varying degrees of energy expenditure. If the consumption is too great, I will need to enter a state of slumber to recover my strength. Came the cool voice of Luo Yi in his mind. Hearing her words, Tang Tian's eyes brightened with excitement. So formidable? Normally, those few emperors of the endless continent wouldn't be wandering about freely, would they? If that is the case, does this mean I can act with impunity? With this thought, Tang Tian couldn't help but break into a broad smile, feeling a surge of exhilaration within. Meanwhile, as Tang Tian was lost in thought, the Black and White twin assassins and the Great Black Dog had successfully eliminated the 4 guardian protectors of the Celestial Demon Palace. After collecting their spoils, they returned to Tang Tian's side. The trio, Tang Tian, Ouyang Lang, and Yi Wuming, regarded the outcome with nonchalance, while the onlooking cultivators around them were left utterly bewildered. 3 Quasi-Saints had vanquished 4 third-tier Saint Realm experts. This was simply astonishing. How had they achieved such a feat? Let us depart. It's time to take advantage of this opportunity to wreak havoc upon the Celestial Demon Palace, Tang Tian said with a grin as he looked at his companions. Brother Tian, you truly think ahead. The great black dog grinned, revealing its teeth. It had been observing the battle between the Celestial Demon and the carefree Taoist and had discerned the situation clearly. If the Celestial Demon remained in the palace, it might have been a cause for concern. However, now that the Celestial Demon had willingly succumbed to madness, it was undoubtedly an opportune moment to strike. The great black dog felt that there was no need to be courteous to their enemies. Shall we move swiftly then? Yi Wuming urged impatiently. Exchanging glances, the black and white twin assassins and Ouyang Lang were left speechless. How could the young clan leader and the dog be so full of mischief? Just as I thought. Nodding in agreement, Tang Tian decisively invoked the spatial principles, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace. As the group disappeared, the surrounding cultivators finally regained their senses. What do you think these 5 individuals and the dog are all about? How can their power be so terrifying? Who knows? It's possible they come from one of the top-tier forces in the central continent. It was indeed unimaginable. The 4 guardian protectors of the Eastern Domain's foremost demonic force had been so easily defeated. The twin old men and that black dog were simply extraordinary. Isn't that the truth? To think quasi-saints can slay saints is simply hard to believe. Where do you think they have gone now? Not long after Tang Tian's departure, the carefree Taoist returned, appearing somewhat disheveled. He bore several injuries and, upon noticing the absence of the 4 guardian protectors, his face reflected astonishment. The 4 guardian protectors of the Celestial Demon Palace have been eliminated. Have those individuals already left? After surveying the area, a look of surprise crossed his face, and he promptly made his escape. Just as the carefree Taoist departed, the malevolent Celestial Demon arrived in pursuit, leading to a frenzied chase in no time. News of this battle spread like wildfire. Tang Tian and his companions became renowned throughout the entire Eastern Domain. Regardless of whether they were of the righteous path, demonic path, or neutral factions, the cultivators' first reaction upon hearing of this clash was disbelief. 3 quasi-saints had slain 3 third-tier Saint Realm experts. The 4 guardian protectors of the Celestial Demon Palace had been dispatched by 3 quasi-saints. This seemed almost surreal. Quasi-saints could truly engage in battles beyond their level? Yet, when it was revealed that the Celestial Demon had been coerced into madness by the carefree Taoist, no one found it particularly surprising. After all, the carefree Taoist was a well-known figure in the Eastern Domain. It was unlikely anyone would dare claim to be able to outmatch him. However, everyone was left puzzled as to why the carefree Taoist had chosen to assist these individuals, especially since he had sought to take one of them as a disciple only to be refused. Why would he help them? This left many scratching their heads in confusion. As for how others reacted, Tang Tian and his companions were oblivious. After a brief while, they arrived near the Celestial Demon Palace. Gazing at the domain of the Celestial Demon Palace, Tang Tian found himself momentarily stunned. The black and white twin assassins, too, expressed their disappointment. At some point, the defensive array of the Celestial Demon Palace had been activated, enveloping the area in a crimson light. This barrier was exceptionally formidable. Both the black and white twin assassins and the great black dog indicated that they were powerless against this array. Damn it! Soon, Tang Tian could no longer contain his frustration, his expression darkening. For the first time, his spatial principles had failed him. Likewise, his understanding of array principles proved utterly ineffective. Young clan leader, this array is rather unique. It is not surprising that you cannot utilize spatial principles to enter, nor can you breach it with array principles, the Black Fiend suddenly declared, seriousness etched upon his face. Indeed, after carefully studying the defensive array of the Celestial Demon Palace, the great black dog nodded in agreement. What does that mean? Tang Tian asked, puzzled by their remarks. This array is particularly special. If I am not mistaken, it is powerful enough to withstand a typical quasi-emperor. The Black Fiend stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was rendered speechless. It can withstand a quasi-emperor? How exaggerated. Chapter 64. Must you be so cautious? It's merely a crooked path. The great black dog scoffed dismissively. What do you mean? Tang Tian's interest was piqued by the great black dog's words, and both Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming turned their attention towards it. They are utilizing a basic holy level array and sacrificing living beings to artificially enhance its strength. Would you not consider this a crooked path? The great black dog stated leisurely, shaking its head. This left Tang Tian momentarily dumbfounded. Sacrificing living beings? Truly ruthless, fitting for those of the demonic path. But do you have any means to dismantle this array? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. There is no need to dismantle it. It will eventually unravel on its own. The great black dog replied without hesitation. As long as the sacrificial offerings are removed, this array will collapse without any attack. How powerful must the sacrificial offerings be to enhance this array to such an extent? Surely, the celestial demon palace cannot continuously provide sacrifices. The great black dog added. Hearing this, Tang Tian and the others were left in astonishment. They found the great black dog's reasoning compelling. Tio enhanced the array's strength to such a degree. How many formidable offerings would be required? How could sacrifices be supplied endlessly? While the celestial demon palace was indeed powerful, what of it? This was further validated deep within the territory of the celestial demon palace, inside a grand hall. All eyes were fixed upon an elder, cloaked in demonic energy, his complexion pale. He was at the 6th tier of the Saint Realm, but it appeared that his age far exceeded that of the celestial demon. Elder, are you being overly cautious? Although the 4 guardian protectors have been eliminated, this is our territory. Who could possibly contend with us here? Is it truly necessary to sacrifice so many quasi-saints or even Saint Realm puppets? Is that not a waste? A high-ranking member of the celestial demon palace could not help but voice his concerns. Others chimed in agreement, expressing similar sentiments. Humph. Have you all forgotten how difficult I can be to deal with because I have not made an appearance for so long? Are you questioning my authority? The elder's gaze swept across the assembly, his smile chilling. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. They immediately fell silent, unwilling to provoke this individual. Angering the palace master might lead to some leniency. But the elder before them was notorious for his ruthlessness, capriciousness, and propensity for bloodshed. It was better to avoid inciting his wrath. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone taller to bear the burden. Why should they fret? Observing the reactions of those present, the elder nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile gracing his features. In truth, I do not wish for this either. However, the palace master has gone missing along with the carefree Taoist. We must remain vigilant. Those individuals are likely not of simple origin, he sighed, speaking slowly. How has he managed to survive for so long? Is it not due to his lifelong prudence? Over the prolonged years, how many crises has the heavenly demon palace encountered? In the past, how many beings could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even surpass his monstrous existence? Ultimately, he remains one of the few still alive. Upon hearing the elder's words, those present nodded in agreement. Nowadays, it is common knowledge that Tang Tian and his companions are not to be underestimated. Their combat prowess not sufficient to illustrate this point? Furthermore, who among the ordinary populace possesses the audacity to offend the heavenly demon palace, the stronghold of the eastern domain's demonic path? Then, ancestor, what shall we do next? Someone in the crowd inquired. The others listened intently. With the heavenly demon absent, the individual before them was their anchor of hope. Wait for the palace master to return, the elder declared resolutely as he slowly stood. He firmly believed that the heavenly demon would encounter no issues. The absence of any anomalies in the palace master's soul lamp only confirmed this notion. Yet, he could not help but feel perplexed as to why the carefree Taoist would assist Tang Tian and his group. This left him utterly baffled. Was it truly necessary for that old rascal to create tensions with the heavenly demon palace for the sake of these individuals? How strange, indeed, how strange. Outside the heavenly demon palace, Tang Tian and his companions continued to wait idly. In truth, Tang Tian had other means to break the formation. For instance, he could have called upon Luo Yi. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. He did not wish for Luo Yi to expend any energy. If she were to enter a state of slumber, who would he turn to for reasoning? In Tang Tian's heart, Luo Yi was currently his greatest support. Nirvana Heavenly Fire, the unparalleled fierce sword, the mysterious purple orb. Although they were immensely terrifying, he was still unable to unleash their full potential. Ultimately, he remained too weak. In the Endless Continent, beneath the depths of the Tang clan's ancestral home in Central State, Tang Tai was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the latest message from the Black and White Double Evil. A sky-eating hound? To think a sky-eating hound would follow Tian Air, treating him as its master? Merely contemplating this made Tang Tai feel it was an extraordinarily unfathomable occurrence. One must understand that the sky-eating hound is among the legendary top-tier races. Such a race would surely possess a degree of pride, would it not? While Tian Air is indeed exceptional, the opposing force is even stronger. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Tai felt both bewildered and confounded. What on earth was happening? Simultaneously, he began to entertain wild ideas. Could it be that he had underestimated his precious grandson? Upon this realization, he could not help but silently marvel. It seems that once matters in the Eastern Domain conclude, it will be time for him to return to Central State. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the distance and mused aloud. Tang Tai believed that keeping Tang Tian outside Central State had become utterly meaningless. This lad was already invincible beneath the ranks of the Quasi-Saint. Remaining outside Central State was nothing but a waste of time. Moreover, the Tang clan had remained dormant for far too long. It was time for Tian Air to represent the Tang clan and showcase their fangs to the world. He wanted everyone to understand that his precious grandson was no mere waste, but rather an unparalleled prodigy, the prodigy among prodigies. The so-called prodigies of Central State were nothing but a joke before his precious grandson. He was eager to witness who would dare to mock the Imperial Tang clan in secret henceforth. Those old geezers should finally be silenced. Brother Dog, it has been half an hour already. Are you certain this formation will collapse of its own accord? At this rate, that heavenly demon might return. Yi Wuming could not help but inquire, glancing at the large black dog at Tang Tian's feet. Likewise, Tang Tian and the others turned their gazes toward the large black dog. Do I truly need to deceive you? The large black dog retorted with an eye roll, exuding irritation. If I say it will happen, it shall. Following this, it confidently proclaimed, as if to corroborate the large black dog's words, cracks began to inexplicably appear across the formation enveloping the heavenly demon palace. Witnessing this, the large black dog erupted into triumphant laughter. It then turned to Tang Tian and the others, remaining silent. Its demeanor clearly conveyed, see, was I not right? Let us first explore the treasure vault of the heavenly demon palace. Ignoring the large black dog's bravado, Tang Tian succinctly stated, let us go. Without hesitation, he dashed in a particular direction. Perhaps not wishing to squander any time, the large black dog remained silent, carrying Yi Wuming along as it sped after him. Following closely were the Black and White Double Evil and Ouying Wolf. Brother Dog, could you refrain from acting this way? It makes me look utterly ridiculous. Get lost. What do you need face for? As Tang Tian and his party arrived before the treasure vault of the heavenly demon palace, they were forced to halt in their tracks. Before them stood a formidable group of cultivators guarding the entrance. A multitude of quasi-saints and over 10 Holy Realm cultivators. Among them, the strongest was an elder at the 6th level of the Holy Realm. Upon witnessing such a formidable lineup, Tang Tian found himself scratching his head in frustration. This is reckless. The Black and White Double Evil exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness and gravity in each other's eyes. Likewise, the large black dog began to feel somewhat unsettled. Brother Tian, have we bitten off more than we can chew? It queried, looking up at Tang Tun. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming had risen from the ground. What did I say? Exercise caution, and you shall encounter no significant misfortune. Now do you see? These rascals have brazenly come here. If we were not present, would these quasi-saints alone be sufficient to guard the heavenly demon's treasure vault from being plundered? The elder scanned his subordinates with a look of frustration. Hearing his words, the high-ranking members of the heavenly demon palace lowered their heads. Inside, they couldn't help but bitterly smile. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. They thought to themselves, they had not anticipated that Tang Tian and his companions could directly arrive here. Had they not stationed themselves in advance, their treasure vault would have likely been emptied. Tell me, is such vigilance truly necessary? Tang Tian could not help but voice his thoughts. You brat. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? The elder of the Heavenly Demon Palace glared at Tang Tian with a cold smile. He then turned his gaze toward the black and white double evil and the large black dog. Greed gleamed in his eyes as he considered. These three are immensely powerful. If I could control them and nurture them, would I not be free to roam the Eastern Domain, or even the Endless Continent? With these thoughts, the elder's gaze grew increasingly fervent, filled with anticipation. Chapter 65. An ancient character, Death. Do you think you stand a chance against us? Tang Tian scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. True, the opponent was strong. But did the Black Grandpa and White Grandpa lack trump cards? Moreover, he still had Yi by his side, whose strength was formidable. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the elder of the Heavenly Demon Palace was momentarily taken aback. His face betraying a hint of confusion, he scrutinized Tang Tian, pondering the source of his confidence. Not only the Heavenly Demon Elder, but the others, aside from the black and white double evil, also looked at Tang Tian with curiosity. They were genuinely intrigued about the source of his boldness. It seems we need not hold back any longer, White Evil suddenly declared. Indeed. Regardless, once matters in the Eastern Domain conclude, we shall return. Black Evil nodded in agreement. In the next moment, both of them produced a scroll. What the heck? Upon seeing the scrolls in their hands, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. The elder of the Heavenly Demon Palace's expression shifted dramatically. Ouyang Wolf, Yi Wuming, and the other members of the Heavenly Demon Palace were equally stunned. What is this? Instinctively asked Yi Wuming, glancing at Tang Tian. Just a couple of scrolls. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. What else could Yi Wuming say but feel speechless? If it were merely a scroll, why would Brother Dog and that old monster from the Heavenly Demon Palace react so dramatically? It was impossible to believe that was all there was to it. Yi Wuming thought to himself. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful gaze, the black and white double evil shattered their respective scrolls. Instantly, bursts of red and purple light erupted, enveloping everyone from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Before they could react, they were obliterated. Aside from the treasure vault of the Heavenly Demon Palace, the surrounding area was reduced to a wasteland, completely annihilated. You truly are extravagant, to waste scrolls capable of slaying quasi-emperors here? The large black dog marveled at the black and white double evil. Hearing the large black dog's words, Ouyang Wolf and Yi Wuming widened their eyes in disbelief. Scrolls capable of slaying quasi-emperors? Is that not a tad too terrifying? Furthermore, wasn't this a bit of a waste? Let us go. Tang Tian yawned lazily, casually stating. With that, he was the first to step into the treasure vault of the Heavenly Demon Palace. One must admit, the treasure vault of the Heavenly Demon Palace was far more opulent than any vault Tang Tian had encountered previously. To describe it as overflowing with wealth would be an understatement. Truly deserving of being the foremost demonic power in the Eastern Domain. Just the sheer number of storage rings filled with various spirit stones piled high was staggering. Countless tomes, martial arts techniques, skills, treasures, and elixirs were abundant beyond measure. Even the typically composed duo of black and white were visibly taken aback upon witnessing the treasury of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Master, may I consume the treasures within? At that moment, Tang Tian heard Luo Yi's voice echoing in his mind, and of course, without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian replied decisively. The next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before the onlookers. Luo Yi soared into the air. In an instant, the entire contents of the treasury surged towards her. Before long, the treasury was entirely devoured by her. Once the consumption concluded, she vanished into thin air, returning to Tang Tian's Dantian. What on earth is the origin of the young clan leader's spirit pet? Recovering from his astonishment, Bai Sha exclaimed. The resources of the entire Heavenly Demon Palace treasury could potentially cultivate a quasi-emperor, yet the young clan leader's spirit pet effortlessly consumed everything, including martial arts techniques and weapons. Truly remarkable. The origins of the young clan leader's spirit pet must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, He Sha also expressed his amazement. Isn't that stating the obvious? Brother Tian's spirit pet even exudes a bloodline suppression that I can perceive. How could it be anything less than extraordinary? Rolling his eyes, the large black dog retorted. Instantly, everyone except Tang Tian displayed expressions of shock. The large black dog was none other than the celestial devouring hound. If it sensed a bloodline suppression, how astonishing must this little bird's origins be? We should depart at once. Who knows, the heavenly demon might return soon. Casting a glance at the others, Tang Tian shifted the topic. In truth, Tang Tian was eager to leave for another significant reason. While Luo Yi had indeed devoured the entire treasury, he had not returned empty-handed. She had left him a unique treasure. At that moment, he was quite eager to examine this artifact. Undoubtedly, this was not the appropriate place for such an endeavor. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the group unanimously agreed. Shortly thereafter, they departed swiftly and decisively. Not long after their exit, the others from the Heavenly Demon Palace finally realized what had transpired. Upon witnessing the now desolate treasury, they were left dumbfounded. Their treasury had been completely ransacked. Moreover, where had the ancestors gone? They couldn't help but harbor suspicions. Could it be that the ancestors had led the upper echelons away, emptying the treasury and fleeing? The more they pondered, the more plausible this scenario seemed. Otherwise, it was exceedingly difficult to explain. While they remained in a daze, the heavenly demon returned, his aura in complete disarray. He bore numerous injuries. Upon arriving at the treasury of the Heavenly Demon Palace and seeing the empty scene before him, he was so enraged that he spat blood. Subsequently, he fainted from the overwhelming fury. Before long, news of the incident at the Heavenly Demon Palace spread throughout the entire eastern region. Upon learning of the palace's fate, countless individuals were left in disbelief. The grand formation of the Heavenly Demon Palace had been breached, the ancestors and many high-ranking officials were missing, the treasury had been emptied, the Heavenly Demon had fainted from rage. The initial reaction of the masses was one of incredulity. It must be noted that the Heavenly Demon Palace was the foremost power of the demonic path. Who could possibly breach their grand formation? Unless there was internal strife. This suggested that the Heavenly Demon Palace had taken away many high-ranking officials and the treasury itself. Instantly, rumors about the Heavenly Demon Palace began to circulate wildly. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and his companions were on the brink of being forgotten by the people of the eastern region. Compared to their pursuit by the Heavenly Demon Palace, the current predicament of the palace itself was far more captivating. Above a mountain range outside the Heavenly Demon Palace, the carefree Taoist gazed curiously into the distance. How peculiar! Why did the old monsters of the Heavenly Demon Palace and their high-ranking officials flee with treasures? And who could have breached their formation? Furrowing his brow, the Taoist muttered to himself. Unconsciously, he thought of Tang Tian and his companions. Could it be that these events were related to them? The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. For the impression Tang Tian left on him was undeniably formidable. After departing from the territory of the Heavenly Demon Palace, it wasn't long before Tang Tian and his companions arrived at a secluded ice field. Ultimately, Tang Tian reached a relatively hidden glacier. Young clan leader, what brings you here? Bai Sha couldn't help but inquire as he looked at Tang Tian. The others also gazed at him with curiosity, for it was Tang Tian who had initiated their arrival in this desolate place. Nothing much. Mainly, I acquired an intriguing treasure from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Grinning broadly, Tang Tian casually remarked. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of his companions, he produced a purple square box. The box was adorned with various inscriptions and peculiar patterns, emanating terrifying waves of energy. In fact, this was a caution Luo Yi had conveyed to Tang Tian before her slumber. He must only open the box in a deserted location. Thus, Tang Tian had sought this place. This box, as they gazed at the artifact in Tang Tian's hand, both the black and white duo and the large black dog revealed expressions of uncertainty. Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming, on the other hand, looked utterly confused. Brother Tian, are you certain you wish to open this box? For some reason, the large black dog felt an unsettling sensation. Looking at Tang Tian, it hesitated to advise him, if I don't open it, what was the point of coming all this way? Rolling his eyes, Tang Tian responded somewhat irritably. The large black dog fell silent in response to Tang Tian's words. Then, under the scrutiny of the group, Tang Tian pressed his right hand onto the box. Instantly, the entire box sprang open, and a purple light soared skyward. A terrifying aura swept across the surroundings. The black and white duo, along with the large black dog, immediately reacted, swiftly retreating with Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming to a distance of several dozen miles. Dog brother, Do you think the boss will be all right? Glancing at the large black dog and then at Tang Tian, who was now floating in midair, Yi Wuming asked. Tang Tian was enveloped in an array of peculiar patterns and inscriptions. The box had long since vanished. Likewise, the faces of the black and white duo were etched with worry. There's nothing to fret about. Shaking his head, the large black dog reassured them nonchalantly. I was merely being overly cautious. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for Brother Tian. It then added. How so? Bai Sha couldn't help but inquire. While the other two also turned their attention to the large black dog, if I am not mistaken, the box contained an ancient character. It is said that such ancient characters originate from a time long past, imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Whoever obtains an ancient character will undoubtedly reap unimaginable benefits. After a moment of silence, the large black dog spoke at a measured pace. Chapter 66, Ancient Character, Tao. As it concluded, the large black dog's eyes sparkled with envy. Simultaneously, it felt perplexed. How could the heavenly demon palace possess a treasure box containing ancient characters? Wait. Suddenly, the large black dog considered a possibility. What if no one in the heavenly demon palace could open that box? Could it be that Brother Tian's spirit pet assisted him in unlocking it? Unconsciously, the large black dog thought of Luo Yi. The more it pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, it was exceedingly difficult to explain. While the group was lost in their thoughts, an unprecedented transformation was occurring within Tang Tian. His meridians, blood, soul, and physique underwent a significant metamorphosis. As the symbols and patterns gradually faded, Tang Tian descended gracefully to the ground. At that moment, he focused inwardly on his Dantian. Within his Dantian, there now resided a purple ancient character, exuding an aura of ancient terror, Tao. Originally, Tang Tian had intended to inquire with Luo Yi about the nature of this occurrence. Unfortunately, she had succumbed to slumber within his Dantian. Simultaneously, the black and white duo, the large black dog, and Ouyang Lang gazed at Tang Tian with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Although he stood there, he gave the impression of merging with the surrounding space and time. Were it not for their naked eyes perceiving him, they would hardly have noticed his presence. Most alarmingly, why did Tang Tian now emanate the aura of a feeble scholar, utterly devoid of strength? Strange, truly strange. What ancient character has Brother Tian integrated? The large black dog muttered to itself as it regained its composure. Ordinary ancient characters likely wouldn't possess such terrifying qualities, would they? Hey, what is wrong with you all? Approaching the group, Tang Tian inquired with genuine confusion. Brother Tian, do you truly not realize the transformation occurring within you? The large black dog couldn't contain its eagerness to ask. Indeed, there are some changes, but my realm remains the same as before. Shrugging, Tang Tian expressed no intention of concealing anything. What ancient character did you obtain? The large black dog pressed on, fixated on Tang Tian's expression. Upon hearing the question, Tang Tian simply smiled in silence. It wasn't that he distrusted the large black dog, but rather that Luo Yi had warned him before her slumber to refrain from disclosing the matter of the ancient character to anyone. Particularly, the matter of acquiring the Tao character must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, he may face relentless pursuit, and even the entire endless continent could be plunged into catastrophe. Given that Luo Yi has expressed such sentiments, Tang Tian naturally had no reason to disregard them. You should first enlighten me on the significance of these ancient characters and what their origins are. Gazing at the large black dog, Tang Tian inquired in return. It is said that during the primordial emergence of heaven and earth, the original Tao fell into disarray, giving rise to some of the most ancient scripts. These scripts are referred to as ancient characters. Each ancient character carries the essence of the great Tao. However, the effects of different ancient characters vary considerably, as do their powers. Taking a deep breath, the large black dog slowly elucidated. It is rumored that many of the extraordinary techniques, martial arts, body techniques, and divine abilities in the world stem from the comprehension of various ancient characters, it added as a final note. Upon hearing the black dog's words, both Tang Tian and the others were utterly bewildered. The origins of the ancient characters are astonishing. How are these characters ranked? After some contemplation, Tang Tian casually posed the question, I do not know. Shaking its head, the large black dog replied succinctly, after some idle chatter. The group finally departed from the icy expanse. It is worth mentioning Tang Tian's own transformation. He discovered that his meridians had been significantly expanded once more. Additionally, his bloodline strength, blood, soul, and corporeal form had also grown considerably more powerful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his life level had notably increased. Most delightfully, the mysterious technique he practiced, along with the beast mastery technique's body cultivation aspect, could now operate autonomously at an accelerated pace. To say he was becoming stronger by the moment would be no exaggeration. Furthermore, it appeared that his comprehension had also seen a substantial enhancement. Now, Tang Tian's intuition suggested that he might soon grasp the Great Tao. The thought filled his heart with immense anticipation. Moreover, even if Tang Tian chose not to conceal his strength, as long as he did not actively reveal it, others would be unable to discern his true power. In other words, to others, he appeared to be an utterly ordinary individual, not even a cultivator. Brother Tian, you are truly putting on quite the act, aren't you? Those unaware might think you are merely a weak scholar. A wastrel incapable of cultivation. After casting a deep glance at Tang Tian, the large black dog couldn't help but scoff. Do you have an issue with that? After kicking the large black dog, Tang Tian replied with irritation, of course not. Grinning, the large black dog decisively shook its head. Observing the large black dog's sycophantic behavior, Yi Wuming and the others rolled their eyes in unison. This moment, they couldn't help but recall the events from a short while ago. Before leaving the icy expanse, this creature had actually coerced them into swearing an oath to the Tao, forbidding them from disclosing Tang Tian's acquisition of the ancient characters. Did this rascal truly believe they were so unreliable? Even He Bai Shuangsha felt quite displeased. The large black dog's attitude had been exceedingly forceful, almost as if it would resort to violence should they refuse to swear. Do not look at me with such disdain. I am merely acting in Brother Tian's best interest. If this matter were to leak, both Brother Tian and those near him would be subjected to endless pursuit. This has little to do with trusting you or not. Seemingly anticipating their thoughts, the large black dog earnestly explained, Enough, enough. Let us put this matter to rest. Waving his hand, Tang Tian replied with a smile. He was quite pleased with the large black dog's performance. Seems this fellow genuinely cares for him. Very well, Grandfather He, Grandfather Bai, shall we not return to Zhengzhou? Turning to He Bai Shuangsha, Tang Tian inquired. Indeed. Hearing Tang Tian's words, both He Bai Shuangsha nodded with smiles. In their view, Tang Tian truly had no need to continue his training. He had already reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of Yinyang realm. At such a young age, with such strength, he was an unparalleled existence in Zhengzhou. Moreover, the combat prowess of the young clan leader was even more formidable. Not to mention, the young clan leader had recently acquired an ancient character of astonishing origin. Heaven knows if the young clan leader has grown even stronger. Ouyang Lang and Yi Wuming exchanged excited glances. Zhengzhou? This was a long-cherished sanctuary for both of them. In the endless continent, which cultivator beyond Zhengzhou would not yearn for it? Naturally, they were no exception. Boss, are you truly the young clan leader of the Tang family from the imperial lineage? Ouyang Lang could not resist asking. Yes. Is there a problem? Nodding, Tang Tian retorted. No problem. It's just that with such a remarkable background. Why did you venture to Nanjiang to train? Shaking his head, Yi Wuming inquired, perplexed. Precisely because my background is considerable, few in Zhengzhou would dare provoke me. Do you think I could obtain the desired training in Zhengzhou? Moreover, you might find it hard to believe, but I was quite famously regarded as a waste in Zhengzhou. As he spoke, Tang Tian wore a bemused smile. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, both Yi Wuming and Ouyang Lang, along with the large black dog, were filled with disbelief. A waste? Could this fellow possibly be associated with that term? Let us not even mention it. Who could rival his prodigious talent? If he were a waste, then the world's prodigies would be deemed the most abject of failures, while ordinary people would be inferior even to that. Brother Tian, what are your plans upon returning to Zhengzhou? Raising his head to look at Tang Tian, the large black dog asked, No plans. For the time being, I cannot possibly break through, so I might as well continue to idle. Shrugging, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the four companions and the dog felt a wave of suffocation. Idling? Idling again. They simply could not comprehend why Tang Tian, endowed with such extraordinary talent, insisted on wasting time. If he were to diligently cultivate, his progress would surely accelerate. It was truly perplexing, observing the reactions of the group. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He could easily guess their thoughts, but chose not to clarify. There was no need. He could not very well state that idling was the only way for him to grow stronger. Could he? That diligent cultivation would instead yield counterproductive results? Tang Tian had reason to believe that they would never accept such an explanation. As they engaged in casual conversation, the group continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at the fringes of the eastern region. Continuing onward would lead them to the outskirts of Zhengzhou. However, between the eastern region and Zhengzhou lay an expansive and boundless sea. Upon reaching the shore, the group halted their advance. Young clan leader, we can only wait until tomorrow to continue our journey. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Bai Sha remarked to Tang Tian. Very well. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian agreed. He understood that Bai Sha's suggestion was merely for safety's sake. The seas of the endless continent harbor a multitude of aquatic clans, and their relationship with the human race is exceedingly complex. Thus, it would be wise to proceed with caution. Subsequently, the group set up camp on a mountain peak not far from the shoreline. The black and white duo collaborated to arrange a formation that enveloped everyone.